The early sun dyed the early morning mist into a light red veil, covering the sin and disturbance of the city. On the road to Gotham City High School. Master. Alfred raised his head and glanced at the rearview mirror of the car several times, but he hesitated. What do you want to say? On the spacious leather seat in the back, Bruce Wayne, holding a schoolbag, was absent-minded. His right index finger gently pressed a red envelope the size of a mung bean on his left cheek. That is the mark that all tragic green Sawyers cannot escape. Acne. Even if he's the Prince of Gotham, the future Batman, when he's old enough, he'll have acne. And this little red bean, bulging, has a white spot the size of a pinhole in the center. Don't squeeze. Seeing that the young master put his two fingers together, as if he was about to make a decision that made him feel painful and comfortable, Alfred frowned and hurriedly spoke out to discourage him. If you make a wound, it is easy to get bacterial infection, and you may also leave acne scars and acne pits afterwards. Moreover, you are not yet ripe, except for the blood, which hurts yourself, and you can't squeeze out anything. Seeing that the young master was still a little hesitant, he added, trust me, you wouldn't want to go to school with a swollen, bleeding hole. Thinking of the classmates who often say strange things behind their backs, Master Bulletin was persuaded. It makes me sick, he said irritably, dropping his hands. Ignore it, it will disappear naturally in 2 days. When you go home in the afternoon, you can ask the master to touch some ointment for you, and it will get better faster. The butler comforted. In addition to the family business of the Wayne Group, Thomas Wayne also has his own profession, a doctor. Even if I'm not squeezing, they see this pimple on my face and they're pointing behind my back. Bruce turned to look out the window blankly. At this time, the Gotham neighborhood was like a revived giant beast, stretching its hands and feet to start today's activities, and the street is its blood vessel, and the crowded people and vehicles on the street are the blood in the blood vessel. That's exactly what I was trying to say. Alfred glanced at the rearview mirror again, and said after deliberation, my lady and I are very worried about you. Young master, you are not very gregarious at school. In the 4 years of entering middle school, I have never invited my classmates or friends to Wayne Manor, and I have hardly participated in the parties of other classmates. The red light was on, and the migrant workers swarmed up the street. Alfred stepped on the brakes, and the Bentley under the seat was like an obedient cat, without the slightest noise, and stopped lightly and meekly outside the zebra crossing. You can invite some classmates to play at home. I'll help you with game consoles, ice coke, barbecue grills, sports magazines, new water pools, tennis courts, or you can put the party on the yacht, or the island villa to the west. I think we can meet everyone's needs, and everyone is happy to accept Wayne's invitation. With impatience on Bruce's face, he shook his head and refused. Forget it. I don't want to say that they are too naive, because I know that I am not mature and sophisticated. But the things they liked and the topics they talked about didn't interest me or even disgust me. I feel like I'm a world away from them. Afu thought for a while and asked, so, what about classmate Quinn? You often play table tennis with her. In order to improve their skills, the manor also specially hired a retired singles Olympic champion from China. Bruce's gaze fell to the schoolbag in his arms, with a pair of ping-pong bats tightly tucked into the side pockets. I've met her a few times, she's a very cute and smart girl. Afu took a part of his mind and paid attention to the expression of the young master in the rearview mirror. The young master's face with pimples turned slightly red, and he said in a sullen voice, Harry is very good, but she and I are just ordinary classmates. Except for playing ball, she seldom finds me. At the end, his tone was low, and there was obvious loss and dimness in his blue eyes. Afu understands that the young master is a bit young, Mu Sheoi, but others have no intention of him at all. Master, have you tried to find her on your own initiative? The housekeeper asked. What do you want her to do? Invite her to do something that enhances the relationship, such as watching a movie, attending a book club, eating a cone at the playground, or going horseback riding, boating, hunting at Wayne Manor. There are always projects that can impress her. This Bruce's face turned red again, and the pimple was just glowing. The walls of Gotham High School are more than 3 meters high, and it's like separating two worlds at once. The street outside is like a gray reinforced concrete jungle, and the classical manor-style campus inside is full of bright and lively colors, like an oil painting describing spring and sunshine. This middle school is full of the second generation of the rich and the rich. There is an endless stream of various luxury sports cars, but there is only one student picked up by the British-style tuxedo butler. Bruce didn't like being pointed at by his classmates, and Bentley didn't come directly downstairs. After entering the school gate, he parked on the tree-lined path between the wall and the lawn. He carried his schoolbag and walked to the main building 200 meters away. Look, am I right? The baton only lasted for 3 months. I said so at the time. Now look, that drag hero didn't even last a month. Jimmy closed the door of the red Ferrari and waved a Gotham Gazette to Kendi. Kendi rolled over and jumped out of the back seat, unconvinced. Not necessarily, Maroney only got a baton, who knows who it belongs to. Also, what drag hero hasn't lost a weapon? I dare say there are at least a dozen batons in the baton house. Hi, Bruce. Seeing the young master coming, Jimmy and Kendi stopped their conversation and greeted politely. Hi. The young master also smiled and nodded in response. He didn't stop. Jimmy and Kendi—
Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, You're just one step away. Become a Patreon member, and I can make it, depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
Andy continued to hold the paper and talk about the life and death of the drag hero Batten. Sally, where did you get your hair done? So cool. There is a row of parking spaces under the teaching building, and there is a row of expensive cars. Next to Jimmy's Ferrari, there is a pink Rolls Royce. Several girls are chatting around the rocket-headed black girl in the driver's seat. Hi, Bruce. The girls put down their exploding hair and waved to the young master with smiles. In Gotham City High School, even if the young master is not very gregarious, no student dares to bully him, or treat him coldly and isolate him. No one would refuse to court the Prince of Gotham. In fact, it was the young master who kept them cold, not them rejecting him. However, the young master's tutor is very good, and he will not be like the F4 group of fake eldest young masters who make a fuss around Mazda, labeling their own style with coldness, pretense, and arrogance. He smiled politely at everyone. When others talk to him, he is not perfunctory, listens carefully, and answers seriously. Look, the Queen's regiment is here. Dottie dyed her blonde hair. Did Emma do a starry sky crystal manicure? It's so beautiful. I don't know where I did it, and I want to try it too. Serena's fashion sense is really strong, the same as a school uniform. Her brown and blue plaid skirt may be on the Vogue, but mine is reminiscent of grandma's rags. Why are all high school students? Dottie's chest can be so big. Just as Bruce was sorting out the locker, the men and women in the corridor suddenly quieted for a moment, and then all looked at the three girls walking side by side, chatting about their makeup and new gossip. The three girls have pretty faces, delicate facial features, and confident smiles. The customized school uniforms further set off their youthful and energetic figures. What is more important is the temperament and aura, like a proud princess, an unapproachable flower of jailing, wearing brown sunglasses, full of aura, as if it has an invisible field. They are like fashion queens on the catwalk, and they almost want to compare the girls in the corridor to the country girls. All three girls were once selected as queens at the Learning Spring Festival, and they were friends for many years, so they got the bandit name of Queen's Regiment. As always, as soon as the Queen group came on stage today, they easily held the audience. The male classmates have admiration and amazement in their eyes, while the female classmates whisper about their hairstyles, outfits and bags. Gradually, some female classmates who imitated their dress and behavior voluntarily became followers and joined the team of the three girls. Well, like my little brother, follow behind them. Following their example, he took out a pair of sunglasses from his bag and put them on for himself. At this moment, they seem to have become them, and they have become the focus of the world's attention. Harry, I've been watching TV, you're amazing, God, you're amazing. A scream at the gate of the teaching building disturbed the atmosphere of three queens touring the kingdom. The girl was so excited that she was almost incoherent, she just kept shouting awesome. Soon, the cacophony of others, men and women, silenced her cries. Congratulations, Harry, you are a well-deserved smile queen. Harry, I also went to the Met last Saturday. I watched the whole process of the competition and saw you lift the championship trophy. You are the future gymnastics queen of the United States. No, the world. SQ, I'm Raymond, the editor-in-chief of the school newspaper. Take some time for me to do an exclusive interview. Harry, there is a party at my house this Friday, you must come. Harry, when will your Roaring Satan play again? Harry, I heard that the officials of the Women's Baseball League are looking for you. Harry. The hustle and bustle was like a wave, starting from the fountain outside the building and spreading with Harley all the way to her locker. The young master is too small, he is almost 17 years old, and he is only 1.6 meters in his early years. He is squeezed among a group of tall and burly American high school students, like a sheep in a herd, he can only stand on tiptoe. I saw a tall and slender girl with a satchel on her left shoulder, laughing with others while walking over. His heart-shaped face the size of a palm, a fragrant face and peach cheeks, glittering and charming, those big round blue eyes, like the clear sky, clear and transparent, they seem to come alive when they turn, and they are very energetic. Like everyone else, she was wearing a school uniform, a dark green western jacket, a brown cashmere waistcoat, a high-neck white shirt, a thick brown and blue plaid skirt, and black leggings that curled down from the legs. But her legs are extraordinarily straight and extraordinarily long, with a slender height of 1.7 meters 3, even wearing flat-bottomed round-toed leather boots, she also shows a beautiful golden ratio. It's very strange, the smile on her face is easygoing and generous, but at this moment, the aura of the three daughters of the Queen's regiment is suppressed by her alone. As if she was a light, as long as it came, it was destined to illuminate the audience. The young master turned his head and looked around, and saw that the followers of the Queen's regiment had taken off their magic mirrors, poured into the crowd, and greeted Harry in the center with a smile on their faces. Serena, Dottie, and Emma all looked gloomy for a while. After chewing Baichi a few times, they also squeezed out a smile, pushed aside the crowd, and walked to the central figure. Hey, Hallie, you're amazing, we'll have an Olympic champion in high school in 2 years. Serena said with a natural look, pushing her blonde hair away from her forehead. Chest Ba Dodi looked down at his coconut, and then at the little cantaloupe of the girl across from him. He was in a better mood, and the smile on his face was more confident. SQ, let's go to the stadium to practice swimming in the afternoon, she said. Bruce noticed Harry looking his way. Seeing her smile brightly, for a moment, the slightly crowded and dark corridor seemed to be the sun rising, and the space seemed to be brighter. I made an appointment with Bruce to practice table tennis for 2 hours on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. No kidding, I'm going to make a fool of myself in the 08 Olympics. Harley said seriously. Huh. The surrounding classmates took a deep breath, and then whistles, applause, and admiration rose chaotically. After saying hello, the classmates quickly dispersed. The 3 fashionable queens who walked away at this time seemed to be no different from the others. Bruce, what are you doing? Harry took off his helmet, and his thick waist-length blonde hair poured down like a waterfall. She didn't have a car, she came by bicycle. The young master looked at her red face, and his face was a little hot. Are you serious, BJ Olympic, you want to participate in table tennis singles? He asked. You forget how I got the Martha Gifted scholarship. Harry stuffed the helmet into the locker, as if a hint of imperceptible disappointment flashed in Wang Kaihu's big blue eyes. Table tennis player, her past life occupation. However, there are so many talented people in the heaven. With the help of his father who is a boss in the provincial sports committee, he has been lucky enough to go to the national team a few times. She is only a sparring partner for the big guys, and she will never be able to get a place in international competitions. Now that he is reborn, his technology has been advanced for more than 10 years, and his physical fitness has improved several times. Harley feels that he has the possibility of killing the men's team singles champion. In fact, it was only because of her amazing feat of destroying the entire Chinese team in the Sino-US Youth Exchange competition 2 years ago that the title of all-round athlete Harley Quinn spread in the United States. After that, Gotham High School, backed by the Wayne Group, gave her a special talent offer. I have talent myself, and Dash was another highlight of the great Celestial dynasty. If I don't go home and show off to the seniors, I'm simply sorry for the life in my previous life. As for being an athlete in the DC superhero world, will it be too unpromising? If she was given superhuman abilities, she would definitely be willing to be a superhero, but she didn't. The Olympic champion is her current small goal in life. After he became famous, he took endorsements, shot commercials, appeared on variety shows, invested to make money, and raised his money ability before considering other things. Playing ping pong with Bruce is not trying to get in touch with Batman. In fact, in the United States, in this high school, the only person who can be her table tennis sparring partner is the agile, small, and flexible Batman. To put it bluntly, the young master is a tool man, the highest quality experience stake. What's the matter with you? There was a history and biology class in the morning. Harley took out the textbook, closed the small cabinet, and found that baby Batman was still standing there, his expression twisted, as if he was struggling with something. Harry, there's a party at Wayne Manor this weekend, do you want to come? Sweat oozes from Bruce's clenched fists. There are ice coke and barbecue, as well as game consoles and swimming pools. He added quickly. Harry blinked a few times with big eyes and asked curiously, is the weekend a special day? Special day? Bruce was stunned, shook his head and said, just an ordinary weekend. Harry raised an eyebrow, who did you invite? Bruce lowered his head and hesitantly said, you are the only one. This Harry realized, but he wasn't quite sure what he was thinking. Seeing her hesitation, Bruce returned to his senses, and suddenly felt that he was stupid. How do 2 people do a party? How about we go to Wayne Amusement Park on 7th Avenue for ice cream? Or, you like Kobe, there's a Lakers-Knicks game this weekend, and we can take a photo with Kobe. After saying this, Bruce stared at the girl opposite. After a while, Harry said, if I'm not mistaken, are you trying to date me? If this is the first time she is faced with this situation, she may be shy, embarrassed, or even change the subject with a blushing face, racking her brains to put it off. But now, is the young master number 20, or 30? From childhood to adulthood, there are too many, and she is now at ease. Can you? Bruce looked at her expectantly. She looked down at the young boy opposite her. He is half a head shorter than her, with a small melon seed face, clear eyebrows, and a thin body, like a bean sprout. This guy is smaller than me. Can he really become a Batman with a chubby ass and a chubby chin? She was suspicious. Then she turned her gaze to the pimple on his cheek, which was shiny white and a little itchy. After a long while, Harry said, sorry, Bruce, you're a nice guy, but... She shrugged, expressing a tactful but clear rejection with her eyes and expressions. Oh. Bruce's cheek muscles twisted, and he turned around and walked away quickly. Hey, wait. Harry stopped him. The young master took a step, and there was a glimmer of hope in his heart. Harry stretched out his fingers and tapped her smooth, white face. Just now, when your cheek muscles twitched, you broke the pimple, and a white lump was still bleeding, she reminded. At this moment, Bruce's face was congested, his limbs were congested, but his heart seemed to be stabbed with a knife. He was bleeding, but wanted to cry. Dump dump. He wiped his face and ran away. Regarding Bruce's age, here is the reference to the Gotham TV series. From the beginning of the plot to Bruce's going out to study art, it took about 5 or 6 years, and Batman must have run away from home after he became an adult. The United States is 21 years old. So, this at that time, he was probably in high school, about 16 or 17 years old. In the play, he fell in love with Catwoman in the first season, obviously not in elementary school or junior high school. High school is more suitable. About book reviews, I will read the chapter reviews, but I may not be able to reply, but I will definitely read the book reviews, and I will try my best to reply, and I will reply with a serious attitude. Even if you scold me, I will never be perfunctory. In addition, if you feel that the main line of this book is not clear, and instead of going through the film process, you can draw other readers and friends, you can go to work-related, this book's main line, I have an explanation in it. During the new book period, recommended tickets and collections are very important. If you think you can still read them, please collect them. Thank you. Later in history class, the square meter classroom is filled with about students. The curtains were drawn, the projector hummed softly, and colored light and shadow flashed across the faces of the students. This is the greatest victory in the history of mankind. God came to Earth, and he was still an American, and together with the heroic American soldiers, he conquered this tough, tenacious, dangerous, and cunning country. The slide projector projected a tragic war on the screen, accompanied by the passionate music of the starry flag. A somewhat distorted, excited male voice narration came from the sound. Holy shit, I'm going to vomit. Diddy covered his mouth and howled. Mr. Rogers, can this kind of thing really be shown to us? Harry couldn't help asking. This is a Vietnam War documentary. In the tropical rainforest, the 50-meter-high blue eagle is like an incarnated god. The lush jungle that blocks the sky for ordinary people is like green grass on the lawn under his feet. Countless RPGs and tank armor-piercing bullets formed a barrage of torrents, but before they got close to him, they automatically disintegrated into nothingness. With a single finger, rows of tanks turned into parts, and hundreds of soldiers shattered, leaving a bleak, sticky scarlet in the green swamp. Very bloody, very brutal. It seems that it is not a person, but a human-shaped balloon filled with blood plasma, which bursts and shoots all over the ground. You're coming of age, and that's a reality that every adult faces sooner or later. The thin middle-aged white teacher was not as excited as the narrator in the video, but instead had a look of anger on his face, and his voice was a little sad. Oh, Harry, you are indeed younger. This is for the seniors. When he came back to his senses, Rogers smiled apologetically to Harry. Why don't you leave the get out of class early? It's almost over, and this is Gotham. Harry said. The video is not long, and the scene of unilateral torture has ended. Facing the approaching Big Blue, all the enemy troops threw away their weapons in desperation, walked out of the trenches, and bowed down. This is not a secret. In fact, you can ask your parents, they have seen it. Once, almost all countries with TV signals in the world broadcast it. Rogers sat at the podium with a low voice. For deterrence and for showing off, after the victory of the war, this video has been scrolled and played many times on several major TV stations. Rogers, are you showing us this? Are you doing patriotic education? Teach us to be proud, shouting long live Milliken. A male classmate exclaimed excitedly, you are wrong, I am sick, my limbs are cold, and my stomach is cold. Spasms, fuck. Not only was the history teacher not angry, but he seemed very happy, and said with a smile, you are wrong, Singer, I am glad you have this reaction. This is a negative teaching material. Today's topic is anti-war and anti-massacre. Come on, classmates, shout with me, Fark Nixon, Fark Manhattan, Fark joke, Fark watcher? Harry rolled his eyes. But she wasn't surprised at all. In the United States after the new millennium, left-white is the political correctness. Is there any strange thing that the left-whites can't do? Of course, from the bottom of her heart, she also thinks that Nixon in this world is a bastard, and Dr. Manhattan, who obeys his orders and interferes with mortal wars with divine power, is even more of a scumbag. Well, in this DC fantasy world, the Americans won. In the pre-middle period of the war, it was no different from the real world, and the American devils were beaten into dogs. Seeing that he was about to be unable to carry it, Nixon issued an order, and Dr. Manhattan boarded the Asian continent. History is different. Not only was he a big win, but Nixon himself was the second person after Roosevelt to break the system of two-term presidents. The President of the United States can only be elected once, that is, 2 terms. Roosevelt was elected president 4 times, and Nixon in this world served 3 terms. Moreover, the famous Watergate incident is gone. Fact Nixon, she shouted. The whole class laughed and shouted together, and even Master Bruce was shouting with great enthusiasm. Obviously, the behavior of Dr. Manhattan and the Watchers is very inconsistent with his values. Mr. Rogers raised his right hand, thumb, and index finger together, leaving only a small slit. It was only a short while before nuclear war broke out. Really, Dr. Manhattan's performance on the battlefield, and even the US government's move to involve him in the war, is too appalling. Sadly, a nation pricked by a deadly sense of crisis has weapons capable of destroying all of humanity. Thinking from the perspective of a war in Mexico, as Americans, what will we think and do? Nuclear war, only the first to launch a nuclear war. The teacher waved his hand abruptly, feeling very excited. It is the instinct of human beings to protect themselves by all means to face the crisis. Manhattan and Nixon nearly directed a nuclear war that would destroy the planet. Therefore, victory is not glorious. All the people on Earth strolled around in front of the gate of hell. Manhattan is not God. Why not solve the nuclear crisis? For example, destroy all the nuclear bombs in the world? Harry asked curiously. Rogers shook his head and sighed. Dr. Manhattan can only intercept 60%? Before the advent of alien octopuses, the nuclear crisis was the sword of Damocles hanging over human heads. Harley doesn't know much about the DC multiverse. She has only seen a few famous movies. Then swipe Duyin to visit Station B, and listen to the Upmasters blowing the cowhide of DC characters. In fact, after watching the Watchmen movie, she has many questions. Why is the human god Manhattan helpless if it's just a nuclear bomb crisis? In her impression, Dr. Manhattan is equal to God and is omnipotent. After all, every Upmaster said so. Even if you go to Beidou Blue Eagle, it's all labels like DC is the strongest, rubbing the multiverse at will. Even the little nuclear bomb of Little Earth can't handle it. How many universes are there in the multiverse? How many Earths are there in each universe? Are you sure? Where did the 60% figure come from? Harry asked suspiciously. Rogers looked at her and said lightly, I have a PhD in history from Yale University. I joined President Clinton's advisory group, and I looked through the archives recording Dr. Manhattan's abilities and psychoanalysis at the Pentagon. Any questions, Quinsan? Hallie smiled and waved. Dr. Manhattan's files don't need to be kept secret. Rogers shook his head, his eyes blurred and said, he has left the Earth forever. What else is there to keep secret? Besides, these are not real secrets. The plot of Watchmen in Hallie's memory is already very vague, and many details are not remembered, but at least she will not forget the main plot. As a mortal, the Pharaoh played Manhattan once in person. Does Dr. Manhattan read minds? She asked again. If he could read minds, Pharaoh certainly couldn't fool him. If the file on Manhattan's ability analysis hadn't been edited, then he shouldn't be well versed in telepathy. Of course, I don't think he needs it either. Dr. Manhattan's existence is above the timeline and can see through the future. Rogers said. This is bragging again. The pharaohs in the 70s used tachyons to block the Blue Eagle's ability to travel through the timeline. Not even medical. Harry asked again. Manhattan's ex-wife has cancer, but he can't save her. No one has seen him use healing, but... Rogers' expression was a little hesitant. Dr. Manhattan can manipulate changes in matter at the atomic level. In theory, killing every cancer cell is very simple for him. That's right. Harry frowned, and his doubts grew even more. At the end of the class, other students gathered to chat in twos and threes. Harry ran up to the podium, smiled and said to Rogers, who was sorting out the lesson plan, Teacher, can you give me a copy of Dr. Manhattan's secret file? What are you going to do? Rogers asked curiously. Dr. Manhattan is almost the greatest miracle in human history, and I want to know more about it, Hallie said. Rogers shook his head. That's not a good enough reason. Just when Harry was disappointed, he smiled slyly and continued, unless before the end of the semester, you can write a dissertation on Dr. Manhattan that will satisfy me, on a topic of your own choosing. If the quality is high enough, I'll give you an A. If you can't, you will be ready to retake my class next semester. I can't ask for such a good thing. Harry laughed. This is the difference between the best high schools and ordinary public schools. The gap between resources and teacher quality is too great. Clap clap. Suddenly, there was a crackling sound from outside the house, like the sound of rain hitting a banana. Then, it was Dottie's piercing scream, God Christ, my sports car didn't pull the hood up when it rained on Squid. Oh my, this is the legendary Squid rain. It's the first time I've seen it. It smells so bad. The whole city needs to clean the streets and wash the cars. Harry has seen Squid rain a few times. Intuitively, it's like a slug in the sky. The size of the belly of a finger, it was sticky, gray, and white, and when it fell, it was a puddle of disgusting and creamy juice, and it also exuded the sticky stench of a fish market garbage dump. But they weren't slugs, they were all squid carcasses. Dr. Manhattan helped the United States win, raising the possibility of a global nuclear war crisis to an all-time high. Physicists have acquired a doomsday clock to indicate the threat of nuclear war. At its peak, it was only 5 seconds before 12 o'clock. In the 80s, if a nuclear war breaks out tomorrow, all people on Earth will not be surprised, but will only sigh. After worrying for so long, the time for all mankind to go to hell has finally come. On November 1985, 11, when the nerves of politicians, soldiers, and common people were all strained to the limit, an alien suddenly teleported to the Earth. Not Superman. It's a giant octopus bigger than a skyscraper. It does not have technological weapons such as star destroyers and cation cannons, and only has the ability to attack the mind enough to destroy a city and a country. It landed in Manhattan, New York, and the spiritual shock with the characteristics of spiritual pollution spread throughout the city. In an instant, 350 million people died with their souls shattered, and more than people were left with permanent mental trauma. Fortunately, the alien octopus only had time to launch a wave of attacks, and because it couldn't bear the trauma of the dimensional crossing rules, it decomposed into a stinky mud that couldn't even do genetic testing. DNA collapsed. After research by authoritative scientists, the octopus was an alien that jumped through a wormhole and accidentally came to the Earth. And this is just the beginning. After locating the location of the Earth, it is very likely that there will be subsequent invasions. The experts are always right. From 85 to now 05, in the past 20 years, squid rains have often randomly descended on all parts of the Earth. This is the corpse of the alien advance army. When crossing the dimension, it cannot withstand the pressure brought by the change of the rules of different dimensions. But the aliens are always trying, improving, and one day they will adapt to the rules of Earth's dimension. This is another expert analysis. Aliens have invaded the Earth, do we humans still have internal strife? As a result, the nuclear crisis was lifted, the people on Earth were united as never before, and various international joint and mutual aid activities continued in an endless stream, and mankind ushered in a prosperous age of development. Mr. Rogers, have you ever thought that this is a scam? Harry asked back. Another feature of squid rain is that it comes and goes quickly. It's been raining and sunny now. Rogers paused and asked calmly, why do you have such thoughts? Aliens just appeared during the nuclear crisis, and the aliens don't have spaceships and cannons, but are just creatures from another dimension. More importantly, in the past 20 years, squid rain has appeared many times, with a high frequency, but there has never been any essential variety. Harry looked into his eyes. The technology hasn't improved, and the aliens are still trying. Is this reasonable? Existence is reasonable, Rogers said lightly. Harry's eyes flashed and he whispered, I think this is a man-made scam. It is probably related to the Watchers, who have the ability and motivation to do so. The reality is very different from the plot in Jaws Watchmen movie. In the movie, instead of creating an octopus, Pharaoh simulates the energy of Dr. Manhattan and creates a nuclear explosion in downtown New York. In this way, people all over the world are united to fear and confront Dr. Manhattan. Now, instead of a nuclear explosion, there's an alien octopus. Although more than 300 million people died in New York State, the spiritual attacks only hurt people, and did not cause any damage to buildings and the environment. It seems, the alien octopus is more reasonable. After all, you can keep squid raining for 20 years and keep warning the people on Earth that wolves are coming, but you can't make the blue eagle wave around the Earth every now and then. In fact, after the human nuclear radiation incident, the blue eagle never appeared in the public eye again. Well, Pharaoh Werther deliberately framed Dr. Manhattan, secretly used nuclear waste to give Manhattan's ex-wife and colleagues cancer, and then borrowed the mouths of these victims to slander Manhattan's body that has been emitting dangerous nuclear radiation, which will make people close to him get cancer. Hated by his former wife and friends, slandered by reporters, feared and hated by human beings, Land Eagle was very injured and went to Mars to engage in real estate. The alien octopus invasion plan can be implemented only by forcing the blue eagle away. Otherwise, no matter how strong the artificial octopus is, can it hold a finger of the blue eagle? Rogers gave her a deep look and said, this is all your conjecture, there is no real evidence. Yes, I'm just guessing. You know, I'm not the only one. Over the past 20 years, hundreds of people have made similar guesses. Harry nodded. She's not playing tricks through spoilers. There are really countless people with flexible brains who speculate that the 112 incident is a conspiracy of the Pentagon. They even wrote books, and there are dozens of them circulating on the market alone. Therefore, she is not worried at all that if Rogers is a campus FBI, she will be arrested into a small dark room and tortured to extract a confession. Whether it's true or not, the price of 350 million people has already been paid, and the peace we enjoy is real. Those of you who have not been dominated by nuclear fears back then will never understand how precious peace is today. Leaving this sentence meaningfully, the tall and thin history teacher left. Harley Quinn, an elderly lady beckoned to Harley from the classroom door. She was in her early 50s, her hoarfrost brown hair was meticulously combed behind her head, wrapped in a bun with black silk netting, her face was long, she wore light makeup, her shriveled lips were red, and she wore gold wire glasses. Dark women's suits look intellectual and elegant. Harry hurried over and asked curiously, Mrs. White, what do you have to do with me? Jenny White, the teacher of the senior calculus elective, is also the principal of the high school. Talk to the office with me. Ms. White glanced at the students who came over and left first. Entering the office, Principal White was very direct, closed the door and said solemnly, Harry, what happened to you? P.S. Dr. Manhattan is from the Watchmen movie. He was decomposed into atoms in a nuclear energy test, but he miraculously returned from quantum space and built a new body with energy, which is blue. The blue Dr. Manhattan can be infinitely huge or infinitely small, and the shape has no meaning to him. As for the plot of Watchmen, it's actually very simple. Watchmen is a superhero team, similar to the Avengers and the Justice League, with Manhattan, Pharaoh, Night Owl, Silk Soul, Comedian, and Night Owl being the main members. The Earth where the Watchmen is located is destined to have a nuclear war between the United States and the Soviet Union, different from the real world, and no one can change it. In order to save the world, the smartest Pharaoh in the Watchmen, using the energy of Dr. Manhattan, quietly created a Gola stage-level octopus. Octopuses only have the ability to teleport and attack. Just before the nuclear war broke out, the octopus teleported to New York, crushed it with its mind, and killed 350 million people. Then the Pharaoh took the opportunity to announce that this octopus is from another dimension and is an alien. The aliens are going to invade the Earth. Are you still in civil war? As a result, the nuclear war crisis was completely eliminated, and the world ushered in a false peace. End of this chapter. What happened? What's the matter with me? Harry looked blank. At the America's Cup at the Mets, Washington, last weekend, you won the championship. Before the headmaster could finish speaking, Harry immediately raised his right hand and said decisively, Mrs. White, I swear on my grandmother's grave that I didn't use banned drugs, that's my true strength. If the World Championships and the Olympic Games can also give me a special invitation card that exempts the age limit like the America's Cup, I will already be a world champion. Hallie was born in 92, and now in 06, the virtual age is 14. The United States has no way to change the age. To participate in the World Championships, you must be at least 15 years old and 16 in the Olympic Games. However, as a supernova in American gymnastics, she won a championship in domestic competitions in the United States. It's not difficult to make an invitation card. After all, the golden age of gymnasts is only a few years old. They can achieve results at the age of 17 or 18, and they are a little old after 20. Now they should start to accumulate experience in large-scale events. Principal White nodded and said, with your talent, the famous Smile Queen in the gymnastics world, it will be a matter of time before you win the Olympic championship, which is why you can come to Gotham from Oklahoma. But your problem is that you are very strong, you can win many games, but you deliberately lose games. P.S. Harry's heart skipped a beat, and he had an ominous premonition. Is it normal to win or lose? After all, I am still young and my grades fluctuate greatly. She smiled naturally. Principal White took off his glasses, leaned forward, stared at the girl behind the desk, and said solemnly, if you simply lose the game on purpose, no one cares, but your coach, that is, your father, participated in it, even colluded with some black forces in Gotham. No, this is slander, Harry said immediately. Ms. White pressed her eyebrows and lifted the thick brick Dell notebook on the table. After a while, a video appeared in front of Harry's eyes. Motherfuck, the dignified Metropolitan University shamelessly installs cameras in the girls' restroom. Harley scolded after just one look. The camera should be located in the corner of the wall near the ceiling, looking down to shoot. Harley is wearing gym clothes, and Haetang Fenjayun's delicate figure is fully revealed. But at this point she had finished the game and was wrapped in a brown blanket. Ha ha ha, Andy, see, I'm invincible in America. Smile Queen is the queen of the world. In the video, Harley climbs onto the soft leather chair with bare feet, tap dances with a gold medal, and grins and laughs. In the principal's office, Harley looked embarrassed, her ass and hips twisted, and she was a little restless. What a shame? Ms. White glanced at her, expressionless, and said nothing. In the video, the bearded man in sports swear, Harley's coach and father, is far less happy than his daughter. He was even very angry. Shit, what have you done? Xiaobaichi, I've been ruined by you, and we're all finished. He grabbed his hair and cursed, and rushed over, waving his hands, trying to beat the champion daughter. Fake, Andy, are you on drugs? Are you out of your mind? Harley is not a good person either. She is condescending, and her white feet with beautiful bow lines slammed into her father's heart. She kicked a-pound man back 3 steps in a row, almost out of breath. Such a picture of fatherly kindness and filial piety made Harley in the office blushed. The big watery eyes subconsciously avoided the opposite principle. It's not the first time Andy has been beaten by his daughter. After Harley has the ability to beat people, he will be taught a lesson after gambling incidents. Call. Why do you want to win? Why can you win? Obviously just this morning, I tripped you off the stairs, your knees were broken, blue, and purple, and you were limping when you walked. How could you still win? Motherfuck, Cupid Snobik, who won an Olympic medal last year, and now a lame middle schooler can't win. Fake, fake. Are you going to gamble again? The video resolution is low, but you can still see Harley's pink face and frosty face, full of anger. The father of this life is worse than the previous life. There are no major problems in other aspects. He is a middle-class person with good abilities and is also very good to his family, but he prefers to gamble. She scolded him and even domesticated him, but the effect was not very good. Who? Andy didn't answer, just kept shouting, this is unscientific, unreasonable, I have a degree in sports medicine, I checked it out myself, and it is obviously blue and purple, and my muscles are injured, and I have to rest for at least a week. How can you jump so high, so far, and so steady in the afternoon? This is unreasonable. In the office, Harry heard Andy's wailing again, and sighed secretly again. It is indeed unreasonable and unscientific, because she has a plug-in. As soon as his mind moved, a light purple fluorescent screen appeared in the depths of his mind. On the screen, a cartoon version of little Harley put on a turtle shell. Like a turtle man, very cute and cute. The tortoise man is blue in color, only red from the solace of the feet up to the knees. Like a blue turtle man glass bottle filled with some red liquid. Next to Harley the turtle, there is a set of data. Defense, 8. Very concise. In fact, she really doesn't want to be reborn. Because she was already standing at the pinnacle of her life in her previous life, a provincial athlete, and a diploma from a prestigious school. Dad, the leader of the provincial sports committee, and the vice president of Mama City Hospital, who has reached has saved 3 school district houses and 500 yuan by her own ability. Bitcoins. Then, one day, when she looked up at the blue sky in a daze, she was smashed into flesh by a meteorite that fell from the sky. She couldn't understand the exact origin of that thing, and there was no system wizard to explain it, because it wasn't a system at all. It should be a treasure, and its only function is to assist the extreme evolution of biological personalization. For example, speed is a personal trait of the Flash, so it can help the Flash increase his speed. Green Lantern is the will, and Batman probably the brain and dodge. I heard that the Master can hide from Uncle Da's Omega rays. The most BT are the all-rounded people like Superman and Wonder Woman, whose speed, strength, defense, physique, divine power, and brain can be improved in all aspects. Harley was out of luck. Harley Quinn, the Harley Quinn in the original timeline, has no strength, no speed, no power, and no brains. At present, only one characteristic of rough skin and thick flesh has been found. Therefore, the meteorite treasure can only help her improve her defense. Because the meteorite upgrade can only add defense points, Harry turned her consciousness into a turtle shell in her mind. That is what it looks like now. The experience jar was originally a transparent light blue, and it was upgraded once when it was filled with red experience. Upgrade once, 1 skill point, only point defense. And the method of upgrading is also very simple, which is in line with the characteristics of defense, be beaten. When others attack her, she can increase experience points, roughly. Experience points equals maliciousness * attack power. Ordinary adult women have about 2 defense points, robust adult men 3 points, and physically strong athletes 6 points. Heavyweight champions like Ali and Tyson who have undergone professional anti-strike training have reached the limit of ordinary human beings, about 10 points. In this way, you can understand how terrible Harry's 8-point defense is. Born at the end of '92, she was only 13 years old. Since she entered elementary school at the age of 7, she has been working hard to be beaten to upgrade. Well, being brave among children, punishing evil and promoting good. By this time, she was fully capable of participating in male heavyweight boxing. More importantly, the evolution brought by the tortoise shell is perfect evolution, and there will be no lame phenomenon such as defense 100, strength 1, and then the body is uncoordinated. Although she can't directly add some strength, speed, stamina, and recovery, but every time the defense improves, other items of physical fitness will also be accompanied by a small increase in defense. The fall that Andy tripped her on looked serious, but it was actually a real skin injury. P.S. Regarding Harley's father gambling and letting little Harley play fake games, this is not the author's intentional poisoning of readers. I saw a video the Wayne and his wife died in various ways on Station B, which edited more than a dozen versions of the scene of the Wayne and his wife being killed by a gunman in Crime Alley. It was obviously miserable, but it made me want to laugh, edited, and background music. This is the origin of Batman, and unless the director has a brain pump, little will change that. In the same way, Harley Quinn also has her own origin, and she and the clown dance in the green chemical pool will not be mentioned. This book will not have it. But her family of origin also has settings. As we all know, Harley Quinn has a doctorate in psychology, but she is extremely proficient in gymnastics. Why didn't she become a gymnast? This is the origin of the plot of this chapter. This book adopts the setting of part of the animation of Harley Quinn. Her father asked the teenage little Harley to play fake games. In fact, her family was not short of money. Harley, who was very fond of gymnastics, gradually hated gymnastics because she resisted the fake games, and finally gave up her dream of becoming an Olympic champion and became a psychologist. Doctor. In the early comics, the setting was different. Harley had poor grades and wanted to go to a famous university, so she used the name of a sports student to go to the ideal university, and then chose the psychology she liked. No matter which setting, the setting of her parents' bad character will not change, and she will not become a pervert without a bad family of origin. So, in the later plot about Harley's parents, I didn't mean to disgust you guys. In fact, I also optimized their characters. The original is darker. Of course, I'll make her single sooner. An orphan is the identity that the protagonist of the starting point should have. Chapter 4 Martha. In the video, the torment between Quinn's father and daughter continues, and more violent news broke out one after another. Last time in Toronto, before the North American Star of Hope event, you promised me, and for the last time, you swore to your grandmother's grave that you would never take the games I participated in again. Harley was very angry. Then, she sighed earnestly, when I was a child, I was not very famous, and my skills were not mature enough to lose the game. But now, I have won countless Olympic seeds. The team recognized Smile Queen, as the gymnastics queen who is about to reach the top. I can no longer fail casually. Even every game, I have to do my best to defend my honor. In 2 years, when I can participate in the World Championships, how much endorsement fee will I not earn? You can stand in the sun and flowers to pick up money. Why go to the dung pit to pick up money? In the office. Harry is very embarrassed. Isn't this self-inflicted? What kind of punishment will she receive for playing match-fixing, betting outside, and manipulating the game? Of course she didn't want to get involved in those bad things. After all, her family was still a middle class, not wealthy, but generally not short of money for food and clothing. But even if she is a transmigrator, it is impossible for her to be long Aotian when she is 7 or 8 years old, and let her parents listen to her words completely, especially when she is low-level and weak, and she does not have the current status at home. In other words, when Andy wanted to gamble a few years ago, he wouldn't ask his teenage daughter's opinion at all. Just like in the real world, parents don't care about the attitude of a 10-year-old, especially in personal life. You tell your mother not to play mahjong, she will just let you go back to do your homework. No wonder you, who showed Olympic-level strength, lost to a group of kids last time. Ms. White glanced at her. I don't want to, it's all because of logging tired, she said weakly. In order to get tired of logging, the American people can forgive even murder and arson. This is how it is played in the movie, isn't it? It's embarrassing for you. Ms. White's face softened and she sighed. You are still a child, your father. Mr. Andy Quinn, it's really bad. Then, there was a moment of silence. Only the video from the Dell laptop continued. Father Andy waved his hand and shouted, I only made $- last time. Gotham is a big city. How long can it last for $? Wait 2 years, wait for your endorsement, and our family will be bankrupt. Don't quibble. With you and Tracy's salary, you can live a stable life and don't spend money randomly, let alone 2 years. You won't go bankrupt in 20 years. Harley said. Andy turned his head, avoided her gaze, and said in a sullen voice, I remember my oath, and Toronto is the last time. I didn't ask you to help me cheat this time. I'm relying on my ability. With the dual roles of coach and father, injuring the leg of the participating daughter is called relying on one's own ability? Harry was just pissed off. How much did you vote this time? You're so furious. Andy's eyes flickered. He touched his nose and said gruffly, Harry, you know, I love you, and I don't want to hurt you again. So, in order to not disturb the old grandmother in the grave, I decided to wash my hands and go ashore after finishing the vote. Harry groaned inwardly. So, you lost all the money you could lose in your next life this time? Shit, how much is it? Andy has a scissor hand. $20,000. Add another zero. Crackling. In the office, Harley leaned forward and quickly closed the laptop, interrupting the parent-child game of filial piety between fathers and daughters on the screen. The atmosphere was very awkward. Harry was very angry, and said sullenly, what about the law? What about Milliken's free will and human rights, and my right to privacy? This kind of secret filming of the female athletes' lounge is against the constitution of the Rice Emperor, right? I'm going to send a lawyer's letter to those bastards. The lounge is not a changing room, not a toilet. Isn't your father in there? Also, the North American Gymnastics Federation borrowed a gymnasium from the Metropolitan University. The Metropolitan University is not the organizer. Students in the university know that there are cameras in the lounge. So, Ms. White shook her head. Who are you suing? Harry immediately asked, does this tape have legal effect? This, Ms. White's expression was a little strange. Harry, maybe I didn't make it clear. It's not that the gymnastics union wants to fuck you. In fact, they are also very annoyed at the moment. Like you, they can't wait to go back 3 days and smash the Metropolitan University surveillance system. American sports leagues are extremely market-oriented, just like the NBA, and you are a predictable and precious asset of the league. You're like Iverson who hasn't entered the draft yet. Will David Stern fuck Iverson, even if he does a bunch of shit himself? Said the principal meaningfully. Harley reacted and said thoughtfully, in other words, this videotape was not actively sought by the Alliance officials, but someone used it to report me to the Alliance. Ms. White nodded lightly, so, the Alliance will not have a lawsuit against you. If you really resort to the law, your father will probably be in jail for a few months. Because he not only gambled himself, but was also implicated in Gotham's underground gambling company. Harry was silent. Of course her family didn't gamble $20 for Andy, it was all loan sharks, from Russian Nicola. Nicola is one of the 10 family members of the Godfather K.M. Falcone. Harry sighed and asked, will the Alliance punish me? Why do you need to ask? Ms. White rolled her eyes, rules are always greater than individuals. For example, the top cards in the NBA today are Kobe and James. They walk and elbow, and the referee may blow the star whistle to favor them. But if you dare to fight on the field, you say, will David Stern ban their games? If there is no conclusive evidence, the Gymnastics Federation will not care about you, and will not actively seek evidence against you. But now that the videotape is on the CEO's desk, can they turn a blind eye? Am I going to be suspended? Ms. White helped her glasses on the bridge of her nose and nodded lightly, about 2 years. Oh my, 2 years? I'll be old in 2 years. Harry said. The old principal glanced at the tender-eyed girl who could pinch the water, and said lightly, are you implying that I am very old? Harry was stunned for a while before following the other party's brain circuit. Mrs. White, you don't even know that many boys in the school use you as the object of midnight fantasy. Harry first handed him a flattery, before wrinkling his face and saying, for a gymnast, 2 years is too long and too precious. 2 years later it will be BJ's Olympics, and your matter is not small. To catch up with the Olympics, the league has deliberately released water. After a pause, Ms. White added, actually, the 2-year ban is just a punishment from the gymnastics union. What else? Harry asked, frowning. First of all, your father was fired. Ms. White held up a finger. Harley is barely a sports family in this life. Andy was a quarterback when he was young, but unfortunately he was not talented enough and liked to gamble. He served as a substitute for the Denver Broncos for half a year, and was bought out by the team because he was suspected of selling teammate information to the gaming company. Seeing that he couldn't get along in the NFL, he returned to his hometown high school and became a physical education teacher with his own experience in professional leagues and a bachelor's degree in sports science he obtained during college. Andy has been her coach since she was 4 years old. At the beginning of last year, Harley's team destroyed the Chinese table tennis youth team and was famous all over the world. After discovering that she had Olympic-level talents in gymnastics, tennis, basketball, baseball, and other sports, many high schools in the United States handed her olive branches. The twins chose Gotham City High because the high school was willing to offer them a decent job. Andy worked as a teacher at City High and continued to be her coach, and my mother worked as a lobby manager at a hotel owned by the Wayne Group. As for Harley herself, she also thinks that going to Gotham is a good choice. First of all, she wanted to escape from her hometown for a long time. The town of Tulsa is calm on the surface, but under the sun, it is a more perverted and darker place than Gotham in its peak period. Secondly, the population of the hometown is small, everyone knows each other, and people with normal brains are reluctant to fight with a familiar little girl. Life in the small town is simple, and Harley has no chance to act bravely. But if you don't get beaten, you can't upgrade, and if you don't upgrade, you have no strength. Now that the golden age of superheroes has not yet arrived, it would be too stupid not to hurry up and farm. Gotham is different, with outstanding people and simple folk customs, and there are too many opportunities to gain experience. This is indeed the case. After 12 years in my hometown, I barely reached the 4th level. After only 1 year in Gotham, I only reached the 8th level, almost 9. The higher the level, the more experience is required to level up. The experience required to upgrade from level dash to level dash is more than the sum of experience from level dash to level dash. It can be seen that Harley's current growth rate is many times higher than that in her hometown. It was also when she came to Gotham to quickly level up and let Harley beat her father Andy with her fists, which made him feel a little more peaceful, and she gradually gained the right to speak in the family. In the end, Master Wayne is still in high school, which means that the Batman fandom will not appear until N years later. At this time, Gotham is dangerous, but not so deadly. In fact, what Harry doesn't know is that even in the Batman period, Gotham is also one of the few safe cities in the United States, because Batman's enemies are mostly ordinary people, and Batman has won many battles. Almost one member of the Justice League guards one city, and each city has a corresponding super criminal. The lethality of criminals is actually determined by the city heroes. For example, in the movies Man of Steel and Batman vs Superman, the Kryptonians used city buildings as toys and needed, and the people suffered heavy casualties. It was in the megalopolis, not Gotham. Green Lantern's seaside city is more dangerous than Metropolis, with only a few dozen left in a group of millions. Second, your scholarship may have to be suspended, said Mrs. White. Harry frowned and said, in the past year, I have won more than a dozen medals for the school, and I have not fallen behind in table tennis, gymnastics, basketball, baseball, and track and field. In the next few years, even in 08, I will not graduate. Maybe 3 or 4 Olympic gold medals. Now, does the school have to do this to me? Well, who do you think is the boss of this school? Mrs. White sighed. Apart from you, who else? Of course not me. Principal White smiled bitterly. Members of the Parent Council can submit an application for my dismissal at any time, and Mrs. Martha, the president of the Parent Council, controls the Wayne Education Fund. The Wayne Education and Culture Fund is the sponsor of our school. Martha Wayne. Harry looked strangely. End of this chapter. I don't know yet, but I have to tell her about it. I said, suspend your scholarship, not withdraw it. Mrs. White looked at Harry gently, and said softly, you are a treasure that is about to shine brightly, and I will not destroy you. In fact, after watching this tape, I know you better and appreciate you even more. It's not your fault, it's all because of your father's greed and gambling addiction. I want to help you, but the scholarship can't solve your current predicament. So what? Harry asked. Go find Martha Wayne. She's a nice, gentle, kind person, and I'll help you explain it to her. Principal White's kindness, Harry could feel it, but she was hesitant to ask the young master's mother for help. First of all, her proud character developed in her previous life as a winner, and her status as a traveler with a plug-in in this life, do not allow her to beg people. Let Martha Wayne help solve the 20 usury. What is it not begging? People don't owe you anything. This is not the same as a scholarship. As for the scholarship, Harry didn't think it was begging. Like she said before, how many honors did she win for the school? That's what she deserves. Secondly, she always felt that she was completely equal to Bruce in terms of personality and status. If she goes to Martha now and meets Bruce at school in the future, can she still face him with a confident and natural attitude? She is not a White Lotus without billion. She can't do it. Finally, as a traveler, she has more cards than ordinary people imagine. Hibang's loan sharks are not borrowed today and have to be repaid tomorrow. Andy borrowed money last Saturday for at least half a month, and today is only Monday. $20 in half a month is terrible for most ordinary people, but it may not kill her. Otherwise, she knew about loan sharks last Saturday. Why would she still come to school with a smile on Monday? But Principal White was kind after all, and she couldn't refuse directly. I see, thank you, Mrs. White. Bowing to the old principal, she was ready to leave. Before leaving, she asked one last question. Madam, who is the person who reported me? A contestant. I don't know who she is, but to get the surveillance video of Metropolitan University, her identity and background must be unusual. Speaking of this, Mrs. White couldn't help but sighed. You are careless. The door of the lounge is not completely soundproof. The noise inside is so loud, and it is such a sensitive topic. You yourself dash. Muxie Yulin, the wind is going to destroy me? That group of little blue pawns, they can't beat me by normal means. Harry sighed deeply. As soon as I went out, I saw several OK stretched beards pasted on the forehead in the corridor. wearing blue and white sportswear, a tall man with broad shoulders and a round waist, huddled in the corner like a chicken, smoking a cigarette with a blank expression. Harley's father, Andy Quinn. You know it too. This is not a question. Before Harry could answer, he threw the cigarette butt out of the window, covered his face in frustration and said, "We're done. I'm done. Without a stable and decent job, the vampire managers of the bank will not be able to provide us with loans. If you don't pay in half a month, Nicola will tear me up and take you and your mother." God, how did we get to this point? You did it all. Harry said coldly. It's all my fault. You'll shirk the responsibility. Andy raised his head sharply, staring at her with bloodshot eyes. Last year our family almost went bankrupt, because of whom? Harry's pretty face was a little hot, and she turned her head and argued, if you're not addicted to gambling, that debt is nothing at all. In fact, I've paid off the bank loan with just my scholarship and competition bonus. Just last year, in 2004, Google went public on the Nasdaq. Any traveler with a bit of brain will not miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and Harley is no exception. At that time, she had already shown her edge, and her status in Quinn's house was no lower than that of Andy. Under her strong persuasion, the Quinn family chose stud the savings from previous years, plus a large loan from the National Bank of the United States, a virtual international bank in the DC universe, a total of hundreds of thousands of dollars. Not too much, it's a small amount, and I bought all of Google's stock. It's not that Hallie has not considered the butterfly effect brought about by different worlds, but Microsoft and Yahoo are still strong, Nike, Adidas, Boeing are world famous, and even many sports celebrities and movie stars have not changed much in their life trajectories. After the listing, Google's stock price continued to fall, and just 1 week later, the stock price fell in half. Hallie thinks it's a technical adjustment. In her previous life, Google was so awesome, she couldn't remember it wrong. But whether Google's growth has been tortuous, she is not quite sure. She was even annoyed that she had run out of ammunition and couldn't buy the dips at this time. After a month and a half, Google delisted. Facing her excited "Why is this happening?" classmates and friends were very puzzled. Isn't it a small broken company? Why can't it be delisted? Look at the financial section of the Gotham Gazette. This kind of thing happens every day, they said flatly. But Google is different. Harry was still stubborn. It wasn't until a few days later that the dizzy Hallie figured out the reason from Bruce, the Hello browser that currently occupies the largest market share, although not founded by the Wayne Group, is controlled by the Wayne Group. The Wayne Group has already developed a more mature and comprehensive search engine technology, but in order to maximize profits, it has been squeezing toothpaste and did not release more advanced technology. In other words, the patents that allow Google to continue to move forward have long been in the hands of the Wayne Group, and Google has almost no future. Therefore, big investors who know some inside information have never been optimistic about this small broken company. Soon after, Bruce told her that his dad had bought Google after meeting the Google founders at a cocktail party and thinking they had great ideas. Hallie. After this blow, she dared not touch the stock again. Even if Bitcoin reappears in 09, she will not mine and stock up like the previous life. In this hellish fantasy world, it's better to be down to earth and perform duties. Don't worry too much about money, I will find a way to solve it. Harry's expression was helpless, but his tone softened. Unless you can hook up with Bruce Wayne immediately, what else can you do? Andy stared. Harry rolled his eyes at him and said lightly, apart from being a sports all-rounder, I'm also a talented writer. I can write a song or get a novel, and I should be able to sell a lot of money. There is no way to trade stocks in another world, but being a copywriter is definitely no problem. But when she told the truth, Andy didn't believe it at all. I thought I could be a rock singer, he quipped. Well, debuting as an artist seems to be the way to go. Harley tilted her head with a thoughtful look on her face. She can become the no-figure in high school. In addition to her sports talent, she is also proficient in playing a variety of musical instruments. Well, in her previous life, her family conditions were good, and she participated in various interest classes. In fact, Harley and a few classmates also got into a roaring Satan rock band, wearing a wig, wearing smoky makeup, and roaring loudly in the small school square. American celebrity, athlete, music expert, thinking ahead of the trend, but also beautiful, perfect, cheerful, can talk, and can do things together. She is not the queen of the campus, who is? As for grades, in America, where education is fun, good grades are all weirdos. Seeing his daughter in a daze, Andy struggled and said, actually, we can go to Wayne Manor on Long Island after school. Ms. White's advice to you? Harry frowned. Well, she said Mrs. Martha was a gentle and good person. Sun Yan from our school, you know that. It is rare to see a Chinese person in a high school in the United States. Although he can't even speak Mandarin, Harley must know her. Andy said to himself, Sun Yan's father was the gardener of Wayne Manor. She had leukemia when she was a child. Thomas Wayne took care of her body. Martha set up a private education fund for her, so she could finish university in peace. The Wayne Group has done all the evil things, but the Wayne couple are rare good people in Gotham. I think they should help us. You seemed to be hesitating before. Harry asked curiously. Ask for money from someone you don't know? Well, it's like begging, but I don't want to beg from others. Why don't you go alone? Anyway, I'm a bastard, and Mrs. Wayne will definitely be more willing to receive you. Andy said, distressed. I will never be less dignified than you. I have my own way. Harry shook his head and refused. The father of this life, the most similar to her in character, is self-esteem. Thinking that Andy's creditor is Hibang, and writing books and copying songs may not be able to cash out quickly, Harley added, if you can add insurance, of course it will be better. It's you who lost your job, and my scholarship should be fine. Anyway, this year's scholarship has been credited. Next year, I will be a best-selling author. So, if you go to Mrs. Martha alone, if she is willing to show mercy, write an IOU and return it to her with interest in the future. Writing an IOU can only comfort myself like this. Andy nodded helplessly. By the way, after seeing Mrs. Martha, find a suitable opportunity to tell her that Gotham has been very chaotic recently, and you should bring more bodyguards when you go out at night. When entering this topic, don't be too abrupt, be natural, obviously well-intentioned, but don't make others disgusted. When will Gotham be free from chaos? Andy was puzzled. And the Wayne couple must have bodyguards when they go out. Gotham's rich people have already adapted to this city, and they still use you to teach them how to do things. Harry is a little out of words. She really meant it, but she didn't know how to explain it. She also spoke to him after getting acquainted with Bruce last year. But the Wayne family still has the same nightlife before, and then live in peace and stability until now. Wayne's not upstarts, they're old money, the very old kind who ruled Gotham for hundreds of years. In theory, they have their own way of survival in Gotham, and they don't need her to be a little white who has only been in Gotham for a year. But in the Batman story, the Wayne and his wife did die very aggrievedly, even a little hasty. End of this chapter. Chapter 6 Campus Daily. When I returned to the classroom, most of the biology class had passed. Harley wasn't in the mood to listen to the class just after getting some bad news from Mrs. White. You see, Neanderthals had relatively flat foreheads and large mandibles compared to us Homo sapiens. Teacher Grace left the podium, holding a gray-white human skull model and showing it back and forth among the classmates. Are Neanderthals really extinct? Warren almost looks exactly like this skeleton. He's still stupid and stupid. Shouldn't he be a primitive? Ha ha ha. The one sitting in the back row of Harry Huangmao suddenly called out. Like the other classmates, Harley also subconsciously looked at the big boy named Waylon. Waylon Jones, Sports Special Admissions, Center for the varsity football team, a 1.9-foot man, like a mountain of meat, sat in the corner of the last row. Ha ha ha, many people couldn't help but laugh, and the corners of Harry's mouth twitched. Waylon covered his face with his hands, embarrassed. Speaking of which, Harley was the first to joke about his appearance. She nicknamed him Guoji because the guy really looked like Guji from Crazy Primitives. But apart from her, no one else understands the meaning of gauge. Thomas Elliot, you are going too far. Teacher Grace frowned. Maybe it's really a genetic awakening? You also said that there are also a small amount of Neanderthal genes in modern humans. Thomas the yellow-haired smiled. Elliot is also a Gotham family, and Thomas is fully qualified to form a Gotham F4 with Bruce. Ding ding ding. When the young biology teacher was speechless, a sudden alarm sounded in the corridor outside the classroom. Ah, students, hurry up and hide, it's a terrorist attack. Teacher Grace screamed, holding the skull mold and drilling under the podium. Harry hurriedly took out the princess hat decorated with purple orchid from the desk. After putting on her hat, she pushed away the chair, shrank, and hid under the desk. This is a special hat made of bulletproof cloth. The wide brim droops down and can cover most of the head. By this time, the classroom seemed to be empty. The classmates were all squatting under the table. Their expressions were not frightened, they were not even nervous, they were just chatting in a low voice. After a while, the classroom door was pushed open, and the director of the Academic Affairs Office led 5 school security guards to rush in, holding a cardboard box the size of a keyboard. The surface of the box also had an automatic rifle drawn in the same scale. Tug-tug-tug. The security guard held the cardboard box gun and fired repeatedly. Then, they left the classroom and went to the next room. However, the students did not get out from under the table, because the terrorist attack was far from over. Hi, Harley. Dottie, like a fat worm, wriggled from the other end of the aisle to Harry's side. Did Bruce confess to you? She lowered her voice, her eyes shining, very excited. Harry hugged her knees and sat on her skirt with her legs together. Hearing this, she was a little surprised, it spread so quickly. Dottie leaned over and squeezed Harry's arm hard with his chest in the small space. One is Gotham Prince and the other is SQ. I don't think Gotham Gazette should be the headline of tomorrow morning. She exaggerated. God, Harry, you defeated all of us. No, you defeated all the girls in Gotham. Dottie's pretty face was a little distorted. Jealousy is barely concealed. It's not a confession, he just asked me to watch the NBA. Harley wanted to play down this matter. Don't be funny, the locker is a public place. When you rejected him, there were other people beside him. Speaking of which, Dottie imitated Harry's tone and said in a tone of voice, oh, Bruce, you're a good man. Fake. Harry pressed Dottie's big chest and pushed hard. I don't want to discuss this topic now. The original ecology does not contain silicone, and it feels very good. Yee. Harry continued to push the ball. He's there, look at him. The people are there, the heart is here. Dottie tapped Harry's chest. Tell me, what does it feel like to be confessed by Bruce? Also, how can I please him? I made a private agreement with Serena and the others, who can get Bruce's first. The two girls here were playing a game of push-ball. On the other side, Thomas Huang Mao also climbed up to the young master and said with a smile, I thought you couldn't do it, but I didn't expect you to have a good eye. It's a pity that you chose the best one. I don't want to talk to you about this. The young master said lightly. Don't be so indifferent, we are friends since childhood. Huang Mao said with a smile. Bruce would like to say that although we have known each other since childhood and were classmates from elementary school to middle school, the word friend really doesn't count. However, the young master has a quiet personality, but he is never indifferent, and he will not rudely reject the kindness offered by others even if it is mixed with other things. If you treat me as a friend, you shouldn't ridicule me when I fail, said the young master. Huang Mao shrugged. I just want to tell you the reason for failure. The young master was stunned. What's the reason? Yellow-haired Thomas pointed at the two Harley girls who were huddling together, and laughed. What do you think? What do you want to say directly? The young master frowned. Thomas leaned into the young master's ear and said in a mysterious tone, I heard that someone saw Harry kissing in the gymnastics room with Helen of the second grade, the Helen of the Seton family. Really? The young master was stunned. The news about Serena Woodson, queen of gossip, with detailed characters and locations, should be correct. The master was silent. In addition to himself, every classmate in the school has one or more very good friends, and Harry's best friend is Helen Selting. Thomas winked at him. Are you more excited? It's a little irritating indeed, but... The young master looked indifferent, making it impossible to see his thoughts. I see. What? This place is narrow, I don't want to squeeze with you. After the young master finished speaking, he raised his chin slightly and motioned him to look back to the left. Thomas turned his head and saw under the table two classmates, a man and a woman, kissing each other like glue. During the anti-terrorism exercise, the students hid under the desk and had nothing to do. Some read comic books, some played PSP, some were in a daze, and many men and women were tired of being together. American high school students are kissing in the classroom, and the teacher doesn't care if they see it. In addition to being tired of men and women, there are also male classmates huddled together to chat, so the reason for the young master is not tenable. This is an excuse. Thomas stared at the young master's indifferent face for a while, then turned his head and crawled away. What's so arrogant? Isn't it simply rejected by someone? He cursed in his heart, his face twisted. Born as noble as him, as smart and handsome as him, he should have the bright moon hanging in the sky and become the pride of the sky that everyone focuses on. But as long as Bruce was there, Thomas became a star around the sun. From childhood to adulthood, without exception. Wait until I take down, Queen of Gymnastics, let's see what kind of face you can put on. Huang Mao flicked the yellow hair in front of his forehead, his eyes turned to Harry unpredictably. At this moment, there was a rushing sound of leather boots stepping on the ground in the corridor. This is the GCPD, Gotham Police, the terrorists have been killed, the alarm is lifted, a middle-aged man shouted. The yellow hair, who was hunched over and crawling, let out a long sigh of relief, rubbed his waist and shouted, Fake, it's finally over. Bang! A harsh gunshot sounded suddenly in the classroom. What the fake? Thomas turned back blankly, seeing the dean again. This time, he was wearing a police uniform and pointed his gun at him, saying coldly, Thomas Elliot, you are such an idiot, you are dead. The gun was real, and the sound was real, but it was a hollow bullet, and the barrel was still placed toward the ceiling. It's only been 10 minutes since the alarm bell rang. How could the real Gotham Police have such efficiency? Harley complained under the table on the other side. Anti-terrorism class, Harley Quinn A, Thomas Elliot F. Leaving this sentence, the dean ran to the next classroom again. Fake? I'm careless. Huang Mao patted his forehead and sat back in the seat in annoyance. He has already hung up, no need to squat under the table anymore. The classmates didn't care either. Those who kissed continued to kiss, those who read comics continued to read comics, and those who discussed the life and death of the drag hero Baton continued to discuss with newspapers. Another full 15 minutes passed. GCPD, this is Detective Jim Gordon. P.S. The scene has been controlled and the alarm has been lifted. A feeble man said perfunctorily. Detective, are you the only one? A classmate asked. Well, come out quickly, it's over. The man may not even hear the question, and just casually respond to it absent-mindedly. Fake? GCPD will never be so brave and fearless. Isn't it nonsense to face the terrorists who hijacked the campus alone? Classmates, don't go out. The male classmate shouted. Fark. Jim Gordon cursed in a low voice, standing at the door, shouting across the corridor, Harvey, the explosion-proof team, SWAT, come here. After a while, a greasy bearded man walked slowly over, holding a cigarette in his left hand, and holding a plastic shield in his right hand. The surface of the shield was painted with SWAT white. Okay, 40 police officers have lined up in the corridor. Princesses and young masters, please be merciful, please come out and accept the welcome. Harvey yelled cursingly. What's your attitude? The dean's angry voice followed. The cautiousness of the students is exactly what this class needs to achieve. Not only did you arrive late, you took 25 minutes to arrive at the school, you also mocked the students and disrupted the class. I want to call Chief Luo. Detective, report your police number. Let's go, the anti-terrorism class is over. Harvey dropped the plastic shield, pulled Gordon, and ran out. This is the anti-terrorism class unique to the United States. Starting from kindergarten, it will be rated several times every semester. No way, this is not too celestial, school shootings are too common in the United States. Harley even experienced it personally once. In Tulsa town, her tablemate was also a very good friend, a lovely and beautiful black girl. Even though she shrewdly shrunk under the table according to the anti-terrorism course, she was pulled out abruptly and shot in the head. Her big, terrified eyes were always open, and red and white flowed along the table. That time, Harley saw the gangster's eyes and saw a touch of familiarity. Then, she made up her mind to leave her hometown, even if the next stop was Gotham. As for the question, should we be so cautious and suspect that the police are disguised by terrorists? There is a movie July 7 ND, which tells the story of a ruthless person pretending to be a policeman and killing the no. Very scary. Even more frightening, this story is based on true events. Even more frightening, here is the simple and honest Gotham. Jim Gordon, readers who have seen the Batman movie should be familiar with, the position in the Master's heart is second only to the old butler food. I have to make it clear that in the Batman movie comics, Gordon is only the Master's assistant, but in this book, at least at the beginning, he is a fan of the American TV series Gotham. In the American TV series, Gordon is the protagonist and the Master's bat. Xia is a supporting role instead, so in later chapters, Gordon may get more attention, and Harry will also make a difference to him. End of this chapter. Chapter 7 I Want to Be a Superhero. Soon it was Wednesday, and after a few days of fermentation, all secrets were no longer secrets. All the classmates knew that Harley was punished for cooperating with her father to fight fake matches. Well informed, even know that her father owes a large amount of usury to Hibang. Some sympathized, some sincerely expressed concern, many girls gloated, and some fell into trouble. It seems that overnight, the former campus figures fell into a quagmire. She didn't have a good time being pointed at her behind her back. She didn't participate in club activities this afternoon, nor did she practice table tennis with Bruce, the tool man. She left school and rode her bike to Greenwich Village. Gunga Dinner, an Indian restaurant chain. Hi, Harley. At the dining table near the glass window, the brown curly-haired woman waved to Harley on the street. She's Jessica Shexnard, fresh out of college and currently acting as Hallie's agent. As a famous smile queen in the gymnastics industry, unless the brokerage company is blind, it is impossible to ignore her. How, Jessie? Harry put down his bag and stared hopefully at the agent's broad forehead. Are you sure those songs are original, yours? Jessica took a sip of coffee and looked suspiciously at the sweaty girl across from her. Harry asked calmly, have you come across similar lyrics? Jessica frowned and said, that's not true, but the styles of several songs are very different in terms of lyrics and styles. They are not like the works of one person, and they are not even in the same age group. You little girl, you shouldn't be like that. Deep mood. It's not like you can say that, Harry said. The manager didn't hide it, and said directly, I don't understand music, and I don't have much in-depth intersection with pop music. In order to help you sell songs, I specially found an expert, and these comments are all from him and me. It seems that he is really an expert. Quan Te is right? Harry sighed. As a seasoned and steady traverser, she certainly knew the loopholes and drawbacks of gong duo. Therefore, more than 10 years ago, she was too young to play herself as a talented woman. The Olympic champion and endorsement fee were the future she planned for herself. As for superheroes, if she had superhuman strength, she would definitely be willing to save the world, but now that she has a turtle shell, could she form a team with Batman and use him as a meat shield? Therefore, it is more comfortable to be a rich, famous and leisure sports star. Of course, the plan to quickly upgrade the experience cannot be relaxed. After all, it is a dangerous DC universe. With the defense of the steel body, it is possible to guarantee the life to spend the earned money. Jessie, you know my current situation, and I don't have time to discuss mood and style with those experts. I want money, and I'll get both the money and the goods, and we'll go home. Harry said solemnly. Jessica nodded and said, before meeting those musicians, I have registered the copyright of the song for you. Once the copyright registration is successful, God has come, and can't take away your song unless it gives money. Very good. Harry smiled contentedly. Is there a God to buy it? $500 apiece, 20 songs, $10,000. Christ Jesus, where is this God? Did you talk to Satan? Satan's heart is not so dark. Harry blushed, slapped the table and shouted, causing others to look around. Jessica pressed her right hand down, motioning her not to get excited. I'll be honest, the price isn't too dark. You didn't take that bastard's black money, did you? Harry asked suspiciously. How many American entertainment articles she has watched at a certain point. The protagonists even saved money to make a movie with only one song. Her top 10 hits on the pop charts cost only $. Jessica's face darkened. In the sports world, you are a smile queen and famous, but in the music industry, you are nothing. Go and find out how many new writers sell songs for $50, or even $10. $10? They drink the northwest wind. Harry couldn't believe it. Hey, let's sell the songs first. If 1 or 2 hits, won't the lyricist's value skyrocket? If the singer is a big name like Britney Sweetie or Avril, most writers are even willing to give away songs for free. Harry sighed helplessly. Plan A fails, but Plan B always succeeds, right? The story of Inception is really good, and I liked it very much, but the director Nolan you asked for seems to have passed away. What? It's only 5 years now, how could he die? Is it a different person with the same name and surname? Harry asked in surprise. She doesn't want to go the way of others and leave them nowhere to go. Now forced by life, she has become a copywriter. She also hopes to minimize the loss of the original author, so she wants to sell the script to the original author. Seems more cheap. British Nolan, who filmed Memento, Jessica said. That's him, Harry nodded. How did he die? According to his wife, director Nolan is contemplating a crime film about the Dark Knight. It's probably the kind of hero who fights bullies alone in disguise, very tragic and dark. And then, Harry's expression was a little strange. Where else can I find inspiration better than Gotham? He lived in Gotham for half a month, and every night he ran to the dark alleys to find drag heroes, the Avengers, Mr. Shadow, the Baton, the Black Man, the perverted gaze. When it comes to drag heroes, Jessica has a vicious tone. Harry covered his face, already guessing Nolan's ending. His Dark Knight didn't show up, and his own life became part of Gotham's sin. Alas. Harry sighed, covering his face. What about Plan C? Have you found a publisher for I Grow Potatoes on Mars? Growing Potatoes is short science fiction and should be published in science fiction magazines like Locus, New World, Asimov, Jessica said. How many cents can I get for the manuscript fee? I want to cash it quickly. Harry said. The point is that your novels don't even like magazines. Jessica said helplessly. Impossible, such a hardcore science fiction novel. I'm not surprised to win the Hugo Award. Harley said dissatisfied. I deliberately found a relationship to send the novel to the editor-in-chief of Track. He said that your novel is very unscientific and has very big logical loopholes. Jessica said. Harley was pissed off. Growing Potatoes is The Martian, a novel whose content is so hardcore that it can almost be repeated in reality. Is it unscientific? Many details of Growing Potatoes have been guided by our school's science and technology teacher. He has studied at NASA, so there is absolutely no major logic loophole. She affirmed her tone. Where's Dr. Manhattan? Jessica said lightly. What? Harley opened her mouth slightly, her pretty face full of blankness. What does this have to do with Dr. Manhattan? People all over the world know that Dr. Manhattan is on Mars. If the Mars scientific expedition team members crash, the first person to call for help must be Dr. Manhattan. And Dr. Manhattan built a crystal palace on Mars. Where do you need to grow potatoes? Go there to eat rice. Isn't it fragrant? Harry's mouth was wide open, and his face was dull. She wanted to refute this ridiculous remark loudly, but she opened and closed her mouth several times, but she didn't know what to say. Yes, it's already 2005, and the US government are still pulling the tiger's skin as a banner, posting a few photos of Manhattan Mars life every few days, to make the relationship between the god on Earth and the Pentagon continue to be stable. An American-Vietnamese female entrepreneur named Zhao Yu even created a Mars phone booth, which is distributed in major cities in the United States, and ordinary people can also leave messages to Dr. Manhattan through the phone booth. Therefore, when she was killed on Mars, she first thought of Dr. Manhattan before she echoed the logic. Her growing potatoes seems really unscientific. Harry breathed a sigh of relief, opened his school bag, and put out a thumb drive on the table. Fortunately, I recently came up with a plan D. What? Jessica asked curiously. The Red Manhattan of a Certain Science tells the story of a Soviet scientist who accidentally created a quantum ghost, the fake Dr. Manhattan, while studying ball lightning. It contains my personal understanding of the existence of Dr. Manhattan, a novel with great brains. Harry explained. This time, she took action against her compatriots and changed the Liu's ball lightning. Because of the inquiry, I learned that there is no Big Liu in this world. The quantum ghost in ball lightning is almost a scientific version of Dr. Manhattan. A person attacked by a quantum weapon will enter a quantum state, which is a cloud of probability. Theoretically, the probability cloud is distributed all over the universe, and in a certain range and a certain time period, the probability of seeing him is the same. For example, you might meet Dr. Manhattan in New York on April 95, 4. It is also possible to see him on a star 2015 light-years away in our solar system on April 4, 3. In time and space, Dr. Manhattan is probabilistically distributed according to quantum states, but he cannot be stable at one point in time and one point in space. Like rolling a dice, you can't always have 3 success. To put it bluntly, the current Dr. Manhattan is unscientific, and he should not exist as stable as humans, always 3-6. But he exists. When reality and theory conflict, the fault must be the theory. Therefore, beyond the probability cloud, the quantum ghost has another state of existence, the collapsed state after being observed. Take Schrödinger's cat as an example. A cat and a single and double bomb are placed in the bank vault. The so-called single and double bomb is a dice roll. If it is single, the bomb will explode and the cat will be killed. If it is double, the bomb just turn off the fire and the cat survives. So, if you don't open the vault door, there are 2 possibilities for the cat's state, 50% dead and 50% alive. The existence of a cat is a quantum state. The vault door is opened, the state of the cat is observed, the quantum state is broken, and it collapses into a constant unique state. Not only does Dr. Manhattan collapse, it collapses to a value forever, which is very unscientific. Hallie briefly explained her theory, and finally said, the reality is that Dr. Manhattan is not fragmented and evenly dispersed in time and space, indicating that he was observed, in a collapsed state, and collapsed to a constant value. So the question is, who made him collapse? Why is it a constant value? Who? Why? Jessica was a little confused. Hallie shrugged, I'm just a novel, the so-called scientific theory is just a brain hole. To put it bluntly, because of the hot topic of Manhattan, I happened to get some secret files about him recently, so I want to write novels and sell them for money. I just want money, and I don't care about the life and death of Manhattan. Well, your idea of catching the heat is correct. Jessica came back to her senses and nodded in agreement. Then, she asked again, is there any love in your Red Manhattan? Without a love triangle, books are not easy to sell. Of course there is. The plot is completely arranged according to the Blue Manhattan model of the United States. Harry raised 3 fingers, 3 wives. The first one was his wife when he was a human, and it came from love, the young Mushaoi. This is the Manhattan of youth. The second term is a chick, derived from male instinct, a middle-aged Manhattan. The third term, an ugly and rough middle-aged black female. Jessica interrupted her with a twisted face, shit, so heavy? How can readers accept it? It's Russian Manhattan anyway, Hallie shrugged. And black, women, ugly, so politically correct. Well, it's the Russian Manhattan anyway, Jessica patted her chest. God Christ, I can't imagine our Manhattan with one, ugh, I'm not racist, I'm really eye-catching. Actually, this setting has another meaning. Harley smiled and said meaningfully, after the youth comes middle age, what about after middle age? Old Manhattan. Jessica mused. Harry nodded, the third wife is the choice of the old Manhattan, what the old man needs more is family, care, and protection. Well, the babysitter does so, he chose a family woman who could take care of him. Manhattan should be above the timeline, exist forever, there is no distinction between teenagers, middle-aged, and old. Jessica frowned. That's right, it's common knowledge that Manhattan doesn't get old. But why is he in a collapsed state? Going back to the previous question, why did he also suffer a quantum attack, and others became quantum ghosts, but he was in a stable collapsed state? Why? Jessica asked curiously. Harry smiled slyly and pointed to the USB flash drive, the promise is in it, you can take a look when you go back. Jessica put away the USB flash drive and smiled, even someone like me who never reads science fiction has become interested in Red Manhattan, and you're probably going to explode. However, even if the novel is popular, it is difficult to make 20 yuan in a short period of time. In fact, half a month is not enough to complete a series of tasks such as revision, publication, and publicity. Sell the rights directly to the booksellers, okay? Harry asked. Jessica winked at her triumphantly. My agent is not a vegetarian either, so I got you a plan B, do you want to try it? Let's hear it. Harry became interested. The National Bank of the United States is recruiting banknotes, big money. Jessica said with a smile. You want me to be a big bill? Harry's expression was a little distorted. End of this chapter. Chapter 8. Shit, is there a thief at home? Back at the apartment in Queens, as soon as the door opened, Harry found that she had nowhere to go. The TV fell to the ground, shards were scattered, the tempered glass coffee table was torn apart, the second-hand leather sofa was scratched, the table, chair, fish tank, vase weight, all messed up in the small living room. In her parents' bedroom, Harry could hear her mother whimpering and sobbing. Her face froze, and she vaguely understood something. Woo! A fat bully dog got out of nowhere, ran to Harry's side, and rubbed her calf with its big meaty head. Duo, let's play first. After driving away the dog, Harry walked to the bedroom. Click, click, click. Walking through the living room, it was like lying on a mountain of garbage. I saw Andy's nose was bruised and his face was swollen, covered in blood, lying on the bed without knowing whether he was alive or dead. Mother Tracy wiped away tears while helping her husband wipe. Seeing that her lady's suit was neat and tidy, and there were no scars on her face, Harry was relieved. I heard my mother cry before, and I was worried that she would be given to XXOO by Hibang. I was still at work before, and I came back after receiving a call from Andy. When I opened the door, I saw him lying softly in the living room. Tracy said blankly. Is it Nicholas? Harry asked. Andy was only injured, not even in a coma. When his daughter came back, he opened his eyes. His eyes were full of pain and despair. He told me to pay off the bill by next Monday, $30. He said next time they'd bring a gun, and if they didn't pay, the whole family. Andy closed his eyes again. Isn't it 20? And the deadline is half a month. Harry said gloomily. Nicola knows about me, knows that I will buy you to lose, knows that I will find a way to make you lose. Andy smiled bitterly. He is worse than me. He lost more than 500 million. Compensation including interest, dash. The corners of Harry's mouth twitched. I would like to admit defeat. Why would I be angry with you and not talk about martial arts? They are Hibang, and this is Gotham. Tracy's face was ashen, as if she had lost her soul. After a moment of silence, Harry asked in a muffled voice, You have been to Wayne Manor, what have you gained? In addition to meeting Bruce at school, it was very difficult to see any Wayne at other times. Andy is an unemployed gambler with no status, so naturally he can't see each other without thinking. He first found the housekeeper Afu, left his name and purpose with him, and then waited for Afu's phone call to tell him that he was on the appointment list, where and when to wait for the summons, or refuse. Harry only remembered that Alfred called to their house, and Wayne didn't refuse Andy's request to see him. Perhaps, a large part of the reason was Bruce's relationship? I didn't go to Wayne Manor. Thomas Wayne asked me to be in the president's office of Wayne Group. He told me that scholarships are not a problem as long as you can guarantee your competitiveness in other sports. Andy's expression changed back and forth. Shame and anger are also depressed, and more of it is despair. Harry frowned. He refused to give us a loan. Andy's eyes drooped and he gritted his teeth. He is not the only one in the office, maybe an employee of the Wayne Group, or a guest of Thomas Wayne. Wayne said that this was the first time he saw me, and he never knew me before. If he wanted him to help me, at least he had to give a reason, the reason why he helped me. Then the two were laughing lowly, looking at me with mocking eyes, and I left without looking back. Harry didn't know what to say. As if to prove his integrity to his daughter, Andy quickly added, when I left, Thomas Wayne stretched out his hand and called me. He called Mr. Quinn, but I didn't look back. Harry's face changed, and she wanted to laugh at him, but she couldn't laugh at this time. After a long time, she sighed, Wayne really has no reason to help us. There are so many broken families in Gotham, even if Wayne is reincarnated as a bodhisattva, he can't save everyone. What's more, Wayne is not a bodhisattva, but one of the largest capitalists in the United States. Of course, from Andy's words, Harry vaguely felt that Thomas Wayne's willingness to help his son's classmates may be reluctant, but it does exist. You don't have to worry about usury, I'll take care of it. After Harry finished speaking, he turned and walked into the living room. After simply tidying up the living room, it was getting dark, and Harry went to the kitchen to make shredded beef and egg noodles for dinner. After all this, she was tired, took a shower and got into the bed. I don't know when, Harley felt that someone was touching her face. In an instant, her hair was standing on end, and she was about to struggle to get up and punch the Hibang gangster who intended to violate her. She had learned karate, and Andy couldn't beat her when she was 11 years old. Who would have thought that as soon as she struggled, she overturned the person who was throwing herself on the ground. Hey, why are you so strong? It's Tracy. Why did you attack me at night, Mom? Harry breathed a sigh of relief. SHH, don't be loud, Tracy said in a low voice. Harry glanced at the bedside table, and the fluorescent hands on the alarm clock stopped at around 2:30. What happened again? Harry asked angrily. Get dressed, we'll leave Gotham overnight. Tracy urged in a low voice. What? Are you sleepwalking and talking in your sleep? Harry asked. Hey, let's run away. Andy's bad debts are settled, we have to run away, leave Gotham, and Nicola can't find us. Tracy said eagerly. Don't care about Andy. Harry said sullenly. I want to take care, but am I capable? He must be watched by Nicola's people at the moment, and he can't escape. Those black states are used to doing this, and they are very experienced. Even the two of us might not be able to escape. We also had to disguise and leave from the roof. Fake, why should I suffer this kind of crime from my dignified top student at the University of Michigan School of Management? Seemingly finding that she shouldn't lose her temper with her daughter, she softened her tone and explained, Nicola is not going to lose money, and by next Monday he will definitely kill Andy to warn those who owe him money, and then put us both together. Catch it, catch it. Believe me, it would be a blessing to die happily at that time. There was a deep sense of fear in Tracy's words. Harley was also infected by her fear, and her voice trembled involuntarily. I have a way to repay the money. Tomorrow I will go to the Rockefeller building to apply for the $100 bill. If I succeed, I can get a lot of signing fees. Big money. Tracy was a little dazed. Superheroes in Watchmen, Harry suggested. Oh, a cross-dressing gay guy in tight leather pants. But I remember that the last generation of big bills were men. Tracy looked disgusted. Perhaps, National Bank wants to change things up. Harry asked uncertainly. You must be able to choose. Tracy asked. Harry shook his head. But if you stay here, life will definitely be worse than death. Trish went to pull her again. Quickly put on your clothes and go with me. All the clothes and cash are packed. Harry steadied, and Tracy couldn't pull her at all. If I can't choose a big bill, I will ask my classmates to borrow it, she said. Harry, people are unpredictable. 30 is not a small amount, your classmate. Tracy sighed, and said earnestly, think about what happened to Andy at Thomas Wayne. Those who can lend you 30 are rich and powerful, and they are all shrewd and ruthless people. Maybe your classmates are willing to help you, but their parents have no reason to help you. You go away with hope, only to be disappointed and humiliated. Under normal circumstances, what Tracy said also made sense, but her situation was different, and she was sure to pay off her debts. And if she gave up, Andy would die. After thinking for a moment, Harry said solemnly, Tracy, go on your own, I want to give it a try. This time the catastrophe is bad, you come back again. If you can't make it through, at least you escaped. Why? Tracy asked in a daze. If I leave with you, Andy will die tragically. If I stay, we will probably be fine. Harry smiled lightly. It's very likely that you will die, Tracy said excitedly. Harry raised an eyebrow. I'm really not afraid of death. This is not for Andy. Let her die for Andy. She really can't do it, but she lives again and sees life and death more thoroughly than the previous life. Being crushed to death by a meteorite in the last life made her fully understand the saying life and death depend on fate, success, or failure in heaven. Many times, it is not that you are afraid of death that you cannot die. Instead, it is better to face it calmly. In the darkness, Tracy stared at her daughter for a long time. I thought you didn't have too deep feelings for Andy. Harry stretched out his hand, patted her arm, and said with a smile, if it's you, I'll work hard to the end. Of course she still remembers her parents in the previous life, but that doesn't mean she has no obligations and responsibilities to her parents in this life. She may not have as much affection for Quinn and her parents as she did in her previous life, but in any case, her life in this life came from them. Even the magic boy Neza knows that her parents have the kindness of raising her. Before she dies, she cuts her flesh to her father and bones to her mother. Isn't she better than a little Neza? As for reincarnation, unless you are in the animal realm, you have to talk about human relations when you are a human being. Doesn't Neza know that he is the reincarnation of Lingzhu? And in terms of dealing with children, Andy is no better than Li Jing, and his current situation is far from the point of losing his life. She really has a way to solve the 30 usury, not bragging. Tracy shed tears silently for a while, then hesitantly said, otherwise, I'll stay too. No, you leave. Harry said firmly, it's too dangerous for you or me to stay in this apartment. Starting tomorrow, until the problem is solved, I will live at a classmate's house, the Upper East Side, which is absolutely safe. Tracy was visibly relieved. In fact, as soon as she said stay, she regretted it. Now that the daughter insists on letting herself go, there seems to be less guilt. Tracy lowered her head, opened the suitcase beside the bed, took out an item and stuffed it into Harry's hand. Take this, I hope you won't need it. Cold and heavy. It's a pistol? Harry swallowed. Where did you get it? This is Gotham, everywhere. Tracy said casually. I remember that when you were in Tulsa, you often went to Casapana to play with guns. This Beretta should be able to use it, right? Kazappa is Harley's grandfather, and has taught her many skills. Hunting is just one of them. Hearing Grandpa's name again, a haze flashed in Harry's eyes. Beretta is an old friend. There was more indifference in her voice. Tracy didn't hear the change in her tone. She only breathed a sigh of relief, and warned again and again, remember, hit the head and chest. Once you open fire, don't keep your hands. Don't be afraid of killing people. Just treat pork. I'd rather you if you become a murderer, don't become someone else to steal your soul. Harry's mouth twitched a few times and asked, give me the gun, how about you? Don't worry, I still have a big guy. Tracy took out a big black thing and shook it in front of her daughter. Submachine gun. Harry was stunned. The most commonly used micropunch in Hibang in the movie. You've been in Gotham for more than a year. Are you really working at the Wayne Hotel? Or, the Wayne Hotel is a hotel in name, but it's actually a killer organization. Before I met your father, I would play these things. Don't forget, we are Americans? In the United States, there are no guns. How to protect my family? Rely on the police? Don't be naive. Tracy said. Harry also gave the old lady a ride, climbed to the top floor with her, then accelerated and sprinted, jumped to the top of another apartment building 3 meters away. Well, the two buildings are next to each other, separated only by a narrow alley. Harry was also worried that Tracy would fall, and it turned out that the Harley Quinn gene was indeed inherited from this woman. End of this chapter. Chapter 9 Quality Tools. The next morning, when he learned that his wife left him and ran all night, Andy only sighed, but didn't yell in exasperation. Even if you run away, she won't help much if she stays here. Then, the middle-aged man looked at Harry with a moved and hesitant expression. Thank you, you are willing to stay and help me, maybe you should go too. Harry tore open a bag of instant cereal, poured it into 3 bowls, and went to the kitchen to get a large carton of milk from the refrigerator. Soak instant oatmeal in cold milk, stir with a spoon a few times, and breakfast is done. Whoa, the bully didn't want to eat it. Hey, Duo, you can take it for a while. I'll fry the beef liver for you in a few days. Harry patted its head and comforted in a low voice. Seeming to understand the owner's words, the bully dog snorted and ate like a pig. If I don't leave, I will find a way to get the money, but I won't be living at home these days, Harry said to Andy. Andy scooped a spoonful of mush and asked vaguely, where? I stayed at my classmate's house for a few days, and I took Duo with me too. After breakfast, watching the bully leave with his daughter's bicycle, Andy's face was cloudy. Fact, this is Gotham, there are opportunities everywhere. It's only 30, I don't believe it. He changed his clothes, took out a pistol from the drawer, opened the magazine, filled it up, put it in the butt, and walked to the nearest speakeasy with a determined look. Depositing Duo at the newsstand at the school gate, Harry went directly to the counselor. Well, there is no head teacher here in the United States. Students still have one class in elementary school, and in middle school, it is a credit system. Often several grades are mixed together to take a class, and there is no way to get a head teacher. Looking for a counselor is to ask for leave, and she can't stay at school all day these days. Hey, Harry, has your family's debt crisis been resolved? As soon as the locker was opened, 3 fashionable ladies from the Queen's Regiment came over with a group of little girls. It was Emma who asked the question. Her skin was slightly dark and she had mixed blood from South America, but she was really good looking, with delicate features, delicate skin, and a bumpy figure. She had a bit of the style of the big star Jessica Alba. Emma had a sarcastic smile on her face. Her two teammates, Serena, stood on the side with a light expression. Instead, it was Diddy, the chest tyrant who often fought with Harley face to face. Worry. Why, are you willing to help? Harry didn't feel embarrassed or inferior, and still looked calm as usual. Not seeing exhaustion and cowardice in the eyes of the other party, Emma was disappointed, bit her lower lip and said, "You seem to be very confident. The gymnastics union has suspended you for 2 years. Hallie shrugged, "My confidence comes from my strength. My agent signed me up for the US Open, starting from the youth group, and there is no age limit. Maybe, within 2 years, I can be a Grand Slam." Several girls looked at each other, some at a loss, but more shocked. "You are also world-class in tennis?" Serena questioned. Hallie folded her arms across her chest and said calmly, "I have excellent genes, outstanding talents, and an ideal Olympic athlete. No flaws, no flaws, I can be world-class in any sport I want to. The experience of the previous life plus Harley Quinn's own Olympic-level athletic talent plus plugins. If you can't do it for you mortals, then I have no face to live. Now, I definitely can't beat those famous stars, but in the youth group, I will definitely be invincible. When I accumulate enough points, I will slowly level up in the senior group." At that time, I was still the smile queen in the tennis world. Speaking of this, she turned her mouth down and said dissatisfiedly, "It's also my fault that you are too stupid. If there was a Sharapova in our school, my tennis skills would have been practiced long ago. Invincible is not only lonely, but also me the biggest stumbling block on the road to success. You are too arrogant." Dottie, the chest tyrant, pushed his chest hard again. The other girls also looked ugly. In fact, Harley is really telling the truth, the opponent is the biggest driving force for progress. The reason why she asked the young master to play table tennis is only because Batman's physical fitness is stronger than that of the original owner. To put it bluntly, after systematic training, in sports that require dynamic perspective and reaction speed, Bruce Wayne will definitely become an Olympic champion. Thinking of Bruce, Bruce came over with his school bag on his back. Seeing Harry, the young master's eyes flickered. "Hi, Bruce." Harry didn't care about the emotion in his eyes, and greeted the girls warmly. "Hi, Harry." The young master's expression became even more awkward. "Let me tell you something." Harry walked up to the young master absent-mindedly. "At your age, you can strengthen your strength training." "What?" The young master thought she would talk about their father, but he didn't expect that. "I was banned by the gymnastics league, but I won't give up on the championship road, and now I plan to go all out in tennis. I hope you can play tennis with me. Your reflexes and speed are sufficient, but your strength and endurance are too weak, so you need to practice." She says, "Batman has the potential to be the best tool man." In Harry's eyes, the young master once again saw the familiar light that moved his heart, the kind of light full of hope and plans for the future. This is the most missing and rare thing for him, who is confused about the future. "Can I do it?" The awkwardness and embarrassment when he first saw Harry melted away, and Bruce faced her again with a calm and natural attitude. "If you weren't the Prince of Gotham, I would advise you to change careers as a sports student. For example, in table tennis, you couldn't even hold a racket a year ago. Now, you have the ability to challenge the Chinese team." Harry was telling the truth. Think about the future master. How accurate is the bat dart? It is not difficult to kill people with darts, but the difficulty is that the master has always only injured but not killed. This difficulty is definitely much more difficult than playing table tennis. Seeing Harry and Bruce leave chatting and laughing, the Queen's group clenched their teeth, but their faces were full of frustration. That same morning, a palatial hotel on 7th Avenue in Manhattan. Accompanied by the manager and Alfred, Martha Wayne carefully inspected the venue where the charity dinner will be held. Thomas makes money, Martha spends. Thomas still has to go to work at the Wayne Group, and make a guest appearance as a family doctor in his spare time. Martha has no serious career, but she is not like some rich wives, who keep dogs, do grooming, go shopping, and post life photos. Martha controls all the charitable funds of the Wayne family. If she wants, she can hold a charity party every day, and it is guaranteed that within 3 months, the name will not be the same. Helping others is the greatest joy, and Martha is a woman living in heaven. Suddenly, the phone in Afu's pocket began to vibrate. Someone called. Afu left for 5 minutes before coming back with a strange expression. "Whose phone number?" Martha asked casually while flipping through the schedule. "It's the young master," Afu said. This time, Martha raised her head and looked serious. "He should be in class now. School time." "What's up?" "The young master asked me to help him form a trainer group. The young master wants to play tennis, and he specially urged him to strengthen his strength training," Afu said. "Why?" Martha asked blankly. "Miss Quinn plans to play at the US Open. Let Bruce be the sparring again." Martha frowned. She has long known that her son was rejected simply and neatly. Although she thought it was inconceivable and magical, Martha also made a detailed investigation to determine that the girl was not trying to whet her appetite, nor was she raising a spare tire vaguely. That's not bad. But the son is so actively around her, will it be too licking the dog? Martha felt uncomfortable. Seeing Madame's expression, Afu said in a low voice, "Not a girlfriend, but at least one female friend. And exercising is always not a bad thing. Coach Wang has said that the young master's table tennis level is properly enough to enter the US national team. If it weren't for Miss Quinn, we would not have known that the young master's athleticism was so good that he was almost as good as Miss Quinn." If the young master is interested, I think he will get an Olympic medal one day. Martha nodded slightly, agreeing with the housekeeper's words. That girl, Harley Quinn, has her family's problems been resolved? She asked. It's not an exaggeration to say that the Wayne couple has a lot of time to deal with each other. The little things in the Quinn family are not worth discussing many times between the husband and wife. Therefore, Martha didn't know how her husband dealt with this matter, and she only asked when she happened to meet her. Ah Fu hesitantly said, there is a saying in the Chinese dynasty that borrowing 3, not borrowing 2, helping the emergency but not saving the poor. In theory, a gambler should neither lend him money nor help him repay his debts. But considering the relationship between his daughter and the young master, at least they are good friends. The master is still willing to help them once. It's just that the master is willing to help once, but he doesn't want to have the second, third, and countless times. So, Lord, hope that Mr. Quinn can make a convincing assurance, this is the last time. But before the topic could go further, Mr. Quinn left without saying a few words because he was too embarrassed. After a long silence, Martha sighed, if next time Harry or her father come to you, just write them a check. The son is the girl's sparring partner, but why isn't the girl her son's sparring partner? Even if you hire an Olympic-level sparring partner, the annual salary is more than 30, and the effect is definitely not as good as that beautiful girl middle school student. Even for a high-quality tool man, 30 is very worthwhile. End of this chapter. Chapter 10, Debut with Drive Manhattan. Manhattan, Rockefeller Building. The splendid hall was crowded with people, including Harry and the female agent. I'm not mistaken, that's Xiao Li. He's also here to apply for big money, Harry said in surprise. That's right, it's him. There were a few wrinkles on the female agent's broad forehead. It seems that it doesn't have the smell of the big boat, it's a little greasy. It's okay, more mature than back then. Harley is not so picky, after all, she has seen the water gun version of the Little Plum. Xiao Litzi was wearing a formal suit and big sunglasses. She was also led by her manager and took the VIP elevator. They were not the same way with Harry and the others. But on the 37th floor, they saw him again. Oh, you are probably out of play. Jessica was not sure before, but now she doesn't have to wait when she sees Xiao Litzi. She goes directly to the boardroom of the National Bank, and she understands everything. Why? Isn't he a professional actor? Harry wondered. This Jessica said uncertainly, maybe I'm mistaken, the National Bank does not plan to select the real banknotes, but advertises in the name of second-generation banknotes, just like mobile phone advertisements. Harley said dumbly, then what happened to me? I'm not a star. Jessica nuked to a group of candidates beside her and whispered, you are always better than them. Waiting in a lounge with Harry, there were 7 or 8 handsome men and women, all of them young, sunny, and energetic, at least the kind that could become internet celebrities. Where did they come from? Harry whispered. There are rookies on Broadway, and there are undrafted picks from major sports leagues, Jessica said. About half an hour later, Xiao Litzi came out of the conference room. However, these little transparents have not been summoned. I'll go ask. Jessica got up to look for an acquaintance. Not long after, she walked back with a gloomy face. What? Harry asked curiously. The directors are waiting for the fairy prince Bloom and the football star Beckham. When they are over, it will be our turn. Jessica sighed. Before, I disliked that big bills were too low. Harry rubbed his forehead. Dr. Manhattan's teammates, the only remaining watchmen, where did you come to the conclusion that big money is very low? Jessica said lightly. Holly sneered, I'm just kidding myself. You said you were a teammate of the god on earth, you call him, will he agree? Jessica was silent. About 10 minutes later, Beckham appeared on the stage accompanied by Mrs. Beckham. Harley couldn't help but forced Jessica to ask for an autograph. Beckham never saw the arrival of the elf prince. It didn't take long for a tall, buttocks female secretary to come over to inform Harry that she was the first among ordinary people. I'll just say, you're still a little famous. Jessica laughed. The two entered the conference room together. The inside is very spacious, nearly square meters. The side facing the street is full of transparent floor-to-ceiling glass windows. There are 4 bald old white men sitting on the long oval conference table. Harley Quinn, tell me, how much do you know about big bills? The man with glasses said directly. In the 40s and '80s, the first drag hero appeared in Gotham, and he was the hooded judge. Hooded judges quickly rose to prominence in the fight against criminals. Under his leadership, drag heroes became a trend. In Jersey City next door, there's even a drag hero costume custom shop that offers personalized clothing for those who want to be drag heroes or drag criminals. The dollar bill, dollar dill, hero name, dollar bill, $100 bill, was born in this environment. In order to establish the image of National Bank of America, the bank's board of directors decided to introduce its own drag hero. As today, the board advertises jobs in the newspapers and selects a young Broadway actor from a pool of applicants. Of course, the actor was a failed rugby player before. You've done a lot of homework. The cigar man's eyes lit up, a little surprised. Harry quietly glanced at Jessica beside him, and continued with a smile, among all the heroes in costume, Captain Washington and Silk Soul are the most famous. One day after World War II began, they were going to call on drag heroes to form a team. Big Money saw the recruitment information in the newspaper, and he went to Washington, where he passed the interview and became a member of the team. That team is the militia organization. From the hero team's name military, to the team's captain, the Captain Metropolis of Captain America next door to the cottage, to members such as Big Money, there is a strong rustic feel from the inside out. Simply rubbish. But later, at the end of World War II, the militia organization lost many members, some died in accidents, some died in murder, and some retired. If there is no new blood to join, the militia organization will inevitably dissolve. With the addition of Dr. Manhattan, Rorschach, Pharaoh, second-generation Night Owl, second-generation Silk Soul, the famous Watcher was officially established. The bald-eyed man nodded and said, "Let's talk about the ending of each hero." Harry looked odd, including the big bills of the previous generation. The bald man shrugged, "It's okay, you can talk." Harley coughed a few times, trying to keep her tone steady. Captain Metropolitan died in a car accident. Hooded judge. He always wears a hood. The current mainstream view is that he was a boxer who was killed a long time ago. Dead Sea. The Generation Yes Yao also wrote a memoir after retiring, and his identity and address were all exposed. One day, a group of drug-drinking and confused thugs rushed into his house and beat him to death with fists and baseball bats. A generation of Silk Soul retired and married and had a daughter, and later divorced. I heard that he also worked as a model for erotic comics and novels for a period of time. There are also rumors that she has been a skilled girl for a while. Speaking of which, Harry glanced at Jessica quietly again. These secrets, and even the gossip of every drag hero, were all heard from her. Jessica's last name is Shexnard. For a period of time, a generation of Silk Souls also had this surname. Well, Jessica's grandfather is the husband of a generation of Silk Soul, but Jessica is not blood related to Silk Soul. Silk Soul gave birth to a daughter within the marriage, that is, the second generation of Silk Soul, but the father of the second generation of Silk Soul is a joker, which is messed up. In fact, the old man was still the broker of a generation of Silk Soul, and later became the broker of the entire militia organization. Therefore, Jessica is indeed from a family of brokers. Another female militia member, in black silhouette, came out publicly, only to be killed by a mob who broke into her home and killed her along with her girlfriend. Mothman, luck is not bad, he was mentally ill, and he has been mentally ill after retirement, which is considered a good death. The Joker, also after his retirement, was beaten to death by a gangster who broke into his home. Big Money. One day, the National Bank of the United States was robbed by robbers. The money showed up in time, and as usual, he heroically defeated the robbers. However, his luck was unlucky. When chasing the escaped gangster, the star-spangled cape behind him was stuck in the bank revolving door, stuck there, unable to move, and was killed by the gangster with a carbine and killed. The oily-eyed man shook his face a few times and asked, "What do you think of the cloaks of drag heroes? The more active Avengers, Batons, and Mr. Shadow recently, either don't wear capes, or wear short, narrow capes." Harley said sternly, "The long cape like a banner is the true soul of a cross-dressing hero, and it is absolutely indispensable." The man with the big belly had been careless, but when he heard this, he raised his head in surprise and said, "This view is really interesting. How to solve the security problem. When most people put on a cape, they lose their flexibility and speed. Bills need to be unique, not like most people," laughs Harley. "Can you be unique?" the cigar man asked. "For me, jumping in a cape is no more difficult than a one-armed Minerva," Harry said to himself. Several old white men looked at each other and made eye contact with each other. Finally, the man with glasses came forward and said to the secret art, "Lucy, take Miss Quinn to change." Harry hesitated. Who knew that those clothes would change? Think silk soles, fishnet silk socks and tight leather briefs. How can this be worn? Jessica showed ecstasy, and dragged Harry, who was stunned, to the dressing room next door. This is superstar treatment. The reason why Ziobe and Xializi were delayed for half an hour was because they had a dressing session, she said excitedly. "If the clothes are too ugly, too revealing, too silky, I will never wear them," Harry insisted. Lucy, who opened the door in front, turned her head and smiled. "Don't worry, the clients of National Bank are relatively conservative middle class, and Silk Soul's style is not suitable for us." The secretary didn't lie, it wasn't fishnet briefs, and Harry saw several dark green skirts of the same style and different sizes. Lucy chose a medium dress for her. Long boots, pleated skirt, long-sleeved slim t-shirt, star-spangled cape, a huge S sewn with silver thread on the chest, very similar to Superman, but with an extra S, dollar. It has become a beautiful knife symbol. From the hope of Kryptonians to the money of Rice Emperor. The whole body of this dress is dark green with a $100 knife, with silver lines and white stars. It's not bad. It's stylish and simple, beautiful, and fits well. Harry breathed a sigh of relief. "It's very handsome." Jessica touched her chin and commented, "Wearing this uniform on you not only highlights the cuteness and charm of women, but also adds a heroic spirit that is difficult for other women to have. Maybe, you are really suitable be a drag hero." When Harry appeared in the conference room wearing this dress, the eyes of the four old white men lit up, and they praised him without hesitation. The man with glasses said, "Your hair falls to your waist. It's too long and doesn't match the cloak. It's best to cut it short, only 5 centimeters longer than your shoulders." "I was chosen?" Harry asked. The man with glasses shook his head. You flipped forward on the spot, landed on the conference table, then put your left hand on your hips, your right hand pointed forward, condescendingly, like a queen, with a demeanor full of justice and majesty, and said loudly, "Robber, this is the bank guarded by the 100 UN bills, your end is coming." "Is this the script?" Harry said blankly. The man with glasses nodded lightly. "We're going to make a promotional video for the big money, and even buy commercial time at the Super Bowl, and there will be no shortage of variety shows. We may also release records and make cameo appearances in popular movies, and finally reach a global audience. To promote the purpose of Dr. Manhattan's teammates, $100 bills. So, you not only have to be able to run and jump, to be able to do various complex movements in a cape, but also to show good acting talent." End of this chapter. Chapter 11. Hallie and Helen. On the edge of Central Park in Manhattan, the penthouse of the Seton family. At the dining table by the fireplace, Harley sat gracefully beside Helen, smiled and said to the sloppy otaku, "Brother Trans, I'm going to disturb you for a few days." "Whoa." The bully dog Duo shook his big head and ran over, rubbing against the mistress's legs. This morning, Harry left it in the off-campus newspaper and was brought over by Helen after school in the afternoon. "There are only 2 of us, Helen and I, but there are 12 bedrooms. I hope you can live here forever," Terrence said casually. The man wore a woolen sweater with a lot of stains, his hair was messy, it seemed that he hadn't had a haircut for a long time, his body and face were a little fat, and his temperament was very decadent, his eyes were dull, his beard was unshaven, and he wore a wine bottle with a thick bottom black-rimmed glasses. He looks like an old man in his 30s. The first time I saw him, Harry thought he was a liver emperor who was addicted to the internet and didn't go home for half a year. In fact, he is a big kryptonite, but he is not playing games, but various legendary magic items. In Harry's view, it is an antique with a mythological color. "Trans, have you found any treasures recently?" Harry asked casually as he opened the lunchbox. Dinner is a takeaway from the Chinese restaurant, mush a pork rice bowl with freshly squeezed orange juice. Trans is Helen's older brother. The parents of the 2 brothers and sisters died young, and there is no omnipotent butler like Alfred in the family. They order takeout almost every day. Some little things, not surprising. Trans didn't seem to want to talk about his baby. However, Helen curled her mouth and complained to Harry in a low voice. "Trans bought a piece of scrap metal half a month ago, saying it was the spear of fate that stabbed Jesus to death. He has a brain hole and spent 300 million UN on it. Where's the beautiful knife?" Helen is 2 years older than Harry, a-year-old girl, in the right age, with an oval face with a full forehead, big and charming green eyes, a very upturned nose bridge, and a few small freckles on both sides of the nose, bright with some playfulness. About the same height as Harley, they are both tall and feminine. She originally studied ballet. Once, in the dance studio, she saw Harry doing all kinds of difficult yoga moves, and she envied and admired her. Under the humility of asking for advice, Hallie is not stingy with personal guidance. It seems that it is a bit like the old urchin teaching Yingu to practice. Harley helps her calibrate the movements. It is inevitable that there will be some touches, and they have close eye contact. Maybe Harley is more mature and more active in 2 lives, but in this process, Helen is by no means passive. I don't know if he saw the rape of the 2 girls, but Trans looked up at his sister and said lightly, "The expert has identified it, and it's true." Harry came interested. "What's so special about it?" "It can stab anyone, gods or demons," said Trans solemnly. "Have you ever seen real magic?" Harry asked suspiciously. "If I hadn't seen it, how could I have invested more than 10 years of youth and hundreds of millions of dollars?" Trans said. "Harry, you don't really believe in that gun of destiny. What kind of fantasy magic?" Helen frowned. "Everything is possible. Even Zeus is real, how can magic be fake?" But Helen didn't like this topic, and Harry immediately changed the topic. "Guess who I saw at the Rockefeller building today? Is there a Hollywood superstar ready to endorse big money?" Helen said. Harry glanced at her in surprise, and asked curiously, "How did you know?" "Like the previous drag heroes, the Avengers was caught by the FBI, just at noon today. So, do you see the determination of the Washington government to defend the Keene Act? National Bank of America would never come up with a real cross-dressing big bill. Since it is an endorsement, the big star is of course a good choice." Helen analyzed carefully. "Helen, you are so smart." Hallie gave a thumbs up and praised her sincerely. The Keene Act was born in the period of Watchmen, and is somewhat similar to the Superhero Registration Act on Marvel's side. This bill can be passed only because the government is stronger than the drag hero. Dr. Manhattan leads the military and theoretically belongs to the government. However, true superheroes such as Dacha and the Flash have not yet been born. The remaining mortal heroes can't even beat the police. How to teach them how to resist? Helen smiled charmingly, her big green eyes watery. "Harry, you lost the election." Harley was not happy anymore. "My condition is not bad. In fact, I have already entered the final." "Actually Helen was halfway through speaking, when she suddenly caught a glimpse of the older brother across from her, and immediately stopped. After dinner, watching TV for a while, and the 2 women returning to the bedroom, Helen sighed. 30 is nothing to me at all, and I have already completed the financial separation with Trans. Dad's company belongs to me, and he gets this apartment, some shops, and some cash, so the money I give you really belongs to me, and it has nothing to do with transaction." Hallie collapsed on the soft feather bed, lazily said, "Actually, I don't take $30 seriously, but I value the meaning it represents. I also value the meaning of this incident." Helen's voice cooled down. "If your mother offered $30, you would definitely accept it without any grievances. You see me outside because you subconsciously treat me as an outsider." Hallie stroked Helen's curly brown hair. "I just try to protect our relationship and keep it pure and clean. And money is the filthiest thing in the world. It can defile everything holy and pure. So, I hope there will never be a financial entanglement between us." Helen was overjoyed and moved when she heard this. She also stretched out her fingers and circled around Harley's blonde hair, and said, "I don't want you to be hurt a little, those black states. Don't worry, when I sign a contract with the National Bank tomorrow, 30 is just a trivial matter." Hallie said confidently. "You can win a big Hollywood star." Helen doubted. "Hehe, I guess those big stars are the foils." Harley smiled oddly. Judging from the information revealed by the bank directors, the second generation of banknotes not only has to shoot commercials, but also participate in variety shows, release albums, touring major cities, making cameos in hit movies as big money. "Ah," Helen exclaimed, suddenly said, "this not only requires a lot of time and energy, but also imprints the image of big banknotes on the second generation banknotes forever. If Xiao Litzi becomes a second-generation banknote, he will have to give up his flourishing acting career, which is completely impossible." "Baby, you are so smart." Helen suddenly looked worried. "Are you willing to put the label of big money on your body forever?" Harry pouted. "I don't care, you know my ideals, the honor of the Queen of Sports and the wealth that is enough for a lifetime. Big money doesn't affect my gold medals, but it helps to accumulate money." In fact, she was still thinking that if she made big money, she would be able to act upright and brave, and be a chivalrous person, so she would have an endless stream of experience values. If you have money and you can improve your strength, why not do it? Helen put down most of her worries. "If you lose the election, you must accept my help, okay?" Harley did take Helen as her last trump card earlier, but she was so full just now that she was a little embarrassed at the moment. "Or, go to the young master to be the last spare tire? You separated from Trance, right?" Harry rolled his eyes and laughed. "If I go to him, it won't have much to do with you." "Oh, hide your ears and steal the bell." Helen shook her head and smiled bitterly. "Without my existence, you are just strangers. I'm friends with him now." Harry rolled over. "You go to the shower first, and I'll go to Terrence. Use my red Manhattan as collateral to get a serious loan." End of this chapter. I said hello to the instructor yesterday, and Harry didn't go to school on Friday morning. She came to the Rockefeller building on 6th Avenue for the second time with her broad-browed female agent. Will, the director of the National Bank, received them in the bank lobby on the first floor. Manhattan is the center of Gotham, New York. The Rockefeller building is the center of Manhattan, and the facade where the National Bank is also located in the heart of Rockefeller Center. In front of the door is the Straits Garden, the first floor and the upper floor, as well as commercial streets, electronic streets, and large supermarkets that meet various shopping needs. After passing through the revolving door and strolling around the spacious and gorgeous bank lobby, the bald man with glasses took the two women to the manager's office behind. "Well, there is only one man with glasses, Will, today, and the other 3 directors I met yesterday didn't show up. I don't know if I'm too busy, or I'm hosting other finalists." It was here that Brady participated in the actual combat for the first time. From a low-quality actor with a salary of $20 a day, he completed his gorgeous transformation to Dr. Manhattan's teammates. The glasses man will pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose. His voice was low, as if he was expounding a thick and magnificent history. Brady is the first generation of $100 bills, a dignified Broadway dreamer and a football player who was lost due to injury. Nothing changed, not even the revolving door outside. It jammed Brady's cape and ended his great life in a satirical comedy. Perhaps, Brady's heroic spirit is still there, turning the door every day? The corners of Harry's mouth twitched, and she assured, "Mr. Will, you saw it yesterday, I am agile, and the cloak is not an obstacle, but a weapon. Well, if I get elected, I highly recommend swapping it out for thick bulletproof fiber." Will nodded. "That's why we gave you a chance. You play a good cloak. Now, tell me, what plans do you have for the identity and future of big money?" This. Harry hesitated for a moment, and said directly, "If I say all the good ideas, but you don't choose me, won't I lose a lot?" "You're quite confident." The man with glasses laughed. Harry was non-committal and silent. "Well, if you lose the election and we see your idea, we'll hire you as a career consultant for the new banknotes. In short, we are not short of money, and we are willing to spend it," the bald old white man said proudly. Harry nodded and said with a smile, "As for the positioning of the moneyman, we have to keep pace with the times, and the old one is already outdated. If you continue to let large banknotes pass at the door of the bank, I am afraid that the style of the bank will not rise but fall." "We all understand what you're saying, otherwise we wouldn't break the rules and try to choose a blonde female banknote," Will said. Hallie said, "The positioning of the new banknotes must be in line with the identity of the National Bank of the United States: rich, very rich, arrogant, very arrogant. First of all, you have to give the big money a high signing fee that has never been seen before, breaking the annual salary records of Cristiano Ronaldo, LeBron, Kobe, and other superstars, and shocking the people of the world. Looking at her serious appearance, Jessica felt ashamed for no reason. 2 bad billion? The old white man asked with a blank face. What kind of numbers do you think can shock the people of the world again and again? Harry held up a finger. 100 million. The old white man frowned, and this little girl Liang really dared to speak loudly. Harry shook his head. 1,000 billion. Pfft. Jessica's feet softened and she almost slipped off the chair. Even if it's one, we won't agree. The old white man was a little exasperated. Don't get excited, and let me finish. Harry waved his hand, signaling the two to calm down. Now the NBA's so-called $1 million contract is not an annual salary of over $1 million, but the total salary involved in the contract is close to $1 million, or more than $1 million. 1,000 billion seems like a lot, but what if it is divided into 100 years? Mr. Will certainly understands that the amount of annual salary cannot always be horizontal. The old white man stroked his chin thoughtfully. What do you mean? Sign a lifetime contract and put most of the salary at the end. For example, $1 in the first year and $999 in the second year, 9,000, and the big notes will definitely not live in 100 years. We can even add a termination clause to the contract. Even if he lives to be 150 years old, we can terminate the contract early on the grounds that he is old and demented and unable to perform his obligations. Facing the media, we only exposed part of the content of the contract, making them shocked by the 1,000 billion. $20,000 a year is too little. Now it was Harry's turn to be dissatisfied. I'm just making an analogy. This idea is very good. What else? The old white man asked enthusiastically. After the arrogant salary contract, it is necessary to let the big money live an arrogant life. Stay in a 5-star hotel when you go out. In Gotham, you can get a big villa facing Central Park in the Grace community. To wear, in daily life other than banknotes, must be handmade brand name clothing, unique in the world, jewelry, and the like. If it is not worth it, it is not worth wearing on banknotes. Eat. Prepare 10 air transport planes for banknotes to ensure she can wash her face with fresh snow water from the Alps every morning. For breakfast, she comes from the old-fashioned soy milk shop and fried dough stick shop in Dacian. Of course, Hanko's hot and dry noodles can also be used. French. The old white man recovered from his sluggishness, waved his hand vigorously, and stopped the eloquent Harley. Stop dreaming, the boss of big money, our group of directors, has been fighting for this kind of life. If you really want to do it, there is no need to select the big bills. I voluntarily put on a cape and sacrificed myself to become a new generation of big bills. You little old bald man, can you do it? It's all for work. Harley said righteously, the director has a big meal and won't be in the news, no one is interested in this. Big money as a public figure is different. When the internet develops, every time you eat, sleep, or travel, you will take pictures at the dining table of luxury cars and mansions, and put them in the community with the most traffic. The old white man thought about it and said, your idea seems to be good, the big money really shouldn't be too shabby, but there's no need to be so radical. Subordinates live better than bosses, can we balance our hearts? A% discount will do. Harry said. The old white man was non-committal and continued to ask, is there any other idea? New era and new gameplay, we have to equip large banknotes with superpowers. The first generation of big bills appeared before the birth of Dr. Manhattan, when there were no superpowers, so civilian heroes could quickly rise. Now, an ordinary drag hero, even if he is strong and hardworking like Mr. Shadow, how many fans does he have? Batman isn't the first drag hero in any universe. In this world, inspired by the Watchmen, I don't know that there are many brave heroes trying to imitate their predecessors. It's a pity that no one can be popular for 3 years, either voluntarily retire, or be beaten to death on the street, or be arrested by the police as a perverted gay who disturbs the peace. In the modern age where technology is more and more advanced, it is almost impossible for mortal heroes to get ahead. No matter how firm your will and belief are, you will still bleed if you get a shot, and if you bleed, you will die. For example, Master, his dodge attribute is high enough, right? Even Darkseid's so-called Omega rays that cannot be avoided can be avoided. But Batman has also been shot, more than once. So, who can guarantee that they won't get shot in Gotham, where there are several guns per capita? Mr. Shadow is currently the top of Gotham's drag heroes. The reason why he can become number 1 is because he is probably a rich guy and wears a set of advanced bulletproof armor. But even so, Mr. Shadow's reputation is hundreds of light years behind Batman. In the eyes of the common people, he has always been immortal. The future Batman has become the god of the people of Gotham and the nightmare of evil people. Can superpowers be added artificially? The old white man said in surprise. Of course, big bills should have the ability to bill. Harry said. I don't quite understand. The old white man said blankly. Mr. Will, you can think of this scene in your mind. In the face of a powerful enemy, the banknotes waved a stack of banknotes, shouted Golden Shield, and immediately a group of strong men in special clothes rushed over, form a human wall to block the enemy's attack for him. Then, the banknotes threw out another stack of banknotes, shouting I am the nemesis of sin, robbers, your doom is coming, eat my golden horse meteor fist. So, another group of big men rushed out and waited around the gangsters with iron fists. If the enemy is too strong to be beaten, the big bill can throw a stack of big bills and shout strategic retreat, golden escape. Then several sprinters rushed over, carried him and ran. The old white man was stunned. Jessica opened her mouth wide. Hallie sighed regretfully. It's not yet the golden age of superheroes, otherwise, we could hire a lot of real superheroes with money. End of this chapter. Chapter 13. I'm the Watcher, I'm still watching. Harry, you've redefined the big bill, it's very meaningful, and it fits the corporate culture of our National Bank of America. Basically, I'm very happy with you personally. If I had a vote, you'd be big money now. A pity. Shaking his head, Baldwin continued, in order to convince others, we have to verify what customers think about your new bill. After having a working meal at the bank, the old white man asked Harley to change into the female money man uniform, and was in the lobby of the National Bank to accept the customer's inspection. Harley has completed the interview and began to enter the trial period link. The old white man told her that the bank executives had several different views on the positioning of the new banknotes. Some people think that the banknotes should be fully commercialized, and traffic stars should be endorsed. Another group believes that big money itself is the bank's most precious cultural asset, and any asset should maximize the benefits. They advocate the development and control of the banknotes that belong to the bank. There is no doubt that it is more in the interests of capitalists to make their own banknotes become American superstars than to invite big stars to serve as banknotes. But there are also factions among the people who developed their own big money. Some felt it was time to copy Brady's success story entirely and choose a blonde, sun-kissed white man. Some people think that there are too many male drag heroes on the market. To compete with real heroes such as Mr. Shadow, Avengers, and Black Man, the big money should have obvious characteristics, such as a beautiful, sexy, and heroic woman. In the part of the directors who chose women, there was a split again. The old-fashioned people insisted on being white, but also blonde, with a figure and appearance. Some leftists hoped to choose a black girl who reflected more equality and democracy. It is better to be. Homosexuals are also thicker in appearance and closer to the public. So even though Will the Glasses Guy admires Harley a lot, she has several competitors. Welcome to Bank Nagara. The bank offers a unique service. Your property will be guarded by the gallant banknotes. Whenever a customer entered through the revolving door, the capable manager in a blue woman's suit would bow slightly, then point to Harley behind the cashier and introduce them to the Bank Nagara's new banknotes. This generation of big money is a girl. A client looked curiously, and Harley, who posed with her hands on her hips, smiled back. New era, new banknotes. The female manager smiled. An uncle client smiled and said, she is so beautiful and so cute, how can she fight the gangsters? Or, your purpose is to let the gangsters snatch the beautiful girl's bills, so as to keep the green bills in the vault? Well, if I were a robber, I would definitely grab this nice and delicious bill instead of the smelly, heavy bill. Everyone can rest assured that our big money is qualified to be a vase, but it is definitely not a vase. Her bench press is close to 70 kilograms, which is more than many male athletes. Also proficient in Chinese Kung Fu, a black belt in karate, her force is as deadly as her beauty, exclaimed the bank manager. Knowing Chinese Kung Fu or something is completely a lie, but Harley wants to learn real Kung Fu that can kill people, but where can I learn it? She only knows how to do Tai Chi, she can get into a sect of Yuan-Yuanwuji, and if she really fights, karate or Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu is more realistic. Who is she? Is she a Hollywood star? This uniform looks so pretty on her body, it supports her head, she really feels like a female fighter. The middle-aged woman praised. Can I take a picture with the beautiful girl with big bills? A greasy man was about to move. Sir, the banknotes have not yet officially opened for business. In a few days, VIP customers who have deposited more than $20 can take a photo with the banknotes. Ordinary customers can also get a beautiful poster of the banknotes for free. The female manager smiled. How much money can I save for dinner? The greasy man laughed. Banks themselves don't provide this service. Big money is a drag hero with its own free will. Maybe you can rely on charm. Harry, depending on how popular you are, % will be selected. God, I'm about to become a registered heroes agent just like my grandfather, Jessica said excitedly. My face is almost stiff to stone. I keep smiling, so stupid and so tired. Harry said softly, maintaining a smile. It's not easy to make money. Think about the 1,000 billion big contract. Jessica next to her encouraged her. Damn, $1 billion contract. Harley cursed in a low voice. If it is successful, there will be dollars in the first year, which is quite a lot. Moreover, the director of Will has made a promise that as long as the contract is signed, he can provide you with a low-interest loan of less than $1 million at any time. After a moment of silence, Harry sighed. I'm afraid that after a lot of tossing, I will lose the election in the end. Think about how crazy the customers would be if Xiao Litzy went to the bank in tight clothes. Jessica's expression changed. I'll ask. She left the bank clerk's workshop and went out into the hallway. After a few phone calls, he walked back with a happy face. Good news? Xiao Litzy didn't take the re-examination at all. He didn't want to give up his acting career. In fact, none of those big stars came. They all have their own careers, and only 3 amateurs have entered the probationary period like you. A 30-year-old black soprano who has played small supporting roles on Broadway all the year round, a black high school student who plays basketball. The rest is a white man, and none of them are as popular as you. Jessica looked Harry up and down and smiled. A lot of times, it's not the clothes themselves that decide the beauty or ugliness of clothes, but the people who wear them. Therefore, the new fashion conferences of major luxury brands will choose the best models, instead of letting amateurs play casually. In the same style of uniform, the soprano was rated as disgusting and hot eyes, and many customers even turned their heads and left. That high school basketball player, swelled out of his leggings, was criticized loudly by a lot of old school kids. The handsome blonde guy didn't get much good reviews either, and many thought he was smiling like a gay guy. Hearing this, Harry couldn't help grinning. This body is indeed impeccable, regardless of appearance, skin, hair color, body shape, it belongs to the top class. After more than 10 years of rebirth, she has never met a girl who can overwhelm her in appearance. A harsh gunshot appeared in the front hall abruptly. A female customer was originally waiting in line to handle the business, but suddenly broke out and took out an Uzi submachine gun from her bag and fired at the ceiling. When the incident happened suddenly, Harry was stunned, the bank clerk behind the desk was dumbfounded, and the lobby manager, security guard, and customers didn't respond. The female robber was in her early 50s, wearing a fashionable brown velvet trench coat, a tight-fitting sweater, pencil pants, and high-heeled leather boots. Robbery. The female robber shouted arrogantly, with a calm demeanor, without the slightest tremor or excitement in her voice. Much like an old hand who kills without blinking an eye. As her voice fell, 4 or 5 more robbers immediately stood up and controlled the security guard and the manager with automatic rifles. This group of robbers, all dressed up as ordinary customers, arrived in different batches, and lined up in different teams. No one thought that they were a group. No one knows if anyone is still hiding among customers. Take out all the cash, and you, watches, necklaces, rings. You, the female robber pointed the barrel of the gun at Harry, who was dumbfounded. You are big money, are you going to stop us? In the United States, banks have a very tricky habit of not installing bulletproof glass walls in front of the counter. Now, robbers outside can hit her directly. Harry shrank, and just wanted to say that she hasn't officially started her job yet. You can come back in a few days, when she heard the faint sound of mosquitoes and flies. This is acting, fake robbers. Jessica lowered her head, with excitement in her voice. Harry looked up at the ceiling, and the painted walls were punched with holes. I swear, she's not a robber. Jessica was a little anxious. Hey, you're so scared, have you wet your pants? The female robber was still looking at her. Harry decided to trust Jessica once. After all, she had no reason to lie to herself on such an occasion. Moreover, she also felt that the timing of the robber's appearance was too coincidental. She took a deep breath, squeezed out a smile, raised her hands. I surrender. With a swoosh, her figure disappeared from the sight of the female robber. Harry huddled behind the counter and shouted righteously, I am the official guardian of the National Bank, a hero who specializes in taking care of you gangsters. I am a $100 bill. The robbers were sluggish for a moment, and then they heard a cry from the girl. Ah! She lifted up the tin water dispenser on the side of the cabinet, put it in front of her, and slammed it forward. Shit, what a big effort! The old woman and the robber exclaimed, and hurried to the side to hide. With a HA sound, Hallie made the most common movements in gymnastics, lunging forward, pressing both hands on the counter, flying up into the air and rotating 360 degrees, with her legs close together, like a flying chopstick, exactly step on the chest of a male robber. Bang! A muffled sound like a drum beat spread between the robber's chest and Harry's boots. The man wailed and flew 4 or 5 meters upside down. And Harry was like a small spring, kicking a robber, and at the same time, she also performed a backflip with a large arc under the interaction force, just to avoid another robber who was punching her fist. Harry took off again and jumped in place. At the same time, he kicked back with his left foot and kicked forward with his right foot. Put bang bang, he kicked the 2 men who were surrounding him back and forth a few steps in a row. This action was very dashing, and Jessica, the bank staff and many customers couldn't help but applaud in a low voice, but it didn't cause much damage. The speed of the bounce was fast enough, but the 2 robbers blocked it with their arms and missed the key. Kill this Baichi. Of the 5 male robbers, 1 fainted, 1 threatened the hostage with a gun, and the remaining 3 rushed over. Seeing that they didn't shoot with guns, Harry breathed a sigh of relief. Whether it was acting or not, she was not afraid to fight with ordinary people. Bang! After a few quick rounds, Harry was punched. Gudugidu. In Harry's sea of consciousness, some small bubbles appeared in the experience jar, which was increasing experience. He was punched in the back, but Harry was completely relieved, because the other party had no killing intent. Experience equals maliciousness * attack power. The opponent's fist is very powerful, but there is not much experience, indicating that the degree of maliciousness is very low. Jessica is right, the robbers are fake. Thinking of this, Harley began to pretend boldly, I am New Century Banknote, an honorable watchman, and a teammate of Dr. Manhattan. I'm here, still watching. Stepping forward, the female robber who was about to join the battle was stunned in place, looking in a trance, as if caught in some distant memory. End of this chapter. Chapter 14 The Strongest Woman in History. Yeah, Harry punched straight, but the opponent shook his head to avoid it. The robbers clenched their fists tightly with both hands, and Harley's other left hand had already been clasped by a robber, and she seemed unable to move. But in the next moment, she stood on the spot, and her right foot kicked up like lightning, almost perfectly kicking up to the sky. Crack! The robber's jaw on the opposite side seemed to be shattered. Pfft! Without even screaming, the cargo flew up to a height of half a meter, then landed straight on the floor and fainted. Hallie laughed loudly. You bastards, dare to threaten our customers' precious deposits, even if it's a penny, I will let you go without food. She seemed to be raising her head, laughing arrogantly, and the movements of her hands did not stop, leaning on the robber who was holding her left arm, just like pressing her hands on a pommel horse. Then, again, gymnastics, legs swung and the toes of the hard leather boots poked straight into the face of the pounced robber. Pfft! It was so miserable, blood spurted out of his mouth, and he had a few white teeth. The graceful woman's expression froze, and a hint of anger flashed in her deep blue eyes. She was like a ghost, dodging the younger brother who was flying over, and took a few steps to Harry's side, the black barrel of the gun pressed against her upturned nose with a few drops of crystal sweat. Gah! The laughter stopped abruptly. Dare to move, and I'll blow up your pretty little face. The graceful lady was murderous. Don't talk about martial arts, but actually use a gun. Let go of that girl. A loud boom came from the top of the head, followed by a round grenade. Harry was frightened. In the next second, it was as if a million bees were crowded into her mind, flapping their wings and buzzing, and it seemed that countless white needles of light pierced her eyes. Like being drunk, Harry was dizzy, lost control of his 5 senses, and his thinking seemed to stagnate. As the sky darkened, a shadow fell from the sky and landed not far in front of Harry. Drop your weapons and surrender to me. This should be said to the female robber. Harley has no weapons. It's Mr. Shadow, we're saved. Someone who was far away shouted. After all, there are 8 points of defense. Although still unable to control the body, Harry began to slowly regain some consciousness. In fact, the shock bomb is a sound wave attack, and the white light is all hallucinations. It does not cause direct damage to the eyes, but the brain is dizzy and temporarily unable to process visual information. Harley was very surprised that her blood cow had been charged by the court, and that the female robber was over 50 years old, yet she was still able to move quickly. She was knocked several meters away by the shock shell, and by this time she had already climbed up and held a female client hostage with an Uzi submachine gun. Shit, isn't this Batman? Harley was a little surprised to see the urban legend of Gotham with her own eyes. A black matte helmet that only exposes the mouth and chin, a short black cape that only covers the buttocks, a black tactical jacket sewn from special fabrics, and matte metal pieces at the vital parts. The whole is black, and there are no traces of splicing, indicating that this suit is private. Made to order. Also like Batman, Mr. Shadow has various props hanging from his belt. At this moment, with a specially made radio, a gun in his hand, he stunned the robber who had been beaten to death by Harley a few times, and was walking confidently towards the last female robber. When passing by Harry, he also stopped and glanced at her, with obvious admiration and surprise flashing in his eyes. Big money, welcome to the real Gotham? You're great, you have a lot of potential, and there's a chance we can form a team. Leaving this sentence, regardless of Harry's wonderful face, he went straight to the female robber. It's over, let go of the hostages, don't make unnecessary struggles. Mr. Shadow's voice is hoarse, and he should have undergone a voice change. It sounds very intimidating. Oh, you're too unprofessional when you're still thinking about picking up girls at this time. The female robber sighed, pushed away the hostage in front of her, and mocked, but you're right about one thing, this female banknote is very good. Potential, more potential than you, at least she can see it, it's a play. The copycat Batman was stunned. What? The female robber smiled and said, boy, how do you know there is a robbery happening here? Did someone tip you off? But why don't you think about it? What if the informant was the FBI? We've been very active in Gotham lately, right? 7 or 8 customers came around one after another, and at the same time they took out their ID cards from their pockets and hung them around their necks. Even the female hostage who had been hijacked before took out a card with a huge FBI on it. Shit. Mr. Shadow cursed and ran away. He didn't have Batman's zipline gun, and he couldn't summon the Batmobile. He only used his 2 legs to run to the gate like a delivery guy who was about to get to the point of time. Pfft. The scene was a bit funny, and a bit underwhelming, and Harry couldn't help but cover his mouth and chuckle. The female robber raised her right hand at will, just a series of shots. Crash! Mr. Shadow was hit several times, howled, shattered the glass of the revolving door, and lay on the ground motionless. Fake, he's a superhero after all, he's already been arrested, why did you kill him? Harry was furious. It happened so suddenly that no one could react. The female robber rolled her eyes at her without explaining anything. Immediately, an FBI trot ran over, crouched down to check, and said strangely, he is not dead, the armor is very high-tech, completely bulletproof, but he fainted. Harry breathed a sigh of relief and said with a sneer, it's not the first day for me to debut, and I've experienced Gotham's ups and downs, so I'm sure I won't faint. I estimate that he is -% fainted by your shameless anger, and he is very angry. Do you also want to squat in the cell for a few days? I injured several detectives, but I haven't settled with you yet. The old woman said lightly. Harry shrugged and said nothing. Shit, FBI, you old sow, he's a hero, why did you arrest him? Someone yelled among the real customers. It wasn't just him. When the police car came over, a cordon was drawn outside the bank gate, and the crowd around him also cursed loudly. Hi, Lori. Jessica came over and greeted Old Sow with a smirk. Lori shook his head lightly, tossed the hair from his forehead to his ear, and said lightly, Jesse, is your grandfather okay? I'm so confused. I live in a nursing home on the outskirts of the city, no one can remember. Jessica shook her head gently. Then, she pulled Harry over and introduced, this is your senior, the living watchman, the second-generation Silk Soul, Lori Black. Jessica's grandfather is the husband and manager of Silk Soul. For at least 10 years, the second-generation Silk Soul Lori took him as his father. But later all the truth came out. It turned out that a generation of Silk Soul cheated in marriage and had an affair with his teammate, Xiao Zhang. Harry was really shocked, and blurted out, have the watchmen been completely reduced to cord eagles? She is not surprised that Lori is alive, after all, he is only in his 50s now. Lori led a team to hunt down the hero in disguise, The Watchers have long since disbanded, I only represent myself. Lori said indifferently. Jessica glared at Harry and smiled, I finally ran into it, why don't we have a drink at the cafe next door? Harry thought Silk Soul would refuse. In fact, Jessica didn't have much hope, but Lori only hesitated for a moment before nodding and agreeing. Harry didn't change clothes. In addition to the cape, the uniforms of female banknotes are not unconventional. Sitting down in a cubicle by the window, Lori offered to chat about arresting the drag hero. The Keen Act, which restricts drag heroes, is about to be revoked. This is an astonishing surprise. Jessica said in surprise, since it's about to be revoked, why arrest Mr. Shadow? Lori said lightly, you should ask why the bill was withdrawn. Why? Jessica asked innocently. Lori glanced at Harry and said meaningfully, a bill that cannot be maintained loses its meaning. If Joan did not agree, the Keen Act would not have been passed at all. However, not every human god is Joan. Joan is Dr. Manhattan's before name. An atomic physics scientist named Jonathan Joan had an accident in the existence field experiment and was decomposed into atoms and entered a quantum state. After a period of time, the quantum state collapses to a controllable constant value, that is, returning from the quantum space to the human world. When he came back, he lost his former humanity every day. He was no longer him. He gave himself a new code name, Dr. Manhattan. However, people close to him still call him by his original name. And Silk Soul Lori has been Landa Diao's lover for nearly 20 years. Is there a second god now? Jessica asked in shock. Silk Soul said, the existence that is stronger than mortals and can control the fate of mortals is no different from God. I go after drag heroes not for the Washington authorities, but because mortal heroes are completely outdated. If I can't even pass this level, taking off the mask and going home to live a normal life is definitely the best choice. Why did you explain this to us? Harry asked in confusion. It's not you, it's just you. Silk Soul looked at her hesitantly for a while, and said, I told you about the inside story of drag heroes, I hope you can choose your future path carefully. As for the reason, the Watchman and the big money are one, and the other. The old Silk Soul took a sip from the coffee cup, but did not say the last reason. Harry, so you're here. The bald old white man rushed over and danced with excitement. I watched the video, you played so well, it's like a rebirth of big money, especially these long legs, you're old, Agent Black, you're here too. When the bald man saw Lori, he was stunned for a moment, and then he exclaimed excitedly, I understand, you recognize the identity of the second generation of big money. Maybe, we can organize a watchman party, at least have a welcome ceremony, and let Harry. I'm leaving, goodbye. Lori didn't even look at the old white man, put down the coffee cup and got up and left. The old white man's face turned blue and red, and he gritted his teeth and cursed, this old bitch of the Japanese hydrogen bomb is too rude. Fake. Hydrogen bomb, what do you mean? Harry asked curiously. That big blue man, isn't that a big moving hydrogen bomb? Both Hallie and Jessica are too young to understand the stocks of the older generation. The name of Dr. Manhattan comes from the Manhattan Project, the nuclear bomb project led by the US Army. To put it bluntly, he is also one of the products of nuclear engineering. And in the era when he was born, the early 50s, not to mention ordinary people, even many physicists knew little or nothing about quantum science. So they simply defined Dr. Manhattan as something more powerful than a nuclear bomb, presumably like a hydrogen bomb with controllable energy. The walking hydrogen bomb is the intuitive cognition and common name of Dr. Manhattan in the world. This book is nothing, Dr. Manhattan doesn't care what other people think. The key lies in the second generation Silk Soul Lori, the lover of the H-bomb, the woman of the fake H-bomb. They were all amazed how a human being could fall in love with hydrogen bomb energy. This seems to surpass Su Xian, Ning Keqian, and the like. End of this chapter. Chapter 15 The First Step Towards Batman. 10:30 p.m. on a Friday night at the Seton penthouse on the edge of Central Park. The charcoal fire in the fireplace is scarlet, dispelling the chill of early winter in the large living room. At around 3:30 this afternoon, Gotham Legends cross-dressing hero, Mr. Shadow, finally fell into the hands of the shameless FBI. Of course, Mr. Shadow's performance was also a little stupid. But the meaning of this matter is very unusual. The only famous hero left today is the Blackman, who has not appeared for a long time. However, most people suspect that the Black Man may have fallen in a dark alley in Gotham early. Losing those drag heroes, who will protect us? Just 2 hours after Mr. Shadow was imprisoned, at about 14 in Queens, when passing the corner of No Avenue, the Bank of Merrill Lynch's armored vehicle was stopped by a truck that rushed out suddenly, and 4 gangsters with red hoods used a high-explosive bomb. 2 escorts were killed and 1 was injured, and the amount of damage was as high as. The gang, dubbed the Red Hoods by the police, is in Gotham for the first time, but we all know it won't be the only one. Who can stop them? Where is Gotham's future in the face of rising criminals? We need a hero, a true hero who has the ability and wisdom to carry the hopes of the people of Gotham. After all, the withering of every drag hero, whether it's being killed or arrested by the shrewd police, is a sacrifice to human justice and justice. A serious destruction of the people's hopes. Thank you all for listening to tonight's Gotham Express. I'm your old friend Bruno. Tomorrow night at the same time, we will meet on time. The wall-mounted LCD TV was playing Gotham Evening Express. The anchor was worried about the country and the people and shouted loudly, but the 3 people on the sofa turned a deaf ear and only excitedly discussed Harley's experience today. God, Haley, didn't you ask Silk Soul for an autograph or a photo? She is the greatest female hero, Helen said excitedly. I don't think she can beat me without a weapon. Harry's tone was slightly sour. Silk Soul is more than 50 years old, almost years old, and her energy is not good. When she was young, she could defeat 8 or 9 street gangsters in one go. You must not be her opponent. Terrence said. You're her fan too? Harry asked. Helen smiled lowly, leaned into Harry's ear, and said in a low voice, there's a whole set of Silk Soul's erotic comics on the trans bookshelf. In the dark alley, Silk Soul tried his best to dry over more than a dozen strong men. He. No way, the second generation Silk Soul Lori has also worked as a porn model. Harry asked suspiciously. Hey, it's 2 mothers and daughters, they look alike, and the characters in the comics are poorly recognizable. It's perfectly fine to read the comics of the first generation of Silk Soul while facing the poster of the second generation of Silk Soul. Helen waved her hand. The fat man, trans, blushed and shouted angrily, who told you to touch my personal belongings? Harry smiled and said, it's nothing, not to mention men, even me, I like the prosperous appearance of the second generation of Silk Soul when I was young. Silk Soul Lori girls generation, very like Brooke Shields, the peak appearance in Yanwei, plus a black silk tights, even the ruthless Dr. Manhattan was moved. Now it's Helen's turn to eat. She grabbed Harry's arm hard, and gritted her teeth. So, you feel a lot after seeing the real person this afternoon. What a ghost. Harley shook her head again and again. She has a good foundation and is well maintained, and she looks elegant even in her 50s, but her flourishing face is really gone. When I first saw her, I didn't recognize her at all, just like when you meet Brooke Shields on the street. You can't compare her to Hina no matter what. Cough, cough, Trans swallowed the leek cake. Harry, you understand it as soon as you hear it, and the explanation has also been observed. Harry immediately said. No, it's my friend. Under the contempt of the 2 women, Trans sighed helplessly. I have seen it, but I am an adult male. You are different, you can watch it secretly, but don't discuss it in public. Harry didn't respond yet, but Helen didn't like it. Come on, now in middle school physiological hygiene class, the teacher doesn't have to say anything, just hand out condoms to everyone. I can't believe it. Were you a solitary freak like Bruce Wayne when you were in high school? Bruce doesn't blame him, he often plays with me, and... Harley couldn't help defending the young master, but halfway through the sentence, when she saw the sullen look in Helen's eyes, she knew that she had done something stupid. If Bruce dared to rob her Helen, it would not only be as simple as a freak, but at least give him a pair of panda eyes. Well, you're right, Bruce is a big bag of French fries, delicious chicken nuggets, and crispy chicken wings and multi-flavored chicken drumsticks, a bucket of KFC, a bucket for the whole family, as long as, Thorns, hello everyone, audience friends, unfortunately, I have to tell at this moment. A piece of important news from you that will affect Gotham's present and future. Suddenly, the KFC advertisement interrupted directly from the middle, and the newscaster Bruno, who said that he would see you tomorrow, appeared on the TV screen again. The old announcer, who has always been calm and capable, showed obvious panic, and even his voice was trembling. This station has just received news that Thomas Wayne and Martha Wayne were shot in an unnamed alley 30 meters away from the Zatara Magic Theater. The couple were shot once each and have completely lost their vital signs. With them was the only son of the Wayne family, Bruce Wayne, who appeared to be overly frightened and temporarily lost the ability to speak. Shit, Bruce is really alone now. Harry frowned, worried about the dazed young master on the TV screen. Unbelievable, Gotham is going to change. Transmured. Helen swallowed and said puzzled, Wayne doesn't even bring bodyguards at night, so what does he do in such a back alley? This is Gotham, they are old Gotham people, you should understand. At this moment, the TV camera has changed from the announcer to the live broadcast. The camera is constantly shaking. The police are running around like a panicked duck in front of the camera, and the reporter is like a bloodthirsty leech, desperately drilling into the focus of the news, sitting on the iron shelf. Master on the stairs. Bruce, you didn't see the gangster clearly. What did the gangster say? Why did he let you go? Is the gangster male or female? Is it vendetta or love? Bruce, what do you want to say to the Gotham police? It's just because they're powerless against crime, but busy catching drag heroes every day. Gotham law and order is getting worse. If Mr. Shadow is still around, maybe. Bruce, why don't you cry out loud? Aren't you sad? Ah, so Master Wayne doesn't have a good relationship with his parents. Bruce, go away, go away. A middle-aged man in a British-style woolen coat walked over quickly, pushed aside the hive-like reporters, took off his coat, and wrapped the silly young master. This middle-aged man whose appearance, temperament, and dress are reminiscent of 007 is the super housekeeper Alfred. How do the police do things? Why don't the police cordon off and separate the reporters from me? Afu's eyes were sharp, and he yelled at the disorganized police officers. Patrol officers and ordinary police officers in police uniforms began to drive away reporters and people eating melons, and senior detectives who did not wear police uniforms also drove over. I'm Major Crimes Agent Jim Gordon. Detective Gordon, who showed the police badge to the young master and Afu, was in his 30s, tall and close to 1.9 meters, with a short cut, a stiff square face, thick eyebrows, big eyes, square mouth, and clear eyes. Only in appearance and temperament, there is a kind of sturdiness and integrity that is completely different from other police officers. Agent Gordon was born in the military. Afu narrowed his eyes. The housekeeper himself had been a soldier himself, and he was also an elite among the special forces. He had been on the battlefield and killed people. Urban Soldier King Raising Milk Baby is about the current Afu and the young master. Well, I just got the badge not long ago. Gordon nodded lightly. Then, he patted the young master on the shoulder and said emotionally, Bruce, I know how you feel now. Really, our experience is similar. I was about the same age as you when my father died. There is only one piece of advice I can give you. Be strong, don't let your parents in heaven worry, and don't let the people around you who care about you worry. Afu looked at Gordon's eyes less defensive and rusty, and instead increased some gratitude and appreciation. Thank you. The young master was also moved by Gordon's true feelings, and hoarsely said 2 words. Okay, now for the confession session. Bruce, can you see what that person looks like? Gordon said excitedly. The young master shook his head. He's wearing a mask. Mask. Gordon's eyes narrowed. Your mother's necklace, your father's watch and wallet were all stolen, but he was wearing a mask and happened to appear in this alley. Most likely not a coincidence. Bruce, I want you to follow Alfred home immediately, take a shower, then drop everything and go to bed. There is no need to worry about the case. I have everything, and I will definitely find the culprit and make him receive the punishment he deserves. Gordon looked into the eyes of the young master and solemnly promised, I promise. End of this chapter. Helen's bedroom is on the top floor, connected to a glass conservatory on the side. There is also a huge glass on the ceiling. Lying on the bed, you can see the crescent moon and stars in the sky. Backed by the vast forest of Central Park, the whistle and bustle of the neighborhood is barely audible. At this moment, the 2 women lay side by side on the pillow, turned off the lights, and stared at the stars in the sky with big eyes. Toot toot. Harry turned off the phone and sighed, it's still off, and no one answers the phone at home. It seems that I have to go back tomorrow. I hope I don't see Andy's dead body on the living room floor. No, today is only Friday, and there are still a few days until next Monday. Helen comforted. Then she asked again, you send him a text message and tell him that whether or not Bank of America chooses you to make big money, at least it is willing to give you a loan. After seeing Harley kicking several big men in the FBI, Will, the man with glasses, has almost become her fan. It is a pity that he is not the CEO, but he also promised that he will try his best to persuade other sensible people in the next few days. If accurate information cannot be given by the weekend, he will also personally bail Harley to get a loan from the National Bank to solve all her problems. Therefore, the problem of usury is basically solved. Early the next Saturday morning, the female agent Jessica called and told Harley good news. Her Red Manhattan of a Certain Science is expected to be the cover theme of New World. Next Monday, the people of the world you can see the first and female works of genius female writers in major books and periodicals. New World is one of the most influential science fiction magazines in the United States. Harley, you are going to be popular. Helen was even more excited than Harley. Harry wasn't too happy. First of all, the new author, the total payment is only $4,000. Secondly, Father Andy still didn't call her. I have to go back. In the afternoon, she finally couldn't help it. She rode her second-hand giant and galloped towards Queens. She refused to accompany Helen, but also made an agreement with her. Every hour, Harley had to call to report her safety. If Helen did not receive a call after half an hour, she would immediately call 911. When she got home, Harry put her little nose to the crack of the door and took a few breaths. Well, there is no bloody smell, no corpse odor. Then she opened the door with the key. Harry, you're back. Andy was sitting at the dining table with a chicken coop head and pajamas. Breakfast? Soak cornflakes in cold milk. What are you doing? Where have you been these days? Harry asked. Money, of course. I've paid off Nicola's money, and you can move back. Andy was no longer nervous and irritable, but Harry looked at it carefully, but saw a sullen look in his eyes. What did you do? Harry swallowed. Did what to do? Andy was vague, obviously not wanting to talk to her in detail. You. Harry wanted to ask if you did something illegal, but before the words were spoken, she knew that she was talking nonsense. Not to mention other normal methods. Even if Andy is willing to sell farts and stocks, he can't raise 30 yuan in such a short period of time. Harry took a deep breath and said, Where's your phone? Did you see the text I sent you? Mobile phone. Andy glanced left and right with his eyes, and suddenly said, I forgot to get my mobile phone back. Want? Who wants it, and why would you give the phone to someone else? Harry sighed, almost certain that his father had done something bad. Or group crime. Isn't this kind of bridge scene not often seen in movies? She knew that Andy often went to speakeasy for fun because he liked to gamble. He has been with all kinds of 3 religions and 9 ranks for a long time, and he is fully capable of finding teammates who agree with each other. Don't worry about my business. Andy waved his hand irritably. And you have to understand that this is Gotham, and we have to adapt to Gotham's rules of survival. Fake. Harry hugged his head and slumped onto the ripped sofa. You bastard, I've said it before, I'm applying for big money. Even if I fail, I can borrow it from my classmates. Why don't you listen? I am you, Dad. This is my home, you should listen to me. Andy gritted his teeth. Listen to how wasteful you are? As long as you have the advantage of being honest and obedient, our family will not come to this stage. Harry clenched his small fists tightly, and there was an uncontrollable urge in his heart to punch this bastard. Get up, stand up, she shouted to Andy. Let's go to the police station, confess to leniency, and strive for a reduced sentence. Andy opened it and pulled his arm over, with a strange expression. You have something wrong with your brain. What's the difference between the police and Hibang? Those guys get double pay every month, one from the city, one from the government, one from Falcone, or Maroni. Batman is still getting pimples, the super criminals are not on the scene, and Gotham is still under the rule of the old-school black state gangsters. Old-fashioned black states, rules, and traditions, rule the underground kingdom in the form of a family, pursuing stable and sustainable interests, such as Corleone in The Godfather. The future Batman group, without rules and traditions, leads a small group made up with a strong personal style, does not care about interests, only pursues Batman's love, such as the Joker, Scarecrow, and other Arkham regulars. Carmel Falcone is the old godfather of Gotham, and Maroni is his challenger. Roughly speaking, Gotham is divided into 2 parts. The Falcone family accounts for -%, the Maroni family accounts for -%, and the remaining -% is divided among countless small gangs. Andy's face was a little crazy, and he vented like a loud sarcasm. If I go to the police station now, I will be killed tonight. That group of police officers who have never had an honor, their hearts are darker than Hibang. As long as you give him $300, he is willing to kill a suspect with no background. Fear of sin and suicide, how simple. Can't my good friends even come up with $? And I'm just starting. One day in the future, you or your sloppy mother will be knocked unconscious and kidnapped while walking at night. When you wake up the next day, you will find yourself lying naked among the men. Is this what you want? If so, let's go to the police station. Andy's expression was grim and his voice was like thunder. For a time, Harry was actually suppressed by his madness. After a while, she said coldly, if you don't do stinky shit, the flies won't stare at you. I'm the stinky shit, you're the stinky shit's daughter, little stinky shit. The father and daughter had a big fight, and Harley was in a bad mood and didn't go home for a few days. Soon, a new week begins. Harry's bike follows Helen's Honda to Gotham High School. This time, neither the 3 daughters of the Queen group nor the Smile Queen in the turmoil of the ban failed to become the focus of the students. Who of you has been to Wayne Manor? How is Bruce now? Harry, you have the best relationship with Bruce, have you visited him? I'll bet $10 that Bruce won't come to class today. It's crazy. Those bastards in Gotham have taken medicine. Even the Wayne and his wife dare to kill them. I'm more curious why they don't have bodyguards. Gotham is going to change. Harry really called and went to Wayne Manor, and the housekeeper Afu answered. He told her that the young master just wanted to be alone in the past few days. Hallie, has Andy's loan shark been paid off? Chest tyrant Dottie leaned over and asked with a smile. I'm the 2nd generation of big money now, Harry said lightly. What? Dottie was at a loss. Ah, Harry, you selected? I heard that you also knocked down a few FBI in the Rockefeller building. It's so cool, Brother Gwawalin said excitedly. Then, he spoke very fast, and told the other students about the big money and what happened a few days ago. Hey, if there is no news about Wayne and his wife, Mr. Shadow's arrest and Harley becoming a big money will become the headlines of Gotham, at least in our school. Wayne regretted. More than that? Look at this. A small black man held up a copy of New World magazine and sold it to those around him with admiration on his face. Harry, why don't you come to our science fiction club? We don't have any girls yet. The little black stared at Harry. We'll talk about it later, go to class first. Harry had just closed the locker door when suddenly there was a low noise from the door. It was them, the GCPD, Gotham Police, who rescued our school in the last anti-terrorism exercise. Looks like what Gordon is called. Sergeant Gordon, what are you doing in high school? Gradually, the crowd parted to the 2 sides, revealing 2 police detectives in suits and leather shoes, a middle-aged man in his 30s with a cropped cut, and a greasy man in his 40s with a long middle part. Under the puzzled eyes of everyone, they walked straight to Harry and took out their police cards. Detective Kunta said solemnly, GCPD, Jim Gordon from the Serious Crime Team, you are classmate Harley Quinn, right? I am. Harry's heart was pounding. The only intersection between himself and the police is Andy. Sure enough, Inch Gordon said solemnly, we suspect that your father Andy Quinn is related to the shooting of the Wayne couple. What? The students shouted. My dad really did such an awesome thing. Harry opened his mouth slightly, and the sense of absurdity in his heart far outweighed the shock. P.S. Edward Nygma is the Riddler. End of this chapter. Chapter 17. Is the evidence conclusive? The Gotham Police Department has a century-old history. The entrance is a circular two-story office hall. The whole body is covered with grey water walls and a circular black iron staircase. It looks reminiscent of a birdcage. There is no front desk and lobby, and desks are placed directly. The police station is very busy. More than 100 police officers are busy on the first and second floors. Some people answer the phone, some people interrogate suspects loudly, there are civilian staff typing on keyboards, sorting out information, and some police officers are cursing and escorting prisoners to the back of the office. Huge iron cage. Although the whole building is full of ash marks of the years, the people in the police station are very energetic, full of vigor and passion. Agent Gordon's office is on the second floor stairs. A desk without a computer, and a chair with a backrest. There are people coming and going from time to time on the iron frame stairs, the footsteps of Tadeda and the rushing figures. This is not a good place to work. However, there is also an advantage here. As long as you raise your head, you can overlook the entire hall on the first floor. Harry just sat there, full of thoughts, watching the police officers at work. On the surface, the Gotham police work diligently, do not desert, and seem to be very conscientious. Moreover, the police officers all looked upright, as if they were all wearing cloaks with justice written on their backs, and they couldn't see the slightest treacherous appearance. Are we all wrong? Gotham police are good civil servants who are down to earth and willing to work? Haven't seen Andy committed a crime for 2 or 3 days before being caught by the police. It's very efficient. Harry thought wildly. Hi, Harley Quinn. A thin-eyed man came over, waved the document in his hand, and smiled cautiously. I'm Edward from the Physical Evidence Department, Edward Nygma. I think after your game, Smile Queen, it really shines. Mr. Nygma, what's the matter? Harry was a little dazed. Oh, Detective Gordon asked me to take you to the interrogation room. Nygma smiled nervously, and hurried forward. I just happened to submit the test report for the necklace, so I'll take you there. Nygma smiled nervously again, and said nervously. Whose necklace? Harry asked curiously. 3 pearls found from your house belong to Martha Wayne, Nygma said in a low voice. Harry frowned. The interrogation room was separated by a one-way glass wall, and there were already 3 people sitting outside, Jim Gordon, Alfu and the young master. Through the glass, Harvey, with his greasy long and midsection, can be seen interrogating Andy. The young master's face was originally small, but after a few days of seeing it, it has lost a lot of weight. It is smaller than a slap, his face is plain, with a touch of grief, and he is smaller than a little girl. Hi, Bruce. Harry waved her hand gently and greeted him with a smile. Without looking in the mirror, she knew how distorted her expression was and how ugly her smile was. The room was silent and the atmosphere was very awkward. Your father killed my parents. Why? Bruce's eyes turned red instantly, and his blue eyes were full of accusation and anger. Are you sure? Harry asked softly. I called you here to make this matter more certain. Jim Gordon said solemnly, last night at 10 o'clock, we arrested Andy Quinn at a bar called Dark Warrior. At first, he denied it, insisting that he had only seen Thomas Wayne once in his life, and that he had never been to Manhattan on Friday night. But he could not say what he did during that time period, nor did he provide any witnesses to prove his alibi. He has been detained at the police station since last night, and Harvey and I applied for a search warrant that night and led someone to inspect your apartment overnight. Several hemp straws were found, 8 uncertified firearms, $US in cash of unknown origin, and 3 pearls thrown in the trash. Speaking of which, Jim Gordon turned his attention to Nygma, who was holding the evidence analysis report. A flash of excitement flashed in the eyes of the man with glasses, and without reading the report, he said loudly, after comparison, the chemical composition of evidence A25 is exactly the same as the sample provided by G.E. Lime Jewelry Store. In other words, the pearls found in the Quinn's trash can once belong to Martha Wayne. Hearing his mother's name again, the picture of that night came to mind again, and a sharp pain flashed in Bruce's eyes. More importantly, the Glock found at Quinn's house is definitely the weapon that killed the Wayne couple. Harry's pretty face was twisted into a piece of bitter gourd. Can I meet Andy? Bang! The soundproof door in the interrogation room slammed open, and Harvey, the oilhead, pulled on his tie and scolded with a smile. Fake, that bastard can't take it anymore. Hey, bro, he's fully pleaded guilty, the case is closed. 3 days, just 3 days to close the big case that made a sensation in Gotham. We're going to make a big splash in the city this time. He patted Gordon on the shoulder, smiling confidently, proud and satisfied. Just like a mason spent a lot of time and sweat, and finally completed a masterpiece. Andy is their work, and the Waynes are the guarantee of fame. Jim Gordon's slightly rounded Chinese character face also showed a touch of joy, and after seeing Harry's frowning, he quickly regained his rock-like rigid appearance. Let him meet his daughter, he said. Andy's complexion was better than Harry had imagined, with a bit of relief. I killed Wayne, and I shot them both to death. The Patek Philippe on Thomas Wayne's wrist is worth more than 100 million, and Martha Wayne's jewelry and necklace are all treasures. I thought you were being made a scapegoat. Harry sighed bitterly at the vague excitement on his face. An inexplicable color flashed in Andy's eyes, but Harry didn't notice. He leaned forward, glanced at the camera in the corner from the corner of his eyes, and said solemnly, "No one is forcing me to confess, Harley. I just want to tell you, I love you. I do all this for this family. For you? It's over with me. It has nothing to do with you. It has nothing to do with your mother, Tracy." Harry frowned at him, stood up and walked out. As soon as he walked out the door, he heard Gordon solemnly say to the young master, "The case is over, Bruce. I have fulfilled my promise to you. Bring the criminals who killed your parents to justice." At this moment, Jim Gordon seems to be exuding some kind of light. "Thank you, Agent Gordon," Bruce said sincerely. The two stared at each other, their eyes were shining, and they both saw something in the other's heart, the atmosphere. Nigma coughed a few times, interrupting the eye contact between the couple, and said in a low voice, "You're one step away. Gordon, have you figured out Mr. Quinn's motive? Obviously, he is a gambler. He owes Nicola $30. The deadline is coming soon, so he can only take risks," Harvey said disapprovingly. Nigma helped the gold wire glasses and smiled. "This motive seems to be valid, but it is actually very reluctant. The Waynes went to a magic show, an uncertain random event. Looking at Mr. Quinn, whose loan shark repayment deadline is approaching, he has been staring at them waiting for the opportunity to robbery, and the price-performance ratio is too low. Because he wasn't sure when they would leave, if they would leave, and he didn't have time to delay, the repayment period was coming." Gordon glanced at the silent Hallie, and said meaningfully, "What if he happened to know the Waynes' weekend plans? Hallie and Bruce are friends." The young master looked at Harry angrily and sadly, his little face full of accusations. Afu also looked over, his thin lips pursed tightly, his eyes sharp. Harry scratched the back of his head and asked suspiciously, "Bruce, have you mentioned this to me?" The young master was even more injured. "Tuesday afternoon, I told you that I have to go home early on Friday, so I can't accompany you to practice." "What are you asking?" I said. "I will go to see Master Zatara's performance in the evening." Either Harley was lying and covering up the fact that she had revealed the news to his father. This shows that there is a possibility that she was involved in the shooting. Either Harley wasn't lying, she really didn't remember it. This shows that all along, she didn't care what he said at all. In either case, she stabbed him. "I swear, I didn't say it," Harry defended, but seeing a look of suspicion on the faces of several people, he said helplessly, "If you want to know the details, go and ask Andy next door. As a father, he's likely to fight everything alone, you should know that." Oilhead Harvey sneered. "Maybe it's the hatred caused by the twisted mind." Afu seemed to suddenly remember something and said, "Andy Quinn was humiliated by the master in Wayne Mansion. It's not true, but Mr. Quinn must think that way. At that time he left in a rage, ignoring Master Thomas's insistence. Before leaving the building, he also said to me sullenly, Gotham has not been peaceful recently, so the Wayne couple should go out less, and even if they go out, bring more bodyguards." At the time, I was still wondering that this was a no-brainer. So I asked him what it meant, and he said I should have said to Martha Wayne, couldn't see her, and had to warn you. After speaking, he walked away with a sullen mood. The last sentence, the housekeeper said to Harry. The truth is here. A frustrated gambler, a failed husband, and a narrow-minded, bitter Gotham. The oilhead Harvey spread his hands and made a judgment as a matter of course. This Sin City has no shortage of such garbage, no matter what they do, don't be surprised. Harry took a deep look at him and said, this is the end of the matter, and it is useless to talk about it. I will help Andy get a lawyer to guarantee all his legal rights and interests throughout the trial. I also hope that you will take the case seriously and make sure that the real murderer is the one on trial. End of this chapter. Chapter 18 Harvey Dante. Andy Quinn is Gotham's biggest celebrity. In recent days, no television, newspaper, or radio has not reported his great achievements. His life trajectory, family status, home address, and even his sinister and dark criminal psychology have all been analyzed by experts. In a word, Andy was famous all over the world. At least in Gotham, no one knows it. Hallie also followed the great scenery. Her glorious deeds were linked with her father's extreme evil, resulting in the effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2. Sorry, Harley, I'm afraid you'll have to leave Gotham High. As I said before, Martha Wayne, the patron of our high school, donates millions of dollars a year. In Quinn's small apartment, Mrs. White's tired voice came from the other end of the phone. Harley said calmly, I understand that it would be good for me to be in a different environment after this happened. If nothing else, at least 3/10 of Gotham High's classmates have parents related to the Wayne Group, either as executives or as shareholders. The Wayne Group's status in Gotham is equivalent to Samsung's in South Korea. Wayne Group is not a single product company like Apple, Microsoft, and Boeing. It is a giant concern that involves almost all economic fields. Gotham people can't live without it. Mrs. White said sincerely, your father can't represent you, you still have a great future. Look at those famous people, many of them have terrible parents, but they still shine. Harry, you have to remember, never give up on yourself, let alone forget your dreams. Feed from setbacks and you will be stronger than you were. Thank you, Mrs. White, Harry said gratefully. At such a time, she sincerely poured chicken soup into her soul, and the old principal had done her duty as a teacher. If you don't want to go back to school to face your classmates and friends, I can help you pack the locker and send it to your home together with the transfer documents. Ms. White sighed. Thanks. Harry thanked again, but no, I'm far from weak. That's fine. Ding-ling-ling, the phone rang again within 2 minutes of putting it down. Harry. Jessica on the other end of the phone hesitated. I'm sorry, Director will still appreciates you, but the National Bank of the United States has withdrawn you. We haven't signed the contract yet, and we can't even get the termination fee. Harry subconsciously touched the blonde hair around his neck, smiled lightly, and said, if there was no economic crisis, do you think I would go to participate in the selection of the sand sculptures? In fact, she was scolding her mother in her heart. In order to break the banknotes, she also deliberately cut her waist-length hair into a shawl short hair so as not to affect the activities of the shawl. Alas, I always feel that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to become the princess of the National Bank of the United States. You will get countless resources and eventually become a superstar, Jessica said regretfully. Harry opened the curtains and glanced at the reporter who was downstairs in the apartment. I'm already famous. The Waynes are too famous. Do you think there is any TV station that invites me to a variety show? I'm relieved that you are in such a good mood. Jessica smiled awkwardly. No nonsense, what did the lawyer say? Harry said solemnly. The evidence is convincing. Your father is almost impossible to overturn the case, but Gotham has not been executed, sentenced to life, or imprisoned for 80 or years. Jessica said. Are you sure about a lawyer? Harry asked again. At present, you have 3 choices. First, give up the struggle and let the city court arrange a free lawyer for Andy, and you can save some money. Second, through some connections on my father's side, hire a lawyer for you. Gold lawyers, the price is very expensive, the effect is good. I just ask them for consultation, indefinite, or about 100 years in prison. Thirdly, there was a rookie from Baker and McKenzie, who learned that I was looking for a lawyer for you, so he suggested himself and was willing to serve you at a reserve price. Harry thought for a while, and said, that is to say, I only have one choice left? The gold lawyer is sure that the case cannot be overturned, and the free lawyer is unreliable, so that's the rookie who has the momentum and hope. Well, you're right to think so, Jessica said. What's the name of that rookie lawyer? How's the reputation in the firm? Which university did you graduate from? Well, what's the average GPA? Harley asked. Jessica's cheek muscles twitched on the other end of the phone. It should be from a famous university, otherwise Mackenzie law firm will not look down on him. I don't know the rest, or I will take your family call him and let you two talk. About a quarter of an hour later. Hello, Miss Quinn? I'm Harvey Dent, PhD from Yale Law School. In fact I have 3 PhDs. Since elementary school, my GPA in all subjects has never dropped below 4.0, equivalent to 90 plus on the percentile scale. Are you satisfied now? The young lawyer is very direct, and his tone is full of enthusiasm and arrogant confidence. Harvey Dante? Sounds familiar, Harry muttered. Ha ha ha, it sounds familiar. I've been on the news a few times, and I'm considered a celebrity in Gotham. Harvey Dante smiled proudly. Why are you, an obvious social elite like you, helping me? My daddy ass just killed Gotham's biggest elite, and the other lawyers want him to die early. Harry asked. Oh, why do you say that? Harvey Dante said unexpectedly. Harry sneered, even if I don't know the law, I know that my dad has another way out, into the lunatic asylum. Just because Thomas didn't lend him the money directly, he was mentally distorted and wanted to kill. No matter how you look at it, it looks like a mental illness, right? But those gold medal lawyers never considered this kind of scheme to avoid punishment. They said that my father will either have no term or be imprisoned for 80 years. If there is a death sentence, he will die. Not to mention the residents of the Arkham Asylum in the movie. In reality and even on the internet, there are my daughter Hai Wang, but don't blame her, because she has depression. I advise you to be a good person and don't slander her out of nothing. Mental illness is a natural haven for sin. It is a passport to heaven on earth where justice, morality, and conscience are trampled and ridiculed. Harvey Dante on the other end of the phone was silent for a long time before sighing. You are very smart and keen. I offered to help you, just to implement the justice in my heart. After carefully studying your father's case, I felt that either he was innocent or he was mentally ill. I have believed in the law for decades, and my sweat for it could fill a lake, and I will never let my faith be tainted in any way. That's why I help you. Are you satisfied? Harvey Dent's tone was solemn and pious, with a persistence that shocked Harry. Although I haven't seen anyone yet, and I haven't been with each other for a long time, Harry is already certain, this person of faith is trustworthy. Just when Harry sighed that there are good people in Gotham, Harvey changed his tone and smiled. Of course, I don't deny that your father's case is causing a sensation in the city and even the United States, and I also want to take the opportunity to gain a reputation. Okay, you're my father's lawyer and Harry laughed too. Then billing starts now. I thought it was free, Harry said. If you ask my landlord to give me free, I can give you free too. Harvey Dante laughed. How much? Harry asked. I'll give you the best price, $200 an hour. Harvey Dante said easily. Is this still the lowest price? You are all robbers. Harry gritted his teeth. Please don't insult the profession of lawyers. How can we make fast money by robbing banks? Harvey Dante said solemnly. Soon, he laughed again. If you are short of money, you can owe it first. The hourly salary of $200 doesn't mean much to me, but it is a law firm's rule, and it is absolutely indispensable. Or, you hire me to be your personal lawyer, $1 a year, which is an apprentice's salary. It can't be any lower. Let's just pay for the year, no credit is needed. Harry sighed and said directly, how sure do you think my father will be recognized by the judge and jury as mentally ill? If Wayne doesn't exert influence, at least %. In fact, I think you can rest assured that your father is very likely to be mentally ill. Harry's pretty face darkened, but he didn't refute. Why object? She just wants the world to think Andy is sick. As Harvey Dent said earlier, either Andy was sick or someone made him a scapegoat. If Andy is the scapegoat, the name of mental illness can at least make him less guilty. If Andy is really mentally ill, then he also gets what he deserves. Although Harry was familiar with Andy and felt that he was likely to be a scapegoat, she also knew that he deserved it when he was caught in prison, and he must have done something illegal that day. So, she didn't ask Harvey Dante to clear him. He wasn't clear at all. Okay, I'll leave my father's business to you. Now let's talk about mine. Harry said. Oh, what else are you doing? Harvey asked curiously. My mother ran away and my father was in jail, so you understand? I lost my guardian. Yesterday, people from the municipal and government charitable organizations came to my house to conduct family investigations. Wow, Harvey Dante suddenly realized, you don't want to be sent to child care. I think I can live on my own, but the kind people just won't listen. Can you help me convince them? Harry asked. Sorry, as long as you're under 18, not even God can stop them. That's the rule, Harry. Or, do you have any immediate family members, grandparents, grandma, and grandpa? Or, can you get in touch with your mother? Said Harvey. Well, here's the problem. After a family survey, those people thought that my mother had abandoned her family and was no longer qualified to raise me alone. My grandmother and grandpa are still there, but grandma lives in a nursing home. Grandpa. Harry's voice grew more gloomy. Harvey, if I had to have a guardian, I'd rather be in an orphanage waiting to be adopted. So, you have to help me think of a way to keep Kazapa from getting my custody. Kazapa is your grandfather? Why? Harvey asked curiously. I have good reasons, but I don't want to say it. Harry said lightly. Well, let me think about it. Harvey Dante pondered for a moment, then slowly gave a plan. Harvey Dante, hi, readers, I am the future two-faced person, but now I have not been defeated by the dark and cruel reality. There is light in my heart, only a handsome face of justice. End of this chapter. Chapter 19. Some orphans online. 2 afternoons later, Quinn's small apartment. What did you say? Harry was shocked. Jim Gordon said in a deep voice, you heard me right. Your father quietly hanged himself at 2:30 a.m. last night. Harry's expression changed, and he said dumbly, is there a beam hanging for him in the prison? Gordon said softly, use the legs of the long johns to go through the iron fence of the ventilation window, and then tie the knot. Why? He has no reason to commit suicide. Harry stared into his eyes. Gordon also has a pair of blue eyes. At this time, there is only a faint doubt in his eyes, and there is no flickering guilty conscience. Like a group of reporters outside your apartment, many people have tried to interview him in recent days. Of course, the police stopped some for him. But he was not the only inmate in the prison. Our psychoanalysts think the Wayne shootings are too big for your father to take the pressure. Do you believe what the experts say? Harry asked. To be honest, I also have doubts, but your father is clearly guilty, unless speaking of this, Gordon suddenly stopped, his pupils contracted, and he shook his head repeatedly. Impossible, Bruce can't do such a thing. You actually suspect that it was a vendetta, not a murderer behind the scenes. Harry frowned. She is now very doubtful whether the famous Chief Gordon is a fake. If it was before, she was only %% sure that Andy was the scapegoat. Now that he suicided before the trial, the result is too obvious. A dead man's mouth is the strictest. But Jim Gordon doubts Bruce. I didn't say anything, the case is over. Gordon wiped his head and smiled bitterly. You are a family member, and you will meet him for the last time according to the rules. Your father has scars on his body, and a prisoner must have beat him badly. So did he kill himself? Harry asked again. After preliminary forensic identification, he did die of suffocation. 2 days later, under the escort of police officers, Harley came to the police station again. Very unexpectedly and naturally, she saw 2 acquaintances, a pale Mother Tracy with red eyes, and a grandfather as strong as an old scalper, Kazapa Quinn. The old man was wearing a blue denim jacket that had been washed white, and his face was a little tired. He seemed to have rushed over as soon as he got off the plane. On this occasion, at this point in time, the 3 of them had no chance and didn't want to gossip, and they all looked solemn and depressed. Andy's body has been trimmed. At this time, he can't see any hideous color on his face. Although there are some bruises, his face is calm and peaceful. It seemed that he was liberated, and his soul was called by the Lord to heaven. But the truth is, all Christians who commit suicide and kill themselves go to hell. Well, maybe Andy is happy to go to hell? After all, spinach is not allowed in heaven. Why is my son injured? Is it really suicide or suicide? Holly was wandering in the sky, and the old Kazapa slammed the corpse locker and roared like a lion. I know Gotham and know your methods. Every responsible father in America will say to his son when he is about to come of age, never go to Gotham. I know why they say that, and what happened to my son proves it. But old Kazapa won't let you fool like that. I want the truth. The police superintendent is a black female, and she is here too. Hearing the old man's shout, she frowned slightly, but she was not angry. Mr. Quinn, we can understand your anger and sadness, but it's the truth. Andy Quinn has contact with other prisoners during the day, but at night, he lives in a single room, and there are police patrols outside, and outsiders can't touch him at all. Multiple forensic identifications also proved that these skin injuries were not fatal, and he did indeed die by suicide. The old Kazapa is tall, 1.9 meters 5, and the black girl police officer is barely over 1.6 meters. The old man walked up to her and looked down at her forcefully. You know, I don't believe you ugly cops at all. The female police officer's face was ugly, and the other police officers also looked bad, eager to try. Harvey Bullock, who was split in the middle, took a step forward, pressed his chest against the old man's chest, and gave a hard bang. Old man, this is Gotham, the Gotham Police Department, our site, not your country pig house. He threatened in a deep voice. Old Kazapa's eyes were deep. He glanced at several police officers on the scene, and sneered, you are right, this is your territory, if it is, With a cold snort, he turned to Harry again, his expression and tone softened. Your father tossed himself to death, and Tracy only cares about running away by herself. Come home with me and let me take care of you. I don't want to go back to my hometown. Why don't you stay in Gotham? Harry said. The old man's face became stern. He shook his head and said, no, my career and industry are all in Tulsa. Harry shrugged and took his mother away first. 3 days later, Andy was burnt to ashes at the funeral home, and the urn will be brought back to his hometown by Kazapa for burial. Then, there is the battle for Harley's custody. It's a bit exaggerated to say that the battle is an exaggeration, and the old man is the only one fighting. Because of the escape, Tracy only has the right to visit, and can't raise Harry independently. This is nonsense in the eyes of the Chinese people, but in the United States, which pays attention to human rights, it is really too common. Many orphans actually have living parents, but those parents are not financially and behaviorally qualified to raise their children. For example, being unemployed and going bankrupt and unable to raise a child. For example, being found by neighbors to beat children frequently. For example, having certain types of criminal records, or being a wanted criminal. At this time, a reception room in Gotham City Hall. Harry, your grandfather is still alive, he is your immediate family member and has the financial ability to raise you as an adult. He can get your custody for as long as he wants, unless you can give a reason for refusal. Martin Haas said calmly with a formulaic smile. He's from youth care, and last time he went to Harley's house to do a family survey. I have reasons. Harry glanced at the old man who was lying at the window and peeked, and said in horror, my grandfather is a pervert. What? Martin was excited when he looked at the girl who looked as delicate as a large Barbie doll. Did he? It's not me. Harry shook his head quickly. I saw him steal my mother's underwear and harass my female classmates many times when I was still in elementary school. It was Harvey Dante's bad idea, which she modified slightly. Martin's face like dried green beans became serious. Harry, don't worry, with us, that old beast will never touch you a hair. Then, he got up and left. Not long after, the old man outside made a roar that almost overturned the roof. Harry, tell me clearly, I am so good to you, teach you to hunt and take you to fish, why are you slandering me? He was like an angry lion on the verge of desperation. The 2 male staff members couldn't drag him and rushed to the door abruptly, shouting to Harry in grievance and indignation. Harry's expression changed, squinting, and said coldly, Kazapa, I know what you did to Barbara. Barbara? Which Barbara? The old man was startled. My 5th grade classmate, a black girl, Harry said. The old head was greatly frightened, his eyes widened. After a while, he explained with a bitter face, things are not what you think, we are for higher ideals. Let's go, Harry said indifferently. Alas, the old man seemed to have his spine taken away, his tall body suddenly collapsed a lot, and he threw off the staff around him and walked out staggeringly. Harry, I'm sorry. Tracy hugged her daughter and said in a choked voice, you are so good, you will definitely be adopted by a wealthy and kind family, and your mother will pray for you. In fact, if Hallie explained Tracy's running away that day, with the help of Harvey Dante, it is very likely that Tracy would keep her custody. At the beginning, Harry was indeed ready to explain. But a few days ago, when Andy was first in prison, Tracy called her home, and in addition to asking about her situation, she also said one thing, she met an old bamboo horse from her hometown in Michigan. Well, the boyfriend in high school, the two are getting along again. Now that Harry deliberately didn't explain, and Tracy didn't take the initiative to mention it, the meaning was obvious. End of this chapter. Chapter 20 The Little Nun in the Nunnery. In Gotham High School, under the ginkgo tree by the road, the golden leaves are flying down, like the seeds sown by the autumn sun. Harry, don't worry, I won't abandon you, Jessica said emotionally, holding Harry's hand. Harry pulled back his hand and pouted, don't be so nauseous, this is a school, a public place. Jessica tucked her long curly hair behind her ears, revealing a large but smooth forehead, and asked curiously, my classmates are pointing at you, it really doesn't affect you at all? You used to be a famous smile queen, the first on campus, an influential figure, now, it's just a change of home now. My essence, my future, will never change, brilliance, splendor, dazzling, endless money and honor, making everyone envious and hateful. Harley believes. Jessica nodded approvingly, I am completely relieved to hear you say that. Look at the big stars in the NBA, not to mention drug addiction, alcoholism, gambling, and match fixing. Many of them directly have a black state background, and still have a good time in the league. Harley doesn't have any major flaws. Even though she played match fixing with her dad, how old was she then? Of course the blame rests on the adult Andy. The teenage girls are just innocent victims. Therefore, even if this bad thing happened one after another, Jessica never thought about breaking the contract with Harley. Hey, Harry. Helen ran from the teaching building like a cheerful deer. Jessica, you are waiting for me at the school gate. Harry arranged and trotted to meet Helen. The two didn't hug, but held hands and looked at each other when they got close. Helen said excitedly, I haven't seen you for more than half a month. I'm worried to death. Are you really going to leave Gotham High School? Why don't I transfer schools too? What's there to worry about? Don't we call every day? As for transferring schools, Harry smiled wryly and shook his head. The St. John's Abbey I'm going to has an obligation to teach the orphans. I can't get out, and you can't get in either. Helen thought for a while and asked, where is St. John's Abbey? Just across the street from Jersey City, not more than 50 kilometers from Manhattan. Helen shouted, 50 kilometers? That must be far away from the city, and there is no public phone. What should we do? The monastery's phone may not be able to be called every day, but it should be fine every now and then, and we can write letters. Harley comforted. Well, it would be nice if my brother wasn't single and he could adopt you. Helen sighed. Then I can't call you aunt. Harry's expression was weird. It seemed very exciting. Harry, you have to remember, if there are good men and women who go to the convent to visit children, you have to be good, don't be too mature and unfamiliar. The sooner you get adopted, the sooner you can at least regain your social freedom. Helen urged seriously. It depends. Harry replied vaguely. If the environment of St. John's Orphanage is good, she can feel at ease as an orphan. Staff at Gotham Children's said they considered Harley's athlete status, and the convent has relatively good educational resources and would not interfere with her outings to compete. Hey, Hallie, I heard that you're going to the orphanage. Will I never see you again? A group of girls greeted Hallie with a smile across the distance. With a natural expression, Hallie looked at them generously, and said in a relaxed tone, don't worry, my fans, you will see me often in various news media in the future. Or, buy a copy of New World when you think about me. Reading science fiction magazines can at least replenish your brain. Hey, Harry, we will really miss you. Chest Ba sighed. Harry, I believe that no matter where you go, you will be a smile queen. The expression on the blonde Serena's face was sincere. Harry, I will sell you on the Upper East Side, and I will help you find a rich and kind parent so you can go back to school soon. Emma also looked sincere. Harry's mouth twitched. You keep it for yourself. Harry, your daddy is really awesome. Thomas the Yellow gave a thumbs up. With his own power, he changed the whole Gotham. By the way, have you ever met Bruce? Are you like Romeo and Juliet, who continue to bond despite family hatred, or have you fought? Harry gave him the middle finger. In fact, these people are already friendly, no matter whether they are true or false. At least they greeted her with an equal attitude, but more classmates are indifferent. They didn't look at her with hatred, just a strange alienation. After taking her belongings back from the locker, Harry vaguely understood. If the Waynes are the king and queen of Gotham, the student at this high school with an interest in the Wayne group is Sunday. The nobles did not necessarily like the king and queen, but they were used to and accepted their rule, and then subconsciously rejected the king's enemies. The most intuitive example is that during the half-month that Wayne and his wife died, Wayne Group's stock continued to fall, and even suffered short selling by some giants. Can the students in the school who depend on the Wayne Group for their meals exclude Harley? Harry herself was okay, turning a blind eye to this cold violence, and Helen next to her was a little shy. It seems that their rejection of her was transferred to Helen after she was sure to leave. Harry was a little worried. Helen, go back to the classroom, I'll go see Mrs. White myself. Helen hesitated for a moment, looked up at the expressions of the others, and shivered slightly. Then I'll go first. She lowered her head and whispered, then trotted away. After leaving the city, the car entered a quiet and deep forest path. The road was narrow and curved, passing through low hillsides and gurgling streams, and winding around in the pine, cypress, and birch forests. Of course, it is not uninhabited here, and from time to time you can encounter cars passing by. About 20 minutes later, some old but very clean Volvos stopped in front of a huge estate. Two large iron gates merged into a circular arc, and the turquoise marble wall is covered with moss and vines. Harry got out of the car with the bag in hand, looking around blankly. On the edge of the wrought iron railing door, a weather-resistant bronze plaque is pasted on the wall, with 3 lines written on it, from top to bottom, St. Advent Crusaders, St. John's Children's Home. Seeing that Harry's eyes fell on the bronze medal, the staff of the Gotham Children's Care Center who accompanied him explained with a smile, this manor was built by a church organization called the Crusaders of the Holy Land, which is almost the same as that of the United States. As long as history. In the early days, it was just a simple monastery, training monks and nuns for the church, and was also a place for nuns and monks to practice. After World War II, it has the function of an orphanage. Half a century later, adopting orphans has become the main business. Squeak! The small door beside the big iron gate opened, and an old man in a dark cashmere coat with a cross hanging on his chest walked out. Mr. List, you are finally here. The old man drew a cross on his chest and said with a smile, "Harry, your name is Harley Quinn? May the Lord bless you. I am Brother Raymond, and your Latin language teacher." "Hello, Brother Raymond, I'm Harley Quinn." Harley was very well behaved. The manor faces south and enters the gate. It is a wide concrete road. On the west side of the road is a huge lawn, which is divided into 2 football fields, where a group of children are playing. On the east side of the road is a small forest of mixed peach and loquat trees. There are students reading books on park benches in the woods. Many children have seen Harley and several others, but this kind of scene is too common in orphanages. They come and go, they have long been used to it, just glanced and continued their activities. It was at the gate of the sanctuary that Harry encountered a strange guard with a hound on a leash. Wearing a studded leather jacket, the tower-like body made Harry feel a sense of oppression, especially when his remaining one eye swept across his face and chest and waist. It seemed to carry a faint malice. It was very uncomfortable, as if I was stripped naked in an instant. She looked at him again, and there was sharpness and ferocity in his eyes, but not the slightest bit of wretchedness. Is it an illusion? But, finding Harry's gaze turned to the one-eyed guard, Teacher Raymond explained with a smile, "This is Mr. Hercules, captain of the Abbey Guard, a retired Marine officer. Don't look at his fierce appearance, in fact, he is an important guarantee for the safety of our manor." Captain Hercules nodded to Harry with a flat expression, then led the hound away. The main building of the manor is at the end of the road, much like the Western-style classical buildings in Harry Potter. The main building is connected with several subsidiary buildings, forming a huge mouth character. Old and huge, it was Harry's first impression. The front is the cathedral for worship, and they enter the left annex through the small door on the side. The corridor is paved with blue and white plaid tiles with large faces. Very outdated style. The corridor is deep and the lighting is very poor. Even in the daytime, there are still light bulbs on the walls on both sides, which still looks a little dim. Along the way, Harry saw many adults, both men and women, young and old, some in nuns, monks' robes, and some in plain casual clothes. Everyone wears a cross. Brother Raymond first took Hallie and List to the dean's office on the 2nd floor. The dean is a short and thin old woman, about 60 years old, wearing reading glasses, with sunken cheeks and high cheekbones. She looks very stern. "Mother Teresa, this is Harley Quinn from Gotham." "Hello, Mother Teresa." Harry took the initiative to say hello. The old cultivator nodded, looking at Harry up and down. The room was quiet for about 2 minutes. Then she said slowly, "I know about you. I only have one request for you. Keep yourselves safe, and don't bring Gotham's bad habits to this sacred place." "This is a bad guy?" Harry immediately made a judgment in his heart. List raised his eyebrows, handed an envelope to the nun's table, and smiled. "Mother Teresa, this is a letter from Mrs. White, the principal of Gotham City High School, which contains her detailed analysis and evaluation of Harry." Mother Teresa glanced at the envelope, but didn't open it immediately. "Teacher Raymond, take Harry down to settle it down." Harry followed Raymond away, but List stayed there. "When I came to the outdoor corridor, I vaguely heard him say, 'Harry is a very talented athlete, her future cannot be delayed, and we hope that the monastery can provide her with a special set.'" End of this chapter. Chapter 21, A Day in the Life of a Little Nun. "Hello, everyone, I'm Harley Quinn." Harley greeted her new roommates with a smile. This is a room the size of Gotham High School's dance studio, over 150 square meters and a rectangle. From the bottom of the imitation porcelain wall, there are small sky blue tiles that are 1 person high. The wall near the walkway has no windows, and the outside wall has 5 old-fashioned shutters on the yard wall. 20 beds, divided into 2 rows, 10 beds in a row, single beds, spaced about 1 meter apart, with a small wooden cabinet at the head of the bed. Lunch had already been eaten by this time, and at about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, under the supervision of the maids, the girls all returned to the dormitory for a lunch break. There are only 14 girls including Harley, and the remaining 6 beds are empty. The girls are almost all white, with only one big black girl, no Asians or browns. Age from 10 to Harley felt like there were 2 strong girls in their 20s. Obviously, this is not possible. To leave the orphanage. Then, there is only one possibility left. The big American girls look old. "Hi Harley, I'm Raven, from 95. I'm Angela, 15 years old. I'm." Under the stares of the nuns, the girls greeted the newcomers feebly one by one. The girls didn't look very special, no stunning looks for Hallie, only one 13-year-old brunette impresses Hallie. She's cute, too, with a delicate, shy, lovable temperament, but that's not the point. Her name is Barbara, and she was also born in 92. She is also delicate and shy. Hallie thinks of her friend, the little black girl Barbara. After a simple greeting, the other girls lay down on the bed to take a nap, and Harry came to her bunk, tidying up and saluting lightly. Most items were taken away by the keeper, stored in storage, and returned to her when she was an adult. However, Harry also received new clothes and daily necessities at the monastery, such as 2 sets of small white clothes, white robes for prayer, a brand new wool sweater, a black cotton wool coat, and a metal cross. The quilt was already laid, and Harry put his belongings in the box and lay down too. Looking at the grey cement ceiling, she couldn't sleep. She turned her head and found that several girls were also unable to sleep, peeking at her. She smiled at them. They also laughed. Harry suddenly felt tired and had some sleepiness. Lunch at 12 o'clock, lunch break at 02 o'clock in the afternoon, and classes start at 30. The lessons are astoundingly simple. The purpose of church orphanages is not to help people become talents, but to free orphans from illiteracy. Harley is licensed and does not need to take basic culture classes. She can go to the playground to run and play football, or go to the gym to do irons, or go to the dance studio to do herself a favor, but there is no professional gymnastics or table tennis teacher to teach her. The monastery has gym teachers, but they are just regular teachers. Hallie played tennis all afternoon against the training wall by herself. St. John's Abbey is indeed old, but it covers a large area and has all kinds of sports facilities. There are even special training grounds for courses such as bow and arrow shooting, classical swordsmanship, and kayaking. After sweating all over, venting her excess energy and stagnation accumulated these days, Harry felt a lot better. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the bell for the end of the class rang, and Harry hurried to the public bathroom. After taking a hot shower and putting on a large nun dress, she trotted to the cathedral. At all teachers and students worship the Holy Communion together. Including gardeners, doormen and other handymen, there are about 80 teachers and students in their early s. Under the leadership of Mother Teresa, all teachers and students knelt before the bronze statue of the crucifixion. To worship the Eucharist, of course you have to kneel. Dear Lord, Jesus, we thank you for letting us come to your supreme stage every night to spend half an hour with you. Oh God, we are usually so busy with the world that even when we are praying, we are distracted by family matters. Now let's calm down, and listen to your teachings. Oh God, you are in the shrine, right in front of our eyes, let us worship you reverently, praise you with singing, and let us sing worship the Lord at dusk. It's embarrassing. Harley has lived in the countryside for more than 10 years, and has been a Christian for more than 10 years, but she doesn't quite remember the lyrics of Worship the Lord. Indeed, Eucharist is not just a song. She could only look solemn, her mouth opened and closed, her ears open, and she tried to memorize the lyrics that others sang while she filled her mouth with words. Worship you in the evening, worship you, in the morning, worship you, in the night, worship you, when there is no one. I will praise, I will worship, worship makes me rejoice, worship makes my heart rejoice, worship. No wonder it takes half an hour each time to worship the Eucharist. A complete process has 9 steps, almost a passage of scriptures and a song. Worship the Lord at dusk is only the first song, the second is Under the Loud Sound of the Waterfall, and the third is My Soul Longs for You. The fourth link, Chanting Chant, has no fixed song. The fifth step, Listen to the old mama recite the Gospels. The sixth step is to meditate on this day to this moment, which is probably similar to a gentleman examines my body 3 times. However, this realm is too demanding for personal wisdom roots, and most people are in a daze. The 7th step is to express the voice of supplication to the Lord, which is a personal prayer session. The 8th step is to repent, whether guilty or not. First say Jesus, I'm sorry, I'm guilty, bara, and then sing tears of gratitude. Finally, tell the Lord that our prayers for today are coming to an end, and then we will praise the Lord again and end with the song So Great. Well, basically singing. With a uniform amen, today's Eucharistic service is over. Harry was surprised to find, no more, no less, exactly 5:50, half an hour. Dinner starts at and at we get together in small groups for Mass and evening prayers. At 9:30, everyone goes to bed. Zioba. After the lights were turned off, Harry lost his head in the bed like a small loach, and his fluffy little head drilled into the end of the bed, calling softly to the opposite bed. Harry. A weak voice came from the opposite side, surprised, timid and weak. Then there was another rustling, and a little black head looked across the river with Harry. It's Barbara. She pushed back her black curly hair, revealing a fair and small face, and asked suspiciously, what's the matter? In only half a day, Harry got to know her well. Harley is lively and cheerful, loves to laugh, looks good, and has many skills to become a star student in the United States. It is easy to get along with the people around her. In addition to Barbara, the other 12 girls in the dormitory were all familiar with each other. Even the men and women in the other dormitories knew that she was the #1 person in the monastery, and they all greeted her. It's okay, I just can't sleep. I want to ask you about the situation of this monastery, Harry said. In fact, as soon as the nuns left, the sleepover in the dormitory began, and Harry didn't seem abrupt at all. Barbara didn't speak, and seemed to acquiesce. Harry asked, do you do Eucharist and Vespers every day? This is the church orphanage, what do you think? This is not Barbara, but Lena, the only black girl in the bedroom, who is 3 beds away from Harry. Harry continued to ask Barbara, how many years have you been here? Oh, it's been almost 8 years. I've been here since I was 9 years old, and in another year, I'll be able to go out. The black sister Lena sighed. Harry was speechless. Baby, what about you? She asked again. She didn't come long. Lena said again. Now Barbara spoke, a long time, almost 7 months. The big black girl Raina snorted coldly, feeling very upset. Harry, if you want to know about this stinky hut, you have to ask me. I'm more qualified than many teachers here. In the darkness, Harry frowned slightly. She doesn't like this black girl. It's not that she's dark, although she is indeed darker than other black girls, the kind who closes her eyes and mouth, and can't see her facial features clearly in broad daylight. First of all, Reina's appearance is not pleasing, cow tall and big, nearly 1.9 meters, thick and strong, with a gorilla face and big buck teeth. Harley has never denied that she is a face control. In addition to her bad looks, Lena has a bad personality. It hasn't been a day since Harley came here, and she has seen her bullying the little orphan several times. For example, when taking a shower in the bathroom at night, Lena squatted lazily on a chair. Barbara and another sister-in-law, Angela, blushed and helped rub their backs. Angela complained, "Hands are sore." She was slapped on the head with a slap. Harry couldn't see it and said a few words. Then the powder keg named Rena was ignited, and there was a boxing match with Harry on the spot. The result can be imagined. The big man Reina was brought down by Harry in 3 or 2 strokes, and 2 fists hit her lower abdomen, causing her to scream in pain. Originally, Harry thought that she would avoid her from now on, but she didn't want to have only a few hours before the two faces took the initiative to start a conversation with her. Seeing that Harley didn't answer, Reina changed the subject on her own. "I know you, Harley. I read about you in rugby magazines, because you have a good laugh, because you win so often, even an Olympian. Win, they call you Smile Queen." "Yeah," Harry responded casually. "Harry, I bet you won't be here for a month." Without looking at the expression on her face, you could hear Lena's envy just by the tone of voice. "Why?" Harwich asked. "All families who are going to adopt a child will be the first to see you. You are a super class, and compared with you, we are not at all competitive," Reina said sourly. "Do people come here often? When was the last time a child was elected?" Harry asked. "On average 2 or 3 times a week. Just 3 days ago, a pair of university professors from north of the state picked up Hans." Speaking of this, Lena sneered and sneered towards Barbara's bed. Originally, this good opportunity was left to this little bitch by the old witch, but people thought she wasn't happy enough, and instead they took a fancy to playing in the stadium. Happy Hans playing basketball. "Who are you talking about?" Harry frowned. "What do you think?" Reina asked. Did the old witch mean Mother Teresa, the dean? Little big pool. It seems that Lena looks big and 3 thick, but in fact, her mind is still fine. If she dared to directly say that the dean's mother was an old witch, she would probably be given a small report. If she dared to scold Barbara Baichi in front of Harry, she would probably be beaten. This hey Baichi. End of this chapter. Chapter 22 Harley in the Sun, the World in Shadows. According to the rules of the monastery, students will get up at 6:30 in the morning, and then attend morning prayer at 05 o'clock. Harley went to the playground to exercise an hour early, at 30-. After half an hour of running, half an hour of difficult yoga, and a simple hot bath, I went to the chapel with the students. Morning prayer for half an hour, and breakfast at 7:30. At -- the girls followed Mammy and recited the rosary in front of the Virgin Mary. That is, the Psalm of the Virgin Mary. Another half hour, at -- they started class. Hallie passed the cultural class, but she had to take the church history class and left school at 11 o'clock. End of the morning. From -- to -- sisters and sisters will lead the students to work, cleaning, mowing the lawn, washing and drying clothes and sheets in the washing machine, and even toasting bread and French fries. Basically this hour is to teach students how to live. Dinner at 12 o'clock, one cycle is completed. Big black girl Reina is right, Hallie is more popular than the others. In the afternoon, she was playing in front of the tennis wall by herself again, and suddenly she heard exclamations such as it's crazy, it's wonderful, she's as healthy as a foal in the pasture and so on. She glanced back outside the arena, and saw a middle-aged white couple shouting, accompanied by the dean's mother. Harry ignored them and continued his training. She is like a lively deer, with a unique rhythm. She dances back and forth on the court briskly and flexibly, holding a racket in each of the left and right hands, and the 3 balls are flying back and forth between the racket and the wall, as fast as lightning. This training method is indeed exaggerated, and the requirements for talent and skills are too high. The couple probably have never seen such a crazy juggling in their lives. The couple came from a farm in the outskirts of New Jersey. Originally, they wanted to find a son to inherit the family business and share some farm work by the way. They came to see Harley specially after hearing that she was famous. In the end, both of them returned empty-handed. They feel inferior that their small farm cannot raise a female dragon like Harley. If Harry knew what they were thinking, he would definitely say, the farm is the place with the most correct values in the United States, otherwise why would Superman give it to the simple and hard-working farmer? At around -- in the afternoon, after the volleyball class, the girls shared the bathroom. Harry took off the little vest that was almost soaked with sweat, revealing her beautiful and fair body. It was dazzlingly white and reflective, and several girls nearby couldn't help but stick their eyes up. As if she hadn't seen it herself, she took off her pants and asked, "Angela, where's Sayoba?" It took Angela a while to regain her senses. She swallowed her saliva and looked away from Harry with a blushing face. "I was called away by Lena. By the way, Reina is gone, as well as Goldie and Miranda." Hallie swept around, and the 3 stout American girls disappeared together with Barbara. She had a bad feeling. "Where have they been and what are they doing?" she asked, pulling Angela's wrist. Angela wanted to break free, to run away. She turned her head, not daring to look into Harry's eyes. Don't worry, with me covering you, Lena wouldn't dare to touch you, Harry said softly. A disapproving look appeared on Angela's fat face. You are different from us, Harry. Everyone is different, Harry said. Angela shook her head slightly, mockingly crawling up her cheeks like flies, almost covering up the dense freckles on her face. A week ago, the dean got a call, knowing that today, a farmer will come here to find Son. It was also a week ago that the teachers tried to make Benson a good, honest, and industrious guy under the instructions of his mother. Benson is a 15-year-old Caucasian guy, tall and strong, with a greasy face and big white eyes. He once looked at Hallie whistling with lewd eyes, tens of thousands of kilometers away from hardworking and honest. Angela continued, just this morning, when the farmer and his wife drove in, Benson was wearing clean old clothes and looking carefully cleaning the lawn. He's meticulous and focused, and when he lifts his head to wipe the sweat, the sun shines on the beads of sweat on his forehead, and I swear he can surpass Tom Hanks at that moment. Tom Hanks has a good face and is a Hollywood superstar who can play an honest man. Forrest Gump and Private Ryan are his masterpieces. Harry Murin, this Angela, who usually can't hold a fart for a long time, can say this now. Is it also provoked and provoked? What do you want to say? She asked directly. Angela said excitedly, Benson, who tried his best to sell himself like that, still lost to your indifference. You do nothing but play on the tennis court across the lawn, and the eyes of the farmer and his wife are all taken away. After they've seen you, they've talked to you, and they look at other people. It's so boring. They're gone. They didn't take you, but they didn't take Benson. Benson is your boyfriend? Harry asked curiously. Angela glared at her and said angrily, Harry, don't play stupid. I think I'm very smart, but you said this. I can't understand. What does this have to do with Rena Barbara? Harry sighed. Isn't that obvious? Rowan, who was rubbing soap next door, sneered, Harry, you can leave here at any time, maybe tomorrow. How can you cover Angela from being beaten by Lena? Harry let go of Angela's wrist, a little embarrassed and a little dazed. It seems that the environment of this church orphanage is more complicated than Gotham High School. In 2 lifetimes, Harley has a good background and is considered a strong man in society. Now it is the first time that she has come into close contact with the bitterness and difficulties of the underdogs. Just as Harry was naked and tender, standing in the open space in a daze, a big girl muttered, Angela doesn't speak morality. Yesterday, Harry fought Lena for you. Angela's rubbing action paused, and she said in a sullen voice, at mass last night, Lena quietly punched me, and she stole my steak at noon today. Why didn't you tell me? Harry said angrily. That big brunette, so nasty? It's the same question as before, how long can you stay here? Rena has been here for 9 years, and I have been here for 4 years. It is foreseeable that she and I will be here, Angela said sullenly. Harry sighed helplessly, walked to the shower without saying a word, turned on the faucet, and raised his head to welcome the warm water flushing, preferably to wash away the stagnation in her heart along with the sweat. 10 minutes later, Hallie was sitting in the outer wardrobe drying her hair. The others were almost gone, and Angela sneaked close and said quickly, Rena is a drug addict. She is in the drug room at number 5, building 212. After saying that, she wanted to run. With quick eyes and quick hands, Harry grabbed her. You little traitor, what do you mean? I'm not a traitor. Angela's fat face shook. Have you ever thought that everyone in the bathroom just now knew where Lena went? You shouldn't have leaked my secrets in front of so many people. Hallie, remember one thing, here, in any situation where outsiders are present, you must be cautious in your words and deeds. You're a competitor to anyone who wants to run away, and everyone here wants to run. While Harry was stunned, she struggled hard and ran away. Is it necessary? Life in this orphanage is obviously very good. Harry rubbed her blonde hair in annoyance. Explain the most frequently asked questions by readers. First, Harley is not like a time traveler, not smart enough. The protagonists of most novels are smart and experienced, and immediately adapt to the time-traveling life. The Harley in this book is relatively inexperienced. Her previous life was too simple and happy. This setting may not be pleasing. In that case, you might as well not time travel, the reader may say so. I have no experience in setting the protagonist, but she can quickly adapt to the environment. This kind of sophistication requires her not to be an indigenous girl, but a girl who is only 14 years old. ######. 2 Harley has seen the movie and knows the legend of Gotham folk customs, why she behaved so naively. She was shocked at every turn, unbelievable. I personally think that it is precisely this kind of reaction that is more real. We all know that bad guys are bad, but when we watch In the Name of the People and Sweeping Black Storm, we still feel shocked, instead of taking it for granted as a protagonist. Because being bad is a very vague concept, and it is difficult to accurately judge the bottom line and methods of bad people through vague concepts. For example, it is bad for Xiaoming to bully female classmates in class. It is also bad for Xiaoming's father to kidnap and sell female classmates. Obviously, the two are bad in completely different degrees and ways. Gotham, on the other hand, is dark, but has a very glamorous surface. After all, it is a modern legal city. It is so bad that it is difficult for ordinary people to know. If even Harley, a high school student, knows all the bad things that GCPD has done, then he can't go to jail? Just like in the movie, Batman uses criminal evidence to bring criminals to justice. The law is just being played with. It's not tea that there is no law in Gotham. The crime is hidden in the shadow that ordinary people can't touch. Chapter 23. Angela's words still had some influence on Harry. Addict, pharmacy. Lena was probably doing something illegal, and she even had some guesses about what they were doing. So, does she want to stop them? Why should she stop them? Can she stop it? As Angela said, Reina will live here, but she may leave within a week. Can you stop it today? What about a week later? Oh, let's go and have a look. Do the things in front of you first, and leave tomorrow's things to tomorrow. After pulling her hair for a while, Harry gritted his teeth and made a decision in his heart. The main building of St. John's is 7 buildings in the shape of a mouth. In addition to the whole cathedral on the front, there are 2 buildings on the other 3 sides, with a spacious stone road in the middle. The 5th building is just behind the main building. There were often students, teachers, and monks in the yard. Hallie reckoned that Lena would not dare to sneak into the pharmacy from the front. So, she also circled half a circle, ready to go to the back to take a look. Life is always full of surprises. Harry looked around, tiptoed to turn around the corner of Deputy Building 5, and looked at the captain of the one-eyed guard. Hesitation flashed in his one eye. I didn't, it wasn't me. Harley was also taken aback by this unexpected change, panicked, and her performance dropped significantly. But she is not an ordinary person. She only panicked a word, and quickly calmed down. At the same time, she was also secretly shocked. The captain of the guard was very alert. He could just stare at her who had passed the corner, just because he noticed when she was just approaching the corner. Maybe footsteps. Captain Hercules, no matter what they did, I was not with them. My classmates told me that Barbara was called away by Reina, and she was about to worship the Eucharist, so I wandered around and came look for them. Hercules was not alone here. His hound, Barbara, and Lena were all there. The skinny little Barbara stood in front of the one-eyed captain, leaning her head against her head, as if she was being trained. Lena and the other 2 girls squatted their necks, held their heads in their hands, and knelt under a wall a few meters away. In addition, the captain of the guard was holding several white medicine bottles in the black leather gloves. With just one glance, Harry knew that this was a combination of stolen goods, and he was caught. Therefore, she panicked and distanced herself from the relationship. The one-eyed guard glanced at Harry and stuffed the medicine bottle in his leather jacket pocket. Forget it this time, don't do it again next time. Leaving this sentence, he led the dog away from the other side. It's so easy to pass the test. Harry couldn't believe it. The 3 kneeling American girls stood up, and one of them, the blonde white girl named Goldie, squeezed her knuckles and looked at Harry maliciously. This little splash has ruined our business. Do you want to teach her a lesson? She said. What? Harry was confused. Did I save you? What's wrong? Big Sister Delina's caterpillar-like eyebrows twisted a few times, looked at her and asked, what are you doing here? Hallie nodded to herself with her thumb. Barbara is covered by me. You took my little sister away, and you asked me what to do. At this moment, the expression on Lena's black face was very complicated. You are for her. Her tone was a little unbelievable, and her expression seemed to have admiration and sarcasm. In fact, Reina's face is too dark, no matter what expression, unless she is grinning, it is not easy to tell. Rena, she beat you a few fists yesterday, and Goldie and I happened to be here today. The 3 of us worked together to beat her. Miranda was eager to try. Forget it, today's bad things are enough. Lena shook her head and pulled her 2 good friends away. It was only now that Harry turned his attention to the thin little Barbara. Are you all right? Her long black hair covered most of Barbara's face, but Harry could still see her shaking her head slightly. What did they ask you to do? Harry asked again. Barbara seemed to glance at her through the black hair in front of her, pointed to the vent on the back wall, and said, I am small and can climb directly into the pharmacy on the 2nd floor. Barbara's coat did get a lot of dust, especially on her knees and shoulders. What kind of medicine are you stealing? Barbara lowered her head, her long hair completely covered the inexplicable look in her eyes, and said in a low voice, little green pill. In the end, she didn't explain clearly what the small green pills were, but only said that if someone was sick or couldn't sleep, they could get a few small green pills after being checked by Mammy Katie in the medical room. Almost all the children in the orphanage have eaten small green pills. Some people eat too many times, too often, such as Lena, they will become addicted to not eating for a day and panic. Is it a dummy? This is crazy, Harry said in shock. It's definitely not duping. The trademark on the box reads Wayne Pharmaceuticals, and it has also passed the U.S. Health Bureau's Drug Administration. It is non-toxic and harmless. Barbara said. Harry frowned and said, you say it again, what kind of medicine is that? Benzodiazepine or something? After dinner and evening prayers, Lena took the initiative to sit next to Harry and whispered, Harry, you are a good person. What? Harry almost choked on saliva. Is this a good person card? She tried hard to recall what she had done to make this black girl have such a terrifying misunderstanding. If you're a bad guy like me, you can mix with Barbara. You're not, so you'd better stay away from her and never interfere in anything with her. Harry breathed a sigh of relief. Are you trying to sow discord? Are you stupid enough to think I'm sowing discord? Lena asked back. Harry wasn't stupid, of course, and from the beginning, Reina was hinting at one thing, Barbara was not innocent, at least she was involved in very troublesome things. Hey, she's obviously a black girl with 5 big and 3 thick, and she doesn't speak so easily. Harry sighed and asked directly, what secrets does this monastery hold? This is not a place for you to stay for a long time. You don't need to understand the rules of survival here. It's not good for you to know too much. After a pause, Reina muttered, have you ever thought about why in the backyard, Miranda and Goldie said that you broke our good and wanted to beat you? I can tell you with certainty that if you don't come, we will, as always, pay a certain price and get those little green pills. You live like a little queen, but the monastery is not your castle, just like Gotham is not your kingdom. Harry frowned and fell silent. She is not stupid, Reina's hint is very obvious, the St. John's Abbey in her eyes is definitely not its true face. But all the people here, the orphans, the teachers and the monks and nuns, knew that she was just a passerby. In a few weeks, a month, she will definitely be taken away by a family with good financial conditions. Therefore, they were neither prepared to interfere in her life, nor did they intend to admit her into a real church orphanage. How should Harry choose? Sighing softly, she stopped asking Reina any questions. She chose to compromise and choose to protect herself. She can deal with Reina and her few friends, but she can't deal with the small society of St. John's Abbey. After talking with Lena, Harley was a lot depressed, smiled less, and had little interest in talking with other people. She didn't participate in the lying talk after the lights went out at night. At around 10:30, she found that Reina put on her clothes and slipped out of the bedroom quietly, but she didn't ask a word. Barbara also asked her worriedly if she was not feeling well. Hallie only shied away from playing in the afternoon because she was too tired and wanted to go to bed earlier. In the second half of the night, Harry was awakened by a scream. Help, Mammy, Monk, help, Lena can't do it. In the aisle outside the dormitory, there was a howl like a female ghost crying at night. She is Reina's good friend and one of the 3 roughs of the monastery, Goldie. 3 thick, it's the nickname that Harley gave to the 3 big girls. Life was at stake, and Harley sat up in shock while sleeping and died of illness, immediately put on her slippers, and ran out before the other girls could react. The aisle was dark and deep, and the light bulbs on the walls on both sides gave off yellow candle light, like a good road leading to hell. Gotti and Miranda didn't just shout, and at this moment other bachelors and monks walked out of the dormitory in a daze. At the end of the aisle, in the innermost storage room, Harry saw Lena, who was foaming at the mouth and twitching. Well, it's not foam, it's light blue bubbles. A few bubbles flew out of the nostrils with the gasp, floating in the air. Has she eaten washing powder? Harry looked around, and actually found a bottle of detergent lying on the ground in the corner, and a torn box not far away, revealing bottles of the same detergent. Shit, Lena drinks detergent and wants to kill herself. She widened her eyes in disbelief. This big black girl is so strong, it makes no sense to think about it. It's not suicide. Miranda glared at her and pointed at the detergent. You see clearly, this is the Tongle brand. Hallie glanced at it, and there was indeed a big Tongle trademark on the label of the cleaner, but she still didn't know why. And then, disperse, disperse, all go back to sleep, Lena will be taken care of by us, Mammy said with a dark face, clapping her hands and shouting. Harry, you don't understand anything, Angela muttered in a complicated tone when she returned to the dormitory. What's so special about Tongle brand cleaner? Harry asked humbly. Angela's bed was next to her, and after hearing her words, the fat girl stretched out her head so hard that she almost reached Harry's pillow. Inhale that cleanser and fly. Young people know that, she whispered. Are you sure? Harry asked in shock. Even cleaning agents can be used as duping. What kind of ghost country is this? The fat girl nodded. That thing is harmful to the body if it is too high, and if there is another choice, no one wants to touch it. Lena is just too high, and whether she can save her life will only be known tomorrow morning. Reina deserves to be one of the 3 roughs in the monastery, with rough skin and thick flesh. At breakfast, they heard that Reina had woken up and was even able to get out of bed and move around. Behind the 7 buildings of the monastery, there is a small hill with an altitude of meters, and there is an original forest on it. Sometimes even deer can be seen inside. Without Harry's class in the morning, she did aerobic exercise on the trails in the woods, that is, jogging at a steady pace. As a result, she encountered Barbara and Angela, a few girls carrying baskets, wandering in the woods. What are you doing? Harry kept running. Can't you see, we're picking mushrooms, Angela said, shaking the basket. Why are there only a few of you? Harry asked. Do you think it was Mammy who asked us to pick mushrooms and make mushroom soup? Angela sneered. Isn't it? Harry was more curious. Rena said that a small amount of detergent is not strong enough, and that too much will kill her, and then she asked us to help her pick mushrooms. Barbara said. Harry understood now. Detergents are relatively unfamiliar, rich people will not smoke that stuff, but mushrooms. Mushrooms are a bestseller in the United States. In Gotham High School, grass and mushrooms appeared when participating in the party of classmates. Harley never touches them, and even avoids them like snakes and scorpions, but the United States in the poison pit has long been accustomed to them. Alas, this is lighthouse country, I should get used to it. Harry shook his head and ran away. P.S. Little green pills, the stuff that the heroine of abandoned soldiers eats. It was very common in the United States for a period of time, just like the cold spirits that are often used in Chinese families. I didn't make up the detergent. Relatively famous. End of this chapter. During the lunch break, Lena went back to the bedroom. As expected of an American, his drug resistance is strong. He almost burped in the early morning last night, and he can run, dance and curse at noon the next day. Because the number of mushrooms was too small, Angela and the other girls were severely reprimanded by her. Harley, who had decided to stand alone, didn't intend to take care of it, but in the end she couldn't help it, and said to Lena, "When is it now? It's December, thousands of trees are small, dry mountains and cold paths, and dogs' tails and grasses are all over the place. It's rare to find a mushroom, where did it come from?" Lena was very angry, stared at Harry with round bull-eyed eyes, kept moving her hands, picked up a dried mushroom and stuffed it into her mouth. "Chew hard as if you were chewing someone." Seeing Harry's teeth sour, "Are you sure this mushroom is fine? I eat a lot, so what can I ask?" Lena glared at her again, ready to sneer, when her eyes turned white, her hands twitched around her neck, and the foul-smelling foam was like a fountain. It came out of his nostrils, and after a while, the sheet under him was wet. "Oops, Lena is flying over again," Angela cried. "Shit, it's not too much, she has food poisoning? What kind of mushrooms did you find for her?" Harry hurried to the door and called Mammy. "I don't know. This is not the first time. It was fine before," Angela said blankly. "Rena ate too fast, she should lick it first to pick out the real mushrooms." Barbara frowned. Psychedelic mushrooms have a strong hallucinogenic effect and can be easily distinguished from other mushrooms by their texture. "So, you don't recognize real mushrooms at all?" Harry grinned. "You asked me to find China on the wordless world map. I can't do it. How can I accurately select the true mushrooms from the more complex mushrooms? Anyway, Lena could eat it. Nothing happened before, but today was purely an accident," said Angela. Of course. Harry was speechless. Luckily, Lena was taken to the infirmary just after eating the poisonous mushroom, not only saving her life again, but even regaining her sanity within 2 hours. However, she had tossed twice in a row in just one day. Even if she was a silly, thick, and black American girl, she couldn't hold it anymore and had to hang on the hospital bed for 2 days. And on that night, Harry also saw the legendary little green pill for the first time. After leading them to the evening prayer, Father Odom took out a small white bottle from his pocket, shook it in the air, and sighed, "If anyone has any mental or psychological troubles such as anxiety or sleep disorders, they can come here. I'll get some tranquilizers here." The students raised their hands, like trick-or-treating friends for Halloween. Then the kind priest also gave 6 to the big guy, just like distributing the white rabbit toffee. Father Odom didn't frown even when he saw that the little white hand in front of him was from athlete Harry. "Father, can you show me the instructions for the medicine?" Harry looked up and asked after smelling the small green powder. Father Odom nodded casually, and opened a new box, which contained a small white bottle and a rolled-up manual. Just seeing this, Harry was sure that this was not a banned drug. It is indeed not a banned drug. The ingredients, properties, functions, production date, and manufacturer, product batch number on the instruction manual have everything. There is even a picture of a Hollywood actress on the carton, "Mother's little helper, a good friend of a healthy baby. Your family deserves it." Harry was dumbfounded. "Is it addictive?" she asked. "Anything that's pleasurable, like dessert, is more or less addictive," said Father Odom casually. Harry wanted to refute, but the fact was that, with the exception of Lena, Barbara, and the others had all eaten green pills, but they didn't show strong dependence. After Father Odom left, Rena, who was still on the drip in the infirmary, got the news and immediately asked Godi to come over and message, "If you don't want to be beaten, everyone must give half of the confession." "She wants a small green pill too?" asked the tower-like man. "Well, which child can refuse it?" The priest nodded lightly. "Give me the door key," the man said. This the priest hesitated. "The dean specially ordered her. She is a small celebrity and has a very tough temper. In case of trouble, many people are paying attention to her, and maybe someone will come to take her away tomorrow. It's better to wait a few days. Wait for her to leave. I know the proportions, and I won't shoot at her," the man said solemnly. The priest was struggling. "Dean Odom, you have to find out. That old woman is only the administrator of this manor, and I am the head of the Holy Land Crusade in New York State," the man said coldly. "As ordered, Lord Flame Knight." The priest sighed and handed the key respectfully. "Long live the tongue of fire." A flash of fire flashed in the man's one eye. "Long live the tongue of fire." The priest reverently crossed his chest. On a moonless night, the darkness was so intense that it almost scraped off a layer of ashes from the bottom of the pot. Harry woke up in a daze, struggling to break free from his sour eyes, but saw nothing but black. Who's there?" After a pause, Harry realized what had happened from the discordant voice. In an instant, her scalp was numb and her hair stood on end. In the bedroom at midnight, her voice seemed extraordinarily empty. It was like a huge room with only herself and the 2 people on the opposite bed. Opposite bed? Harry woke up suddenly. "Isn't that Barbara?" She suddenly sat up and shouted at the top of her voice, a gangster sneaked into the girls' dormitory. He's getting stronger, woo-woo dash." Halfway through the shouting, Harry was suddenly thrown onto the bed and her mouth was covered. "Don't shout. It's Angela. Don't worry about it. Don't make trouble," she whispered. There was a vibrato in the voice. "How can you turn a blind eye to this kind of thing?" Whoops, fat girl Angela was blown away by Harry like a leaf. But before Harry could yell at the rape, the man on the opposite bed threatened first, "Little bitch, shut up if you don't want to die." The voice was cold, filled with a murderous aura that was almost condensed into substance. He has killed people, and many more. And she heard it. It was the captain of the guard, the one-eyed brawny Hercules? She recalled that the first time she met, she felt right. He had peeped at her with extremely malicious and obscene eyes. She thought of Reina's words again. I want to report to the dean, Mama, you're finished. Just after saying this, Harry fumbled around with both hands, but couldn't find anything that could be used as a weapon. Then she put her hands on the small bedside table. She was furious and wanted to lift it up and smash it at the beast. The one-eyed guard across from the bed could not have imagined that the girl had undergone such a complex psychological change in a short period of time. He was complacent when Harry shouted and stopped moving. He felt that she had compromised and was intimidated. It's the same as those little bitches who were undertrained before. Maybe. He glanced at the opposite. The black hole, like staring into the abyss, saw nothing but darkness. However, his heart was still warm, and in his short-lived fantasy, he had an explosion of excitement. Maybe, you can try, this is my site, everything is under my control. He laughed silently and swaggered towards the door. Harry held up the box, but didn't smash it, just because she suddenly heard Barbara's suppressed crying. It was too dark, she couldn't see clearly, it might hit her. Then, just as she was fumbling for sharp objects such as pencils and toothbrushes, the bedroom door creaked open. She woke up. In just a few seconds above her, the bastard had run away. Harry, listen to me, don't chase, you are not his opponent, you can't change all this. Angela grabbed her again. I'm going to find the priest, Teacher Raymond, and Mother the Dean. Harry said. In the darkness, a sneer came from the bed on the other side. The little queen is still sleeping. Harry, welcome to the holy and noble St. John's Abbey, the real abbey. What's the fuss about, yelling, and delaying our sleep? Some people gloat at misfortune, some people complain, some people are numb and silent. But they are used to it. Harry's heart seemed to fall into an ice cave. Crack, a beam of light lit up in the darkness. Harry turned his head, only to find that it was Angela, and out of nowhere found a small flashlight the size of a thumb. Well, let's look at Barbara first. The fat girl sighed. A mess? Barbara, are you all right? Harry asked with concern. Her good things are interrupted, of course it's not good. A girl snickered. Harry stared at her with sharp eyes, the light of the flashlight sprinkled on her face, and she looked a little hideous. Rowan, are you looking for a draw? There was hatred in her voice. Rowan and Barbara are about the same age, and they do not comfort each other with their enemies. Instead, they ridicule at this time. Rowan was taken aback by Harley's grimace, and when she remembered her record in beating Lena, she couldn't help but be afraid, and said weakly, I'm not wrong, this is not the first time, it's going to hurt early. Just hurt. Also, I was woken up earlier than you were by Gotti going to take all the little green pills, and Barbara's voice was obviously less painful. You are hypocritical. If you stay here for 2 more months, sooner or later you will not hear it. Rui Wen's good friend Gan Wei said impatiently. Harry wanted to scold, but saw Barbara's face. Although she was bursting with tears, she was also flushed red. P.S. The Holy Crusaders is a church organization that can truly communicate with heaven. The Tongue of Fire is the archangel of this organization's worship and connection. End of this chapter. It wasn't a psychological effect, it wasn't an illusion, Harry was sure. The next day, the way everyone looked at her changed. It is not that the enthusiasm has become indifferent, but that there is less perfunctory, and the attitude is more natural and more real. When facing her before, their faces seemed to be separated by a layer of beautiful but false veils. Now, they took off the veil. It seems that a man and a woman no longer mind showing their true colors and their true attitude towards each other after 3 years of marriage. Most of them were indifferent, followed by ridicule watching a good show, and a small number of students and teachers showed her sympathy with scruples. Harry went to the teacher Raymond, who was in charge of the daily chores, and tried to offer to use the telephone. Harry, stay here with peace of mind for a few days, then put aside all the memories of the convent and go to a rich and kind family to start a new life. It's like Gotham, everyone knows it sucks, all parents say to their kids, when you grow up, avoid Gotham, but Gotham still exists, nothing has changed, and no one can change it. But it's also consistently one of the most prosperous, dynamic, and youth-exciting cities in America. It's brutal, but it's the reality. He declined politely. P.S. Gotham is New York here. Harry was in a bad mood, didn't want to practice, wanted to talk to someone, but couldn't find anyone. Angela seems to be able to be a reserve girl, but she knows how to survive, and has always ignored Harry in public. Barbara. She's looking at her coldly now. Well, Barbara was never as close to her as she thought she was. Like a blindfolded heifer, Harry hopped around the manor randomly, and unexpectedly came to the infirmary. She sat on the edge of Raina's bed, silent. After a long time, Lena sighed and persuaded, no matter what happens next, bear it honestly. When you are adopted, leave all the old memories here and continue your bright future as a smile queen. You don't understand. Harry shook his head slightly. You think I don't understand? In fact, I understand everything. Lena said. You really don't understand. Harry still shook his head. I'm starting to wonder about the future of the Smile Queen. A long time ago, I planned for my future, to be the best athlete in the world, to gain fame and honor, and to live a rich life. She especially emphasized in this world. Raina didn't hear it, only praised. It's a very good ideal, money and honor, I love it too. Harry looked up at the window, her voice erratic, but now I suddenly feel that I have such a talent, maybe I can do something more meaningful. Lena's eyes flashed, and she said strangely, you want to be a hero? Sweep away all injustices. No, my original intention has not changed. In this life, I want to live smartly and happily. Money and honor can bring me happiness, but I have more destiny than you mortals. A bottle of small green pills can make you happy, $1 million can make you ecstatic, and I have never been satisfied with material wealth. I want to. Lena gritted her teeth, her black face twisted, and the veins of her fist clenched tightly against the sheets were exposed. Harry's eyes were shining, and he looked out the window at the vast mountains and forests in the distance. I want to live a life with a clear mind, and I want to live without any grievances and stubbornness. Lena was suddenly stunned, and the anger from before was vented to nothing. She couldn't understand what Harry was saying, but at this moment, she realized that girls could be so charming. She had read this description in the book The Woman in Front of Me is Glowing. Before she scoffed. Women are not light bulbs, how can they emit light? Now, she wants to say to Goldie and Miranda, fake, the description in the book is correct, she is not only shining, she is dazzling. What do you want to do? Lena swallowed, the orangutan blushed slightly, and her tone was softer than ever. What can I do? Like you said, honestly wait for adoption, and then treat everything here as a dream and leave it out of memory forever. Harry said lightly. That's good. Lena scratched the back of her head, always feeling that something was wrong. I said so passionately just now, and it all lit up like a light bulb. Now I am suddenly honest. Although being honest is the best choice, Lena is a little disappointed. Harry's eyes flashed, and he said with a natural expression, in order not to make mistakes, you have to tell me all the secrets of this orphanage. You said it yourself, you've been here for 9 years and know the monastery better than many monks. Although Lena's current performance is enough for Harley to promote her to the position of no. In the little sister's reserve, she still needs to be defensive. Especially since she's an addict. Gamblers and addicts are the least credible. Therefore, she did not reveal her true purpose. She's going to upset this Satan's house, which bears the name of God. But not with fists. 2 fists are no match for 4, unless it is a superhuman fist. She won't be here for too long, a week, half a month. She will honestly wait to be adopted, and then she is not sure about the specific plan, but at least one American melting pot will be born, and Reina is the best raw material provider. Leave the wolf's den first to tear her face, otherwise, she will pierce the entire monastery alone. There was also a child who tried to resist, and it didn't take long for him to fall ill and then died. There are also children who are honest and submissive, and disappear after a while. I know why they disappeared. Out of curiosity, I sneaked a peek at the infirmary window. A flash of panic flashed in Lena's eyes, and the words that popped out of her throat were also slightly trembling. They took away Thiago's heart, and the dean were chatting on the side. She said, such things should be done as little as possible, and St. John's orphanage is so prestigious that there is no room for taint. How many healthy young people do you need in Gotham Streets and the North State Problem Children's Care Center? The other had a neat suit, like the company president's gold-rimmed glasses, and explained with a smile that Sir Evelyn had a special blood type. Harry looked gloomy, and there seemed to be a storm brewing in his eyes, but she didn't say anything. Lena continued, I was so frightened that I couldn't sleep for several days, until the doctor prescribed half a bottle of small green pills for me, and I was so excited. Then I had an idea, rich people definitely don't want the heart of poisonous insects, and from that day on, I couldn't do without mushrooms and small green pills. Sometimes, with guard fake in the guard, they'd be generous enough to give me some white ones too. Harry was startled again, you and the one-eyed dragon. Lena shook her head and said resentfully, the one-eyed dragon says I'm ugly and stupid. He likes Barbara's delicate and cute. Of course, if you are so beautiful, he must like it more. It's too rampant, and the priests and teachers have never cared about it. This is modern society, it sounds darker than the Middle Ages. Harry said in disbelief. Even in an ordinary high school, there are a lot of students and teachers getting together, right? Besides, even the police don't care. How do they care? Lena said disapprovingly. No way, the police also know. Harley's 3 views exploded. Lena gave her a deep look. It's fortunate that you have a good reputation. Of course we have been here a lot of beautiful girls and boys, and some people will be tempted, taken to the city, come back the next day, and then the sheriff together with the counselors, they became one of the backers of the monastery. Go to the city to accompany those people. Harley felt dizzy. Could it be that she lived in another world for more than 10 years before? But on second thought, in the real world of the previous life, there were also beasts like Epstein. In this more sinful Gotham area, it should not be surprising that anything appeared. 3 years ago, I had a friend named Linda. She said it was a masked ball, a luxurious hall that can only be imagined in a dream. Many rich and powerful attended. She even had a dizzy sex with an English prince the first time. The real prince, the one often seen on TV. At that time, I was still young, and while I was afraid, I also had some vague expectations, expecting the priest to blindfold me and bring me to the heaven with the handsome prince. Lena said in a complicated tone. The corners of Harry's mouth twitched, and some couldn't tell who was the victim. It's useless to tell you this. You are famous and too many media are watching. They won't use these methods against you. Reina wanted to end the topic. It's okay, I'll gain more knowledge. You can be more specific, people's names, places, names, time. Hallie encouraged her to provide more materials. Lena was helpless, she could only think of what to say, and said everything she knew. End of this chapter. After evening prayers, she returned to the bedroom, and Harry, who was lying on the bed, kept her brows furrowed. It's not quite right. The first time I met a one-eyed dragon, I felt his malicious look, and I thought it was an illusion at the time. It turned out that my perception was indeed beyond ordinary. If this is the case, then the obscene peeping that keeps me stabbed but can't find the target when I worship the Holy Eucharist in the evening should also be true. It's a one-eyed dragon. Hallie rolled back and forth on the bed like pancakes, her face getting more and more ugly. Both Lena and Raymond believed that as long as she kept herself safe, those people would not hurt her, because she had a good reputation herself, and the identity of the daughter of the killers of the Wayne couple had a very high degree of attention. It seems that because of what happened last night, things have changed. Don't be afraid of Dash, just be afraid of what happens. She should not wait passively. She can get out of here. Just dozens of kilometers away in Gotham, she has friends, classmates, as well as an agent and a lawyer. Harvey Dent took her annual fee of $3,000. Harry, are you not feeling well? Angela on the side noticed her frequent turning over. With a flash of inspiration, Harry leaned out half of his body, and almost said in the fat girl's ear, "Do me a favor, let's change beds to sleep." Although Angela is fat, although stupidity and fatness are often associated, she is not stupid, but is very proficient in the way to protect herself. If I don't change it or not, I'll tell mommy tomorrow to change it. She shook her head again and again. You seem to have guessed something. Harry squinted. I didn't guess anything. Angela continued to shake her head. If you don't change, I'll beat you up, just like Lena did, Harley threatened. You are not that kind of person, you are a good person. Angela said. You don't want to help good people. Harry sighed. I won't help you if you are an angel. I can't help you. I'm afraid. Angela said in a trembling voice. Has he violated you? Harry lowered his voice. Angela nodded silently, with a little fluorescence on her face. She is crying. Don't worry, I'll protect you, really. If he dares to come tonight, I'll kill him, said Harry grimly. There was moonlight today, and the curtains were not drawn, and Angela saw the cold light reflected in her eyes, like a small knife. She flinched, more frightened. Why don't you go to Barbara? You're cuter than her, Harry said softly. Angela seemed to be very shocked by this answer, her eyes widened, and she stood there for a long time. After a long time, she nodded lightly. Even if something horrific like that happened last night, there is still a sleepover in the bedroom tonight. Several girls were chatting there, neither shocked by what happened last night, nor worried about tonight, nor did they notice the abnormality on Harry's side. As usual, chatting and chatting, they snored gradually. In the darkness, Harry could see a pair of bright eyes. Angela, like her, did not fall asleep. As time passed by, Angela couldn't stand it at first. She slowly closed her eyes and fell asleep unconsciously. Harry lasted half an hour longer than her. Maybe she thought too much. A malicious stare does not imply firm action. With this thought in mind, she fell into a drowsy sleep until it was like the scream of a little boar when it was covering its mouth and pinching its balls. You, so fat, you are not her, who are you? The man is very experienced, slipping silently like a cat and dashing like a snake with lightning. One hit must be hit. It was like a mountain of meat, pressing hard on the prey, covering its mouth with one hand and seeking up and down with the other, with a big mouth arching everywhere. Now, he ate a mouthful of fat. Am I counting the wrong beds? Bang. When he turned his head and looked at it blankly, a vicious wind suddenly came from behind him, and before he could react, a huge muffled sound came from the back of his head. The brain is dizzy, like a pool of mud, soft on the fat. Ah, blood, it's bleeding. Angela's mouth was freed, and she howled like a slaughtering pig. The roommates were almost woken up, but habitually, they only listened, only peeked, never made a sound or moved, trying to pretend to be a corpse that could hear and open their eyes. On the other hand, Barbara, who was opposite Hallie, sat up and said, Harry, are you calling? It's a pig. Harry waved the baseball bat in his hand, a little blood splattered, a little high-spirited, a little perturbed. After searching everywhere for a weapon last night and couldn't find it, she secretly took a baseball bat from the equipment store during daytime training and hid it under the pillow. However, what happened now was not her original plan. Facing the sudden situation, Harley was not sure whether the method she came up with in a short period of time would work. Angela stopped screaming and cried, There's a lot of blood and the pillow is wet. Harry, he's dead. You beat him to death. It shouldn't be dead. Harry was also a little unsure. She was stronger than an ordinary adult strong man, and the baseball bat was made of stainless steel. Steel touches heads, skulls maybe. Like dragging a pig to death, she dragged the one-eyed guard off the bed first. The height is close to 2 meters, and the weight is at least 250 caddies, which is really heavy. Live like an iron tower. Now the tower is down. Harry turned on the small flashlight, crouched on the ground, and carefully checked his waist and pockets. This bastard only wore a pair of loose pants, which were very easy to take off. The top was also thin, a wool vest with a faint smell of wine, a layered labor insurance suit, and a cross the size of an adult's palm. No weapons. It's Hercules, you knocked him down. Barbara saw the scene clearly by the light of the flashlight, shocked, dazed, and with a hint of fear. The pot immediately exploded in the dormitory, and the girls chattered like a group of irritable sparrows. Shut up, Harry whispered, and the room immediately fell silent. What are you going to do? Angela asked in a trembling voice. Harry pulled her off the bed, then pulled out the blood-stained white sheet, torn it in two, and rolled it into a rope. Help me, tie up this sparrow first. I'm afraid, he's dead. What else is he tied up with? Angela cried. Even if he didn't die now, if he didn't go for treatment, he might really bleed to death. Harry's face was cold, and he continued his actions, with a deep voice in his mouth. I'm not the stupid heroine in the movie. I won't just beat the bad guy and leave without heart. It is safer and more reassuring to tie it up. And then what? Angela asked. Harry turned to the empty room, faced everyone, and said, I'll tie him up here and call the police. As long as you still have the slightest brain, you should understand that if I succeed, you can all get comfort and a better future. If I fail and you keep silent, they won't do anything to you. Girls, it's time to change your destiny. Be smart. The room was silent for a while, and Rowan said weakly, the police are useless, everyone knows it. I'm a big celebrity, I have a network, and the police are just an option to solve the problem. Harley tried to make her voice full of confidence, although she didn't have much confidence herself. Up to now, it is no longer possible to take a long-term plan, and can only adapt to the situation and make the best choice under the current environment. The big celebrity seemed to give the girls a lot of confidence, and someone immediately reminded them, there was a child who tried to escape and call in the middle of the night, and he succeeded. Now the orphanage has learned a lesson. After the lights are turned off, the telephones in the telephone room cannot be used. Only the security room a few hundred meters away can turn on the switch again. Harry immediately said, at least the phone in the dean's office can be used, right shit? Before he finished speaking, a dazzling white light suddenly appeared in front of the dead man one-eyed dragon's chest. Harry covered his eyes and screamed in panic, what the hell is this? Yes, the phone in the dean's office can be used, but you can't go anywhere. The one-eyed dragon with a shriveled head on the floor said grimly. Harry was horrified, but moved quickly, and quickly took 2 steps back, holding the baseball bat at the end of the bed. No matter what the hell you're up to, you're dead today, she shouted, waving her bat with both hands. That's what I said, even if God comes, it won't change. Touch the metal rod was like a silver lightning bolt, and it was suffocating on the top of the one-eyed dragon that slowly got up. God, he is really here and is still on my side. The one-eyed dragon laughed gloomily. Harry was shocked, the baseball bat hit his head, and the middle of the baseball bat actually curved slightly. End of this chapter. Chapter 27. Bang. Harry's hands went numb from the shock, and the baseball bat dropped to the ground. It's impossible. She shook her head again and again. The opponent's head was hit with all her strength, and the iron rod was slightly bent, but there was nothing wrong with people. This is unscientific. Well, from the moment a white light lit up on the other side's chest, Newton, Einstein, and others covered their faces and cried away. God be with me, long live the Crusaders of Advent, long live the tongue of fire. Hercules muscled up like a real Hercules, and everyone swelled in a circle, and the white light ball on his chest gradually turned into strands of red flames, which swayed and wrapped around his body. Fake. The figure that looked like a god and demon made Harry tremble. The other girls in the room used to shout, but now they didn't even dare to breathe, and huddled under the covers, pretending to be a transparent person. If this is the brilliance of God, then the God you believe in is the devil, and only the devil can bless the devil. Harley stepped back slowly, her hands and fingers kept clenching and releasing her fists, her right foot hooked lightly, and the baseball bat that had fallen on the side was hooked back to her side. If you speak blasphemy and bluntly, you will be punished by God, and I am God's punishment. The one-eyed dragon twisted his neck and stepped lightly, adapting to this new, powerful body. Finally, Harley's hands became strong again, and with a bang, her bare right foot flexibly lifted the iron rod, and with her right hand, she was armed again. With the weapon in her hand, she felt a little more confident, pointed at the strong man surrounded by the slightest flames and shouted, "This is St. John's Monastery, the place where Jesus' shrine rests. This is a holy place. In the name of God, in the name of the Son of Jesus, in the name of the Virgin Mary, Satan retreats." Harry was recalling Wen Xiren's The Conjuring, which the monks used to exorcise. Well, she really felt that the power of the one-eyed dragon came from Satan. God does not give power to evil people. She read the Bible for a few days, and she also had some Christian beliefs. Blame. The one-eyed dragon growled, seemingly enraged, and threw his arms towards Harry in a hug. Seeing this, Harry wanted to take the initiative to meet him and enter the empty door, but she suddenly became alert. This is a trap. Cyclops was born in the Special Forces, participated in the Somali rescue operation of Black Hawk Down, fought hundreds of battles, and finally retired with the rank of Lieutenant Colonel. He's not a fighting idiot. In a short moment, she thought a lot, and then she went straight to the empty door. Before the one-eyed dragon grinned and put his palms together, Harry shrank and nimbly slid from his left side. Boom. Going around behind him, he slammed the back of the head again the previous wound. This time, Harry spared his strength, and his hands were not damaged. Crack, it sounded like a cracked biscuit, and the one-eyed dragon hunched over and mourned while holding the back of his head with one hand. "Die, I want you to die," he growled. Harry's eyes widened. This time she saw clearly. The milky white light appeared again, from the cross. If the enemy cheats by equipment, take his equipment? Harry's eyes narrowed, a plan in mind. When the one-eyed dragon lunged at her again, Harley did the trick again, walking around behind him and swinging the club violently. Pfft. Hee. The one-eyed dragon sneered and held the baseball bat. You think I'm stupid? He was stunned for a while, and his strength was more than half lighter than expected, and she even only swung the stick with one hand with her right hand. You've been deceived. Harley swung the bat with her right hand, and was caught by the one-eyed dragon, but she never thought of doing the trick again. Her body was like a flexible snake, close to the side of the one-eyed dragon, and with her free left hand, she made a golden snake-wrapping silk hand movement and grabbed the cross necklace from the side of her neck in a strange posture. But before the pride could bloom at the corner of her mouth, fear and pain filled her face. The red flames were not phantoms, the cross necklace was hot like a branding iron, and Harry seemed to smell the burnt smell of his fingers on his nose. Gudong. In the sea of consciousness that only Harley could perceive, a large stream of red liquid came out of the turtleman's experience tank. Being injured, the experience value rose a lot. Stupid, the majesty of the tongue of flames cannot be profaned. One-eyed dragon sneered and threw away the baseball bat, pinching the slender and tender neck of a swan with one hand, slowly exerting force. Like rubbing delicate roses, he gets deformed satisfaction and pleasure. This is of course full of malice. Gudong experience points continue to rise. Harry's little neck creaked, her face flushed, and she couldn't breathe. She blinked her eyes hard, and glanced at her left hand, which was still clutching the necklace. Small red flames erupted from the metal chain, bringing her unprecedented experience. Burning pain. She blinked again, it wasn't a hallucination, she thought her fingers were burned, but the slender fingers were still white and tender. It is not the body that the flames burn. Harry suddenly realized that maybe the one-eyed dragon didn't lie, he was now protected by God, not Satan as she thought. The one-eyed dragon grinned like a goose with a pinched neck, swooping towards the wall in front. Bang. Harry's head was like a wooden fish, hitting the wall with a kong-kong sound. The one-eyed dragon was stunned for a while, the slender and tender neck in his hand was not broken, and she was still struggling. He was murderous. But why is the small neck so strong, tougher than cowhide tendons? Gudong. Ding-dong. The experience points filled the turtle man's bottle, and Harry got a level up, got an attribute point, and immediately placed it on defense. 9 points of defense, almost reaching the limit of ordinary humans. Harry felt much more comfortable and could even talk. In the name of God, in the name of Our Lady, dispel the tongue of fire that is being used by evil, she shouted, pulling the necklace with her left hand. In fact, she didn't know what tongue of fire was, but she knew that the power to turn the one-eyed dragon came from the tongue of fire, and God was omnipotent and must be above the tongue of fire. Crack. Not sure if the exorcism spell had worked, or if the necklace itself had reached its limit, Harry ripped off his cross under the horrified eyes of the one-eyed dragon. No, he howled. The flames on his body went out a little bit. He stretched out his hand and frantically grabbed Harry's left hand holding the necklace. Harry smiled grimly, and when he loosened his left hand, the necklace fell, and the 2 little feet of Bai Shengsheng came together, clamped the palm-sized cross, and then backflipped in place in a small space. Shishi. The cross is like a small dagger, which is stabbed straight into the chin of the Cyclops from bottom to top under the strong swing of its strong legs. Immediately afterwards, Harley, who had just landed, grabbed the upper end of the cross, turned it around fiercely, and quickly pulled it out. Pfft! Blood splashed. Hercules' one eye was full of disbelief and horror, and he staggered back, his hands tightly strangling his chin, and the strength and flames quickly left him. Then there was a nun screaming, "Shut up and get out of here immediately, or I'll kill you." Harry shouted in a low voice. There were some blood stains on H.A. Lyfan's face, and she wiped it a few times, which made it even more hideous. The nun was like a duck with a strangled neck, and immediately fell silent, and ran crawling and rolling. Harry walked to a girl's bed, and under the shrinking gaze of the other girl, she took the feather pillow and casually threw it to the one-eyed dragon lying on the ground. Ho 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 ho. Then she slowly wiped her face with a pillow towel, put on her coat and sneakers, picked up her baseball bat, and left the bedroom calmly. According to the original plan, I'll call, you can do whatever you want. All the girls in the bedroom were silent and no one answered. At the door, Harley, who was carrying a baseball bat, stopped and turned her head. If the police come, you will definitely testify for me. I am in self-defense, right? The girls were at a loss, and still no one answered. Huh. Harry raised his voice. Yes, 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 yes. The girls nodded like chickens pecking at rice. Harry, you in the aisle. Teacher Raymond in pajamas hurried over. With an expressionless face, Harry swung a stick at him, knocking him unconscious. Pretend to be deaf and dumb before, what are you doing now? Harry shouted into the empty aisle. I know you are all awake, listen up, Hercules has been crippled by me. You are definitely not as good as him, so, they are so honest with me. Now, here, I'm the boss, whoever dares to come out, I will abolish him. The bedroom door opened a crack, and boys, girls, teachers, and monks hid behind to watch. At this time, Harry's voice just fell, and the door cracks were gently closed. Remember, don't go out, it only takes a few minutes to call and I'll be down right away. After thinking for a while, Harry first asked Mammy to get the key, went to the front hall door, locked the thick oak door, and broke the key inside the lock before Shiren walked to the dean's office. P.S. I saw some readers' doubts why Harley has a golden finger and is still so weak, and even said, I am her. Of course, I am focused on upgrading, and in this chaotic place in Gotham, I am invincible. Let me explain. First of all, the golden finger can only increase the defense, and the increase in strength and speed is limited, and if Harley is too young, the defense is strong, but the strength is not outstanding. Secondly, the level of experience is determined by two aspects, the maliciousness of the person who attacked her, and the strength of the attack. That is to say, the more malicious you are towards her, the more experience you have. There is a problem here. She has little strength, and others are malicious. She is still a beautiful girl. The evil deeds of the wicked are not only to beat her a few fists, slap her a few times, but may also do more terrible things. Therefore, Harley can't provoke Gotham gangsters without thinking. She has a strong defense, but she can't hold firearms, and her strength is not as good as that of an adult man. She was only 14 years old when she appeared, and her development was not fully developed. Wouldn't it be more unreasonable if I wrote about a beautiful 12-year-old girl who went to a bunch of Gotham criminals to gain experience and she didn't get hurt otherwise? Or, she was dragged into an alley. Can this be written? Therefore, in order to protect herself, Harley is very cautious before she improves her strength. At first, she didn't even want to be a superhero or a criminal, but through her status as a sports star, she first made money to improve her status, and then through money and fame, upgrade quickly on the premise of protecting your own safety. Later, she leveled up quickly, not because Gotham was friendly, but because she was fighting for her life. Chapter 28 Accidents, all kinds of requests, recommendations, collections during the new book, thank you. Hallie's 108 dormitory, a dark room, wafts a strong smell of blood. Ho 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 ho, call the guards. Go and call, Zion, ho ho ho. The one-eyed dragon leaned against the wall, grabbed the wet feather pillow with both hands, pressed it to his chin, and uttered a word. The corner of his mouth black blood bubbles appeared. No one responded to him, no one moved, the girls all huddled on their beds, their eyes widened, and they played dead as usual. Barbara, he began to call. Barbara was unmoved. Splash. You guys, do you think I'm going to die? A bloody grin formed on the corner of his mouth. I just hurt my chin, not my throat. You wait, Barbara. Don't hurt me, I'll help you out to the guards, to the doctor. Barbara broke down and cried. Barbara. Several girls exclaimed in disbelief. Shut up, I know about each of you. The one-eyed dragon scolded angrily and spit out another mouthful of blood, so frightened that he quickly closed his mouth. Under the resentful and puzzled eyes of the girls, little Barbara used herself as a cane to support the towering man with extreme difficulty. The one-eyed dragon has no problem with its legs and feet. When one big and one small moved out with difficulty, a girl immediately cursed in a low voice, Barbara, that scumbag, was so happy that she went to help Hercules. I've seen it long ago, she's a bitch who owes grass, fake. Next time, I will definitely find a chance to beat Hua Hua's little face. The girls were outraged and cursing. Angela couldn't help but said, Hercules called Barbara's name, but she couldn't help it. She was afraid of revenge. The key now is to inform Harry as soon as possible. Harry, too, been gone for so long, doing. Came out of the dormitory and howled terribly. It's Barbara. The girls looked at each other. Could it be that Harry just came back and gave her a hammer? Rui Wen gloated. Someone, help, Captain Hercules fell down, woo woo, a lot of blood, so scary, woo woo. Barbara cried outside. What's going on? The girls didn't know why. They crept to the door, opened it gently, and looked out from the crack of the door with a dozen blinking eyes. At the end of the aisle, he had already entered the front hall. The tower-like man fell to the ground, and a small figure crouched on top of him, crying pitifully. Hey, the one-eyed dragon fell. A girl laughed. Barbara's cry alarmed many people, who stood at the door and looked left and right, their faces hesitant. They wanted to help the captain of the guard, but they were afraid that the girl with a baseball bat would suddenly come back from the second floor. Woo woo woo, Captain Hercules, your wound is split open and you are bleeding a lot. Woo woo woo, the small body wailed weakly. Ho ho ho, the one-eyed dragon stared at the crying girl with one eye. In just a few seconds, the brown eyes almost condensed the horror that surpassed the previous life. Wiviwa, your wound is open. Barbara's mouth was almost split to the base of her ear, and she laughed silently and frantically, with twisted excitement and joy in her eyes. The wound is open, woo woo woo. She seemed to be picking the gills of a silver carp, her bloody fingers digging hard into the wound on the Cyclops' chin, and her little hand got in, pinched his tongue, and pulled it from below. Come out. The dark red blood plasma spread into a lake under her feet. Barbara leaned down, stretched out her pink tongue, and licked it in fascination. A lot of blood, woo woo. Finally, a few male teachers who had been old watches with the one-eyed dragon, suppressed their fear of the girl with a baseball bat, and trotted to the front hall. This they exclaimed. The one-eyed dragon's eyes were wide open, it had lost its luster, and its beard face was twisted into a hideous beard, whiter than snowflakes. Barbara's eyes were hazy with tears, and her two bloody little hands tightly covered the chin of the one-eyed dragon. The wound opened and there was a lot of blood. I can't stop it, woo-woo. How can I plug the wound with my hands? It's hard for you. They had seen death before, but at this time, they felt a little guilty when they saw the one-eyed dragon lose its luster. Compared with them, the little girl who ignored her previous grudges and tried her best to rescue her became an angel. That Quinn, what are you doing? Why haven't you come down for so long? Someone asked on the side. Did she run away? How about we go out and find the guards? You're stupid, and she's not stupid either. Look closely, the door is already locked. Of course Harry didn't run away. It's just that something unexpected happened in the dean's office. The dean is a nun, and she doesn't need to commute. She lives here. Her bedroom is next to the office, and the commotion in dormitory 108 on the first floor did not reach the second floor. When Harry approached the door of the office, in addition to a line of lights, there were sounds of and papa papa. Very faint, but never wrong in the middle of the night. Very ecstasy, very different from the high-pitched voice of the dean. There are several people. Is it the dean's mother who is watching porn, or is it? The picture was so hot that Harry didn't even dare to think about it. She twisted the door handle gently, unable to carry it, and locked it inside. There is no time to delay, it has already been torn apart anyway. Harry took 2 steps back, raised his legs, and kicked out like lightning. Crack bang. Sawdust flew, the wooden door opened like a spring, and the sound of chants and crackles in the room stopped instantly. Harry also seemed to have been pressed the pause button, maintaining the posture of the golden rooster, and opening his mouth to the boss. Ah! The red fruit boy lying on the sofa, looked sideways in the direction of the door, and shouted in horror. You. Chi Kuakuo's mother Teresa, who was sitting on the lower abdomen of Chi Kuakuo, also wanted to shout, but her mouth was stuffed and she made a strange sound. Ah! The boy standing in front of Mother Teresa didn't even look at Harry at the door, but bent over in pain and howled. Ah! Harry cried, covering his eyes, about to vomit. She felt like she was going blind. There were 4 people there. Harley too has never seen such a beautiful view as a human being, and she was shocked. The other 2 teenagers were young and at a loss. Only Mother Teresa, who was an old woman in the end, who has been in battle for a long time, woke up from the accident almost instantly, then pulled backed up to the door of the inner room, pointed at Harry, her face twisted. Benson, Jack, catch this little silver woman for me. Benson, the sturdy boy who wanted to be the son of the farmer, Jack of St. John's Orphanage, and Harley knew each other, and they all knew Harley. Hearing the order of the dean, they were very hesitant, looked at each other and hesitated. You dare not listen to me. Every word that came out of the thin lips of the shriveled old woman was like a sharp knife. Harry, what are you doing here? You heard it too. In this case, please accept the punishment from the dean. Don't resist, you can't resist. Jack sighed and stretched out his hand to grab Harry. Benson on one side folded his arms and said to the old woman in a relaxed tone, my dear, a little girl, easy to do. Crack. The baseball bat hit the middle of the outstretched forearm, as if a sugar cane was broken, and Bai Shenshen's stubble was poked out of his flesh. Jack was dazed for a moment, his eyes rolled, and he passed out without saying a word. Ah! Benson the strong guy shouted in horror as if he had been stabbed by a grilled corn cob. Benson, stop her, I'll call the guards. The old woman stepped back, retracted into the inner room, and slammed the door shut. Rolling his eyes, he also fainted happily. End of this chapter. Chapter 29 Harley in action. Harry kicked 13 feet and her ankles were sore before kicking open the soundproof oak door of the inner room. Old Lady Teresa also dragged a table against the door. Finally squeezed into the inner room, the old woman was like a loach, slipping into the bathroom. More importantly, there was actually a cordless phone in the bedroom, which she held in her hand. Harry was so furious that he smashed the bathroom glass door with a swing of a baseball bat. Hey, no matter what you do or plan to do, now you're done. The old woman, naked, like an eggplant that had been in the sun for 2 days, huddled in the empty bathtub and waved her wireless phone to Harry proudly. Hello, Mother Teresa? It's so late, what's the matter? A night guard asked loudly on the other end of the phone. In the eyes of Harry about to eat people, the old woman shouted, bring someone to save me, some people rebel. Crack. Harry sullenly took the phone away. Clap 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 clap. Harley gave her a bunch of mouths. You dare to hit me? The old woman was dazed for a while, wiped the blood from the corners of her mouth, and poked Harry with cold and terrifying eyes. Little Splasher, you are dead. I swear, you are dead. Accidents happened frequently and the time was urgent. Harley didn't want to talk, so she let her howl and curse in the bathroom, and went back to the office to make a phone call. Hey, Jessica, it's me, Harry, don't talk, listen to me. St. John's Abbey is a haunted cave. Harry's small mouth was like a machine gun, chug and chug, speaking very fast, and explained the matter here very concisely. Think of a way to help me. Hey Harvey, it's me, Hallie. Don't call Jesus, I know it's late, but it's a special situation right now. Repeating what she said to Jessica earlier, she asked, what do you think I should do? On the other end of the phone, Harvey didn't answer immediately, but turned on the light, walked around the bedroom a few times, and then said solemnly, this matter has too much impact. I'm afraid you don't know, Mother Teresa and Archbishop Marvin are brother and sister. Archbishop Marvin is not the bishop of a certain community, but the patriarch of the entire Gotham, the entire state of New York. The Crusaders of the Holy Land and the Tongue of Fire, do you understand? Harry reached into his pocket with his left hand and clenched the big cross. She cares more about organizations with extraordinary powers than mortal archbishops. The Crusaders of the Holy Land are a church organization, right? Their headquarters seems to be in Europe, the United Kingdom? I haven't been in contact with it, and I don't know much about it. It's the first time I've heard of Flame Tongue, Harvey Dent said. He has never even heard of Tongue of Fire, and he certainly does not understand the Transcendent Great Cross. Harvey, you are my personal lawyer. Now, it's your turn to advise me, said Harley. In the US, personal lawyers are sometimes more reliable than friends. In addition to a relatively high degree of credit, very few private lawyers betray their employers. They also know the laws of the United States best and know how to help employers avoid and solve troubles. Did you kill someone? Harvey asked. Should not. Should. I get it, you didn't over-defense, didn't manslaughter, didn't kill on purpose, that's fine. Harvey sighed in relief. Have you called the police? He asked again. Of course not. Very good. Harvey praised again. The police can't be trusted. You have to make sure now that the evidence in your favor is in your hands before the police arrive, preferably in my hands right away, he said. What evidence do I need? Harry asked. It's nothing more than human and material evidence, such as witnesses. You have to make sure that your legal actions are seen by others, and your illegal actions are not seen. Photos, videos, and audio recordings are all high-quality evidence. Clothing, blood, essence, and weapons also need to be collected. He tried to rape and raped, and it's a dead night, Harry said with a dark face. That's not the point. Harvey on the other end of the phone frowned. Now, my phone has the recording function turned on. Since you controlled the situation with your bravery, are you sure? His tone was a little awkward. Of course, why would I lie at a time like this? But now there is an accident. I was going to make a quick call and go downstairs to take control of the situation so that I would have all night. Can't do that now, maybe I'll have to stick around for help, said Harry. Well, Harvey frowned. Since you have temporarily controlled them, hurry up and do something smart about the evidence. Do you understand what I mean? Probably understand. Harry's eyes lit up, seeing the dawn of a glimmer of victory. The annual fee of $3,000 is not in vain. Harvey, can you come over immediately? Don't let those cops hurt me, Harry said. It's too far. It's dawn when I arrive. Besides, I don't have any connections in Jersey City. If the police are really daring and hurt you, they won't mind wasting an extra bullet, Harvey said helplessly. Then what should I do? Harry asked anxiously. Harvey pondered for a moment and said, do you have any police officers you trust? Or, which of your friends can influence the top of the police department? I don't quite understand, Harry said. If the Gotham Police Department is involved in this case, even if no one arrives for a while, the Jersey City Police will have some scruples. The monastery is no longer something they can cover up. And if you are a Gotham native, or the Gotham Children's Rescue Center arranged for you, the Gotham Police are fully qualified to intervene in your case. But Gotham's police are even less credible. In order to prevent them from complicity and taking black money from the same employer, you have to have someone you trust, the kind that cannot be bought, said Harvey Dante. Harry immediately said, Jim Gordon should be trusted. Even if she can't remember the details of the Batman trilogy, she will never be mistaken about the good character of Director Gordon. She was not sure that this Gordon was Peter Gordon before, but there was only one Bruce Wayne, and the Jim Gordon he befriended must be that Jim Gordon. Hero cop Jim Gordon. Harvey frowned. It seems that he caught your father, right? He also earned the title of Hero Police in the media. He had never heard of this person before, but the case of the Wayne couple was too sensational, and Harvey had seen countless photos and introductions of the Hero Police detective on TV and newspapers. I can only trust him, Harry said helplessly. Okay, you call him immediately. I don't know his phone number, Harry said. I'm not familiar with him either, or wait, I'll call my friend at the police station, Harvey said. Harry moved in his heart, shook his head and said, no, I'll figure it out myself. Harry came to the dean's desk, turned off the wireless phone in his hand, ended the communication with Harvey, and began to dial the number of Wayne Manor. Bruce, I still want you to be a tool at this time. I am sorry, but the background of the monastery is too strong, so I have to pull a big guy to attract the attention of the other big guy. At the same time, she stretched out her free hand, picked up the wired phone on the desk, put it aside, and reconnected to Harvey's phone. No one answered the mobile phone. Harry glanced around the table, found a pencil, and pulled the small eraser off the cap. Then, she took a knife to slice the eraser, and carefully inserted the small eraser into the gap of the hang-up button on the landline. When she was done, she put the wired phone on the desk back. Harvey, can you hear me? She asked into the automatic hang-up phone. Okay. Harvey's faint voice came through the receiver. Okay, from now on, just listen and don't talk on your side. % of the monastery's phone bill this month will break the table, but that's none of her business. Hello. A tired, weak voice came from the other end of the cordless phone. Harry was startled. Bruce? You haven't slept yet. What about Alfred? She was calling from the manor's living room, not the young master's personal mobile phone. Harry, is that you, Harry? The young master on the opposite side was obviously even more surprised. It's me, I'm having some trouble here. Harley had repeated the same words twice, and this time it only took half a minute to roughly explain the situation on her side. How is this possible? The young master simply collapsed. He, who has been living in the holy light of heaven, can't imagine that reality can be so dark. Not to mention the young master, even Harley, who has been a human being in 2 lives and consciously understands the world, feels that what she has experienced is very magical. I didn't ask you for help, she said shamelessly before asking about Jim Gordon's home phone number. As expected of Gordon's good friend, he knows both mobile phones and home landlines. Harry called the landline first. Hey, this is Barbara. Soon, a gasping female voice came from the opposite side. The voice seemed to be stuffed with Marilyn Monroe's saliva, sweet and sexy. Another Barbara, which surprised Harry a little, but didn't forget the business. I'm looking for Jim Gordon. I want to call the police. There is a big case. Barbara on the opposite side seemed to cover the microphone, and her voice was weak and incomprehensible. I'm looking for you, a young woman, maybe a girl, saying that there is a big case. Hello? I'm Jim Gordon. Tell me, you're not calling the fake police, are you kidding? Gordon's words were a little angry. Is this what the police should say? Shouldn't you want me to call the false police and save one tragedy in the world? Harry said unhappily. Your voice is a little familiar. It's me, Harley Quinn, said Harley. Oh, what's the trouble with you? Gordon said in a more serious tone. Barbara, I'll come over immediately, wait for me. Before Harley had finished speaking, Gordon started getting dressed. Are you coming over now? Harry was stunned. Although this was exactly what she hoped, she thought she would have to talk a lot, and then the other party reluctantly. Of course, I'm a policeman. Your situation is critical, and you can't delay for a moment. She also heard the sound of Gordon wearing leather shoes, and the woman named Barbara complained. What should I do? Harry was a little moved. Protect yourself, try to delay the time, and wait for me to arrive. At the end, Gordon finally asked, with a little hesitation, you're not kidding, are you? Harry didn't say anything, just walked a few steps into the inner room and pointed the phone to the bathroom. The curses and threats of the old witch were passed on to the other side without fail. Okay, I'll set off right away. If there is another change, call me immediately. My cell phone number is. I know. I got your phone number and cell phone number from Bruce Wayne. Harry, next. Don't worry, you'll be fine, I promise. Gordon said solemnly. End of this chapter. It took 10 minutes from kicking open the door of the dean's office to completing the layout. At this time, Harley held back his nausea and slipped the old woman Teresa into the living room. In addition to the desk phone stuck with the hang-up button, the cordless phone with the landline in the bedroom was also quietly opened by her and placed on the coffee table beside the sofa. Maybe arrogant and domineering. Maybe she, who has always been strong, has difficulty accepting the fact that Chikuakuo is kneeling in front of an orphan. Perhaps, she is confident, because the guards will come quickly after being notified. Maybe she's too old and rigid to think that Harley can play such modern cleverness. Maybe all of the above reasons. In short, in the face of Harry's inquiry, Dean Teresa did not quibble at all, but sneered and sneered. This is my site. What is there that I don't know? Originally, I was against taking action against you, but now, well, I swear, by tomorrow, you'll even regret not serving him properly. It's better to be slapped by him than to be a urinal. Yes, I'm going to make you a urinal, she threatened through gritted teeth. Harry looked sullen. Hercules has been beaten down by my baseball bat. Now I call the shots here. You lie, the old woman shouted sharply like a pinched rooster. You can't beat Hercules, and no mortal will be his opponent. If I don't mess with him, how can I sit here in peace? Harry said lightly. Saying that, she took out the big cross from her pocket and shook it. The key to the sky? Impossible, this is impossible. No one can defeat the holy warrior. The old woman shook her head again and again, her expression horrified and at a loss. Harry hurriedly asked, what is the key to the sky and how to activate it? What about the paladins, the crusaders of the Holy Land and the tongue of fire? The old woman was silent. Are you sacrificing Satan? The tongue of fire is a demon, and the Holy Land Crusade is a cult. Harry deliberately provoked her. Blame? Blasphemy. The old woman jumped like a cat with blown fur, and threw her teeth and claws at Harry. Harry looked pale, picked up the baseball bat, and passed it forward. Boom. The stick's head rested on her shriveled hot water bottle-like belly, and the old woman stepped back. Blame? You are blasphemy. This is a monastery, where you worship God, but you call God in your mouth and worship demons in secret. Harley scolded. You little bastard, dare to blaspheme God's right and left hands, the tongue of fire. The old woman raised her hands, looked up at the sky, and shouted excitedly, send the punishment of God, the great tongue of flame, burn this blasphemy to death. The sinner of words. At this moment, a flashlight flashed across the window. Mother Teresa, what's wrong with you? A man shouted from below. It was a little farther away, the sound was not too loud, and the old woman was going crazy again and couldn't hear it. Harry hurriedly picked up a pair of underwear and pants from a pile of clothes on the ground, stepped forward, stuffed it into the old woman's mouth, then hid sideways behind the window, and pulled the curtains open a gap. Night guards, but only one. She breathed a sigh of relief. It is no wonder that the monastery has been comfortable for too long, and the incident of the orphan raiding the dean's bedroom has never happened before today. Let him go. If you dare to play tricks, I will destroy you. Harry put the pencil sharpener against the old woman's neck, and the traces of blood had already seeped out. The old woman looked terrified and nodded lightly. She screamed, Robert, help Wu. Grass, are you really going to die? Harry was furious, wishing he could really stab her to death. But she can't, because the live broadcast is going on right now. Hey, Robert, something happened here, Hercules is dead. Another accident happened on the first floor, and a teacher betrayed Harry. Harry took a deep breath and had only one option left, take the old woman hostage. She is Archbishop Marvin's sister? Looking around the hall, Harry closed the door first, and then dragged the 2-meter-high bookshelf over to the top. Next, pushed the long sofa behind the bookshelf. Hey, Benson, wake up. Harry brought a glass of water and poured it on the face of the farmer's son. 2 red fruit juveniles. The courtyard grass Jack had his arm broken and fainted. Benson, who wanted to be the son of the farmer, was put on the second dick by Harley with a baseball bat. Benson woke up in a daze, and the previous memories came back to his mind. He clutched his cock and pleaded in horror, Harry, don't hurt me, I never thought of hurting you. Move Jack to the sofa. Harry lifted his chin. Benson crossed his legs and performed the task awkwardly. You also sit up and hold the door firmly, Harry said. Can you put on clothes? Benson said, covering his dick. No, you were also part of the crime scene and were inspected by the police in a natural manner. What are you trying to do? Call the police. It's crazy. Benson stared. I want a revolution. Harry said sternly, could it be nice to lick the old woman's buttocks? You are completely willing. He wanted to deny, but the gruesome Mother Teresa was beside her. Benson, you and I are natural allies. Only by overthrowing the corrupt and depraved rule of the monastery can we regain our freedom, for freedom. Harley was righteous. But. Benson hesitated. Harry scolded, no but. You are still not American, don't you even love freedom? Harry, trust me, it's not going to end well against Mammy, Benson said sullenly. Harry moved in his heart and said, this monastery has dealt with people like me? How? Benson glanced at the old mama and remained silent. The old woman sneered again and again, tell her, Benson, tell her everything you know, and let her understand her destiny. I remember that in the first 2 months, there was a boy named Dot, Benson's voice was low and dead silent, and he babbled without repetition. After talking for a full 10 minutes, the sound of intensive footsteps came from the aisle outside. He didn't speak. Ha 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 ha. The old woman laughed happily. Harry also smirked inwardly, and these words were passed through the 2 telephone receivers without fail to the ears of Jim Gordon and Harvey Dante. Harvey is still recording and will someday be replayed in court and even on TV. Is what he said true? She trembled with a frightened expression on purpose. Really? Yes, every word he said is true, but all the words added up are only a small part of the truth. The more terrifying truth, you will experience it yourself. Teresa said proudly. Boom bang bang, the guards outside started banging on the door. Open the door, Harley Quinn, come out and surrender, you have no other choice. No, I have. Dean, Teresa is in my hands. If you dare to break the door, I will kill her, Harry said. The slamming of the door stopped, and it was much quieter outside, and they could vaguely hear them discussing in low voices. Harry, my child, you dare not kill. Good boy, open the door and let Mother Teresa go. Everything tonight is a misunderstanding. Go back to sleep and we will arrange a good family for you tomorrow. You go to Gotham and continue to be a smile queen, play tennis, participate in parties, and get a lot of attention. A man said softly. Harry heard that it was Bishop Peter, who presided over the Eucharist. Every church has a priest who presides over the liturgy, similar to the presiding officer of a temple. If he also oversees the affairs of a parish, even if it's just a street, the priest can be called a bishop. St. John's Abbey has a church and, of course, a bishop. The bishop manages the monks and presides over various ceremonies, while the dean is mainly responsible for raising orphans and training nuns. The 2 perform their own duties and have similar positions in the church. Responding to Bishop Peter was a mournful wailing from Teresa. Oh, no. Benson was also shouting, terrified. What have you done? Bishop Peter was furious. It's nothing, just cut her wrist. Harry smiled. You are a devil, said Bishop Peter sharply. No, I'm an angel, the vengeful spirit of God, and I'm going to cleanse Satan believers in priestly robes. Peter, kneel down and confess to me, Harry shouted sharply. Bold, blasphemous. Bishop Peter was furious. Don't deny it, Mother Teresa has confessed to me. You and Hercules the one-eyed dragon are on the same page. Bullshit, I don't like women at all, damn, knock the door open for me. The bishop was a little exasperated. It turned out to be an old fart, an eye. Harry slashed Teresa's arm again. Oh no. Teresa was really scared now. Stop, Peter, she's a lunatic, a devil, she's really going to kill me. She held her wrist tightly with her woolen sweater, and shouted hysterically, Robert, Camp, you must not knock on the door again. After a while of scolding outside, he stopped again. Harry also remained silent, quietly listening to the voices coming from outside the door. What did the police say? Asked Bishop Peter. Sheriff Dicko told me that there were more than 911 calls to 20 tonight, but none of them were from the monastery, one man replied. Fake, do you want to be so dark that even the sheriff can be bought off? Harry cursed inwardly. Uncle Sam's policeman and Dacian Cheo's policeman are completely different professions. Is she lying to us? Bishop Peter asked suspiciously. No, that's not right. You go and ask Chief Luo Layout again. She is from Gotham, and she is probably from Gotham Police. Bishop Peter responded very quickly. However, our 911 calls can only be made in Jersey City. The man wondered. Idiot, you must call 911 to find the police? She may remember the number of Gotham Police Department, maybe she knows a certain police officer. Bishop Peter cursed. Master Bishop, don't worry, Chief Luo Layout will help us get everything done. Someone comforted in a relaxed tone. Harry covered her little head, unable to scold her mother. Lob is the police chief of Gotham, the boss of all police officers? Can Gordon hold up? She began to doubt. End of this chapter. Chapter 31 Quick and Escape. The cross is gone. Bishop Peter, Captain Doug has nothing on his body. Suddenly, a panicked shout came from the aisle outside the door. What? It's gone. Was it left in a corner, or was it taken by someone? Unexpectedly, Bishop Peter seemed even more anxious, and didn't even bother to negotiate with Harley indoors. I tell you, I'm not even qualified to touch that thing. If anyone has the wrong idea and dares to covet the holy relic of the Holy Landing Crusade, then... The bishop's voice was gloomy and cold, and the air seemed to be a lot colder because of these words. In the corridor, the unknowing monks and nuns looked at each other, and the insiders tried their best to show their innocence to the bishop. Sir Bishop, Captain Hercules is dead. Father Odom approached old Peter and whispered, the holy relic should have protected the master. Bishop Peter turned his head sharply, staring at the tattered wooden door. His eyes were unprecedentedly sharp. The holy relic must have demonstrated a miracle, but she not only succeeded in killing Hercules, but also stole it. It should be like this. Father Odom nodded lightly. She's just a teenage girl, how did she do it? Bishop Peter wondered. My lord, the holy relic cannot be lost, this is the key. Odom reminded. Harry, hand over Hercules' cross, I swear to God, that's the end of the night. Until a well-meaning person picks you up, no one will bother you again. Bishop Peter said solemnly. His tone was full of sincerity. Harry glanced at Mother Teresa beside her. The old woman barely concealed the hatred and resentment on her face. It will never be over unless one side is completely down. And, do you think God will listen to your oath? I swear, every time you go to pray in front of the Lord's icon, it is God's most difficult time. It can't wait for a thunder to kill you, it endures so hard. She sneered Road. It can't be delayed forever, she must be waiting for someone. Leaving this sentence, Bishop Peter disappeared for a while. About 5 minutes later, he returned to the door with a gloomy expression. Harley Quinn, you stupid girl, you can't even imagine the meaning of the Holy Crusade and the Holy Relic. Not to mention Mother Teresa, even if Archbishop Marvin, or even the entire life of Gotham City, falls into your hands, it cannot stop the will of the Tongue of Fire. I'm not intimidating you, hand over the cross immediately, let Mother Teresa go, I promise you a happy ending, this is your last chance. What is a cross? Harry couldn't help asking. I only count 3. Harry pulled the old woman back, huddled behind the desk. 2. Bishop Peter's voice was as deep as lead. No, Peter, my brother won't let you go. The old woman Teresa panicked and began to threaten loudly. 1. Boom. The wooden door shattered, and the old Nanmu bookshelf behind the door shattered into pieces. The long row of large sofas behind the bookshelves and the 2 naked men on the sofa, like fallen leaves in a hurricane, fluttered in the violent airwaves. Fake, such a big determination. Harry was shocked and angry. In the smoke, 5 guards with automatic rifles came in. The 2 naked men were not killed by the bombing. They were now lying in the rubble mourning and moaning, but no one paid any attention to them. According to the last voice she heard, she should be hiding behind the desk. A guard guessed after standing at the door and looking around. Be careful, she killed Hercules, it's not easy. The other side of the guard made a gesture, and the 5 spread out, surrounded from multiple angles. Harry knew very well in his heart that the opponent's tactical literacy far surpassed hers, and he would never give her every chance to defeat it. And they don't even care about the old woman's life. If she fights with another person, I'm afraid that the others will not hesitate to shoot with guns, so... Whoa. Harry made a quick decision and jumped out of the window with the old woman in his hand before the guards approached. The desk is right by the window, which is very convenient. This is also the last retreat she had long thought of. The night wind whistled in her ears, and her heart was like still water. As if doing a familiar gymnastics movement, the moment the soles of the feet touch the ground, the knees bend and the body rolls forward. She landed perfectly fine except for some dust and grass clippings. Well, this book isn't something to be proud of, but it's only the 2nd floor. Crack. The sound of withered branches snapping came from behind her. Ow, the old woman howled bitterly. Da-da-da-da. The guard who had just entered the living room subconsciously hit her when she noticed her jumping off the building. Harley was shocked, and quickly picked up the old woman, put her back behind her, and ran quickly into the old forest in the back mountain. You're still from Gotham, why don't you keep a few submachine guns at home? If I had a gun, I would destroy that group of garbage as soon as possible. While running, Harry also complained. If she had guns, she would have dared to fight them. I had a gun to kill you long ago. Teresa's face was pale, her thin lips were trembling. You ran away. Why did you take me with you? My left calf bone is broken, let me go. I don't want to face an enemy in the future that I don't know anything about. Tell me the Tongue of Fire, the Crusaders, the Cross, the Sun. I want to know all the secrets, Harry said. I can't tell. The old woman was about to collapse and burst into tears. Ah, it hurts, it hurts. Harley squeezed her broken calf, and the old woman howled like a pig. Tell me, said Harry nonchalantly. It was impossible to use torture in the office before because both Gordon and Harvey's phones were connected. Now, she doesn't care. Don't hurt me, I said it all. Harry let go of her hand. The old woman took a few breaths, and said weakly, "The Holy Crusade is a fundamentalist missionary organization, and 20 years ago it was just a traditional church organization that expanded its influence through financing. But 20 years ago, God passed down a prophecy that the universe would usher in unprecedented drastic changes. On the day of the winter solstice, that is, the birthday of Christ, on December 12th, the old miracles would repeat themselves. Well, there's a new Jesus to be born." Harry grinned. She felt as if she was listening to a fairy tale. "Tell me the truth, do you believe in the real God, or do you worship some unknown evil god in the name of God?" she asked. "If you don't believe me, why bother to ask me?" the old woman said angrily. Wong wong wong, from the distance came the barking of the hound and the shouting of the guards. Harry walked like a fly, across the lawn and into the forest path. The tiny branches whipped on his face like a whip, causing pain. "Tell me about the relic." She began to gasp. As the name suggests, sacred relics are sacred objects with ancient history, such as the Ark of the Covenant and the Gun of Longinus. The final rite of the resurrection requires the opening of the gates of heaven. At that moment, heaven and earth will be completely connected. Harry's heart moved. "You used to call the cross the key to heaven, the key. Do you have to gather all the holy relics to open the gate of heaven? More or less? If God and heaven are real, and let you see it with your own eyes, why do you dare to be so depraved? Don't say that prostitution is allowed in God's teachings." Harry wondered. She had always suspected that the Crusades were a cult, and that was the reason. "As long as the holy descent is completed, we will all be redeemed, no matter what we have done before, what sins we have, we will be cleansed and ascended to heaven. This is the promise made to us by the tongue of fire, a promise from the mouth of God in heaven," said the old woman frantically. Harry was shocked for a moment, then sneered and sneered. "If God really said that, and he really let you go to heaven, then it would no longer be God. Blame." The old woman tugged hard at Harley's shawl. "You're going to die." Harry squeezed her broken leg again, squeezing her. "She was there, I saw her." More than a dozen flashlights swayed around, and when they heard howling, a beam of light fell on the old woman's back. Harry knew that she was running out of time and had to leave the old woman behind and get into the woods with more complicated terrain. How to activate the cross? "I've seen its magic." "Dream it, it belongs only to the Dug family. The artifact recognizes the master?" "I don't believe it." Harry pinched her broken leg again. "Come on, don't say I'll crush you to death." "Ow, I didn't lie to you. Ow, it hurts." The old woman cramped in pain and her eyes rolled. One of Hercules' dog's ancestors was the Holy Spirit, like Saint Peter and Saint John. "You're lying. The 12 disciples that Jesus chose were all Jews, and they didn't have Dug at all. Even in the history of the Holy See, there was no sage named Dug. I swear, if I lie, I'll die without a burial." More than 20 meters away, several automatic rifles fired at the blurred figures. Shishi. Harry heard the sound of bullets entering his flesh, but felt no pain. Then a sticky warmth flowed down her neck. "Hey, Mother Teresa." Harry didn't actually need to shout, she knew she was declining just by the soft feel in her hand. So Harley threw her out. End of this chapter. Chapter 32. The Phantom of Gotham. Gotham is heaven. There are the most prosperous neighborhoods in the world. Along Fifth Avenue, you can buy all the world's top luxury goods, bags, clothing, and jewelry. You can eat the most delicious and national food, and watch the singing and dancing performances of the most famous art troupes. The buildings here are so splendid, entering a store casually is like coming to a palace, with decent dresses and high-quality waiters to provide you with the best service. They'll make you feel comfortable enough to think you're home, and they're amiable and courteous like your family. Gotham is hell. The prices here are so high that a middle-class home has to be careful. Once your life loses its rhythm, you may be evicted by the landlord because you can't pay the high rent. The gap between the rich and the poor here is huge, and the superstructure is solidified to the point of despair. Even if you work hard all your life and never make mistakes in your life, you still live like someone else's slave, and you may still be hated and spurned by your master. There are many communities here. The infrastructure is comparable to the old towns and villages in the third world countries, and the public security environment is like the Central Asian countries disturbed by the US military. The most educated people here, the most well-dressed and well-mannered people, may also show a hideous face in the next second and do evil things that even the devil must give a thumbs up. Or, many of the people here are themselves villains with a lot of crime. They are either demons walking the world, or they are on the road to becoming demons. This is Gotham. Of course, there are also people who walk between hell and heaven and live very freely and freely. For example, "Well, I've slept all afternoon, and I'm hungry, so it's time to find something to eat." Selina, the kitten girl, stretched her waist, bypassed the powerless hood, came to the fence, and looked down at the long lights below. Street. He jumped up, fell from the top platform, and stepped on the iron shelf stairs on the side of the building with a thud. Ding-ding-ding. Run down the zigzag fire stairs, and when you come to the second floor, the stairs are like a seesaw, falling from the second floor to the ground. When the girl left the iron stairs, it squeaked back again. Selina smiled slightly, and the small switchblade in her right hand was already unsheathed. It's party time. With a whistle, she fell into the dance floor like a drop of water. The noise on the street fell to her ears, and it seemed to be a lively DJ dance music. She walked through a cat-like dance, passing shop after shop, passing men and women in decent clothes and manners, with a knife in her hand. Time without a shadow, time without a trace. Quite a bit of Uncle Lee's demeanor in A World Without Thieves. When she first landed on the street from the fire escape, Selena was empty except for the goggles she wore on her forehead. 10 minutes later, at the end of the street, her leather jacket was already swollen and stuffed with all kinds of food. The whole person seems to have gained some weight. In the pockets of the jeans, there were also a stack of green notes. A lot of harvest. Selena smiled proudly and turned into a dirty and dim alley, came under the fire stairs, jumped, and dragged down the steel ladder hanging in the air. She climbed up like a monkey and stopped at the second floor window. She was sitting at the corner of the stairs, unzipping the zipper, and taking out toast, a box of mush meat, a large carton of milk, a bottle of cherry jam, half a piece of roast duck, a plate of sashimi, a pack of durian meat, and a half-hanging banana. Before starting, Selena moved towards the window. Just across the wall on the first floor is a small bar that serves simple food such as sandwiches and burgers. Bars like this are common in Gotham neighborhoods. Above the bar counter, there is a large LCD TV. Just like many ordinary people eating dinner, Selena also grabbed a piece of bread while watching TV, dipped it in the juice of musha meat, and stuffed it into her mouth. Well, Chinese food, first class. She gave a thumbs up and mumbled something in Japanese, which she heard from a Japanese restaurant. After a burst of passionate music, a female voice familiar to the Gotham people came from the TV. This is the Gotham News Focus, I'm Mina. As in the previous days, one of the focuses today is still Witch Harley. The people of Gotham should be no strangers to this girl, who used to be the smile queen in the gymnastics world. Her father is also the murderer of the Wayne couple's murder, the famous pervert killer Andy Quinn. Looking at this picture of her in high school, everyone, including me, will think she is a lovely and beautiful athletic girl. Her smile is like a sun, and it can warm my heart even through the screen. But who would have thought that she, this beautiful girl with impeccable appearance and temperament, could commit the murder of 6 people in a sacred place like a monastery? I can't think of it either. Selena chewed sashimi in her mouth, and glanced at the full-body photo of the middle school girl on the screen. I thought you were a little princess who didn't even know how to steal, but I didn't want you to be so cruel. But, before today's news, let's take a look back at the Abbey murder on December 12 RD. December 2005, 12, the night 5 days ago. Harley Quinn violated the prohibition of the monastery, secretly left the dormitory after turning off the lights, and had a private meeting with a boy in the storage room on the second floor. Maybe the fact that her father led Wayne's murder has put too much pressure on her, maybe her life has changed dramatically, and maybe the loss of a loved one is too big a blow. In short, during those difficult days, the gymnastics little queen became addicted to do. St. John's Abbey is a sacred place, and there are no high-stimulation drugs to satisfy her, but she is also a veteran and knows to go to the storage room to find Tongal brand cleaning agent. Parents, please note that when your child blows bubbles at the cleaner, they are probably not blowing, but inhaling. That thing can replace regular duping to a certain extent. Duping added sex, and the little gymnast queen was hilarious in the storage room. They made too much noise, and the dutiful Captain Doug went after him. Facing the kindly persuasion of the captain of the guard, Harley Quinn, who was too high, lost her temper. She is a sports student and once ran for the 100 UN bill. It is said that she can lift a tin water dispenser with great strength. The attack is very sudden. Good girl. The death of Captain Doug can barely be blamed on duping and impulsiveness. But Harley Quinn, who completed the first murder, seemed to have opened the genetic lock the sin gene derived from her father. She and her little boyfriend Jack continued to frantically beside Captain Doug's body. When the drug was over, Jack was sober and persuaded his girlfriend to surrender to the police immediately. Harley Quinn showed her witch's nature at that moment. She smashed her boyfriend's head with a hammer, just because he had to inform the dean. Queer. Selena grinned. Of course, Jack was not dead at the time. He was rescued in the hospital for 2 days, and he passed away unfortunately after explaining the situation at that time. Murdered her boyfriend, and Harley Quinn's criminal genes were boiling. She decided to do it all and just run away from the monastery. Before leaving, she went to Mother Teresa's office and she needed money. Mammy's bedroom was next door, and she got up after being woken up by the sound of rummaging through things. Her soft persuasion to Harley Quinn failed, and she became the third victim. With Mother Teresa's scream, several bedrooms downstairs were disturbed. The first person to arrive was a young man named Benson. He was unarmed and only enthusiastic. Unfortunately, he was held hostage by the witch. With the hostage in hand, the guards who arrived did not dare to act rashly. During the negotiation, the witch Harley suddenly burst out laughing, raising her gun and savagely killing 2 guards, and even the hostage Benson was beaten to death. Well, Harley Quinn's pistol is from Captain Doug, and the monastery guards have guns. After killing someone, the witch Harley immediately closed the door of the office, and used bookshelves, sofas, and other objects to hold back her. The guards had no choice but to find C4 explosives to break the door. Unfortunately, the witch is too cunning, blocking the door is just a trick. While the guards were tossing back and forth to break through the gate, she had already jumped out of the window to escape. After explaining the case in general, the anchor May began to report the latest progress of the case. The above is the result released by Gotham and the Jersey City Police Department after a joint investigation, and there have been some different voices recently. For example, the agent of the witch Harley told multiple media about another version of the story. However, her story is so absurd, not only lacks evidence, but also contradicts itself. And this station, as the official news media of Gotham, will never broadcast false remarks that disturb the hearts of the people and tarnish justice and sanctity. Just talking about the current situation of the female agent, she was arrested by Gotham police for defamation and rumor 3 days ago, and she was released on bail by her father this afternoon. Fake, I just want to hear another version of the story. Selina patted her slightly bulging belly and stood up to leave. Looking at the food on the iron shelf, although the cups and plates were messed up, there were more than half of them left. After hesitating for a moment, she bent down, packed the leftovers as much as possible, put them in a convenient bag, carried them in her hands, and slid down the iron shelf stairs to the ground again. No skill is innate, and she can't remember how many times she's been hungry before practicing the stealing skills she has today. Leaving Nahi Island at the age of 9 and wandering in Gotham City for 7 or 8 years, she deeply understands how harsh the living environment here is, and how many people are struggling on the brink of starvation in the dark corners of the city. P.S. Gotham Phantom is a combination. Harley, Poison Ivy, and Catwoman are 3 good friends. Selina is the Catwoman of the girlhood. After a while, Ivy, the Poison Ivy, will also appear. Chapter 33 The Girl in the Carton. Is it snowing? Selina stretched out her hand, and a little bit of ice landed on the belly of her fingers, which quickly melted into a cool liquid. She hurriedly quickened her pace, like a pony running on the vast grassland, freely walking through the dark alleys filled with the stench of all kinds of garbage. If we say that the crisscrossing streets are the blood vessels of a city, these alleys, then, are the capillaries of Gotham's diseased tissue where viruses and stinky blood flow. This is a hotbed of crime. Every criminal is a mold on the skin, the colonies are densely stacked, and the city is dying. Hey, is old Hans here? There's something to eat here, do you want it? A homeless man wrapped in a thick leather coat curled up beside the trash can at the entrance of the alley. She is not close, shouting from a distance. Kitten. The old homeless man seemed to wake up from his sleep. After realizing who was coming, he patted the trash can next to him and said, I'm lucky today, I managed to get half a pizza. Oh, eyes, it's actually snowing. Selina continued to walk inside. When she was young and unable to survive, she was helped very few times. It was common for her to be bullied by Gotham adults and children, and by street homeless people of the same identity. Therefore, she is by no means repaying the society with a goddamn grateful heart. She just never forgot how she felt back then. She was deeply impressed and would never forget 2 feelings, hunger and despair. Hunger makes her weak and makes her miserable. Despair stems from hope. She lay limp on the street countless times, hoping that someone would hand out a loaf of bread, a hot dog. Worse than starvation is despair turned from hope. Therefore, Selina does not hesitate to help others to the best of her ability. In the past 6 or 7 years, she had not received much favor from other homeless people. Now, in the past 2 years, countless homeless people have accepted her small favors. Well, it's just a small favor, leftovers, a torn quilt, a piece of old clothes, and a box of cold medicine. She will never communicate with them in depth, and she will never let them see the beautiful knife in her pocket. If there is excess emotion, she is more willing to cast on stray cats on the street, at least they will never hurt her in turn. Hey, I have something to eat, do you want it? A narrow alley less than 2 meters wide is full of old boxes, discarded furniture, and other debris. An open space was cleared under the wall, and a paper coffin was stacked with several cardboard boxes. Selina is as familiar with every alley here as she is familiar with her own palm prints. She knew that just 2 days ago, there was no one here. Newcomer? She guessed in her heart. She is not surprised. In Gotham, people go bankrupt and lose their jobs every day, new blood joins the homeless army every day, and every day homeless people starve, freeze, murder, or disappear inexplicably. Just like the human body's digestive circulatory system, it is full of a twisted vitality. Hello. Selina called again after a few steps away. Still no answer. She did not leave. In her years of experience, this type of talent needs help the most. She picked up a stone and landed on the cardboard box with a thud. Finally, the cardboard box responded, and a black gun barrel emerged from the gap. Gudong. Selina swallowed and explained quickly, don't get me wrong, I just have some dinner left, it's a pity to throw it away, there's no other meaning. I have exploded the heads of 2 men. They both said they had leftover food and gave it to me with kindness, but when they approached, they rushed over like a wolf. The man in the box said, you're a girl. Selina was startled and said strangely, you should have found out, I'm a girl too. The other side was silent for a moment, then retracted the barrel of the gun. Your throat is a little hoarse, do you have a cold? The weather is really cold these days. Selina hesitated for a moment, but threw the convenience bag in her hand. If you don't need it, throw it in the trash. After she finished speaking, she turned and walked out. Stop. When Selina turned around, she found that the barrel was sticking out again. What's wrong with you? I'm gone, and pointed a gun at me. She was a little angry. Come here, said the carton girl. Selina was helpless and went back to the cardboard box, looking down with her hands on her hips, to see what kind of plane she was doing. The cardboard box hut is made up of 2 cardboard boxes, one large and one small. One is a Panasonic color TV box, and the other is a Siemens double-door freezer box. The TV box was moved 2 palms wide, and a small white hand stained with some smudges stretched out. The little hand brought the plastic bag containing the food back to the box. After a rustling, the little hand handed back a cardboard box containing the remaining musha meat and sashimi. You take a bite, said the box girl. This time, Selena finally understood the other party's intention. As a rookie, with such vigilance, you really have potential, and %% of you can survive in Gotham. She was half sarcastic and half sincerely praised. However, after she picked up the carton, she hesitated again. It was cold in winter, and the soup had already formed into a lump, sticking together with the sashimi, which made her stomach feel nauseated. If Selena was on an empty stomach, she could barely eat it, but now, there's still half a loaf of bread in the bag, take it out for me to eat, she said. The carton girl refused. Random check, you can't let you choose by yourself. You throw it away, and treat it like I haven't been here. Selena was a little irritable. The carton girl was silent for a moment, and then there was another rustling, a small iron bowl, 2 slabs of bricks, a few wooden boards, and a newspaper. The lighter ignited the newspaper, the burning newspaper ignited the veneer, and the burning wood heated the iron bowl on the brick stove. Then, she poured the food in the carton into the iron bowl. The soup in the iron bowl was heated, and bursts of aroma came out. Selena was stunned. Looking at the familiar appearance of the other party, it is obviously not a temporary intention. You really are. Poverty pays attention? Complaining in her heart, she squatted down and stuck a piece of fish meat into her mouth with a fork. Don't worry now. She didn't want to stay here for a moment. She stood up and was about to leave. Wait. The carton girl called out to her again. Selena turned back. Luckily, I didn't take out the gun this time. What's the matter? She stood there, only tilting her head towards the cardboard box. What's your name? The carton girl asked. Why are you asking my name? Selena asked curiously. Knowing your name will give you a chance to repay your kindness in the future. The carton girl's tone was serious, not joking. You want to repay me, but you say it's a gesture of grace. Selena became interested. You are so interesting. While saying that you want to repay, you try to reduce the debt. I'm definitely not the kind of poor worm who would starve to death on the street. The cardboard girl said solemnly. Huh. Selena raised her eyebrows and asked her to continue. The carton girl squatted in the box and chewed food, but her words were clear. I'm hungry now and need to eat. It's a fact, but I won't starve to death. Also, all you gave me were leftovers. If I hadn't seen your teeth are still white, I wouldn't eat them at all, and there's a tooth mark on the bread. Selena bared her 2 rows of white teeth. Are you a little princess before? Now you are in trouble, and soon a knight will take you back to the palace. If I go back to the palace, I will take back my throne instead of throwing myself into the arms of the king's father. The carton girl didn't say what she said in her heart. Don't worry, I believe in Christ, and I will avenge my revenge and repay my kindness. Say your name so that I can find you in the future. Selena thought the girl was very interesting and said with a smile, my name is Selena, Selena Kyle, everyone calls me Kitten, so there is no need to repay. I feed my kittens and puppies on weekdays, never expecting them to reciprocate. I am just happy to do so. However, I'm curious about you. Don't keep hiding in the box, or do you have an infectious disease? The carton girl was silent for a long time. If you refuse to see people all the time, a fool will be suspicious. Maybe, this Selena, like those before, couldn't recognize her new look at all? It's snowing outside, why don't you come in and sit? She suggested. Now it was Selena's turn to hesitate. Before she delivered meals to the homeless, she wouldn't even get too close. But soon, she smiled and bent over to squeeze into the box. The other party is a girl, can it be possible to knock her down? Oh, you can find a place. There is actually a heater faucet here. The cardboard box that can hold the double-door freezer is almost 1 meter high, and it is not too narrow after getting in. Unexpectedly, there is a burst of heat. Then Selena touched a faucet, the kind that looked like a fire hydrant, but inside it was running hot water for heating nearby buildings. What's your name? Selena looked at the other party carefully, but it was dark and she couldn't see anything. Selena, you are a good person. The carton girl said hesitantly. What do you want to say? Selena's mind was sharp, and she immediately realized that the other party might want something. The carton girl had a hoarse voice and said slowly, I was shot. A bullet was stuck in the shoulder blade and I couldn't get it out by myself. Selena swallowed her saliva, widened her eyes, and looked at the girl's right hand. There seemed to be metal reflections. Is it a gun? Did she take out the gun again? You want me to get the bullets for you? If I don't agree, you'll shoot me, she asked dryly. The girl in the carton was a little embarrassed. It was so dark in the carton. How did she see the silver face of the afro? Selena has dark blonde curly hair, fluffy, like a dandelion, fair skin, red cheeks, tender, full of collagen, but a big round face. Maybe Shwebeoke's face like a silver plate is just right for her. You think too much. If you need to threaten with a gun, there are so many homeless people on the street. I've already asked them to do it. The cardboard girl remained calm, and the pistol in her right hand was stuffed back into the cushion. The street old bird Selena was actually bluffed and agreed with her words. How long have you been shot? She asked. It's been a few days, said the cardboard girl. Shit, you've been shot for so long, and you're still alive and kicking without gasping for words. Selena was stunned. Can you help me? The cardboard girl quietly held the gun handle again. If Selina dared to refuse, she would actually take out a gun and force her to work. You were shot, but you didn't dare to go to the hospital. You're still a girl. Selina's eyes widened and she jumped up suddenly. She didn't jump up, her head resting on the cardboard box. You're Harley Quinn? Smile? Queen? Ome? Ah. The silver Colt barrel was stuffed into the mouth of the silver-faced girl, and the shouting stopped abruptly. End of this chapter. Chapter 34 The Past of Yinpan Face. You guessed it right, I'm the witch Harley. Do you want a prize? Harley said lightly. Don't get excited, I'm not malicious. Selina raised her hands, and a few crystal beads of sweat climbed up her nose. Harry put the gun back and said, I won't hurt you. If you don't agree, you can leave now. You really let me go? Aren't you afraid I'll call the police? Or, you wait for me to turn around and shoot me with a black gun? Selina doubted. Wait for you to call the police, I've already left here. As if to increase her persuasion, Harley threw Colt into the box with a bang. Alas, I have long suspected that the monastery case has a hidden meaning. The inhuman witch in the news is too far from you. Selina sat back again, sighing in a complicated tone. Although she is an old bird, she was still tricked by Harley after all. To deal with street gangsters like her, Harley didn't need a pistol at all. Holding a pistol, throwing a pistol, is similar to Lubei's throwing a dough, acting? If Selina really dared to slap her ass and leave, Harry would pounce on her to convince her. Would you like to help me? Harry asked. Let's talk about what happened in the monastery first. Selina said. Harry hesitated for a moment and sighed. You are a good person, I really don't know if I should involve you. It's just the two of us here. Selina said. St. John's Abbey is a haunted cave. Hallie briefly recounted her experience in the monastery, and only deliberately downplayed some information about the cross and the Holy Advent Crusade. You were shot after escaping into the woods? Selina asked. Harry shook his head. The monastery is a comfortable place, and those guards have been comfortable for too long. They entered the woods, but I attacked them and killed them instead. You killed the guard with the hound and the automatic rifle with your bare hands. Selina was very suspicious. Are you a thief? Harley pointed to the vegetable box outside the box, number 36 7th Avenue, room 835, Mr. Tom, a piece of musha meat. This is a takeaway ordered by someone else. Selina was a little embarrassed. I'm talking about you. Why did it involve me again? Didn't you eat happily before? I don't mean anything else. Harley shook her head. You're a pickpocket, and you're not used to fighting head-on, so you don't understand the impact of terrain and environment on combat. I did have only one baseball bat, but there was a corpse beside me. That old woman Teresa. Selina frowned. She's useless when she's alive. What can she do when she's dead? Harry smiled proudly, but his tone was very flat. The bloody corpse attracted the attention of the dog, and the two hounds surrounded me and bit, ignoring me, who was hiding behind the tree trunk. When the guard saw the hound parked there, he subconsciously thought that I had left the body and ran away. As they went over to drive the hounds away, I jumped out and slapped each of them in the head. The rest was simple. Two hounds came up to bite me, but I had already taken the guard's automatic rifle. Harry pointed to the pistol in the corner. This Colt is also a trophy. 2 guards died, and all the hounds died. After learning that I took away the guard's firearm, those bastards dared not chase after me. By the way, when I was a child, I often went hunting in the forest with my grandfather, carrying a half-person high sports bag, and the long-distance hunting of not going home for days and nights. For me, entering the woods is like returning to my own home. At the end, she added. That's true. Selina froze for a long time and sighed. You are such a magical girl. It's so. Harry was complacent, but did not show it on his face. After a few words with Selina, her depressed mood improved a lot. Then how did you get hurt? Selina asked. Harry's little face was wrinkled, and she said distressedly, I don't want to deceive you, but there are some things. Anyway, there are only the two of us here. It's the Crusaders? The monastery guards aren't terrible, but they're just the outermost members of the Crusaders. She sighed. I've never heard the name of the Holy Advent Crusade before. Selina said. It's my first contact, too. Look at the news on TV and newspapers, and you should understand how powerful they are. Speaking of which, Harry couldn't help but smile bitterly. I escaped from the monastery in the middle of the night and returned to Gotham the next morning. I thought I was invincible because Sergeant Gordon and Lawyer Harvey listened to the entire broadcast, and Harvey Dante even recorded it. It must be Detective Gordon who shot you and betrayed you, right? Alas, you still don't know Gotham very well. GCPD is not as good as Hibang's credibility. Selina was a little excited. No, he's a good guy. Harry shook his head. When I got back to Gotham, I called Gordon and Harvey to ask about their monastery. As soon as I got on Gordon's call, he yelled at me, the man of the cross is locating you. Then I heard the muffled sound of fists hitting the head. Obviously, Gordon was beaten badly. Fortunately, Gordon reminded me that the second time I called Harvey, I went to Times Square, which was full of people, not afraid of their location. Harvey's phone fell into the hands of a strange man. He asked her to hand over the cross or kill Harvey Dante. In order to prove his determination, he also let her hear Harvey screaming. You stupid dick, he's just my personal lawyer, don't say it's him, even if my mother and father fall into your hands, I will not compromise. I will never compromise. That's what Harry said at the time. At the same time, she was also very shocked. The fact that the Holy Land Crusaders could find Harvey so quickly showed that their vigilance and mastery of high-tech technology were very strong. She had thought that the Crusaders of the Holy Land had no internet access at home. P.S. The evidence Harvey collected all fell into the hands of the man, and until now, Harvey has even lost contact. Harry took some boards from the old furniture next to him, relit them outside the cardboard house, took out a stack of Gotham Gazette, and turned to the 4th page of yesterday's subboard. She pointed to a small corner of the newspaper for Selina to read. Missing person notice, Harvey Dent, 26 years old, living in the Hanhai community on number 18 Avenue, Queens. There is also a 3-inch black and white photo. It looks a bit like an obituary. Alas, poor Harvey, it was I who implicated him. I wasn't bragging. I had already made the best choice at that time. Unfortunately, in the face of absolute power, all strategies were useless. Harley sighed with emotion. It seems that you're in a lot of trouble, and then how did you get shot? Selina asked. I got in touch with a middle school classmate and planned to go to her house to avoid it, but I didn't expect it. It's certainly not what Harley wants to be living on the streets these days. She called Helen to seek shelter from the limelight at one of the Seddon family properties. Helen personally answered the phone and chose a safe house for her, but Harley was ambushed when she rushed over. She even saw Helen with those crusaders. Whether it was coercion, profit, or the fact that the Seddon family was related to the Holy Advent Crusade, Helen had in fact betrayed their relationship. It was worse for Hallie than a shot in the back. Most likely, Helen has difficulties. But Harry knew they would never go back to where they were before. That's what made her miserable. Can you escape from being ambushed? Selina asked in surprise. I'm not an idiot either. I walked around the neighborhood a few times before I got close to that apartment building. Although they found me first, I didn't really step into the ambush. Now that you know about me, should you help me get the bullets? I've never done such a thing. Selina shook her head and said, why don't I take you to see Camp? Dr. Camp has an underground hospital in Brooklyn, specializing in helping people who are inconvenient to go to the hospital. He's famous in the underworld. Harry asked. The criminals who are not in the mainstream will go to him. Big families like Falcone and Romagna directly send the patients with gunshot wounds to the hospital, and there are no police to meddle with their business. Selina said. Harry pondered, in case he finds out my identity. Do you think he is completely credible? Well, the rookie criminal has no deterrent power. He would dare to betray you as long as he bids $200, not to mention the high reward of $20 on you. Selina said awkwardly. With the red light of the fire, Harley stared into her eyes and asked, with $20, you can get rid of your current homeless life, live in a big house, and don't have to worry about being hungry anymore. Are you tempted? Selina looked at her without a flicker in her eyes. First of all, I never take the initiative to betray anyone, even if he is an asshole. This is my way of life and the principle by which I live in the world. People who are on the road, who has no criminal record. If you betray him today, someone else will betray you tomorrow. In fact, criminals who report criminals get no bounty at all. Those cops will turn your face and deny you as soon as you give the information they need, put you in the ring, and the bounty goes to them. Speaking of this, Selina paused and said in a complicated tone, besides, I owe you a big favor and will never betray you. Harry said strangely, I met you for the first time. Where did you get the favor? No, we've met no less than 10 times. Every day, you ride a used giant to school, don't you? Are you a big fan of me? Is it because of gymnastics, or table tennis, or my other strengths? Harry asked curiously. Selina shook her head. I used to be very jealous of you. They called you a smile queen, and I wasn't convinced either, because my talent is much stronger than yours. You blow hard and blow the cowhide to the sky. If you don't believe it, let's find a chance to try it out. Harry saw the raging fighting spirit in Selina's eyes. This silver pot face is serious. Why? She was curious. Go on. You guessed it right, I'm a pickpocket. But no one is born to steal. I may have a good talent, but there are times when I miss it. Last September, one evening on 34th Street in Queens, I was caught by a man in a cloak when I was stealing it. He slapped me a few times and dragged me into a side alley with a vicious look. As a veteran, I know how to deal with this kind of situation, and I scream indecent assault. It's a pity that this is Gotham, and they all look at it with indifferent eyes. The man in the cape got even more angry and punched and kicked me. Just when I thought it was all down this time, let go of that girl, a girl in a yellow hat yelled from the pedals of a bicycle. That's you? Selina said. Harry's face looked thoughtful, as if it really happened once. No wonder she has a poor memory. In order to level up after being beaten and to improve her actual combat ability, she often meddles in trivial matters, disputes over not using firearms. The man in the cape told you to roll, and he kept beating me up. You were angry, like a little lion, and rushed up to punch him. You've been punched a few times, your bike helmet is knocked off, and your hair is in a mess, but you're smiling and reassuring me that you're fine. Looking at your smiling face, I was stunned. No wonder they call you Smile Queen. It's a good laugh. I thought silly at the time. Of course, then you didn't know I knew you and was jealous of you. But after that day, I stopped being jealous of you, and I even peeked at you a few times at Gotham High School. Selina was full of emotion, and for a long time, she really became her fan. P.S. Let me first explain that the Holy Land Crusaders are not only not technologically outdated, but have mastered very advanced science and technology, or magic technology. At this time, the Holy Land Crusaders already have mature quantum magic technology, which is very powerful. Late at night, outside a red brick house in Queens. No matter how hard I work, I will be able to collect the down payment and have a real home in Gotham. Seeing the value on the payroll finally climb to 5 figures, Robert Stark had the urge to laugh and cry. After several years of struggle, he got rid of his resident doctor title last month and became an attending physician with a bright future. He is eligible to receive red envelopes and eat rebates. Once I have my own house, I am qualified to fall in love and marry a wife. I want to get rid of being single. Woo woo woo. 35 years of living. I finally see the hope of starting a family. It's not easy. Robert parked the car and walked into the apartment building with tears in his eyes. Before entering the door, he stopped crying. The smell of vomit from the rubbish pile on the side made him close his mouth tightly, even holding his breath. The red brick building has a history of more than half a century. According to the architectural style of that year, it is customary to build a garbage channel connecting the upper and lower sides. It is very convenient to take out the garbage, and the residents on all floors do not have to go downstairs, and each floor has the entrance of the garbage channel. But the rubbish of the whole building is piled up in one place, on the first floor, and the smell is strong, one can imagine it. Come on, wait another year and I'll move out of here. Robert gritted his teeth and trotted toward the stairwell. There was no elevator in this old building, and he had to enter the dim and narrow patio to climb up step by step. Bang dang dash, his right knee suddenly hurt, and he lowered his head, only to see an old washing machine in the corner, and accidentally bumped into it. Damn, which bastard is littering? With a curse, Robert limped and continued to climb up. He climbed up to the 3rd floor, and the door of a house diagonally opposite the stairs opened wide, and under the dim yellow light, the two figures intertwined kept shaking. You stinky bitch, where is the money hidden? Say it, or not. The man roared and slapped, and the woman howled loudly. There's no money, there's really no money at home, Tommy, and I didn't even eat dinner. Why don't you know how to earn money without money? Fake, you are sincere to disgust Lao-tzu, right? Where can Lao-tzu buy fans without money? You must want to hurt me, want me to die, right? The ground under the yellow light, the tall and petite figures intertwined, shaking more violently. The man was furious. The muffled groans of punching and kicking came one after another. Please, stop hitting me, I didn't find a job, don't hit. The woman fell, and under the low-wattage incandescent lamp, the petite shadow disappeared, but the tall shadow expanded and twisted, and it was invisible. You don't know how to sell if you don't have a job, you bastard. Robert didn't react to what he saw. In this city, in this apartment, similar situations are not uncommon. Continuing to climb up, he stopped at the corner of the 3rd and 4th floors, where sat a little boy, 3 or 4 years old, holding a Mr. Shadow toy doll. His eyes were dull and expressionless. Tommy. Robert clenched the cowhide bag in his hand, looking hesitant. The child stared blankly when he heard his name. Uncle Robert, you're off work. There was a bit of a child's breath in his eyes. Hey. Robert seemed to be frightened, with a look of shame and annoyance on his face. I still have a big hamburger left, I'll give it to you. He handed the warm cowhide bag over. Wow, hamburger. Little Tommy swallowed, and his little belly suddenly screamed gudong-gudong. Hurry up and eat it while it's hot. In addition to the hamburger, there is also a big glass of fresh orange juice. The middle-aged doctor said with a smile. Little Tommy swallowed again, suddenly strode his short legs, and staggered downstairs. Mom, I have a big hamburger. Robert looked at the small shadow cast on the concrete floor below and was stunned for a moment. Gudong-gudong. He rubbed his belly with a wry smile, and walked towards his house. Clapp opened the door, pressed the electric light beside the door to turn it off, and Robert was stunned. He is a bachelor, and the rented suite has 1 bedroom, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, and 1 bathroom. The living room is less than 20 square meters, except for 3 sofas placed side by side, only the glass coffee table in front of the sofa. The coffee table that should have been piled with all kinds of debris has been cleaned up, and now there are boxes of steaming food. Could it be that God appeared? Robert rubbed his eyes vigorously, but the food box didn't disappear. It's not an illusion. Of course it's not a hallucination. A hooded man came out of the kitchen with a kettle in his hand. Who are you? Why are you at my house? Robert was extremely vigilant. Although the other party is a woman. No, I'm not too old to hear the voice, but this is Gotham. Not only are men bad, but women can hold up half the sky. Sure enough, the hooded girl took out a Colt the next moment, and Robert froze as he moved out the door. Please, don't kill me, I'll give you all the money, woo woo woo. Robert burst into tears as he spoke. My down payment, you leave me. The hooded man beckoned. Come here, talk well, I won't kill you. Robert closed the door obediently, and came to the sofa obediently, with his head down, like a primary school student waiting for the head teacher to announce his punishment. I'm not talking nonsense anymore. You are a surgeon, I was shot and I need to take out the bullet. Hooded Harry said directly. Robert was stunned. You came to my house just to get bullets. If you give me the cash on your body, I will not refuse. Harry said. Let's talk about how to get the bullets. Without the worry of life and bankruptcy, Robert regained a bit of ease. I don't have all the tools here. I have nothing at home except a set of scalpels from my school days, he said. Harry pulled out a case the size of a laptop backpack from behind the sofa. There are narcotics, anti-inflammatory drugs, medical alcohol in it. Where did it come from? Robert asked curiously. Selina stole it from a street drugstore. Don't ask any further questions, help me get the ammo right away. Harry began to undress. The jacket and sweater were removed, leaving only a camisole that exposed the back. Although he hadn't seen his face yet, the shawl blonde hair, his fair skin, and his graceful back made the bachelor Robert's eyes widen and he looked intoxicated. Clark, help me keep an eye on him, if there is a slight change, shoot him immediately. Clark. Robert was taken aback, is there anyone else in my family? Heavy footsteps came from his bedroom. The bedroom door was open, but the lights were not turned on. A tall and burly figure slowly walked out of the shadows and stood at the door where the light and darkness were intertwined. He is more than 1.9 meters tall, has broad shoulders and thick arms, wears a large cape, also wears a hood, and holds a pistol in black leather gloves. Robert understood, he was Clark. Don't worry, I've been in Gotham for almost 10 years, I fully understand the rules here, and I know what to do. I will do this little operation very seriously, and then sew my mouth very tightly. My memory has never been very good, and I will forget about tonight's trivia in the morning. He stammered his innocence and honesty. Very good. We didn't choose the wrong person, you are an honest person. Harry nodded. Robert breathed a sigh of relief, caught a glimpse of the food on the table, heard the drum beating again, and tentatively said, I haven't had dinner yet, or, eat after the operation? Stop talking nonsense, come here quickly. Harley interrupted him sharply. Helplessly, Robert looked around the room, then looked at the tall and strong man who was standing at the door of the bedroom like a statue, and said cautiously, Mr. Clark, can you come and help me with the lamp? There is no surgical lamp at home, so you have to help me with the flashlight. Just use the lamp. Harry leaned on the armrest of the sofa, a little impatient. Stop mother-in-law, just get a bullet, what a big deal. When it comes to his own professional field, Robert's face is no longer a bit different, his expression is solemn, and his eyes are sharp. Light an alcohol lamp, wear gloves, and sterilize the scalpel. Hey, your wound is about to heal. On Harry's back, a finger's distance down from his left shoulder, a piece of gauze was fastened to his spine by 2 band-aids. The method is very rough, she should have pasted it herself. Robert was puzzled before. Since the shot was not treated by a professional doctor, at least it must be inflamed and swollen, right? The skin near the girl's wound was white and clear, with no obvious signs of swelling. Uncovering the gauze, he was even more surprised. There was indeed a small hole in the area where the gun was hit, but the wound no longer bleeds or festered, but began to scab over, leaving only a small, round, shallow pit. Gently pressing around with his finger a few times, Robert frowned and said, Did you make a mistake? I was poked with a sharp stick, but I didn't get shot. Did you really get a medical license? Harry said angrily. After she finished speaking, she also raised her head and glanced at the door of the bedroom. Selina, what kind of quack did you find? Just last month, I was promoted to attending physician. Robert gritted his teeth. Oh, don't ask any more questions, immediately cut the knife, cut the wound open, and take out the bullet. Harry said helplessly. Robert was also helpless. He really wanted to let her take a film first to see if there were really bullets in her body, but that Clark had already raised his hand and held the gun in his hand. I'm about to start. With the girl's approval, he first injected a local anesthetic into her smooth back, and then made a cross in the wound with a scalpel. Hey, there seems to be a hard object in the meat below, it's a bullet. However, Harry didn't have the heart to answer his doubts, only sinking into the sea of knowledge, just staring at her experience bar. End of this chapter. Evolver Harley Quinn. Character level, 12. Physical defense, 12. First resistance specialty, obtained at 10 defense points. Food resistance, 0 level. The body has a benign defense against junk food, that is, as long as it is non-toxic and harmless, the food you eat will be completely digested. Transforms into physical strength and resilience of the body. Well, Hallie is level 12. In the battle with the one-eyed dragon at the monastery, she broke through level 8 from level 9. She was shot a few days ago and jumped to level 10 instantly. The first time she was shot, she almost fainted. It's not at all what it says in the novel and TV. It seems that I was bitten by a mosquito, and it's dumb. She only felt herself being torn into 2 pieces in an instant. Not just the pain, but the endless weakness that followed. Before being shot, she had sufficient physical strength, and her whole body was like a hard, bulging basketball. After being shot, the basketball broke a hole, and the strength chichichi splashed out with the blood, and the basketball collapsed. Harry felt like he was screwed. The enemy was still chasing her, but she couldn't run or jump. Then, things started to get weird. Gudong gudong. In the sea of knowledge, the experience storage tank kept pouring out red liquid representing experience points. It's simply a blowout of experience. Just a few breaths of her moaning and moaning in pain, she escalated again. Well, bullets bring constant pain, constant experience surges. The experience jars are all dyed red, and she is going to level 11. But at this time, an accident happened, and the experience bar was stuck at the full position and could not be moved. Hallie yelled at the time, "You're just a magic weapon, there shouldn't be a system failure." After scolding, she immediately sank into the sea of consciousness to perceive carefully, and finally checked out the problem. When the defense reached 10 points, she gained a defense specialty. Defense expertise can be chosen by yourself. Choose a type of energy to inhale into the body, and let the body undergo directed evolution, thereby opening a special defense against this energy. Well, the expertise from the defense point can only increase defense, but it becomes special defense. For example, magic resistance, fire resistance, poison resistance, paralysis immunity and so on often appear in the game. If Harley can absorb enough pure magic power at that time, her body will evolve towards magic resistance and get magic resistance specialty. For another example, Harley's magic resistance feat reaches level 20, and with 100% magic resistance, a spell attack with 80 points of lethality falls on her, leaving only dash points of effective damage. Harley can continue to level up only if the defense specialty is turned on. But at that time, Harley was being chased and shot in the body. She was in urgent need of the defense point blessing brought by the upgrade, and she didn't have time to choose which defense specialty. Moreover, defensive expertise also has requirements for evolutionary energy. First, it is pure enough, and second, it is huge in number. Harry had no choice but to try to get 2 bags of egg yolk pies out of his backpack. The food energy is successfully absorbed, and the food defense specialty is activated. The evolutionary treasure can't speak. This is the message that Hallie realized by herself. Hungry? Very hungry? Extremely hungry? The few breads I had just eaten seemed to have been digested before they fell into the stomach. It's like throwing a glass of water in the midday desert. There's no food left, and she's still running wild on the streets. Fortunately, she ran into the street, and there were still many pedestrians on the street, so the pursuers of the Holy Land Crusaders did not continue to shoot. They scattered, intending to outflank her path. According to the physiological activities of a normal person, after starving, Harley starts to burn fat. Finally, before Harley turns into a skeleton, the food energy reaches the minimum requirement to activate the specialty. Even now, Harley's food defense expertise is still level 0. She didn't dare to upgrade her specialties at all, and it took too much energy to upgrade. However, after opening the specialty, she can finally improve the character level. Level 11, 11 defense. She is extraordinary. In theory, she qualifies as a super criminal. The back hurts less, the hole in the basketball is blocked, and with the previous few pieces of bread, the energy is full again. Bang! When she was excited, she was punched. Zyobaichi, let's see where you're going. 2 sweaty black suits stopped her, and one of them gave her a slap in the face. Gudong. The experience gauge began to boil again. The trauma of the original bullet is still continuing, filling the experience jar more than half, and the black suit is an elite crusader fighter, with a strong hatred, and the degree of malice is on the table. Experience equals maliciousness multiplied by attack. There was no ding-dong, and after getting a kick, she was level 12. At that moment, Harley laughed like a madman, because she suddenly remembered a magical game advertisement, a knife 999. If she gets stabbed, Harley is not masochistic. She is a beautiful girl with both temperament and appearance, and she is not suitable for being a sandbag for others. Moreover, there are more than 2 crusaders of the Holy Land, and others will come after them. So, Harry didn't get beat up on purpose. She pretended to be weak, lying on the ground and pretending to be dead. When the 2 black suits approached, she exploded into trouble, kicked one person's balls from the bottom up, and then stabbed the other person's throat with a cross in her hand. Movements are faster, more flexible, and more powerful than ever before. She felt that her own strength was not far from senior brother Broken Water Flow. You want a cross? Here it is. At that moment, Harry's expression was a little grim. The man in the suit knelt on the ground, holding the blood-spitting throat in both hands. Ho ho, seeing her expression of disbelief and deep horror. Killing people in the street, the pedestrians screamed and scattered. Harley pulled up her hood and disappeared into the crowd. Afterwards, Harley discovered that the food defense specialty was very perverted. As long as she doesn't turn on specialty evolution, all the energy she absorbs from food will be converted into physical strength and resilience. This is simply the bug magic trick that all sports athletes desire most. Injured? It doesn't matter, eat hard, don't care about the high heat and salt, all of them can be digested, and the excess nutrients to the body are all turned into the power to restore the trauma. To put it simply, any food, as long as it is non-toxic and harmless, can be a small red bottle, a medicine that adds blood in the game. To Harry. Tired? Don't drink Red Bull. Just eat hard, hamburgers, fried chicken legs, French fries, spicy strips, cola, whatever you want to drink, all the excess nutrients are transformed into the power of rejuvenation. Any food, as long as it is non-toxic and harmless, can be a stamina potion for Harry. Harley will never gain weight, her figure will always be perfect, even if every day is a big fish. As long as she has something to eat, she will not be tired, and her injuries will recover quickly. This is the food defense specialty, defending against obesity, against nutrient loss, and against indigestion. All the food digestion problems that are harmful to ordinary people are harmless to Harley. Harmless is beneficial. He was clearly shot. Why is Harry still alive and kicking? Just because she bought 50 big juicy burgers at KFC with $20. Later, she didn't even dare to eat too much, for fear that the wound would heal completely, and the bullet had been stuck in the bone. At this time, the apartment rented by Gotham Dr. Robert. Harley entered the character interface again, but not to check her attributes and food expertise, but to stare at the experience jar, the light blue turtle man, cartoon Harley wearing a turtle shell. Gudong, gudong, the red liquid in the jar was bubbling, one after another, with high frequency, but small in size. Harry breathed a sigh of relief. Robert had no intention of killing her. Well, even with Selena's disguised Clark staring at the side, Harry still didn't let down his guard completely. What if Robert went crazy and suddenly inserted a scalpel into her throat? EXP equals maliciousness * damage, attack. Now Robert stabbed her body, producing an attack effect. When attacked or damaged, experience points will increase. At this time, the increment of the red liquid in the experience jar is almost 0, indicating that the increase in experience is very weak and can be ignored. Then, Robert's malice towards her must not be high. If you don't want to kill, naturally you won't be violent. This is Harley's trump card for daring others to take bullets for herself. If she hadn't met Selena today, she would have found another female vagabond to operate on herself sooner or later. At that time, she would hold a gun in her hand and keep an eye on the changes in the opponent's maliciousness. However, Selena has always had no confidence in her swordsmanship, and Harley is reluctant to take risks in Dr. Camp. With a flash of inspiration, Selena came up with a good idea. Since the operation is not complicated, just find a regular doctor. Harley, also worried about the wound becoming infected, agreed to her suggestion. At least for now, the resilience that comes with eating won't kill germs. She still has a fever now? To put it bluntly, it is the ability of all animals to recover physical strength and injuries through eating. Food defense expertise simply reduces nutrient waste and forces nutrients to flow in a direction that is beneficial to the body. End of this chapter. Chapter 37 Angels and Demons. Holy shit! Robert exclaimed in disbelief, holding the bullet in his tweezers. This bullet is at least 9 mm in diameter, and it's big enough to blow a bull's head off with a single shot. But why didn't you die? There wasn't even a massive tear in the muscles, and it didn't seem like the bones were split, but the bullets were deflated. He put the flashlight on the wound and checked it carefully again. The bones really have no cracks. It's strange. The distance is far beyond the effective killing range. Harry prevaricates. Robert shook his head again and muttered, "Impossible. The warhead is smashed. Don't talk nonsense. Help me stop the bleeding now," Harry yelled. Robert immediately shut up, dropped the bullet in the empty candy box, and started cleaning her wound. After about a quarter of an hour, Harry got up and started getting dressed. Robert squinted at her secretly. It seemed a little familiar. As soon as this idea appeared, he lowered his head like a rabbit in fright. The more familiar it is, the less able to see and think. My mom, Mary, is 67 years old and lives alone in a small town in Kentucky, and I have to send her living expenses every month. If I die, she'll be on the street right away. In fact, I'm very honest. I've never had a fight when I grew up. I've never been drunk and bullied my girlfriend. I have a master's degree in surgery. If you encounter any trouble in the future, I'm willing to do my best. He babbled, saying whatever came to his mind. Without saying a word, Harry zipped up his down jacket, fastened the hood on the back of his head, slowly picked up the syringe, and refilled a tube full of anesthetic. "Come here." She waved to him. Robert's mouth was bitter. "There's no need for this. Come here." Harry's voice turned cold. "Let me do it myself, okay? With such a large dose, it will kill you if you stick it in the wrong place," Robert pleaded. Harry thought about it and handed him the syringe. Robert took the syringe and hesitated again. "You have used this one. Motherfuck. Dare to despise me being sick." Harry pulled out his Colt. Okay, I understand." Robert hurriedly put a needle on his wrist, only slowly pushing in 2/3 of the liquid, and a huge black screen covered him. In the darkness, Robert's consciousness was intermittent, like a radio with a poor signal, and he vaguely heard the blonde girl smile and say, "This guy really wants to survive, but I didn't think about killing people." Then there is the sound of eating, drinking, and the collision of cups and plates. Well, after taking out the bullet, Harley didn't leave immediately. She ate and drank in Robert's living room, and the nutrients she absorbed from the food quickly repaired the wound on her back. Of course, in addition to replenishing energy, she has other purposes. Calac, you know what, went to St. John's Abbey and they sent me a cross right away. Harry's voice was loud, especially the emphasis on the cross. Oh, it's a church orphanage after all. Selena lacked interest. I'll check to see if he's awake. Harry put down his chopsticks, and for the nth time walked up to Robert, who was lying dead in the corner, and while rolling his eyelids, he deliberately aimed his mouth at his ear. That cross was so loud that it almost shouted into his ears. "I threw it later." She turned her head to Selena in a normal voice. "It was thrown on the street, and a homeless man named Kent saw it and picked it up and returned it to me, and made me fear God." Kent was raised again. Harry turned to Robert on the ground again, flipped him back and forth, and suddenly shouted into his ear, "Karak, Kent. Do you know each other?" Turning to Selena again, he asked softly, "Clark, do you know Kent? There are so many homeless people, and I don't know all of them. What about Kennedy on Hank Street?" "Old Kennedy." The first half shouted to Selena and the second half to Robert's ear. "That's a bastard, you'd better stay away from him," Selena said sternly. "Hey, there are dangers everywhere in Gotham. Karak, do you want me to go to a small ville to hide?" He shouted into Robert's ear again in the second half. Batman's hometown is Gotham, and Diana's hometown is a paradise island in the Mediterranean. So, what about Superman's home on Earth? Kansas, a small town named Smallville, the Smallville, and Smallville means small town. It can be said that Superman's hometown is the small town, and Smallwell is just a transliteration. A small town called a small town. Harley knows this thanks to watching an American show called Smallville in 2010. The plot is almost forgotten, but the frequency of Smallville is too high. Don't look at it as a small town. In addition to Superman, it is also the hometown of Luthor, and Louise also lived there for a while. Gotham's population is large and complex, but it is easy to hide. The population of the town is simple. It is impossible to say that the residents of the town know each other. Suddenly a stranger appears, which is too conspicuous. Selina whispered. Speaking of which, go to town. Harry called to Robert again. It's really not a good idea. Well, speaking of it, the current predicament was caused by the incident in Washington State last time. Washington State was also forced into Robert's ears. Oh, no, that was just one of many mistakes Andy made in Washington. The first time I played at the national level was in Kansas. Andy made me play fake games. Kansas, shouted into Robert's ear again. Smallwell is in Kansas. Whether it can pull Dacheo into chaos, Harry doesn't really care. After all, these are only a few words, and the cost is too low. At least for now, it can play a confusing role. Blonde Teen and Big Clark are having dinner. I don't know how long they ate. Robert, who was in a daze, felt that a long time had passed. They were chatting, and he was exhausted and empty, and he couldn't hear what they were saying. I don't know how long it took. Robert found that the dark scene in front of him was gradually thinning, and the light filled the world again. With a moan, he struggled to sit up. There was nothing on the table, not even the blood-stained gauze and other sundries in the wastebasket. Although the food was eaten up, the living room was also cleaned, which was not bad. He suddenly felt something in his hand. He picked it up and saw that it was a stack of crumpled green bills, including 10 yuan, 20 yuan, 5 yuan, and 1 yuan. He counted, $103. She's a good person, maybe this is all her belongings. The corners of Robert's mouth twitched, his heart a little warm. Looking at the clock, it was not too late. At 2:15 in the morning, he had only been dazed for less than 3 hours. Who is that girl? Sitting at the table, while waiting for the cereal to soften with milk, Robert couldn't help thinking about this question. In fact, don't think much about it. When he performed scapular surgery for her, he would inevitably see her face. The former Smile Queen, now the witch Harley, her father killed the Wayne couple. Even if he didn't know her originally, after the bombardment of all kinds of media in Gotham over the past few days, he knows her inside out. It doesn't seem like she's the devil. Robert took a bite, and the cold snot made him frown. He was so hungry that he swallowed it anyway. His brows became tighter, and even his thin face began to twist. Christ Jesus, she is worth $20. Bang. Robert's gray eyes crawled with bloodshot eyes. He pushed aside the porcelain bowl, and ran into the bedroom like the wind. Turn on the computer, enter the official website of Gotham Birmingham Hospital, click on the email link, and reopen an email received 3 days ago. The page has a cross watermark. To the doctors at Birmingham Hospital, the witch Harley was shot in the back and may seek help at Gotham Hospital or a community clinic. If you encounter it, please be sure to notify Gotham Cathedral. May God bless you. Signed, Archbishop Marvin. The content of the letter is very simple. The key is the appendix file of the email. A PDF document containing several pictures of Harry the Witch, a picture of a student, and a picture of a gym suit holding a trophy. In addition to Harry's photos and detailed information, there is also a list of rewards, $ for the Gotham Police Department, $ for Gotham Love Jesus, $ for the Sisters of Light, $ for St. John's Abbey, and Archbishop Marvin - for the Holy Land Crusaders. There are all kinds of things, adding up to more than 20. Gudong. Robert swallowed, his eyes bloodshot and his thin face flushed. In addition to getting money, you can also pay so many church organizations. Nothing else to say, if Archbishop Marvin can praise him in public. Maybe, he can become the personal doctor of the old money on Manhattan's Upper East Side. However, I promised not to tell anyone about her. Robert put his right hand into his trousers pocket and clenched the stack of banknotes, his face twisted with a ghastly expression. Hey, I'm so stupid, what does she have to do with me? After only 3 seconds, he made a decision. That Splasher ate a big meal by himself, but didn't even leave me a steak. Witch, she's a greedy witch. I'm going to Gotham Cathedral. I'm going to report her to God. The louder he spoke, the more determined the expression on his face. He succeeded in persuading himself. Putting on his woolen coat, Robert ran downstairs. He had to meet Archbishop Marvin in person, because he didn't know much about the witch. When you meet people, even if you don't get much reward in the end, you can get familiar with them and get involved. He must go now, because only then can he show his sincerity to the Archbishop. Uncle Robert was thinking about things in his mind. Robert didn't pay attention to the surrounding environment, and accidentally his left leg was hugged. Looking down, he saw little Tommy's teary little face. It's so late, why hasn't he slept yet? Oops, it's so late, Archbishop Marvin must be asleep. Will I bother him if I go there so rashly? Wrong? Archbishop Marvin must have subordinates, and it is up to them to decide whether to wake the Archbishop. And I hurried over in the middle of the night. They must have been very moved. Then, Archbishop Marvin asked me with concern, will delaying so much time tonight affect my work tomorrow? Christ Jesus, what a great opportunity! How can I humbly and accurately state my troubles at work? Uncle, my mother was lying on the ground, bleeding a lot. Woo woo woo, the child cried helplessly. Away, I'm busy. Robert swayed his legs irritably and threw little Tommy to the ground. The child seemed to be greatly frightened, and sat there blankly, with wide eyes, like a doll, just staring at him, not crying. Robert was stunned for a moment, then walked downstairs again, shouting as he walked, go find your father, I'm not your father. It's annoying, little bastard. When he gets the bounty, when he becomes the personal doctor of the Upper East Side bigwig, he will move out of this garbage heap immediately. A pile of rubbish in the garbage heap, big rubbish, small rubbish. End of this chapter. As expected, Archbishop Marvin was already asleep. Unexpectedly, the church's concern for the witch was beyond imagination. The church guards learned of his intention and immediately arranged for him to wait for Archbishop Marvin in the conference room. In just 10 minutes, Robert saw an old man with a familiar face and two middle-aged strangers. The old man is Archbishop Marvin, who has appeared in public many times. At this time, he was only wearing a white priest's robe, and it could be seen that he was in a hurry. The two middle-aged men were burly figures, long hands and feet, and meticulous granite expressions. Their monk robes are very strange, with a flame cross on the cuff of the black robe, and the round-faced monk is still carrying a briefcase. This is Brother Ferdinando and Brother Robbie. They are from the headquarters of the Holy Land Crusade and are responsible for the case of the witch Harley. Archbishop Marvin said no nonsense, directly indicating who is the real person in charge. I'm Robert Stark in Birmingham. The hook-nosed Ferdinando raised his hand and said coldly, where is Harley Quinn? Robert wanted to be angry, but the other party had a special temperament that made him feel humble, low, and cheap. I don't know. His throat was dry, and the eyes of the three people on the opposite side were sharp enough to kill. Listen to me, Robert explained quickly. I'm a doctor, and the witch brought her companions to my house and asked me to open a knife to get bullets, and then gave me a dose of lidocaine. Does she have company? Who is it? Hook-nosed asked. A big guy named Clark. Clark, this name is a bit common. What's his last name? Robert scratched his head and said uncertainly, Clark Kent, or Kennedy, or McCann. I don't remember clearly, and I'm not even sure if the witch called Clark's surname. Check it out. Is there any information about Clark? Hook-nosed looked at the companion next to him. Brother Robbie opened his briefcase and took out a laptop computer with a silver metal case inlaid with a red cross. After a while, he held the opened computer and said aloud, in 5th grade, the witch had a fight with a gangster named Clark Tim on the street because he said nasty things to her. Other than that, there are no Clark friends on record. However, the information in the database cannot represent everything, and here I only have public information entered by the government and government agencies. You know this. Fernando frowned. Robert's palms were sweating, and he looked a little flustered. The monk looked at him like he was looking at a useless bug. I also heard incomplete conversations that seemed to refer to the cross, to Smallville, he said nervously. Fernando's eyes lit up and he said eagerly, be clear, is she going to the town herself, or something else? Robert's forehead was dripping with sweat, and his brain was working hard. I remember, she mentioned Washington State, or Kansas. I don't remember exactly. My guess is that she was going to give Clark the cross to take to a small town in Washington State. Or she and Clark take the cross and flee to small towns in Washington or Kansas. Fernando then asked, Washington State alone is so big, plus Kansas. Which town is it? Robert shrank. I don't know, I was injected with a large dose of anesthesia, and my brain was dizzy. The two of them said a lot, but I only remember these words. Hey, there really is a Smallville in Kansas, not a Smallville, but the Smallville. Brother Robbie didn't have any purpose. He was just bored. He typed in Washington State, Kansas State, and a Smallville at will. Unexpectedly, the Crusaders of the Holy Land database gave a match. Subconsciously, he then entered Clark. Shit, it's so easy. Round-faced Robbie looked at his companion incredulously. Kansas, Smallwell Township, Clark Kent, under 21 years old. He has a mother named Martha, and father Jonathan last year just died. Fernando took a look in front of the screen and exclaimed, oh, what a majestic boy. Come and see if it's him. He waved to Robert. Robert looked at it carefully for a long time, and hesitantly said, the body shape is similar, I don't see the face. But since his surname is Kent, it is probably him. Yes, I'm sure it's him who I see tonight. In the end, his tone became more and more firm. Fernando frowned and said, what does this Clark Kent have to do with Harley Quinn? I can't find it, but the witch's home state of Oklahoma is next door to Kansas. The round-faced Robbie shook his head and said helplessly, with the help of the tongue of fire, the Crusaders of the Holy Land have the world's strongest internet firewall, but they can't defend or attack, far less than the Skynet in the movie. Full knowledge of network information. In fact, the data in our database comes from the UK Public Cyber Security Agency, and we only know what they know. In the United States, even if MI-specially greeted us, the FBI only shared the most basic resident information with us. For example, this Clark Kent, his information seems to be very simple, but based on my years of experience in quantum hacking, I vaguely feel that his medical records have been modified. Either he changed it himself, or the FBI did something. P.S. Therefore, we cannot know all his information through the public network. Maybe he was really good friends with Harley Quinn? Call that old bitch of Black, second-generation Silk Soul, Lori Black, and ask the FBI to provide us with more detailed data. Fernando said solemnly. Robbie shook his head and smiled bitterly. Forget it, the Americans have always rejected us. You know, the Shadow Bureau and the Church have had too many conflicts. Shadow Bureau. Fernando gritted his teeth. Every existence there is the greatest blasphemy against God and humanity itself. One day, wait for us. Suddenly seeing Robert's curious expression, the monk stopped abruptly. After a pause, he said, inform the Gotham Police Department and have them help keep an eye on Greyhound buses and train stations, especially those to Kansas. And on the highways out of Gotham, every car has to be scrutinized. If we can't find a witch for the next 3 days, we'll go to Smallwell. This Robbie hesitated. If I guess right, Clark is really being watched by the US government. We were afraid that it would cause conflicts in the past. Then bring more people and let the fallen Americans know our determination. The son of a mere farmer, they know how to choose. Well, since Clark is in Gotham, we may not be able to find him at Kent Farm. Get Martha under control first to make sure nothing goes wrong, Fernando said solemnly. With that said, the two were ready to leave. Master Monk. Robert couldn't help but shout, I. Fernando was stunned for a while, and said, Archbishop Marvin, give him $30,000. Marvin frowned and said, he heard a lot of secrets, do you want to deal with them? Saying that, he even made a gesture of wiping his neck. Robert's eyes burst out. Did he have a hallucination? Is this what the Archbishop should say? But when he caught a glimpse of the evil in the eyes of the old bishop, he was sober and cowardly. No, Christ Jesus, he moaned weakly. What are you thinking about? Brother Fernando looked at the Archbishop in disbelief. He came to report to us, and he is also a servant of God. How could he? Seeing the disapproval in the Archbishop's eyes, he waved his hand. Forget it, you give him money and let him leave. What we said before is not a secret in the high-level US. When Archbishop Marvin took Robert away, Brother Robbie sighed, Gotham is worthy of Satan's filth, the people here, even Archbishop. I see absolutely no devotion to God in his eyes. Fernando said, Americans are constantly falling, so the Lord decided to send the Holy Spirit a second time. Of course, we in the UK are also filthy at this time, our glory is gone, and we are in desperate need of redemption. Even the whole world is waiting for the coming of the Son to be washed and refreshed. There seemed to be light in his eyes, his face full of piety, without the slightest doubt. Robbie hesitated. Speaking of which, about St. John's Abbey. Robbie, remember our purpose. Fernando said solemnly. Don't ask right or wrong, get back the holy relic as soon as possible, open the gate of heaven, and welcome the arrival of the second Holy Son. I understand. Robbie sighed. Holding the check signed by the church, Robert did not feel much satisfaction. Instead, his heart was empty, and he was inexplicably disappointed. Especially when I went back to the apartment building, I saw 2 police officers carrying a body bag down from the 3rd floor, and I saw little Jimmy sitting alone on the corridor with his eyes swollen from crying. OMG, what have I done all day? He covered his head and fled from the 3rd floor. P.S. Regarding whether the US government knows Clark's identity at this time, I personally think that they do. Whether in the comics or in the movies, Clark showed the extraordinary many times as a child. The most classic incident, the Smallwell Middle School bus went home, crashed into the bridge, and fell into the river. When the tragedy was about to happen, Clark carried the bus directly to the shore. Many people saw it at the time, and the parents of the child took the child to the Kent house to thank Clark. Later, Louise inquired about Superman's identity as a reporter, found Smallwell directly, and even interviewed Clark's old classmates. Even Louise could pinpoint Clark's identity and hometown in just a few days based on the gossip she read in the newspaper. Isn't the FBI agent better than a reporter? In addition, in the incident of Superman's death and resurrection, Superman's identity was obviously completely exposed by the government, but the general public still did not know who he was. Superman's mother didn't even get a bank loan. When I was old, I went to restaurants to work as waiters and lived in motels. In the following article, I will explain the true attitude of the US government towards Clark and the reasons for this attitude through the mouth of the second generation of Silk Souls. In short, in this book, the US government has absolutely no brains. In fact, in the Justice League comics, the government is very sophisticated. Especially in Watchmen, the President and government of the United States have proved that they can sit in this position only because they are really capable. End of this chapter. After leaving Robert's apartment, Selina took Harry to a semi-abandoned building thinking she had just had surgery and needed a break. Located on the edge of the city, there is no running water, gas, heating, or even electricity. It is almost a dangerous building waiting to be demolished. It's more like an unfinished building left behind by a bankruptcy of a real estate company in China and the boss running away with money. The owner has spent his life savings, and even if it is unfinished, they can only move in. In addition to Selina, Harry also saw lights flickering in other slums. Walking on the corridor, I also saw many traces of life. Selina's nest is a 20 square meter single room with an old wooden door, bare and exposed concrete floors, and walls with peeling lime powder. The window lost its entire frame and was barely blocked by a floor-to-ceiling plank. The interior decoration is also very simple, a Simmons mattress, a dry battery cassette recorder, a pile of dirty clothes. The stains on the edge of the mattress were polished and reflective, and the original color and pattern were covered by the jet black. The lighting relies on a small table lamp in Gantianki, and the room is groggy. Well, it's not as good as my carton hut. Harry sighed. I'm here to shelter from the rain and cold, as well as a security door, so I don't have to worry about being attacked when I'm asleep, Selena said reluctantly. Then, there was a bit of sarcasm on her face, and she said with some self-deprecation, of course, you are the little queen? What is considered a good bedroom for a homeless child like me is the most humble home you will ever see in your life. You don't know my current situation? Don't say these weird things. Harry lay down on the mattress, a strange stench filling his nose immediately. The smell of sweat and feet is fermented for a long time to produce a musty smell, and then more than one perfume smell is mixed. She wanted to sit up immediately and escape this terrifying place far away. But Selena just now called her little queen with a gun and a stick. She really did that, and both of them were embarrassed to death. Are you still hungry? Selena took out a few bags of snacks and threw them on the bed. Before at Robert's house, she saw Harry gobbling down and eating all the takeaways for 5 people in one go. At the end, she rubbed her slightly bloated belly and said with emotion, the boss is not sincere, the taste is average, even the weight. There are also some shortcomings. Sleeping in the kennel is already hard enough to eat in the kennel. Harry shook his head and smiled, I'm going to bed, save it for tomorrow. Selena kicked off her short boots, threw herself on the mattress, and muttered with wide eyes, I usually sleep in the morning, go out for activities in the afternoon, and come back after breakfast. You? Harry asked hesitantly, how old are you? 16, almost 17 years old. When did you start wandering? Where are your parents? Harry asked again. I don't know who my father is, my mother. Selena Yinpan's face showed melancholy. I was born on Nahi Island, the poorest and most chaotic slum in Gotham. When she was 9 years old, she ran away with some wild man. I started wandering the streets. 9 years old, too young for the people at the child care center to ignore you? Harry asked in surprise. They sent me to the children's home in the North State. Trust me, it's worse than the St. John's Abbey you're in. No, it's worse than that magic cave. How could it be worse? Harry looked suspicious. Selena sneered, you should have good food and housing, right? Otherwise, you won't despise my little family. Your living conditions are good, and you have the best families to adopt children. In the North State orphanage, the case of sexual assault is nothing at all, but they eat food that pigs are unwilling to eat. Dozens of people squeeze into a small bedroom. The family who adopted us is also trying to deceive the government and government subsidies. Fierce. So exaggerated. Harry was a little shocked. I don't know about other states, but we are Gotham. Look at the bottom residents of Gotham. What are they like? Orphanages will only be worse than them, not better, otherwise everyone will go to be orphans. Selena said flatly. Makes sense. Harry was silent. After a while, she asked softly, what are your plans for the future? Future. Selena's expression became dazed. I don't know. Maybe, I will be a top pickpocket. When my skills improve, I will try to join Sister Yu's family first. Who is Sister Yu? Harry asked curiously. Fish Mooney, Fish, Gotham's most famous female black state boss. She is a member of the Falcone family. You are from Gotham, don't you know her? Selena asked in disbelief. I seem to have heard of it, but I didn't remember it in my heart. There are more than 10 generals under Falcone, such as Russian Nikola. Harry said. She only remembered that her father was a loan shark from Nikola. Nikola and Sister Yu are both under Falcone's command, but they have the worst relationship. Selena said immediately. Is it too unpromising to be a gang member? Harry asked hesitantly. Selena smiled bitterly. Are you really from Gotham? I just moved here 2 years ago. Selena said. There are only 3 types of people in Gotham, the powerful, the black state and the common people. The powerful rule Gotham under the sun, the black state is the king of the underworld, and the common people are their common slaves. If you've been on the streets for a while, you'll understand that being a cop is no better than being a gang member. If you want to get ahead, you must either be a powerful person, or be a tycoon. But the rich and powerful come from inheritance, and it is almost impossible for ordinary people to enter it. Instead, it is a black state, with the most opportunities to get ahead, but the lowest requirements for birth. Harry didn't know what to say. She fell asleep, but Selena touched her shoulder. What are your plans? I originally planned to be an athlete, but now. Harley shook her head. First save my life, and then work hard to improve myself. When I become stronger, the enemy who once seemed formidable is nothing. At 10 defense, she can take a single shot and not die. At level 20, at 20 defense, can she be immune to small caliber pistols? Level 30, what about level 40? Since you are on the street, try your best to grow up on the street. Be a street fighter, fight with others and box every day. Those punks may have low attack power, but their maliciousness must be very high. After all, this is Gotham with outstanding people. But Selena didn't understand her trump card and thoughts, and asked curiously, improve yourself, what do you want to do? I don't know exactly what to do. You are an old bird, take me with you. Harry said. I think you should try to restore your innocence and return to the world under the sun and spring rain. Selena said sincerely. There is no hope in a short period of time, and in terms of mentality and values, I can't go back. Even if the police drop the charges against me one day, I won't be an athlete again. Harry sighed. Don't be an athlete, you go to study. I'm at a loss now. Harley knew that she should work hard to upgrade, but she was full of uncertainty about her future career and her position in the golden age of superheroes. Selena noticed that she was in a low mood, so she changed the topic and said, "Why did you let me pretend to be Clark? Is he someone you hate? If you don't kill that doctor, you can't show your true colors, and you can't let the people of the Holy Land Crusade know that you are with me. I don't want to put you in danger. As for Clark, it's just a mask to cover up your identity. It doesn't matter if it's Tom and Jerry." Harry didn't tell her the truth. She didn't want it to be true that Selena was implicated, but Clark was not mentioned casually. Clark Kent, what a man of steel. Clearly, the power of the Crusaders of the Holy Land completely overwhelmed her. In a head-to-head confrontation, Hallie is definitely not an opponent, but the other party refuses to let her go easily. How to break the game? Improving her own strength is one thing. On the other hand, she can muddy the water and find an unmatched enemy for the Crusaders of the Holy Land. What will happen to those church warriors who can only hold guns baya in the face of Superman? Even if Superman never kills people, how will these believers of God fail after knowing the God on Earth? Of course, it was an accident to meet Selena, and it was also Selena's inspiration to find Robert, to let Selena disguise as Clark, and even Harley's wild ideas. Do not know. The cost of doing it was very low anyway. She only had Selena disguised as a strong man named Clark, and her conversation with Selena never involved Clark Kent of Smallwell. If it does, she makes a lot of money, but if it doesn't work, she has nothing to lose. Even if Superman or the FBI come to you, Selena could testify for her that she never knew what Clark of Smallwell was, let alone mentioned. All these misunderstandings are due to Dr. Robert, who has hallucinations and betrays her as Judas. Well, it was an idle move, and Hallie wasn't even sure Robert had reported herself at the moment. End of this chapter. I went to bed a little early last night. At 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, Harley fell asleep while talking. Selena had no one to speak, so she could only let herself fall asleep. Her biological clock was disordered, and she slept erratically. I don't know when, the gasping sound of hutcha came from the side. There are other people in the house? Selena, who had been single all the time, woke up suddenly, and then saw Harley doing a one-arm handstand. She relaxed first, remembered that she picked up a roommate last night, and then rubbed her eyes hard. "Shit, what are you doing?" she asked stupidly. "Have you never seen this kind of action before?" Harry didn't stop. Her blonde hair in a single ponytail fell to the ground. Only the thumb, index finger, and little finger of her right hand touched the ground, and her body continued to rise and fall. "Of course I know what this is doing. I can do a handstand with one arm," but Selena got up and circled around Harry for half a circle, but she didn't find a hidden support point behind her. "I've never seen a one-arm handstand without leaning against the wall, and you only use 3 fingers. It's nothing more than having a strong core and keeping your body balanced. As a world-class gymnast, this is just basic skills." After saying a few words, Harley's even breathing rhythm was disrupted. Selena was silent. She often jumps and leaps between Gotham buildings and is more flexible than a cat, so she thinks that her ability is no less than that of a gymnast. "How long have you been exercising?" she asked. Harry's legs fell one by one, and her upper body lifted up, like a backflip. "I woke up at 08:30, she said while wiping off her sweat. 8:30. Selena looked at the alarm clock next to the mattress. It was exactly 10 o'clock. "The surgery you just had last night, and you're exercising so intensely today, no holy shit." Halfway through the words, Yinpan's face twisted. "This is my Dior 05 commemorative shirt. I finally got it, and I plan to save it for next summer. You actually use it to wipe sweat. Can't the clothes be washed?" Harry raised his neck and continued to wipe his chest. "I have a towel here," Selena said with a dark face. "I saw it, it smells musty, and it's caked. I'm afraid of beriberi if I wipe my feet," Harry said bluntly. The towel hung on the hook at the door, and it was a lump of greasy. It was probably sky blue at first, but now it is grey and wet and greasy, and it is disgusting to look at. Selena Yinpan blushed and said loudly, "That's how I live. Your previous lifestyle was wrong. You obviously have money to buy famous brands, but you don't know how to take good care of hygiene." Selena's poor accommodation doesn't mean her quality of life is low. There are more than 10 sets of brand new fashion clothes in the wooden cabinet. The cosmetics in front of the dresser, at first glance, are all luxury goods. There was a mess of boots and sneakers piled on the floor by the bed, and there was no miscellaneous brand. Harley in her early years was far inferior to her. "It is my freedom to choose what kind of lifestyle." Selena was really angry. Hallie was stunned for a while, and she came to understand a little. The Americans are themselves, and the teenagers and girls in the second phase of the middle school are not allowed to be preached. "Okay, it's my fault," she apologized decisively. "You said last night that you gave me a set of clothes, so let's take this one." When Harry left the convent, he not only snatched the guns of the 2 guards, but also took their wallets. Not a lot of money, less than $300 in total. She bought herself a down jacket and has been wearing it till now. She was also wearing it when she was shot, with a hole in her back and white hairs constantly appearing. Selena said she would give her a whole new set of clothes when she saw it. Breakfast is a bag of wafers. Selina usually doesn't eat at home. This den is just a place to sleep and store. It was inconvenient for Harry to go out in broad daylight, so she stayed here to accompany her. What exactly do you plan to do? Selina asked with a tangled expression when Harry was lying on the window brushing her teeth. I can't always rely on you to support me, and it's too dangerous to be with me. It's a little dark in the afternoon, and I'll leave? Harry said. Selina breathed a sigh of relief and worried again. You have an injury, is it really okay to be alone? The fact that Harry stayed in her den did bring her a lot of psychological burden, not because of the fear of those holy Advent crusaders. If her house was a luxury villa, she would be happy to have Hallie live there. But the reality is that her small home is too shabby, and Harley is not like an ordinary homeless child who has long been used to such a living environment. Even if Harley is not picky, Selina will feel uncomfortable. Now Harley is still picky, which is the same as children from poor families who generally don't like to invite classmates to play in their home. I was shot before, and I lived well by myself. But before I leave, I want you to do me a little favor. Harry's expression was calm, and he was not at all embarrassed to ask for help, because she has really regarded Selina as a friend at this moment. What? Selina asked curiously. 2 things. First of all, help me change my image, try to make the current me different from the previous me. Finally, help me armed to the teeth. Hallie said. Selina looked at her carefully for a long time and said, how about you change your hairstyle? She touched her afro with satisfaction. Like me, this year's latest model. Harry said sincerely, Selina, this hairstyle really doesn't suit you. You have a silver face, and with a circle of fluffy hair, your face is so big that you lose your neck. If you have a big round face, you should have long straight hair that falls from the forehead to cover the excess part of your face. You don't know how to appreciate. Everyone says I'm cool. Serena said with a dark face. Then, she rolled her eyes and said with a wicked smile, if you want me to say, you used to be a good girl, and now you should be a non-mainstream person. Harry nodded and said thoughtfully, dye the blonde hair to other colors, then apply dark eyeshadow, powder on the face, and red on the mouth. She thought of the image of Harley Quinn in the previous Life movie. There is no one more non-mainstream than Harley Quinn. Psychiatrist Harley Quinn and Harley Quinn look like 2 people. In the end, Harley still didn't become Harley Quinn. The blonde hair was parted in the middle, dyed pink on one side and bright blue on the other. The white and pink face of the clown makeup is too ugly, and Harley has changed into a simple gothic dress, and her flawless face does not need to be decorated. Powerful lines. It's a little weird. Selina looked at her for a moment and said, don't laugh, be beautiful and cool. Harry immediately suppressed her smile, trying her best to keep her eyes cold and sharp. The face and hair are too clean, not like a vagabond. Selina's tone was slightly sour. Even if Harry tossed herself like this, she seemed to have more temperament than her. The coat can be dirty, but the body must be hygienic. Wash your hands frequently, wash your face and feet every day. Harry glanced at Selina's lower body. When she took off those leather boots last night, the smell almost smoked her into autism. She asked where there was water to take a bath, and Selina said she didn't even have a wash basin. I have never had the habit of washing my face and feet before going to bed. Some homeless people do not even take a bath for several months, because there is no public bathhouse in the United States. They can only go to the gas station, or wipe by the lake, or use a poke to go to the public toilet to rinse. Selina is fairly hygienic. Sometimes when she sneaks into someone's house to steal something, she locks the door from the inside, and calmly uses the shower to take a shower. What do you use to grab? Selina took out a large suitcase from under the wardrobe, and as soon as the lid was lifted, Harry couldn't help whistling. I thought you were a pickpocket. I'm a pickpocket, but don't forget, this is Gotham. Ordinary people can't sleep without a gun. A real killer must at least collect a few RPGs. Selina said. 5 pistols of various models, 2 shotguns, and even a spray shotgun. It's all second-hand. Harry frowned. Second-hand goods are cheap. In addition to the guns, there was a neatly sized box of cartridges. What surprised Hallie in particular was the bullet belt of the same style as Schwarzenegger. Well, the kind that is slanted on the shoulder, the plastic shell bullet as thick as a dry battery, looks very intimidating. I already had 2 pistols, and now I'll pick a double-barreled shotgun. Harry chose the Beretta, which was about centimeters in size, and it was time for it to go out when it came to a rival who was wearing a body armor. After stuffing the bullets and shotgun into her backpack, she asked, are there any bulletproof vests? That thing is so bulky. Selina shook her head. When Harry was about to leave with a backpack, Selina stopped her and pulled out an old map from under the mattress. Almost forgot, this is the distribution map of Gotham's underground forces. Each gang and their range of activities are marked with red dots. Shit, there are so many gangs in Gotham. Harry was dumbfounded, and the whole map was almost red. Selina said, the 2 main families are Maroni and Falcone. They are the Emperor Hideo. Each emperor was in charge of a kingdom, and each kingdom had dozens of dukes, and each duke commanded dozens of knights. To us ordinary people, every jazz is also a boss. Like me, I'm a Lone Ranger pickpocket, and I'm my own boss. The stolen things have to be sold. My last family, Muskie, is a family member of the Yuja family, a jazz. I don't want to mess with them, Harry said. Every homeless person doesn't want to be a homeless person. Selina sighed and said helplessly, many times we don't have to choose. If someone pulls you into the gang, don't rush to refuse, I'll help you refer to it. I really don't want to mess around. Harry was helpless. You're so smart, why don't you understand? A person without party affiliation cannot survive in a society full of parties and factions. Of course, I'm not really making you a black state. A kingdom, in addition to kings, dukes, and knights, and commoners just like me. I am my own boss, but I am also a subject of Sister Yu. I stole from Sister Yu's site, and even if I was caught on the spot, I wouldn't have to worry about my life. So, do you understand? Selena looked into Harry's eyes and said seriously. Harry sighed, got it, I try to keep a low profile and let everyone ignore me. Selena pointed to the map and continued, the green dot is a residential area that I often go to, and there are often empty houses that are unoccupied for a long time. When I meet them, I will live in secretly, and I will leave when the master comes back. If you can't stay on the street any longer, you can visit these places. Before leaving, Selena also gave Harry $200. End of this chapter. It's almost Christmas, and Gotham has been snowing every now and then. The cold weather only accelerated the pace of pedestrians on the street, but did not affect the liveliness and prosperity of the city at all. In fact, this snow has become the Christmas decoration in the dreams of countless teenagers and girls sitting by the warm fireplace. And those homeless vagabonds hated this cold wind and this ice and snow. Cursing God and all who could stay in a warm room, they tried their best to secure a moment of comfort. 10:30, Greenwich Village, Bonata second-hand store. Cough cough. The bearded white boss coughed a few times. Little girl, the time is up, I have to close the business. Harry looked up at the clock hanging on the wall, and frowned. In an international metropolis like Gotham, the shopkeeper who closes at 10:30, isn't he too lazy? Non-mainstream colored ponytails and gothic makeup are indeed effective. She strolled around the street and was cautiously vigilant, but no one called the police to arrest her. She doesn't even seem that obtrusive, because in Gotham, the non-mainstream is the mainstream. Then she ran to the second-hand store to warm up. The boss's fat face turned dark. I said it clearly, you have been sitting by the bookshelf reading since you entered at 10:00 in the afternoon, without even ordering a cup of coffee. It was fine before, you couldn't do your business, and there were other people, but now it's snowing outside and no guests have come in for nearly an hour, so of course I have to close the door early. At least I can save some electricity bills, at least I can go home early to accompany my wife to Toss. Who said I didn't buy anything? Hallie pointed to the shelf opposite the musical instruments, and said, I've been struggling with which guitar to choose. Are you still struggling? The boss asked with a blank face. Hallie nodded. I was struggling with which one to choose before, but now I am struggling with whether to buy it or not. After all, this customer experience is really bad. The boss stared at her. His expression changed a bit. He walked away without saying a word, and no longer mentioned the matter of rushing people to close the store. After another half hour, he shouted again, I have to close at 11 o'clock every day. Harry sighed and went to the instrument rack to choose the cheapest guitar. Did you really buy it? When checking out, the boss was very surprised. Hey, I'm a singer, do you know Avril who sings? The boss nodded, Canada's little queen, right. She is my idol, and one day, I will be the next queen. Harley said with a longing look on her face, holding the old yellow guitar. With the new outfit, she also gave herself a new name. In order to have a fuller image of the characters, it is necessary to have a new career and life goals. She won't really pursue any musical dreams, it's courting death. Jackie Chung's concert is a lesson in blood. It's just that you carry a guitar on your left shoulder and a luggage bag on your right, and others will subconsciously call you a wandering singer. The wandering singer is naturally distinguished from the witch Harley. This is her main purpose. You are really a bit like her. The fat boss said. All are non-mainstream. Where's your original guitar? He asked. Sold it. Part of the money sold will be used to eat, and part of it will be used to buy your broken guitar. Harry said. She was a little happy that her new identity successfully deceived the old Gotham people. Wait. The bearded boss stopped Harry, who had paid the bill and left, struggling. You can stay here. Huh. Harry was surprised. You're not going home with your wife. A lewd smile appeared on the boss's face. I can stay here with you. Hallie is murmuring, this is Gotham, a very typical Gotham. Holding a middle finger high, she left without looking back. Hey, little sister, think about it again. Free hot water and heating. Can I give you another $20 and $- tomorrow morning? Come back and I'll give you a Martin OM guitar. The boss was gnashing his teeth when he said the last sentence. Harry had the urge to stay, but resisted. Well, stay and put the colt on the boss's forehead and let him hand over the collector's edition Martin guitar. The city is like a wild beast of rage and fanaticism, filled with a dizzying amount of heat. When the snowflakes fall and fail to form snow, they melt into filthy muddy water, and the neon flashes frantically like a madman, casting mottled colorful shadows on the water. Pada. The long leather boots fell, the water splashed, and the broken-colored shadow suddenly shattered. Gradually, the gust of wind became more and more roaring. Snowflakes almost flew horizontally. There were sparsely speeding cars on the street, but fewer and fewer pedestrians, and even the neon lights seemed to freeze in the lamps. At this moment, the city seems to be a desolate mound standing in the north, lonely and desolate, hopeless and cold. No way, I want to sleep. Harley, who was wandering around the street, couldn't help but go back to her carton hut again. The carton was still there, but no longer as it had been folded and folded when she left. Someone came here, reopened the cardboard box, and assembled a simple hut on the spot. She stood 3 steps away from the box for 2 minutes, and still shouted, "Hey, are you new here? Do you know this is my place, ga?" The black barrel of the gun stood out in the thin white snow, and Harry stopped abruptly. "Okay, it's yours, I'll leave now." Harry stared at the barrel of the gun and stepped back. Even if she deviates from the current shooting line when she takes the first step, she never turns around. The old man Kazappa taught her to never turn her back to the muzzle of someone else's gun unless it is absolutely necessary. It wasn't until she completely avoided the shooting angle that she turned around and walked away quickly. Wait, the people in the carton hut seemed to be crawling out, and there was a sound of the carton shaking. "Are you a girl, young girl?" He was a man, middle-aged. "Do you want to be gentlemanly and give me the carton?" Harry stopped, leaning against the wall, already holding Colt in his right hand. She suddenly had an illusion. Back when she was a child, under the leadership of Kazappa, in the barren mountains and forests, she held a shotgun, held her breath, and the prey was also cautious, showing her teeth and claws. "Hi, girl, I have no ill intentions." The man couldn't even see her figure. Of course he knew that she was guarding his pistol. So he raised his hands high and walked generously to the center of the alley, so that she could see clearly. Harry did see clearly. This was a tall, strong man wearing a brown cardigan and black leather pants. No coat, no gun in his hand or waist. "What do you want to do?" Harry asked. "The bottom of the carton is all wet and I have to put a parka under it, but it's still cold and you're cold too, aren't you? You have nowhere to go, do you? Look at me, I'm strong and my arms are warm, it will be very comfortable for us to sleep together." The man is generous and generous, as if to say, just as I am going to the XX community, ma'am, let's carpool. Seeing that Harry didn't bother to pay attention to him, the man's face struggled, showing a look of pity. "I still have fans, I'll give you half." He tried his best to appear arrogant and generous, like Mr. Zhao who was going to pay for the audience. But the slightly trembling voice showed his inner restlessness. But he consciously paid so much, and the little splash in front of him still didn't look back. The man felt that he had been humiliated, and the nameless anger and obscene desire mixed into a strong motivation. He howled and lunged at Harry. "Xiaobaichi, do you think you can escape?" Harry didn't have to look back. He could easily dodge by just listening to the sound, and then flew with the momentum. But at the moment of the action, she suddenly remembered that she had given up her life goal of becoming a top athlete, and instead worked hard to improve her personal strength. That is, upgrade as soon as possible to add defense to the body of steel. She turned her head, raised her arms, and with a bang, blocked the man's kick. Chi-Chi, the strength was so great that she took 3 steps back on the slippery snow. Gudong-gudong. Red bubbles appeared from the blue Turtleman experience jar. Hallie frowned, a little inexperienced? Maybe it's not because of the lack of experience, but at level 12. The experience tank seems to be the same size, but in fact, the capacity has increased more than 10 times. The higher the level, the harder it is to level up. "You useless bastard, that's all you have? No wonder no woman wants you, useless wood, a weak chicken who can't even fuck herself." Harley scolded, no matter how ugly it was. "Baichi, you annoyed me." The middle-aged man's lust retreated a little, and the anger in his chest increased greatly. Bang bang. The left hook and the right hook were quite well organized. Gudong-gudong. Harley blocked left and right, only defending but not attacking. Her body was swaying from side to side, but a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. The experience value has tripled from before. In addition to the attack power, the malevolence of the man has also been greatly improved. Before, he was pity fragrant and cherished jade, but now, he doesn't mind taking a shot while it's hot after being beaten to death. 2 minutes later. "You're such a useless piece of shit." Harry raised her legs in place, her boots higher than her own head, and she was choking on the big man's Adam's apple. Crack, there was a crisp sound in the throat. Bang, the big man flew 2 steps upside down, and smashed to the ground like rotten flesh. Ho ho ho, the big man covered his throat with one hand, waving the other hand indiscriminately, his eyes protruding, twitching like a fish on the shore. Looking closely, his head was steaming hot, and sweat even wet his hair. Clear white water vapor can be seen escaping from the top of the head. Obviously, before, he worked harder and harder than the cattle plowing the fields, but it's a pity. I've been playing for so long, I don't even have half-level experience, scum. Harley's face was not very good-looking. She scolded, and turned away without looking at it. It's not that she wasn't happy about not being able to level up. If the experience value keeps rising, she will give him a chance to play for another 10 minutes. But the fact is that after only a dozen punches, the experience value of a single attack began to drop. Obviously, the strength has not dropped much, and the malicious degree has continued to soar. How did the experience package depreciate? It didn't take long for the experience jar to stop bubbling, but he was still fighting. Hallie knows that this is not the system, and there is no system to fix bugs. If she can, Evolution Treasure will always let her brush experience. It can't be done now, it just means that it really can't be done. Perhaps, the evolutionary treasure extracted some kind of special energy from the enemy when I was attacked. That energy made me evolve, and this street bastard has been balled by me. Regarding food defense expertise, after reading the book reviews, I found that my explanation may not be very clear, which led to some misunderstandings. First of all, it is an extension from the defense, the main defense against any kind of damage to the body caused by the food in the stomach. For example, obesity and indigestion are all injuries. Secondly, the current level of expertise is low, and it is only to defend against the damage of ordinary food to the body. In the future, it may defend against toxins, but not yet. Third, to absorb all the nutrients. It's not that Harry won't pull Baba. In reality, there are often girls bragging that I don't get fat no matter what I eat. The question is, where did the nutrition go after she ate so much food? Pulled out. If shit is not nutritious, why can dogs eat shit to fill their stomachs? Relatively speaking, Harley's absorption of nutrients will be more efficient, rather than converting all food into energy. In the final analysis, this defense expertise is only a defense against the negative effects of food digestion. Fourth, the energy absorbed from food is just nutrients, not magical special energy. It can only be said that ordinary people have a low utilization rate of food, while Harley has a high utilization rate and high power. The consumption speed is fast. The difference between the two is only quantitative, but not a qualitative leap. Of course, one day, quantitative change leads to qualitative change, and this defensive skill will be very magical. For example, take regarding food defense expertise, after reading the book reviews, I found that my explanation may not be very clear, which led to some misunderstandings. First of all, it is an extension from the defense, the main defense against any kind of damage to the body caused by the food in the stomach. For example, overnutrition, diabetes, obesity, indigestion, are all injuries. Secondly, the current level of the specialty is low, and it only protects the body from damage caused by ordinary food. In the future, it may defend against toxins, digesting toxins, not resistance, but not yet. Third, to absorb all the nutrients. It's not that Harry won't pull Baba. In reality, there are often girls who dream that I don't get fat no matter what I eat. The question is, where did the nutrition go after she ate so much food? Pull it out. If shit is not nutritious, why can dogs eat shit to fill their stomachs? Relatively speaking, Harley's absorption of nutrients will be more efficient. Not all the quality of food is converted into energy. In the final analysis, this defense expertise is only a defense against the negative effects of food digestion. Fourth, the energy absorbed from food is just nutrients, not magical special energy. It can only be said that the utilization rate of food by ordinary people is low, while the utilization rate of Harley is high, but also high power. The digestion speed is fast. The difference between the two is only quantitative, but no qualitative leap. Of course, one day, quantitative change leads to qualitative change, and this defensive skill will be very magical. For example, chew the wall of DC origins as cookies. End of this chapter. On an old street in Brooklyn, there is a small KFC store on the corner. Dong dong dong. Vivian Lee knocked on the table a few times. It's morning. She looked impatient. The colorful little head on the table lifted up. Vivian Lee saw her drowsy eyes, the heavy eyeshadow spent a lot of money, and half of her face was dark. The small mouth below was painted blood red again, the lipstick was also smeared, and the chin and the corners of the mouth were stained with red marks. This is a non-mainstream who failed to pursue a musical dream. Hey, did you wake up? Didn't you fly last night? Vivian Lee frowned. After working at KFC for almost a year, Vivian Lee has seen too many wandering sweats who come to the store to sleep at night. Some people are cute, have no bad habits themselves, and wake up on their own during shift changes in the morning to help shop assistants clean up. Some people hate it, come late at night, can't get up in the morning, and ask for expired burgers when they get up. Some people are very hateful, they will bring bad habits into the store, such as high fans, fuck. Those who play music and engage in art have all the 5 poisons, and those kinds of people hate it the most. Give me a Big Mac. Harry yawned. Vivian Lee was furious. Do you really think of this place as a shantang? When I wake up in the morning, I don't know how to help clean the table. I want to eat when I open my mouth. At a young age, I have hands and feet, but I don't have the slightest bit of respect. GA. Looking at the 10 UN bill clipped by the girl's fingertips, the waitress's anger stuck in her throat along with the words of the cannonball, becoming a heavy suffocation. Her face turned blue and red several times, and eventually, the terrible reality of lose this job, I'll go bankrupt, and become a homeless like her, made Vivian Lee squeeze out a smile that a waiter should have. Okay, I'll bring it to you right away. Her voice was soft like cream. Bring me a glass of water, Harry said. Soda water, or Coke. For a Big Mac, a $2.50 burger, and a $3 package, you can get a glass of freshly squeezed juice. Vivian Lee asked the waiter. I want water, the free kind. By the way, my burgers must have more sauce and cheese. Harry said. The expression on Vivian Lee's face was much lighter. So stingy, obviously there won't be a penny tip. The burgers had to be made on the spot and had to wait a while, but the tap water was readily available and served immediately. Harry looked left and right, and the wall clock read -- a little early. However, the street outside has come alive, and even in the front hall of KFC, there are several homeless people cleaning tables or mopping the floor with buckets. Well, they are all stray sweats, and Harry followed them into the shop last night. Compared with other homeless people, they are in better spirits and their clothes are cleaner and more hygienic. No stench, no mess. Holding a water glass, Harry walked to the door and squatted in front of the drain cover on the street. Brush your teeth. Back then, in the Great Celestial Dynasty, the provincial capital city was also covered with heating pipes, but the scene of leakage of white gas was rarely seen. Wonder what's so special about Gotham's heating pipes, or maybe that's a kitchen chimney. The streets and sewers, the walls of residential buildings, and the roofs of residential buildings are constantly bursting with thick white water vapor. It seems the city has been breathing. Like a beast from hell, it exhales the smell of corruption and corruption in the sewer. Gray and rusted street buildings, the rising pale sun, the rich white air covering the city, and the hurried pedestrians. Harry's head shrank, and a police car stopped not far in front of her. Old Piccolo, have a hamburger, no sauce, 2 extra slices of pickled cucumbers, and a large malt milkshake. The policeman got out of the car, but didn't come to her. Opposite KFC, there is a small dining car, the boss is busy, and there are long queues of office workers. The 2 policemen, one black and one white, who were somewhat fat, did not line up and went directly to the front row to order food. Harry didn't even see them paying. Not only did the police not pay, the boss wearing a chef hat also took out a bundle of green notes that had been prepared and handed it along with the hamburger paper bag. The fat patrolman grinned and stuffed the money into his pocket, picked up the hamburger and stuffed it into his mouth, treating all the guests beside him as dead. Old Piccolo, have you seen a blonde girl with suspicious behavior recently? Which Harley? No, my guests here are all serious people. The thin-faced boss answered cautiously while his nose was sweating. The black policeman chewed a hamburger and said vaguely to the white male young policeman, Owen, you go to South Street, I'll check the north. Is it necessary? The white Owen was a little unhappy. The chief Luo layout personally ordered 3 times a day in the morning, noon, and evening, said the black policeman. Let's just say we checked, and the people in the office don't know it anyway. Owen is habitually negative at work. The trouble is a little big, let's at least hold on to the past few days. The black policeman sighed. Isn't it just a dead nun? When will Gotham not die? Owen said. It's not uncommon for Gotham to die every day. Chief K. Luo came to the branch in person and gave orders in front of all the patrolmen. It's rare to see him once a year, the old black said. Owen stood up helplessly, and suddenly caught a glimpse of Harley with a mouthful of foam on the opposite side, and said with a smile, I think she's a witch. Why don't you take it back and understand the case thoroughly? Anyway, she's just a wanderer. Harry was so frightened that he almost jumped up and kicked. The black policeman glanced at her casually and said, this time the situation is different. It's not Gotham people and Gotham public opinion who demand that the case be solved as soon as possible, but the church. What the Holy Land Crusaders want the witch herself, it is best to capture it alive. Harry was dumbfounded. Forget it. The white patrolman threw the empty milkshake box on the road and walked to the street store shaking his head. Harry hesitated for a moment, but left immediately without taking the hamburger. After a while, Patrol Irving walked into the KFC store and asked the clerk if he had seen any trace of Witch Harley. Vivian Lee just like hearing a customer ask, do you have cockroaches in the back of your store? She didn't even have a moment's memory. She immediately shook her head and said firmly, the customers in our store are all decent people. While dealing with the police, she also took out sandwiches and distributed them to a few decent homeless people. Well, the people who helped mop the floor and wipe the table before. Owen stepped forward and patted the female clerk's plump buttocks before heading to the next store with a smile. Filling up her stomach, Harry went to the streetcar gas station again, exchanged $1 for half a bucket of steaming boiling water, and rinsed herself from head to toe in the bathroom next to her. Outside was still the woolen coat from Selena, but the underwear and socks were replaced with clean ones. After a fresh makeup, Harry returned to the street refreshed. Manhattan Island, a bustling pedestrian street with dense crowds. On the stairs outside the shop, a young man lazily fiddled with the guitar in his hand, with an empty guitar case in front of him. There is also a piece of white cardboard next to it, with a line of words, don't lie to you, I can't stand it anymore, I urgently need money to buy white powder, help me. In the past and present, Harley has also seen many people begging with cards. Either they have no money to buy a train ticket home, or they have been defrauded of money, or they are short of hands and feet and cannot support themselves, or their parents have cancer, their mother, son, and daughter have cancer, or, for various reasons, people are simply used to seeing sorrows in the world, but this is the first time Harley has seen someone so beautiful and refined, so sincere and straightforward. So, she carried 2 bags on her back and a tin bucket in her hand, and stood by the side for a long time. She wanted to see if anyone gave him money. You can come and sit, the place is big enough, I don't mind. The young man glanced at her, and finally couldn't help but invite. I won't give you a dime, Harry said. Of course, I'm not a policeman, I don't charge you for protection, and I'm not a hibang, I'll take your share. The man laughed and fiddled with the strings, the music was melodious and brisk. Harry was stunned for a while, only to realize that both of them had misunderstood each other's meaning. Harry thought he was going to ask her for alms, he thought she was his counterpart. I'm not the same as you, I'm not a beggar. Harry sat down still, 3 meters away from the addict. I understand, you are a singer, the future Avril, Brittany, I am not a beggar, I am the future Brother Mars. The addict said. Harry used the guitar case as a pillow, took a blanket out of his bag, and laid it down on it. In addition, the iron bucket is placed on the outside, just blocking the head and neck. Well, when she went to the gas station to take a bath before, the hot water was only 20 cents, and the rest was the rent of the iron bucket. She thought it was too expensive, so she went to the grocery store and bought one for herself. Stores like restaurant chains, KFC, motels, car washes, etc. sell hot water to homeless people. There is a bucket. It will be much more convenient to take a bath in the future. When choosing a bucket, Harry had an idea and found the thickest iron bucket. When you sleep in the future, you can hide behind it as a bulletproof wall. Hey, you can't make money like this, cried the addict. I just want to take a lunch break, don't disturb me. Harry said. You don't want money, don't you? The addict approached her and whispered eagerly, you must still have it, right? Borrow me first and enjoy it, and then pay it back to you when there is money. What? Harry was a little confused and a little wary of his approach. Get away from me. She protruded half the barrel of a gun from under the blanket. Hey, don't get me wrong. The man shrank back like a scorpion, raised his hands, and cried out in grievance, I just want to borrow some fans from you. When I had fans, I never hesitated to be with you. Friends share. I don't touch that thing, really. Harry reluctantly put the gun back again. If you don't borrow it, don't borrow it. Why lie? The man's eyes changed when he looked at her, and he looked at her with disgust and contempt. Looking at your appearance, I know you've tried everything. My appearance. So obvious. Harry should have been angry, but was inexplicably happy. Her disguise has been approved by street experts. The addict thinks she is stingy and insincere, so don't overdo it and ignore her. I didn't lie to you. Harry felt that duping was a serious topic, and it was better to explain it clearly. Look at me. She lifted the cashmere blanket, put her left hand behind her back, put her right middle finger on the ground, and quickly did one arm push UPS. The addict opened his mouth wide and looked dull. Hey, do you believe it now? People from Hi-Fi are definitely not as healthy as me, Harry said proudly. Wow, Mom, this elder sister is amazing. Suddenly, a childish exclamation came from the side. Harry turned his head to look, but saw a young boy with a graceful and handsome woman holding a beautiful dress, looking at her like a circus. Yes, very powerful. Seeing Harry's gaze, the young woman quickly opened the bag hanging on her shoulder, took out a $20 bill, and threw it into the iron bucket. Hey, I don't. Harry just wanted to refuse, but the burger represented by $20 was too delicious. The more than $100 she has now is supported by Selena. So, she closed her mouth, turned her head, changed her hand, and continued to do push UPS with one finger. Ding ding dong dong. One after another, coins and banknotes fell into the iron bucket. Before it goes on the shelves, 2 chapters will be updated at 9:30 every day, and there will be no special circumstances, and this will not change. If there is only one chapter, it is because there are sensitive paragraphs or sensitive words in the chapter, which will be locked in the background for a period of time, waiting for review, and then released again. The new book is only 40 chapters, and I have already locked chapters twice. I'm also helpless. I don't want to write violence or astringency, but this is DC, it's Gotham. Gotham must be dark. If Gotham is peaceful, it's not normal. In this way, sensitive sentences are prone to appear and are easily locked. Everyone bears with it. Even if it is locked, it will always be released. As for me, I also try to be honest and not make subjective mistakes. End of this chapter. Why did you stop? With so many audiences, even if it's not for money, you should continue to perform professionally as an artist. The addict asked strangely when Harry started packing his backpack and preparing to leave. I'm a singer, not a juggler. I have my own perseverance. Harry's expression was indifferent, and he was eager to make money from the iron bucket. Fake. In less than half an hour, the paper bills and coins add up to almost $200. No wonder the crime rate in Gotham is so high that outsiders still flock to it. This is hell and heaven? As long as you find the right way, the money will come too fast. Can you lend me $10? The addict's face was full of envy. Harry glanced at his guitar case, just a few pennies and pennies. I'll give you $5 to buy a big hamburger and a carton of milk. The young man struggled for a while, gritted his teeth and said, 5 beautiful knives will do. Harley left Lower Manhattan with a bag and a bucket in hand. She can't stay in one place for too long. Originally, she had just come over from Times Square and planned to rest here until nightfall. Nahi's unintentional performance brought a lot of beautiful knives, but it also made her famous in this neighborhood. Being famous is the last thing she wants at this stage. The underground tunnel at the entrance and exit of the subway station. It's a club for homeless people. From the stairs to the subway platform, there are homeless people of different ages everywhere. Harley is one of them. She originally planned to take the subway to Nahi Island for a night, and even bought a ticket, but after staying on the platform for a while, she found that it was very warm here. Of course it's not warm, but compared to the wind and bone in the ground block, it's really comfortable here. So, like the homeless, she spread a blanket behind a concrete pillar and wrapped herself in a ball. From 3 o'clock in the afternoon, I slept in a daze until dark. After waking up, she didn't get up because she didn't know where to go or what to do. Perhaps, the loss of life goals and ideals is the biggest sadness of the homeless. She covered her head and felt very emotional. Can you give me some pocket money? I'm hungry, only 20 cents is enough. Right across from her, an old man in a brown coat shrugged his shoulders, one hand in his pocket, the other flat the stall stretched out, begging for money from every passerby. Beside him lay an old woman with gray hair. Like Harry, the old woman was wrapped in a thick black and greasy duvet, and even her head was shrunk in it. Hey, give me a knife, man. Fake, you bastard, give me some money and you'll die. The unshaven old man began to curse. Pedestrians waiting for the bus moved further and further away from him. Give me 10 cents. I'm really hungry. I'm so cold and hungry. Give me some money. We haven't eaten in a long time. There was weakness in his voice, like a dying man. Harley couldn't help it anymore. These two old people are not only wives but also veterans and friends. It's too pitiful to be so hungry. Just when she was about to throw a $5 bill, a pair of young men and women dressed in fashion walked past her, talking and laughing. Friend, how long has it been since you had dinner? The man in a brand new big goose down jacket chuckled. The homeless man stood up suddenly and said excitedly, Good sir, my wife and I haven't eaten for 2 days. Jesus farts and eyes, it snows every day, and the cold is really unbearable. The young man in the down jacket smiled contemptuously, held out 3 10-cent coins and handed them 3 10-cent coins, which the homeless man could not happily accept. He suddenly flipped his hand, and the coins landed on the concrete floor. Ha ha ha. He laughed extraordinarily as if he had made an interesting game. Don't do this, Hambini. The female companion took his arm and said angrily, Lucy, look, he doesn't care at all. The young man pointed at the homeless man lying on the ground picking up money, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Poor trash. The tramp took the money and ran out of the underpass like a rabbit. Harry frowned. What would you eat for 30 cents? A hot dog? What a poor man, he must be starving. Lucy said pitifully and worriedly, looking at his receding back. My dear, this has nothing to do with us. The young man put his arms around her, high-spirited and eloquently chatting. First of all, they are not good enough, either they are not hard enough or smart enough, and they become the scum of the society that has been eliminated. In addition, the City Hall's assistance the disbursement of funds has not been done well, and social welfare agencies are almost dead. At least you should give him some more money. 30 cents won't buy anything. The woman said. Well, even if I give him $1, it's just a drop in the bucket for his sad life, not to mention he's not alone. The young man glanced at the old woman lying on the ground like a corpse. The roar of the subway entering the station suppressed the conversation between the two, and when the car door opened, the man and woman immediately walked up holding hands. Half an hour later, the vagabond who disappeared before reappeared with a smile of joy and anticipation on his face. But he had no hot dogs or other food in his hands. He returned to his original position, leaned on his wife, rolled up his sleeves, and took out a needle filled with clear liquid. Harry sighed and covered his head again. In just 2 minutes, the old woman's sharp howl woke her up and attracted everyone else. The old tramp lay on the ground, twitching like epilepsy, foaming at the mouth, and losing his breath. The old woman cried and called his name, trying to hold him down, but she couldn't. Soon, 2 subway patrolmen came, and they just rolled the homeless man's eyelids, and immediately declared that the rescue was invalid. The person had lost his vital features, and they were ready to carry the body away. He's still convulsing. You should call 911 for an ambulance, the old woman pleaded. Are you rich? The patrolman asked coldly. The old woman was speechless. Calling an ambulance in the US requires a fee, it's common sense. Save the people first and let the welfare agency pay. Harley interjected. It's none of your business. The patrolman snapped. With that said, he and his companions carried the corpse away. What shocked Harry was that no one stopped by the onlookers. It didn't take long for another subway to arrive at the station, the old people left, the new crowd came in, and the death of the homeless disappeared like a wave in the sea. Only the old woman sat on the duvet and wiped her tears. Harry got up and picked up the syringe that someone had kicked into the corner. She was very curious, if $cents was converted into RMB, which was just over 2 yuan, would you be able to fly such a big tube? I sniffed it. There is a pungent smell of hydrogen peroxide. It seems to be a disinfectant. Can sanitizer also work? Harry said blankly. Even the cleaning agent can be high. She is a little unsure. Of course sanitizer can't be high. 30 cents can't buy even a single Big Mom leaf. In the face of the desperate pleas of the homeless, the peddler in this block took the trouble and viciously gave him a tube of disinfectant, falsely claiming that it was the latest flying agent. John, woohoo. The old woman cried so heartbroken that she almost lost control of her body and fell to one side, snot, tears, and saliva flowing together. With a sigh, Harry left the guitar and the iron bucket where they were, and walked out of the subway station with only the bag on his back. About a quarter of an hour later, she ran back with 2 convenient bags. A KFC family bucket, 2 1.5-liter bottles of Coke, a large box of preserved egg lean meat porridge, and a large bottle of milk. Hi, my name is Diana. Harry handed the porridge to the old woman, and the family bucket was placed between them. She looked at the old woman seriously, her eyes full of doubts. I was so heartbroken before, but now I'm dozing off on the concrete pillar. Child, you are so kind, and may God bless you. The old man must be very hungry, and without any courtesy, he took the paper bowl and snorted. Originally, Harley was worried that the old man had indigestion and was not suitable for fried chicken legs, but she didn't want her to have a mouthful of porridge and chicken legs. Not right? How can an old woman eat so much? Oh, it's good that she can eat, but she was heartbroken over her wife's death before. Now her expression is calmer than the lake in spring, her eyes are clear and gentle, there is no sadness, no hostility, and no despair. Is this old guy trying to trick her? Not right either. Harry herself wasn't sure she would be kind. There are more than homeless people in Gotham. She has seen too many tragic things these days, and she just stands by and looks indifferent. Being able to move kindness today is not because she is really kind, but because she made a lot of money by performing arts during the day, which reduced the cost of kindness by a relatively large amount. The old woman's mutation made the atmosphere between the two of them a little bit. It made Harry feel uncomfortable, and she felt like chewing the chicken leg in her mouth. Suddenly, a cry not far away aroused her idea. Woo woo hoo KK. The black-haired woman in a black sweater knelt on the ground, crying and burping. It's too heavy, I'm so uncomfortable. So much pain, so much despair. Woo woo woo. The pain and despair emanating from the black-haired woman were almost so intense that they formed substance. Anyone who saw her and heard her cries would have no doubt that she had just been through an extremely tragic accident. Harley looked at the woman, and then at the satisfied old woman who was eating and drinking. She always felt a little weird. Maybe it's not very kind to think so, but the performance of the two of them should be exchanged. Thinking like this, the black-haired woman turned her head. Her surprised and sad eyes met Harry's curious eyes. What's the matter with you? Harry couldn't help asking. The woman is in her early 20s, with a delicate face with a little baby fat, and a gentle and compassionate temperament, which makes people feel that she is a kind and good girl at first glance. The black-haired woman shook her head and stood up, ready to leave. Harry trotted over, supported her and said, "Did you do something to that old woman? Don't deny it, I saw something in your eyes." A strange thing happened, and as the woman became emotional, the shadow under her twisted like a living thing. Dimly, Harry seemed to see a raven with its wings outstretched. Shit, I encountered a supernatural event. This raven, Rachel Rose, is the past life of Raven Girl in Teen Titans. In DC, the Raven is definitely one of the top 5 most popular female characters, good-looking, mysterious and powerful, and very kind. Could the Ravens here be too old? Raven is old, but she looks like a lowly dud. In other words, the Raven has to die several times, not completely dead, but only loses his body, before he can get the body of a high school girl that everyone is familiar with. Your shadow is moving. Harry's body was shaking. It looks like a crow. With a swoosh, all the shadows under the black-haired woman disappeared. People without shadows, this is even more terrifying. Harry swallowed, took 2 steps back, and quietly held the cross hanging from his waist. The black-haired woman glanced at the cross, as if Papa Ma saw 100 yuan dropped on the ground. Don't be afraid, I'm not a bad person. The old man was too sad just now. I just shared her pain and didn't do anything bad. Share the pain? You've endured her grief and despair, so her mood has become peaceful. Harry asked in surprise. You believe it? The black-haired woman was also surprised. She has been in the world for several years, and every time she encounters sad people, she can't help but feel sad for them. She doesn't have any special hobbies, she's just kind-hearted, and she doesn't want to see others suffer. She can sense other people's emotions and absorb those emotions, whether good or painful, but she only shares the pain. The total amount of other people's pain will not decrease, nor will it disappear. The pain is absorbed by her, and she will bear it all. She often loses control of her ability because she is too sad, just like today. She also explained it to the people who discovered her secret, but they didn't believe it, and looked at her with the eyes of the devil. I used to be very strange. The old man's mood changed too fast. Hallie invited the brunette woman. How about, come sit with me? By the way, my name is Diana. The black-haired woman's eyes flashed. She nodded hesitantly, and said, "Thank you, I'm Rachel Rose. Mother Raven's surname is Rose." Back in Harry's little corner, Harry spread out the blanket and let Rachel sit down against her backpack before running to the old woman again. She ate half a bucket of chicken legs and wings and drank the meat porridge. I've already lay back now, sleeping soundly. Do you want something to eat? Harry took the family bucket and placed it between her and Rachel. The black-haired girl didn't refuse. She took a piece of chicken chop and chewed it slowly. Why aren't you afraid of me? My powers are strange and evil, she asked. You saw how the old man died before? No matter how evil your power is, can it be worse than human nature? Harry sighed. I should help him. Rachel's face showed remorse and pain again. You can't help, Harry said. I can do it, but I must seal most of the power in my body at all times. Saving people is no better than emotional transfer. It will consume too much mental power. If the sealed power goes out of control, very bad things will happen, she whispered. Even if your magic can turn the dead into the living, it can't turn the bad into the good. Harry sighed. Rachel was silent. Hallie didn't care about the old addict at all. She was itching to explore this Rachel's magical mysteries. Why did you seal your power? She asked. My father is a Rachel stared at Hallie for a long time with her blue eyes, and she felt a little guilty. The black-haired woman had said it before. She could sense and transfer emotions. In the end, Rachel seemed to have made up her mind and said solemnly, I am the daughter of the Demon King. Harry is a little embarrassed. You mean your father was a badass like a demon? No, it's not a metaphor. My dad is the big devil, Rachel said solemnly. More and more middle school. Harry resisted the awkwardness and asked, your father is Satan. Satan is the title of the Lord of Hell, and the current Satan is Lucifer Morningstar. Morningstar. It smells like a Mary Sue, Harry commented. As the first fallen angel, Lucifer did not have a surname, and he did not even have a gender at first. There has never been any information about Lucifer's surname in the church books. Well, this Morningstar, -% is Lucifer's own surname. Rachel looked at her in amazement and asked, "Your tone is so flat, I can feel that this is your true attitude towards the demon king of hell. Why are you not afraid, and not the least bit in awe? They are too far away from me, I can't even imagine what kind of existence they are. Naturally ignorant people are fearless." Harry spit to himself. "Hehehe, you're so funny." Rachel smiled for the first time. "You're so pretty when you smile, you should smile more," Harry said, looking at her. "You're beautiful too." Rachel lowered her head in a panic, her face blushing to the base of her neck. She can sense and distinguish the tiniest emotions, including the senses others feel about her, like admire, hate, fear. Some of Harry's instinctive emotions, which she didn't even know, touched Rachel. Well, Harry was a little inexplicable, and felt that the other party's reaction was too big. "Your father is Satan's little brother." She quickly returned to the topic. "No, he once wanted to compete with Lucifer for the title of Satan." Rachel whispered. "Hey, so awesome." Harry was really shocked now. "Who is your father?" Rachel looked hesitant. After a long time, she saw that Harry's beautiful blue eyes were full of curiosity, and she whispered, "Sanamia." Her mouth didn't move, no sound came out, but Harry heard it. Spiritual voice transmission. Harley was far more surprised by this little trick than the passerby character San Gong. Of course, Sanamia is not a passerby, but Harley has only seen DC movies and some famous American TV series such as The Flash and Green Arrow in her previous life, so she doesn't know much about comics and cartoons. Sanamia is famous, but has always been a supporting role with few roles. "I was being hunted by him all the time, and if I say his name, I might be sensed by him," Rachel explained. "I've also read church history, and your father doesn't seem to be among the enemies of Christ." Harry wondered. The great devil who can compete with Lucifer to dominate hell should not be so unknown. "My father is a foreigner demon." "What?" Harry opened his mouth slightly. "What the hell is a foreigner demon?" "You can compare hell to the United States. In the past, the Indians ruled the United States. Later, Columbus discovered the New World, and old Europe migrated to America." Rachel frowned slightly. "The demons of hell are stronger than the Indians. My father failed to subdue the demon kings of hell." Harry mused. "Hell is like America, it's a land that already exists, and one day, aboriginal demons appear, and they have been ruling hell. And your father is from another dimension, and now the immigrants and the people have gone to hell, wanting a strong dragon to overwhelm the local snakes, but unexpectedly the other party is a tiger in the mountains?" Almost. My dad's power is infiltrating my soul all the time, and if I'm controlled by him, he can use me as a portal and enter the earth in real body. At that time, no one can stop him except God coming to earth." Rachel said. "Why can you enter the earth casually, but your father can't?" Rachel said. "I'm half human and my mom is American. She was too curious and too naive in college to join a cult that worshipped my father. In a sacrificial ceremony, my virgin and female mother were sacrificed to the projection father who was summoned to the world, and the combination of the two made me. In fact, the purpose of the ceremony was to give birth to the portal to the world." Harry didn't know what to say. A lot of cult organizations in the United States are almost all related to demons. "Diana, you have to be careful, don't be deceived," Rachel said sincerely. I know it." Harry sighed. "Why, you have also encountered a cult?" Rachel asked curiously. "Worse than a cult." Harry hesitated for a moment and took out the cross. "Help me see why this thing doesn't work? Or, is there a spell to activate?" "I saw it before, it contains the power of God." Rachel took the cross and mixed the light blue and magic power of spiritual will into it. After a long time, she shook her head, returned the cross to Harry, and said, "My power cannot open it, but it is certain that this is a contract." "Covenant? Isn't this a cross?" "The cross is only its appearance in the material world, and its essence is a contract signed by God himself. But I can't decipher the content of the contract, let alone transfer it to you," Rachel said. Harry was a little disappointed, but more shocked. "Is there really a God?" "I believe in God," the Hell Princess said sternly. "Hallie, I want to learn magic, can you teach me?" she said shyly. It's a bit ignorant to let someone teach magic when you first met. But not long after they got to know each other, they went deep into the topic. The words were deep, and the friendship was deep. Not good. Rachel suddenly stood up and said anxiously, "I was careless. I used power here before, but stayed in place for so long, they came over." "Who?" Harry looked around and saw nothing suspicious. "My father's follower, the Church of Blood." Rachel stood up, pulling Harry and trying to run. "Did you read it wrong? Or, are you trying to perfunctory me and make excuses not to teach me magic?" Harry squatted and didn't want to go, but the black-haired girl couldn't drag her. "You are mortal with naked eyes, but I can sense the emotions of everyone here. They are surrounding us." Rachel's face turned pale with anxiety. This time, Harry also became serious, and hurriedly put on the backpack, picked up the guitar and the iron bucket, and ran away without even clearing the blanket on the ground. Sure enough, as soon as they ran, several men left the group of passers-by and ran after them. Those people were all wearing ordinary clothes, and their appearance and temperament were no different from ordinary office workers. When they ran out of the subway station, Harry's expression became strange. Not only did they look ordinary, but their running speed was also ordinary. "Diana, run quickly." Seeing her slow down and keep looking back, Rachel became anxious. "Can't you run anymore? Throw away the iron bucket and guitar, and I'll carry the backpack." Why are we running? Harry felt more and more strange seeing that the male white collar who was chasing was sweating on his forehead. You are the princess of hell, the daughter of the great devil, why should you be afraid of these scumbags? They have weapons, and they are not afraid of death. If I use my magic power too much, I will lose control. Don't worry, as long as we run fast, they will not catch up, Rachel said quickly. Harry was speechless. In the end, Hallie and Rachel were stopped by people from the Church of Blood. In a damp alley where snow remains, two women were back to back, with four men holding razor blades in front and back. They are of different ages, there are guys in their early 20s, and there are uncles in their 50s. Their identities are also different, ranging from auto mechanic in work clothes and holding wrench, ordinary jackets for freelancers, middle-aged elite men in high-end handmade suits. However, the leader did wear a suit that matched the cult leader's attire. In winter he only wore a blood-colored robe with a hood, a very ancient style, a dizzying blood-red color, and he held a strangely shaped dagger in his hand. Harry, can you really do it? Before it even started, Rachel felt a little regretful. Well, they were caught on purpose. Harley's suggestion, she said that she is a kung fu master and can beat 10. Of course, in addition to the Mexican machete, this group of cultists and pistols also have pistols. Well, she's not alone. Last warning, leave me, I don't want to hurt you. Rachel's eyes glowed red, and her forehead seemed to open a second pair of eyes. Not Yangjian, the second pair of eyes grow above the eyebrows. Endless darkness poured in from all directions, condensing into strips of pitch-black tentacles under her. A little infiltrating, a little perverted. Rachel, you can't escape, this is your destiny. The blood-robed priest held a dagger and stepped forward slowly. Do it. Harry shouted loudly, and the iron bucket smashed directly at the priest. Bang 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 dash the three gunmen immediately shot at her. No, shooting into the sky. The moment the trigger was pulled, three tentacles protruded from the ground in front of them, raising their wrists sharply. The gunman's wrist tingled and he let go of the pistol subconsciously. Harry heard the sound of gunfire, but was not shot, and understood that the mage behind him had completed the field control task. Reassured, her actions became more and more calm. When the blood-robed priest saw the iron bucket flying, he subconsciously ducked sideways, but before he could stand firm, a black shadow flew in his sight. Hey! Harley accelerated the charge like a small spring, jumping up to a height of more than 1 meter, hitting her right knee like a city hammer, hitting the blood-robed priest's face. Pfft! The priest dragged a trace of 3 or 4 meters on the ground where the sewage was flowing, spraying blood and white teeth, and fainted. That's it. Harry laughed, facing the two evil cults and disciples who were slashing with savage faces, and she didn't dodge, and kicked her feet again. A long leg, before the male white collar slashed her, took one step to reach his throat, and with a click, he fell to the ground and lost his ability to move. Pfft! Another rooster-head cultist slashed her shoulder with a knife. Be careful. Rachel was shocked. Harry turned back with an uppercut, smashing Coxcomb's jaw. Looking sideways at the left shoulder, the cashmere coat was torn, and blood seemed to seep out. Damn, I'm too heavy, all of these are experience packs. Harley became extremely annoyed when she discovered only a skin injury. P.S. 10 plus defense points, which can effectively defend against machetes. For the defense effects corresponding to different defense points, please see the chapter related works, Hallie's Goldfinger. Harley is not afraid of being cut by a knife, but only afraid of being stabbed by a knife. Especially in winter, with a thick coat and a sweater inside, a sub-healthy office worker doesn't even have the strength to break the defense. Next, she no longer attacked the enemy's head, throat, waist, eyes, lower, body and other vital parts, but only carefully avoided the small sharp knife, and fought with 5 cults and gangsters with her bare hands. Boom! The cult and gangster, who was a car mechanic, gave Harry the back of the head with a T-shaped wrench. Harry only leaned forward slightly. Gudong gudong, the jar of sea consciousness experience was filled and emptied, and it was raised 1 level. She turned back and smiled slightly, making the cult and disciples laugh silly. Bang! She smiled and punched him in the eye socket. You hurt me, keep working hard. Adesh not far away, Rachel groaned while covering her head, her already pale face paler. Harry frowned and shouted, Rachel, are you alright? Is your healing technique damage transfer? She dared to fight 10-1 at a time. In addition to her high defense, the more important reason was that Rachel admitted that she could heal. She can even resurrect the dead if she uses her power without hesitation. With such a powerful mage by his side, unless Harley is stupid, she will not fight against cults and disciples. It's all a quality experience pack? I'm fine, Rachel exclaimed. She is very relevant. In addition to the transferred pain, her shadow tentacles were also attacked several times when destroying guns and reversing the direction of small sharp knives. Well, the shadows under her are not real shadows, but a combination of soul and magic power. They have human vision and hearing, but they have average attack power and are particularly painful after being hurt. P.S. Hey, don't help me with the treatment, focus on field control to prevent them from attacking my vitals. Harry said. Otherwise, let's go. These people didn't hurt us, but they were beaten up by you, which is pathetic. Rachel said softly. In just a few words, Harry was stabbed in the back again, and slapped the other's teeth with another slap. She said evenly, wait, the weather is too cold, I want to exercise more. Damn, what do you think of us? The blood-robed priest, who had been dropped in seconds, woke up in the icy snowy water, stood up swayingly, and listened to Harry's nonsense, and couldn't help burning with anger. He picked up his curved dagger and plunged a knife into his right wrist, blood spattered everywhere, and at the same time, strange syllables came out of his mouth. "Ah, Harry, be careful, he's going to summon my father's ghost," Rachel exclaimed. Beautiful thoughts. Harry picked up the wrench from the ground and stabbed it into the mouth of the blood-robed priest like lightning. "Trash, you are trash in my eyes." Bang bang, chi-chi. She attacked the priest's stall, and she suffered 2 knives and 2 blows from the others. Harry swayed a few times, but his expression remained unmoved. He forcibly came to the priest's side, stepped on his bloody right hand, and drew the dagger from his wrist. 10 minutes later, Harley's coat was torn and dirty, and she was gasping for breath with a wrench in her hand. The muddy ground beside her was full of moaning, and wailing cult members. "You don't even have the strength to beat people, and you still learn from others to join a cult." She was furious, and they were bald again, and they couldn't provide experience. With a bloody spit, she yelled at them, "Go back to your hometown to farm, your current occupation is too dangerous for you." Even his clothes were torn and his body was dirty, and he was only promoted 2 levels. Level 14 defense. Now that the machete fell on her body and slashed her coat, she could only leave a blood mark on her skin, which slowly oozes blood but does not rush. 2 streets away from the battlefield, Rachel took Harry's arm and said excitedly, "Diana, you are really amazing. 1 fights 8, is it Chinese Kung Fu? You are a princess of hell, and you still care about the fighting skills of mortals." Harry said strangely, "I only know magic, and I don't know how to fight. But once magic power is used, it will arouse my father's idea, and then locate me and send the nearby blood church sects and disciples to hunt me down." Rachel sighed. "Can a mortal gun hurt you?" Harry asked curiously. Rachel nodded and said, "If I don't defend at all, my body is not much stronger than ordinary girls." "This is a bit underwhelming. Can you teach me magic?" Harry asked. Rachel hesitated. "Diana, I'm not begrudging my knowledge of magic, but I can see that you have a fanatical thirst for power, which may lead you to go astray when exploring the mysteries of magic. You really wanted to kill those cultists and disciples before, didn't you? I feel a strong murderous intent in your heart. You think I'm a bad guy?" Harry's face was uncertain. She did want to kill her, but she saw that Rachel was a good superhero. A stubborn resistance to killing. She didn't want to offend Rachel, so she showed mercy. "No, don't get me wrong." Rachel grabbed her right arm with both hands and said eagerly, "You are a good person. I am worried that the magic will damage you. Magic is just power. It's no different from a pistol or a machete. Good and evil only depend on the person who uses it." Harry said, "You say that because you don't know anything about magic." Rachel sternly said, "If you smoke regularly, your lungs will be blackened, you are often drunk, you are prone to short tempers, and both tobacco and alcohol can affect a person's body and personality. So, how can magic rooted in the soul and originating from the blood be as rigid as a knife and gun? In fact, every trace of magic is a living being." Seeing that Harry didn't seem to believe it, the black-haired girl said bitterly, "Believe me, no one knows the horror of evil forces better than me. Every moment, I was suffering and had to suppress it with 99.99% of my energy." Hallie sullen and sullen. The two were silent, walking aimlessly along the empty dark street. "Diana, I'm leaving," Rachel whispered after a long time. "Where?" Harry asked. "I don't know." Rachel shook her head slightly. "You don't have a home." "I used to have a home that was destroyed by my father. I have been wandering around the United States for the past few years, helping those in pain," Rachel said. "Transferring pain." Harry frowned. This is really a rubbish skill. She is superficial. If Rachel didn't suppress the evil power in her body and let go of her hands and feet, she could instantly drain the emotions and memories of millions of people in Gotham, and then turn them into her own power. You should use this kind of magic less often in the future. Everyone's pain has its own reasons, and it is also a part of their life. I don't cast magic on everyone. I've seen a lot of people who, because they can't bear the pain and despair, choose to hurt themselves, or hurt others. Therefore, I only help those who cannot get out of pain and despair on their own," Rachel said. "But the total amount of pain has not decreased. You alone bear it all. It's too cruel and unfair. They don't even know that you helped them." Harry was a little excited. Rachel smiled tenderly, shook her head and said, "It's okay, I hope you don't feel so miserable, and never thought of being grateful. I'm very happy to be able to help others." Harry looked at her for a long time, and sighed, "You should be the daughter of God." "She is." A dim blue glow the size of a portal suddenly appeared and disappeared, and a man wearing a blue cloak appeared in front of the two women. Rachel rose, "Please come with me. P.S. The Raven's soul shadow, tentacle, is not really weak in attack power, but the physical attack is too low. Its essence is a soul attack, which can inflict pain and fear beyond the limit on the enemy's soul, and even devour the soul directly. The soul attack is too strong, either dead or disabled, brain damaged, but the Raven never uses this attack, and only uses it as a tentacle. Like other superheroes, she refuses to kill. The Phantom Stranger is a very magical existence in DC. He is not very famous, but almost every big event has his shadow." "Who are you?" Harley took a step forward subconsciously and drew her gun to block Rachel. The man is more than 1.8 meters tall, with a well-proportioned figure and extraordinary temperament. A blue soft hat, a blue cape, a black dress inside, and a necklace in the shape of a gold coin on his chest. Very quirky outfit. I didn't come to you. The wide brim cast a heavy shadow, covering most of the man's face. Crack. Harry pulled the bolt, the black muzzle aimed at the man's head. One step closer, and I'll blow your sassy bag top hat. With such a threat on the lips, in fact, Harley knew in her heart that mortal weapons would be useless to him. He suddenly teleported in front of them, and he must be a great magician. But the strength can be weak, the momentum cannot be weak. Who would have thought that the man actually stopped obediently, and after a few steps away, he said solemnly, "Rachel, I hope you will come with me." Rachel's eyes were unusually gentle since Hallie stood in front of her. When her eyes moved to the blue-robed man, she became a little hysterical. "Are you sent by my father? I won't go with you." The man shook his head and said, "No, I know who your father is and everything about you, but I'm not his. You are being hunted by his followers, right? It's been years since I couldn't get rid of it. As long as you can't completely control the power in your body, you can never get rid of his gaze. Can you help me?" Rachel asked suspiciously. "I can't do it." The man in the blue cape shook his head again, "But I will take you to meet someone with the same strength as you. Why should I believe you? I can't even read your feelings." Rachel said, "No one can read my emotions, but you can trust me. I'm just like you, walking the world and helping others." The man in the cloak glanced at Harry. "Come with me and I'll tell you who I am." The meaning is obvious. Harry is an outsider, either get out of his own, or they get rid of this muggle. "Boy, you have a very good way. You know that you can drive away the smartest person in order to deceive the remaining kind, but you can't fool me." Harley held the shotgun and poked forward. "If you don't tell me, just leave. I believe Diana is far better than you," Rachel said solemnly. Harry turned back and gave her a big smile. Rachel also blushed and smiled shyly. The blue-robed man became an unsightly outsider. "You believe her?" The man in the cape remained flat. "She didn't even tell you her real name. She was Harley Quinn, the witch, not Diana." Harry was embarrassed and shocked. She had never seen this man before. How could he know his identity? Rachel put her hand on her shoulder and said lightly, "I can perceive other people's emotions most carefully, and from the beginning, I knew her name was not Diana. But so what? The name doesn't matter at all. Where it really mattered, she never lied to me." Hallie looked odd. She wanted to say, "I know you know I'm not Diana anymore." Even the lie detector invented by humans can indirectly judge whether a prisoner is lying through brain waves. Rachel's intuitive emotional feelings are of course better. Rachel whispered, "It's okay, Hallie, I know you know I know he he he." At the end, she couldn't help laughing. He he he. Harley was also laughing, smiling easily. The man in the cloak felt more and more like an outsider. Well, he was an outsider. "Do you know what Harley the witch did?" he asked. "I read the news too, but now I think Hallie is innocent," Rachel said. Hallie was a little moved, and had only known each other for a few hours. Well, maybe there was a magic element, but Rachel couldn't read minds. She has killed more than one person. The eyes suddenly flashed silver light under the brim of the hat, and Harry felt that his soul, past, and future had been seen through by him. Just a few days ago, she killed an incapacitated homeless man in an alley. Shit, what kind of eyes are you? Harry subconsciously tugged at the collar to make his privacy safer. The silver light in the man's eyes disappeared and said, "I am the hand of God. If you trust God, you can trust me completely." Then does God know that man wants to strengthen me? And I didn't want to kill him. How did he die? He was still breathing when I left. Harry was furious at first, then skeptical at the end. "You beat him to the ground in the snow, how can you not die overnight?" the man said lightly. "Heh, if I punch you now, will it be my fault that you will die of old age in 100 years? Harry laughed and sneered. The man turned his gaze to Rachel to see how she would choose. The black-haired girl hesitated for a moment and said, "Harry may be a little violent, but she is a good person. I saw her buying porridge for homeless people before." Harry smiled smugly at the man in the cape. He sighed and said, "I am the Phantom Stranger." "It's a really weird name, even weirder than your outfit," Harry groaned. Rachel was not as ignorant as she was, and immediately showed a look of shock. "So it was you. I heard my father mention you. I believe in you." Her expression was like seeing God himself. Harry was very surprised by her reaction, and didn't dare to yell at the blue-robed man anymore. She approached Rachel and asked in a low voice, "Which archangel is the stranger?" "No, he." Rachel looked up at the stranger, and said hesitantly, "Harry, the stranger shouldn't lie to me. I was about to leave, let me go with him." "Lord Stranger, wait a moment, I have a private conversation with Rachel." Harry handed over a pleasing smile, and dragged the black-haired girl to the side alley. About 10 meters away, she asked again, "I've never heard of a stranger, who is he?" "Of course you've heard, he's Judas." Rachel burst out. "The Judas who betrayed Jesus." Harry's mouth was wide enough to fit a boot. Rachel nodded lightly. "He is Judas, but Judas is not a stranger. The stranger has lived for thousands of years, and Judas is just one of his identities." "Christ Jesus, you know he's Judas, and you still believe his nonsense? He even betrayed Jesus, don't you know?" Harry exclaimed. Her brain is burning hot now. "In just a few hours tonight, I have encountered too many incredible things. No, my father hated talking about the stranger, saying he was God's loyal dog, the sword of heaven on earth. The more the great demon king is afraid of a person, the more it shows that he is a capable and good person, right?" Harry was speechless. but her mind became more and more confused. Could it be that the Bible remembers it wrongly, that the Son of God is actually Judas, and Jesus is the second or fifth child? The Bible is definitely correct, it just needs to be interpreted correctly, Rachel said. Harry thought for a while, then said excitedly, so the stranger might take you to see God. I'm not sure either. He said that someone has the same strength as me and can teach me to control the magic in my body. God is omnipotent and can definitely teach me, but his power must be different from mine. Rachel said, there are so many people in heaven, even Lucifer was an angel, maybe, Harry mused. Then, she said awkwardly, can you take me? My life is very ordinary, but I hope that I can be extraordinary, whether I see God or who maybe, I can become a magician of light. Rachel not only didn't dislike her climbing high, but said happily, okay, you learned magic from me before, but I really want to teach you, but my black magic is too evil. To put it bluntly, it is to borrow the power of my father. If you learn it, you will surely become his followers. Well now, the magic from heaven will make us better. We can learn together and progress together. Awesome, Rachel. Harley was bubbling with beauty, and couldn't help but jump as she hugged the black-haired girl. Rachel blushed slightly, and her arms that had nowhere to rest hugged Harry back, smiling even more happily. After hearing Rachel's request to bring a small oil bottle, the stranger frowned and said embarrassingly, the desire for power is naturally impure. That's why I work hard and hope that the light of God can purify my uncleanness. Harry said immediately. Not to see God this time. The stranger's tone was strange. No matter who it is, Harley will accompany me. Rachel took Harley's hand with a firm expression on her face. The stranger gave her a deep look and said, I hope you don't regret it. Now Rachel hesitated. Could it hurt Harley? Ah, I see, cried Harry suddenly, it must be the Crusaders of the Holy Land, the Tongue of Fire. You're taking Rachel to England to meet the Tongue of Fire. Damn, I'm going to report to God, I'm going to hire a lawyer in heaven, and I'm going to go to court with the Holy Land Crusaders? Stop shouting, God has heard. The stranger said oddly. What? Harry was stunned. Voice of heaven casts attention at this time and place, and your affairs have reached the sky. The stranger said. What is this situation? What is it called to listen to the day? Harry was a little dazed. Will the Holy Land Crusaders drop the charges against me? Heaven does not interfere with human affairs, and on the day you die, God will give you a fair judgment. Everyone is dead, what else do I have to do with justice? Harry said dissatisfied. I know what the Crusaders of Advent are doing, but they are two parts of the same company, the stranger said awkwardly. Rachel turned to Harry and persuaded, let's go see the angel first, and then slowly explain the monastery to him. Not an angel. The stranger lowered his head, his voice a little muffled. I didn't see what he was doing, and I didn't listen to him chanting the spell. A small blue dot appeared silently, and instantly expanded into a vortex of light blue light. The vortex is as high as the portal, and the sun can be seen on the other end. And now, in Gotham, it's night, around 3 in the morning. Harry was very surprised, looked left and right, and carefully stepped over the whirlpool. There is no discomfort, it is as simple as stepping over the threshold in one step. Ah, I recognize it here. Harry looked around, surprised, we have really come to England, this is Stonehenge. Holy shit, stranger, your teleportation skills are too strong. Rachel's reaction was more intense than Harry's, with panic and daze. This is the entrance to the dimension of hell where my father lives. Stranger, what are you bringing us here for? Hey hey hey. Evil laughter came from the sky, and the blood and black smoke soared in an instant, dispelling the golden sunlight and ruling this space. I miss you so much, dear daughter. Ah. Harry knelt on the lawn in the center of Stonehenge, holding his head and howling in pain. Seeing the blood light suddenly cast from the sky, her eyeballs seemed to melt. Hearing the laughter and the ghostly greeting, her ear was like a steel needle going through it from left to right. Those who come are invisible and inaudible. The stranger answered me, what's going on? My father is coming, take me and Harry away quickly. Rachel's pretty face was distorted, and her voice broke her throat. Sorry, Rachel, I only follow the voice of the sky. The stranger stood aside like a spectator, indifferent to what was going on. Oh no. Rachel's body seemed to be filled with endless ink, and the darkness that covered the world was sprayed outwards in an instant. The power that has been tightly sealed, completely out of control at the moment when the Sangong demon arrives. Stranger, you said you would help me. She pulled her hair and cried in a twisted voice. I said that I will take you to meet someone who can train you. It has power similar to yours, said the stranger. The root of the raven's power is the Sunamia demon. Can it be similar? Shameless. Harry was outraged. His eyes were bleeding, and there seemed to be a blur of frosted glass in front of him. Both ears were bleeding, and there seemed to be 1,000 million flies buzzing in their ears. But she still stood up, raised the double-barreled shotgun, bang. The stranger didn't dodge, letting the bullet fly past his face, leaving a trail of blood. Stranger, you idiot. Rachel was still yelling, he will use me to destroy the world, you shouldn't make such a stupid mistake. Sorry, the stranger apologized again with a blank face, the voice of heaven said this was the best choice. I want to die, my good daughter. Blood red soaked this world, and a tall ghost slowly fell. In general, it is still in human form, with fiery red skin, golden armor exposing his chest, and a pair of eyes on each cheek and forehead, for a total of 6 eyes. A projection of Sunamia. Even if there is only one projection, when he appears, he immediately becomes the master of this world, and the power of the elements boils around him into a fiery cloud. All the light came from his body, and the earth moaned and groaned under his feet. Stranger, you still have one last chance to cooperate with me and drive my father away. Rachel hasn't given up hope and is still struggling. The stranger was unmoved. San Gong Mo laughed. My stupid daughter, who actually asked a stranger for help, didn't I tell you that betrayal is his attribute? Just like evil is yourself, be obedient, come back. With a wave of his hand, a huge gap opened in the space behind him, and there were countless demons burning with flames. Motherfuck. Harley turned the gun, yelled and fired at the Sunamiya. Bang bang bang. She hit the bullseye, but Sunamiya didn't look at her at all. Harry. Rachel's body exploded, turning into a huge black crow, and fell beside Harry. Her jet black beak lit up with silver light, and lightly pecked on her forehead before she could react. The silver light turned into a strange rune and was printed into the sea of Holly consciousness. Rachel. Harley fell softly to the ground, moaning and moaning, clutching her forehead. Sorry for bringing you into this disaster. Crack. The raven flew into the sky, expanding infinitely, almost drowning the fiery red wave of demons. Hey, you've been repelling this power all your life, but now you want to rely on it to turn things around? Dreaming. San Gong Mo snorted coldly, and the flames and red light shredded the black raven like tearing paper. The raven reformed into a human form and fell into the wave of demons, like a pebble fell into a river. Stranger, please, God, I don't want to be like my dad. The last plea was drowned in the mad laughter of the demons. The demon wave was as it was when it came, and suddenly it was drawn back into the space crack. Everything is over. San Gong Mo came to the stranger and said contentedly. The stranger murmured, yes, it's over. Why do you want to help me? San Gong Mo asked curiously. It's not me, the stranger said indifferently. San Gong Mo held his chin and thought for a while, then smiled. Is it the noble power behind you? It wants to please me? Hehe, tell him, I don't fuck him. Crack. The gold coin hanging on the stranger's neck seemed to come alive, splitting into coins one after another along the necklace. In the end, the pendant of one gold coin became a necklace of dozens of silver coins strung together. A silver coin in the necklace turned into silver glow, fell from the chain, and disappeared into the void. One coin was missing from the stranger's neck. Well, this necklace is the price you paid for your crimes? It must be heavy and torment you all the time, so you desperately want to get rid of it. Every time you listen to the noble and ethereal voice of the sky and make a betrayal, your silver coin is reduced by 1. Sunamiya smiled thoughtfully. I understand everything. I'm making a big move recently. In order to find my daughter, I've formed an army of demons capable of destroying the earth. I'm ready to pour them out into the world, as I did before. Your master knows, let you bring her to my side, thus eliminating a catastrophe. Ha 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 ha. San Gongmo raised his head and laughed wildly. Hypocritical, exchange the life of an innocent girl for the lives of all sentient beings. Is this its mercy and justice? Ha ha ha, I totally won this game. I can tell you right now, returning Rachel to me is just delaying the world's demise. I'll take her back to hell and train her well. One day not far away, I will set the world on fire with her. Ha ha ha. No. The stranger suddenly raised his head and roared excitedly at the Sangong demon. Rachel is not offering you a sacrifice of peace. I don't know the reason why God arranged this, and you don't even know. But I am sure that in the near future, things will never happen the way you think. Hehe, you can comfort yourself, lose. The Sangong demon smiled contemptuously, rose up, and disappeared into the golden sky. The stranger stood there for a long time. After a long time, Harry wiped the blood from his face and said coldly, is this really God's will? The stranger turned his head to look at her seriously, and said with some surprise, I didn't expect you to be able to withstand the impact of the aura of the third palace. When many powerful mages see it, even if they don't go mad on the spot, they will lose their minds and fall into ruin. For its servants. You haven't answered my question yet. Harry clenched the butt of the gun. Have you ever thought that God heard Rachel's prayer? You said before that she is like God's daughter, said the stranger. And that's how it responds to her. Harley scoffed. After a moment of silence, the stranger pressed the brim of his hat and whispered, wait 10 years before you ask me this question again, because I can't see far enough. After speaking, he opened the space door and walked in first. Harry reluctantly followed, carrying a wanted warrant on his back and entering the country illegally. If he doesn't go with him, is he a bum in the UK? When the light blue space door collapsed into small dots and disappeared without a trace, the voices and figures of tourists filled the space again. 2 afternoons later, in Manhattan's Central Park. The park chair in the sun is covered with a blanket with the stars and stripes, and there is a cart next to the chair. Compared with shopping carts in supermarkets, this iron-framed cart has larger wheels and is more adaptable to various complex road conditions. In the trolley there are large buckets of pure water, a luggage bag, and a thick metal bucket. Now, there's a sign on the tin bucket, motherfuck, I'm not a beggar, don't throw money into my bucket. Ding dong. A tourist walked by and threw a 50-cent coin into the bucket. Selena looked into the bucket, and there was a shallow layer of bills in it, most of them were $1, and there were also a few $5. Looking at the fluffy head under the national flag blanket again, Selena tapped lightly on the iron bucket a few times. The person under the blanket didn't respond, and she stepped up. Dong dong dong. Go away, my mother is richer than you. An angry female voice came from under the blanket, very young and beautiful. You became a millionaire in your dream. Selina couldn't help laughing. Harry wormed his head out from under the blanket and squinted. How did you find this place? Shit, why did you toss yourself like this? Selina was taken aback. Harry's hair was not combed, and the red and blue hair was mixed together like a chicken coop. She also hadn't washed her face for a long time. The red lipstick, black eyeshadow, and brown sauce on her face seemed to have knocked over the palette on her face, and then pressed it on the garbage heap and rubbed it a few times. Don't you love clean? No money? No, you have dozens of dollars in your bucket. Selina wondered. Dozens of dollars. Harley looked into the bucket and started cursing again. This old lady smashed the head of the demon king of hell, made friends with the princess of hell, and smashed a few gun stocks on the back of Judas' head. MMP, God listens to my call. You mortals, are you insulting the sacred? You're flying. Selina was shocked, and hurried over to break Harry's eyelids. Harry opened her hand and said lazily, I'm sober, I've seen through Gotham, I've seen through America, and I've seen through God. I've reached a whole new level now, and I no longer care about worldly etiquette and what other people treat me with. Opinion, I was detached and became a Superman. What have you been through the past few days? I went to your carton hut the next day to look for you, and found that the police were dealing with the bodies of the homeless, near the carton hut. I was terrified, thinking you were out. What's the matter? I'm looking for you everywhere. Selina was talking, but seeing that Harry was always indifferent, her eyes turned red with grievance, and her voice stopped. Alas, the tramp wanted to strengthen me, so I punched him and knocked him to the ground, but I didn't expect to freeze to death there. Later, I met the Hell Princess at the subway station. We had just escaped from the cult and the gangsters when we met Judas. Well, the one who betrayed Jesus. Selina was no longer wronged, looked at Harry worriedly, and hesitated. If Harry didn't see it, he continued, Judas said he wanted to take us to see God, but the dog couldn't change it and he actually tricked us into the devil of hell. Fake, that demon king is so fierce. I kept shooting headshots with a shotgun, but he didn't even look at me. Selina became more and more worried. Harry, I know you're uncomfortable. The gap from a high-ranking little queen to a wanted tramp in a short period of time is indeed a bit big, but you have to be strong. To be honest, no one is stronger than me, and it would be crazy to be an ordinary person. Harry leaned on his arms and squinted at the sun in the sky. As soon as I passed through the space gate and returned to Gotham, I quietly leaned in and gave Judas a hard shot with the butt of a gun. Hey, now that I think about it, it's really too impulsive. But as a human being, you can't be too mature, otherwise this life will be no different from a stone. Unexpectedly, I hit it, and I easily broke the defense, and the blood rushed to the ground. That is miserable? I figured it out. The mage's body is really crispy. However, they understood magic, and all injuries recovered instantly. Motherfuck, guess what that guy said? He said that he could borrow the power of God at any time, and that no one but God could end his sinful and miserable life. Harry, please, don't do this. Selina hugged her, almost choking. Occasionally, Harley can't stand the huge gap in life. She's crazy. Selina was worried and thought carefully about how to bring her new friend back from the brink of madness. Look. She had an idea, took out a Rolex, shook it in front of Harry, and said excitedly, last night, I was lucky. I met a Wall Street bigwig who just came out of a nightclub, holding a street light pole, almost spit out my stomach. I gave him a hand and got my own reward by the way. I checked, and the specialty store is asking $15. If I get rich, maybe I can exchange it for $. God, let's go shopping in Times Square. Chanel has a few new winter coats and boots, very beautiful. According to Selina's own thoughts, the best way to heal her mood is to go shopping in a shopping mall. Harley, who was originally absent-minded, suddenly sat up straight and said seriously, how much can you sell for a 15 Rolex? 3 to 5,000, but I can convince Musk that, as a regular customer, he should give the best price. Selina said confidently. Masky is your boss on the road, right? Harry asked. It's not a boss, I haven't joined Sister Yu's family. Do you still remember Sister Yu? The Duchess under the Emperor Hideo Falcone. Harry stared at Selina's eyes. You know about my father's case, right? Selina said with a complicated expression. I was there the night the Wayne couple was killed. Are you there? Harry was stunned. Well, I was sitting on the fire ladder and happened to meet. But I didn't dare to tell others that the Wayne couple was too important in Gotham, and I was afraid of getting into unbearable trouble. Selina whispered. Hallie nodded and continued, according to the police, my dad stole Thomas Wayne's watch originally worth $150 million, Martha's pearl necklace worth $5, and a diamond ring worth $500 million. What's wrong with them, taking such a large sum of money to go down the dark alleys? Do they really think they are the king of Gotham who can control everything? Cursing in a low voice, she asked again, how much can I sell these stolen goods to Muskie? Selina sighed softly and said, Harry, you have to accept the reality. Thomas's watch is a limited edition, and unlike this Rolex, it should be discounted by 15. Muskie sells it himself, maybe even more than the original price. Ordinary diamonds are worthless, often not even 5% of their original price on the black market. But Martha Wayne's ring is also extraordinary. The pink star was passed down from Queen Isabel in the 19th century. Even if everyone knows it is stolen goods, it can be discounted to 20. So, you can't overturn your father's verdict on the amount of robbery. Harry sneered again and again. It's just a coincidence. My father paid off the 30 usury loan, and there is still more than $3 in cash hidden at home, which coincides with the data provided by your expert. What's wrong? Selena heard something different. Unfortunately, my dad is not a loner at all. He will never get all the stolen money. A murderous intent appeared in Harry's eyes. If Andy committed suicide, then she would have nothing to say. If she made a mistake, she had to admit punishment, and if she was beaten, she had to stand firm. But if, anyway, she has become a wanted criminal, and she has been targeted by the Gotham Police Department and the gangsters behind the scenes by the Heaven Department like the Crusaders of the Holy Land. What do you mean? Selena also became serious. My dad is a gang committing the crime. There are at least 3 people. 3 people are not necessary. To kill Wayne and his wife, only 1 person and 1 gun is enough. Selena wondered. Unless it's a totally unexpected impulsive crime, the criminals are short of money and they happen to meet them. Otherwise, there is absolutely no way to murder the Wayne and his wife alone, Harry affirmed. Why? Selena was at a loss. I saw it with my own eyes. It was a masked person at the time. That's right, only 1 shot. What about the information before the shooting? Even the detective of the major crime team suspected that it was me, and told Andy the news of the Wayne couple watching Magic on Friday. But I don't. I thought before that someone else was following Wayne for a long time, and my dad just happened to be short of money and they were dragged in. Now it seems the Wayne couple has committed a big thing, threatening the interests of some people. Harry said coldly. Are you sure your father has a gang? Selena said solemnly. Harry nodded and said, now I can't handle the matter myself. I have to find a helper, a police officer who is honest, tough, and strong. Dream, this is Gotham. Police like that only exist in police brochures. Selena sneered. You forgot Jim Gordon. Harvey Dent was dealt with by the church or other forces, and Jim Gordon went to get off work as usual. It wasn't that Gordon betrayed Harry in exchange for his own safety. In fact, the police and the church had jointly put pressure on him to trick him into tricking Harley into the siege. Gordon pretended to agree, but after talking to Harley on the phone, he immediately blew himself up, allowing Harley to escape the tragic fate of being located and surrounded. The Holy Land Crusaders didn't move him, except that he was a policeman and couldn't kill a policeman in front of the policeman, and there was another reason. Gordon was not an ordinary person. First of all, his dead father was a famous prosecutor in Gotham, the kind that even Falcone respects. Secondly, he himself has a deep military background, retired from a secret special forces organization. He has connections and backgrounds, and his own abilities are still excellent. A proper character template of the urban special forces king. Too bad he got the Gotham script by mistake. Gotham shouldn't be like this. In a high-end apartment on Manhattan's Upper East Side, Jim Gordon was drinking heavily, his eyes blurred, and his body stinks. Sorry, Jim, it's all because of me, the blonde woman said frustratedly. No, Barbara, it has nothing to do with you. Gordon hurriedly sat up, took his girlfriend's hand, and said bitterly, you are the most innocent. I dragged you into. Ding bell bell. The phone rang suddenly, interrupting the tiredness of the two. Hey, this is Barbara Keene. Blonde Barbara went to answer the phone. After 2 sentences, Barbara handed the phone to her boyfriend. I'm looking for you, a girl. Girl. Gordon was a little puzzled. It's me, Harley, Harley said directly. I picked up a cell phone on the street, and it keeps moving. Are you still being watched? Harry, are you alright? I'm not sure the phone is not being monitored, but the information technology of the Crusaders of the Holy Land is very advanced, so you can make a long story short. The decadence on Gordon's face disappeared, and he became alert again. Calm. My father is the scapegoat. This Gordon was a little confused. He thought it was a matter of the monastery. The evidence is conclusive, and he himself pleaded guilty. He said helplessly. So, have you identified his accomplices? Harry sneered. He has an accomplice? There is only one murderer of the Wayne couple. Gordon frowned. On Friday night, Wayne and his wife were killed, and Andy paid off the debt on Saturday, and I went home that day. If you were me, what would you think if you found out that your good-for-nothing dad got $30 in a short time? Gordon swallowed. Did you know he killed the Wayne couple? Shit, what's your brain circuit? Harley scolded and said bluntly, anyone with a normal brain knows that he has committed a crime, right? I'm sane, I'm angry. You can ask Will, director at Bank Nagara. On Friday, I almost succeeded in applying for the big bank job. At that time, Director Will promised me that whether or not I was elected in the end, he would use his own identity as a guarantee for me to get the loan from the bank to pay off all the loan sharks. Gordon's expression became serious. So, you were very angry, you had a big fight, and he revealed some details of the crime? He revealed to you at the time that he had an accomplice. Well, you're not too stupid. How many accomplices does he have? Gordon said solemnly. Have you found Andy's mobile phone, the Nokia candy bar you often use? Of course, that is one of the important evidences, and it is still kept in the evidence room, but there is no useful information in it. Gordon said. Harry smiled oddly and said, on Friday, Andy committed another major case, and his mobile phone was kept under unified custody. You know, the plot often appears in movies. Shit, he has at least 2 other gangs? The money on Wayne and his wife is not enough at all. Gordon stood up suddenly, his expression a little distorted. I'm going to find that Nokia. There must be information about his accomplices in it. Hallie, there are police chiefs and some city councillors behind the Crusaders, and I'm helpless but in your father's case, I will definitely give him justice, I promise. Looking forward to seeing this news on TV. With that, Harley threw her phone into a passing van. Gordon, are you going out now? Barbara asked worriedly. You can rest assured, Zioba, it has nothing to do with the church, I'll be fine, and you won't be frightened like that again, I promise. Gordon stroked his girlfriend's face with a look as hard as granite. Almost as Gordon left the apartment, a secret office in Gotham Cathedral. Hey, Fernando? I'm Robbie, and I've caught the news about Harley Quinn. She just called Jim Gordon and tracked it down. She's still in Gotham. Fernando on the other end of the phone frowned. Have you found her? I've already sent someone to chase her, but I don't have much hope. She's not stupid. Fernando was silent. It seems that we guessed wrong before. She and Clark Kent didn't go back to Smallwell, so you're going to go for nothing. Robbie said again. I've asked, and Clark is not in Smallwell, he's been out of town for a while. But we didn't do any useless work, I'm right outside the Kent farm, and I can even see Martha Kent feeding the cows. As long as I take her down, I'm sure Clark will show up. Fernando said to himself. Aren't you in trouble? Robbie wondered. He had thought that the FBI would focus on the Kents. After all, Clark's personal information seemed to have been tampered with by them. No trouble, Smallville is as drab and underpopulated as any other small town in America. Even without the help of several other flame paladins, I was able to kidnap Martha in 3 minutes without anyone noticing. Fernando smiled lightly. By the way, what is the witch Harley doing to Gordon? Does that stinker dare to interfere in our affairs? Fernando asked. That's not true. Harley Quinn has a father, Andy Quinn, the murderer of the Wayne couple's shooting. Things seem to have turned around, and Harley wants Gordon to help her father overturn the case. Robbie spoke quickly. Repeat the content of the conversation between the two. Well, since it has nothing to do with us, don't worry about it. It's business to find the holy relic as soon as possible. I think so too. Robbie laughed. I'm guessing that Harry is either taken in by someone, or she's hanging out with Clark among the homeless. Shit, you can hardly imagine that there are too many homeless people in Gotham? More than 15. 15? Christ Jesus, how can I find this? Robbie pulled his hair in distress. It's actually very simple, you think it's complicated. Fernando smiled in a low voice. A group of crusaders will be dispatched from the British headquarters, and they will be scattered across Gotham's neighborhoods, looking for witches, while hinting to the other vagabonds that Martha is in our hands. Gow, brilliant. Robbie slammed the table and said excitedly, Fernando is still smart, no wonder the Great Tongue of Fire chose you as the field director. Although the person on the other side couldn't see him, Fernando smiled reservedly, waved his hand and said, you don't need to say this nonsense, you contact the headquarters immediately, and I'll tie Martha, and I'll send you a few more pictures later. Photo. What photo? Robbie was puzzled. Hey, I'm going to beat Martha so much that she can't even recognize her son, but if Clark still has a filial piety, he can't help but jump out when he sees those photos. Fernando smiled sullenly. Well, Martha is an innocent person, be careful, don't kill her. Robbie hesitated. I know in my heart that everything is for the second coming of the sun. Fernando said solemnly. For the second coming of the sun. Robbie's expression became sacred and pious. Gotham Police Department, in the hallway outside the evidence room. Brother, listen to me, smash this broken phone. Harvey Bullock took Gordon's arm and said excitedly, Wayne's case has been closed, it has been on TV and in the newspapers. We also held press conferences and interviewed many reporters. It's a foregone conclusion that Andy Quinn is the murderer. Gordon looked firm, shook his head and said, Harvey, we are human, and we will make mistakes, but the police can make mistakes, but they can't make mistakes when they know they are wrong. Our duty is to correct mistakes and make justice available to the world. Shit, our duty is to work hard to live, get more wages, buy a house, get married, and have a baby. All have to live until retirement and get a pension until the age of dash. Harvey waved his arms and shouted, sorry, that's not my ideal. Gordon didn't waver. Harvey's expression changed a bit, and he approached his companion and whispered, man, let's say the witch is right and her father is the scapegoat. Have you ever thought about how he became the scapegoat? This is exactly what I want to investigate. Gordon said solemnly. Boom. Harvey punched out, pressed against Gordon's ear, and landed heavily on the wall. He suppressed his anger and roared, I'll say it clearly, the dead are the Wayne couple. If Andy is innocent, then the murderer's identity and power are absolutely impossible for little detectives like us to provoke. Up. Andy died in prison, what does it mean, inside our police station? He sighed bitterly and turned his head to look at the empty corridor. Just outside, in the office hall of the police station, there are countless enemies hidden, and we can't fight them. Anyway, Andy Quinn is also a rotten person, let him get what he deserves. Hello me, hello everyone, wouldn't it be good? Sorry, I promised 3 people that I must let the truth of this case come to light. Gordon said indifferently. Who did you promise? That little witch, I'll buy Kate. Harvey tugged at his hair and said irritably, aren't you afraid of death? How dare you contact her? The other day I saw with my own eyes, the monk with a gun on your forehead was not joking at all. He really intends to blow your head off. If it weren't for my quick eyes and quick hands, and I drew a gun at him, you would be ashes by now? Gordon put on his companion's shoulder and sighed softly. In addition to Harry and Bruce, I also promised myself that the moment I put on the police badge, I promised myself that I must be a good police officer. So, you get the idea. If I back down, I'm not me anymore, and I'm no different from death. Harvey looked complicated. You backed away. You backed away from the Crusaders that day. That's because Barbara. Gordon's face was twisted, his eyes full of unwillingness and anger. They threatened me with Barbara. I'm not afraid of death, but Barbara, I can't let her get hurt a little bit. What if they catch Barbara again? Harvey asked. Gordon smiled slightly and said, Harvey, this time is different. Wayne is not Quinn. No one cares about Quinn's life or death, but Wayne is the king of this city. In Gotham, no one dared to stop me from investigating the truth about Wayne's shooting. Well, I'll go to Wayne Manor later. Harvey stared at him for a long time, exhaled softly, stretched out his hand and said, give me the phone. Okay, you're a newcomer, but I've been in the police station for more than 10 years and know every bastard in every block of Gotham. Harvey laughed. Thank you. Gordon handed the phone over. Gordon is right. In front of many police officers in the police station, when he told the black girl superintendent about the loopholes in the case, many people, including the superintendent, wanted to stop it immediately, but finally fell silent. Harvey didn't lie either. He is a Gotham veteran, and in the past 3 hours, he confirmed 3 of Andy's accomplices. That afternoon, Wayne Manor. Sorry, Bruce, someone else shot your parents. Gordon can easily see the young master who has been hiding at home and autistic recently. Not Daddy Harry. Bruce asked in shock. Gordon sighed softly and said, on the same day as your parents were killed, but earlier, in the evening, there was a robbery on 14th Avenue in Queens. Merrill Lynch lost millions of dollars, and 2 escorts died. Do you still remember? P.S. See the beginning of chapter 15. Bruce shook his head with a complicated expression. Gotham has robberies and murders every day. I don't know about that. Could it be that Andy did it? I remember. Afu frowned and said, there are 4 gangsters in total. They are cruel and well-equipped. The media even gave them the nickname of the Red Hood Gang because they all wore red hoods. Yes, it's them. Andy is the planner and initiator of the whole case. He also proposed wearing a red hood, because he is 36 this year, which is the year of his birth. Gordon said. Benming year. Afu and Bruce were at a loss. Bruce, you should know that Harley is familiar with Chinese culture. She speaks Chinese very well. Bruce nodded. Wearing red underwear and trousers is the custom of the Chinese people in the Benming year, in order to avoid evil. When Andy was born in August, Harley gave him a few red trousers. He wanted to keep him safe, but he didn't want to commit taisui anyway. Shaking his head, Gordon continued, perhaps the first time I robbed Andy was a little nervous. He proposed to wear red underwear and pants with his companions to seek good luck and avoid evil. The other 3 disagreed and thought it was too perverted, so Andy changed it to a red hood. Such a detail. Bruce's face became ugly. Andy is really not the murderer of my parents. Are the other 3 robbers caught? Afu asked. 2 died, probably because they were silenced. The remaining Dungshell Jordan was more clever. After Andy was arrested, he fled to Nahi Island as soon as possible. Now that the matter has been exposed, there is no need to cut the grass and root it out, said Gordon. Why did Andy plead guilty? Bruce wondered. At first he didn't recognize life or death and screamed apologetically, then Gordon's eyes flickered, not daring to look at the 2 of them. Later he met a certain police officer. A criminal suspect who was arrested at the police station could only see the police, right? Afu said coldly. Gordon nodded in frustration. There are ghosts in the police department. Then, he looked at the young master's eyes sincerely, and said excitedly, but don't worry, I am on guard this time, and I will definitely catch the real murderer, I promise. Bruce thought for a while, nodded and said, okay, I'll believe you again, but you must first clarify Andy's innocence to the media. Although he's not innocent either. Of course, restarting the Wayne's shooting is not a trivial matter, and it will definitely be a sensation in the city. After that, Gordon was ready to leave. Wait. The young master stretched out his hand and said hesitantly, how is Harry now? It's not very good and not very bad, and it's alive and kicking but can't see people. Bruce said uncertainly, she called me that night and asked for your phone and cell phone. I think there might be something hidden in it. She's not the cruel and slutty witch in the news. I know how much she hates Du Ping. When he said this, Bruce was very sure. Gordon shook his head bitterly. Bruce, leave her business alone. You can't help her. Sigh, I'll go first. Looking at Gordon's back disappearing into the corner of the garden, Bruce turned his head and said to Alfred, you see that? Harry is really wronged. Afu frowned and said, Detective Gordon hopes you don't meddle in her affairs. %% of the time it's because it's too dangerous. Even if I want to intervene, what can I do? I can't even find the real murderer of my parents. The young master waved his hands like a vent, his face full of frustration and powerlessness. You don't believe Gordon? He said it, and he will be responsible for catching him. Alfred said, Afu, don't you understand? My parents died of murder, not for money like Andy did. There are other reasons, and there are other people behind them, people with high authority who can order the sheriff. Bruce said bitterly. Afu held the young master's shoulder, stared into his eyes and said, Master Bruce, don't underestimate Wayne's reputation and power in Gotham. With only your nominal support, Gordon can charge unscrupulously, and no one dares to make small moves. No matter who the real murderer is, as long as he is found out, his ending will not change. Bruce's expression softened, looking at the large garden outside the house, and said softly, I want to go out for a walk. That's great, I'll make arrangements now. Ah Fu was overjoyed. Since the death of the old man and his wife, the young master has been alone in the house, not going to school, seeing no one, and even secretly mutilating himself. He burned his palms with candles, cut his wrists with knives, and climbed on the rooftop guardrail to walk a tightrope. As soon as the body is tilted, it can fall into meat patties. Frightened Alfred. The young master said that he was experiencing fear, but he felt that the young master was too immersed in the pain of losing his parents and his mother, and he was a little crazy. Well now, willing to go out for a walk, at least there is hope to open the closed heart.